This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The sky was overcast, and a drizzle fell. At the doorway of an old house on the outskirts of the city, next to the large, mottled iron gate, a young man wearing wireless headphones leaned against it. The young man held his phone, staring intently at the screen, his fingers tapping the simulated buttons. The screen displayed the image of a cultivation game. This is really difficult. The man muttered to himself. Boom! A streak of lightning darted through the dark clouds above the old house. The sound of the headphones drowned out the thunder in the sky. At that moment, a solar flare erupted, and the solar storm barreling towards Earth just reached our atmosphere. Although Earth's magnetic field blocks most solar storms and cosmic rays, some still slip through. The dark clouds above the young man's head, fueled by a small amount of cosmic rays, suddenly erupted with violent thunder. Silver snakes coiled around the dark clouds, and the thunder rattled the surrounding people and animals. Suddenly, a ball of lightning appeared above the old house. The young man was still playing a game on his phone, completely unaware that the signal from his phone, like a beacon, had attracted the ball of lightning. At that moment, the ball of lightning approached within 3 meters of the young man's head. The dense neutrinos produced by the solar flare also swept across the Earth, some of which penetrated directly into the ball of lightning. The ball of lightning seemed to be stimulated by some special force. In an instant, the ball of lightning disappeared above the young man's head, but the residual current still caused him to convulse, and the phone in his hand began to smoke. Ah! The collapsed young man watched his month-old phone explode, then passed out. The next day, inside a ward at the First People's Hospital in the city, Jiang Miao rubbed his eyes, glancing around the white room, stunned for a moment. Then he saw his mother beside him. Mom! Where are we? At first, Huang Qiuyue's face flashed with surprise upon hearing his voice, but then she started cursing angrily. You idiot! I told you to play with your phone outside on a rainy day. You almost got struck by lightning. You're the only child in our family. If you were gone... As she continued to curse, Huang Qiuyue began to cry again. Jiang Miao was speechless for a moment, his mind a tangle. All right, don't disturb the other patient's rest. A hoarse voice rang out from the window. Jiang Miao looked closely, and saw it was his father, Jiang Dehai. He also noticed 2 other beds next to him, one occupied by an old man, and the other by a middle-aged man. Only then did he realize, is this the hospital? Good luck, young man. The old man next door jokingly joked. After talking with his parents for a while, Jiang Miao learned that he had been struck by lightning outside his home the previous afternoon, and his phone had exploded. Fortunately, the family dog spotted him, and his parents braved the rain on their tricycle to take him to the People's Hospital for emergency treatment. The doctor examined him, and found nothing serious, but still recommended that he stay in the hospital for 48 hours of observation. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Jiang Miao completed the discharge procedures, and returned home on his father's tricycle, which was carrying vegetables. It was a sunny day today. He sat in the back of the truck, the metal sheets scorching from the sun, so he could only place his medical records under his butt. The sun was setting, and the evening breeze gently rustled the camphor trees along the roadside. The blossoming camphor trees exuded a strong fragrance, so fragrant it stunk that it made Jiang Miao dizzy. Miao, your uncle's shop in Hong Kong needs. Haha, Dad, what's so good about working for a relative? You know my aunt's personality. I rather work on the assembly line in an electronics factory than in Hong Kong. Then what do you want to do? I shouldn't have let you go to an agricultural university. If you had gone to medicine, maybe. Dad, the light's green. Dad hurriedly accelerated, and the tricycle slowly passed the intersection, heading towards the suburbs of Xinjiang. Half an hour later, in the setting sun, the tricycle slowly stopped at the doorstep. Mom didn't come out to pick him up, instead cooking in the kitchen. Jiang Miao felt awkward again. The family ate dinner in silence. In his room on the 2nd floor, he lay quietly on his bed, glancing at the wall clock. It was almost 10 o'clock. Oh, go to bed early. I have to go to the service center tomorrow to get a new SIM card. Life without a phone is tough. Jiang Miao stared at the ceiling board, feeling sleepy. He grabbed a Rubik's Cube from the drawer of his bedside table and began spinning it. While playing, his eyes suddenly blurred, and a panel appeared before his eyes. Common name: 3x3 Rubik's Cube. Composition: plastic, expandable. Structure: 1 center axis, 6 center blocks, 12 edge blocks, 8 corner blocks. Dimensions: 3D diagram included. Condition: slightly worn, slightly aged. Use: entertainment toy. What? Jiang Miao's eyes widened, then he rubbed them and raised his hand to touch the panel again, his hand passing through it unimpeded. Hallucination? Am I mentally ill? Just as his thoughts were wandering, the panel changed again. Common name, human, expandable, composition, carbon-based cells, expandable, structure, multicellular carbon-based organism, expandable, status, bone age 26 solar years, human maturity, mild fatigue, mild fatty liver, mild myopia, adrenaline rising, brain nerves rapidly fluctuating. Expandable, purpose, consumer of Earth's food chain, one of the cornerstones of human civilization, carrier of self-will, carrier of fragments of special space-time dimensions. Expandable, Jiang Miao stared at the panel in front of him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Really? He picked up the mirror next to him again, but the panel didn't appear in the mirror. It seemed that only his eyes could see the panel. When he looked intently at an item, the panel would display its data in about 5 seconds. Jiang Miao hurried downstairs again. His father, who was watching TV, saw him rushing down. Miao, do you want a midnight snack? I think there's a pack of small wontons in the fridge. He shook his head. Dad, do you see what's in front of me? What? Jiang Dahai was confused. Nothing? What's in front of you? Really? Take a closer look. Did the electric shock cause your brain to malfunction? Jiang Dahai suddenly became worried. Huh? Jiang Miao had clearly realized his father had misunderstood, but he also confirmed that his father couldn't see the panel. He quickly changed the subject. Haha, maybe I'm just too tired and hallucinating. I'm going to bed. Watching Jiang Miao rush upstairs again. Jiang Dahai frowned, muttering to himself, could it be that he's really been struck in the head? Oh! Tomorrow, I have Chiuyue go to the Prince's Palace and the Buddha Temple to pay my respects. I fire a few more holy shells and see how things go. Jiang Miao, unaware that his father had already suspected him of mental illness, was about to go and pray to the gods. Jiang Miao, meanwhile, remained in the room, trying for another half hour. He examined everything in the room. From the cactus by the window, to the laptop on the desk, to the clothes in the closet, he could see their data. Lying back in bed, he suddenly remembered the last column of his appraisal data. Chapter 2. Refocusing his attention on himself. 5 seconds later, the virtual panel reappeared. General name, human, expandable, composition, carbon-based cells, expandable, structure, multicellular carbon-based organism, expandable, status, bone age 26 solar years, human maturity, mild fatigue, mild fatty liver, mild myopia, adrenaline rising, brain nerves rapidly fluctuating. Expandable, purpose, consumer of Earth's food chain, one of the cornerstones of human civilization, carrier of self-will, carrier of special space-time dimension fragments. Expandable, Jiang Miao focused his attention on the data carrier of special space-time dimension fragments. 5 seconds later, the information panel refreshed again. General name, carrier of special space-time dimension fragments. Composition, carbon-based organism, special space-time dimension fragments, immortal cultivation game identification technique information module. Expandable. After more than 10 minutes, through continuous identification, the data was expanded. Jiang Miao initially understood the source of this identification panel. 3 days ago, by some strange coincidence, his cell phone signal attracted ball lightning overhead. As the ball lightning approached his head, a dense stream of neutrinos from a solar flare swept through it. The neutrinos stimulated tiny black holes, which interacted with the ball lightning, causing a slight collapse of spacetime in a fraction of a billionth of a second. At that instant, a fragment of the dimension broke free and landed squarely on Jiang Miao, absorbing the remaining energy from the ball lightning. Adding to this, the numerous neutrinos anchored the tiny black holes to the fragment, allowing them to continuously absorb the surrounding zero-point energy of the vacuum, maintaining its stability. For the dimensional fragment to remain stable over the long term, it must contain certain information. Jiang Miao happened to be playing a game again, and at the moment the dimensional fragment fell, he used an identification spell. The dimensional fragment instinctively absorbed the data from this identification spell, and merged with Jiang Miao's body. For the past 3 days, the identification system formed by the dimensional fragment has been continuously receiving information from its surroundings. Modern society's advanced wireless communication networks constantly transmit electromagnetic and optical signals through the air, carrying an incredibly large amount of information. This unique environment has led to an explosive growth in the identification system's database. Although Jiang Miao knew the source of the panel, he understood that his success was merely a unique case. With current technology, it would be difficult to replicate a second success story. His success was the result of 6 essential conditions: a solar flare erupting, a solar storm reaching Earth's atmosphere, neutrinos passing through, ball lightning approaching, and a mobile phone playing a game, all at the perfect timing. Especially during that time. If Jiang Miao hadn't been using his phone, the ball lightning wouldn't have been attracted by the phone signal. Or if it had been a little faster or slower, the result would have been different. Of course, Jiang Miao still recorded the details of the incident. He wrote this in his diary. March 13, 2024 evening. Thinking back to what happened 3 days ago, I'm suddenly filled with fear. I almost died. A split second could have meant the difference between life and death. I must be careful during thunderstorms in the future. After being discharged from the hospital today, I passed by a roadside in the city. The camphor trees along the road were so stinking that they made me dizzy. The evening sun was dazzling. Perhaps it had something to do with the solar flare that erupted 3 days ago. Bored tonight, I played with a Rubik's Cube for a while, but still couldn't fall asleep. I pulled out the 3-body problem book I bought years ago, read the section about Wang Miao, and finally felt a little sleepy. Brush my teeth, wash my face, and drink a glass of warm milk. Good night. Careful Jiang Miao didn't write directly, but instead used code words and keywords to hide information in his diary. He usually wrote every few days, so even if someone got their hands on his diary, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. As for why he was so cautious, it had to do with his personality. Jiang Miao had been this way since childhood, extremely cautious in everything he did. He didn't intend to tell anyone about this. After all, secrecy is the key to success, and if even one person knew his secret, it was bound to be leaked sooner or later. Human nature is inherently selfish, and he didn't intend to risk his own life to test the humanity of others. Jiang Miao planned to keep the acquisition of this identification system a secret, preferably to carry it with him to his grave. As for handing it over, if he were 20 years older, he might have considered it. Unfortunately, he's already 26, and in a few years, he'd be 30. His passionate and innocent days are long gone. Many things have taught him lessons time and again, and reality has stung him time and again. In this age of rampant materialism, in this age of depravity, in this age of rampant demons, nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Vileness is the passport of the vile. Jiang Miao's bottom line is to keep to himself and be selfish. Lying in bed, he couldn't sleep at all. A myriad of thoughts tangled in his mind. The identification panel may seem like a commonplace item, but in reality, in the hands of someone who knows how to use it, it can unleash incredible results. Jiang Miao knew he was about to become rich. However, he kept reminding himself, stay steady. Don't waste time. First, he needed to legally obtain a large sum of money to start his business, starting with a minimum of 1 million, ideally around 10 million. And to legally obtain 10 million in a short period of time, there was only one way left: gambling, lottery, gambling on stones, and houging. All 3 of these quick routes involved gambling, but for Jiang Miao, using the identification panel allowed him to quickly accumulate initial wealth, and all were legal. However, while this method offered quick profits, it wasn't sustainable. It was essentially a one-time deal. After all, relying on this method for a long period of time would easily lead to concerns. Thus, Jiang Miao intended to use these 3 methods to accumulate initial wealth. Using the identification panel to gamble was merely an unorthodox method. While Jiang Miao isn't a good person and isn't opposed to profiting from gambling, this approach isn't a long-term solution. The true application of identification panels lies in scientific research, and only by developing real industries can they achieve sustainable success. Just by staring at an item for 5 seconds, one can obtain a wide range of information about it, akin to gaining omniscience. In scientific research, the costs of many experiments, including testing equipment, consumables, personnel, and testing laboratories, constitute the true bulk of overall project expenditures. Many drug development projects, in particular, require 4 or 5 rounds of experimental verification just to determine a drug's efficacy and side effects, with a significant portion of the manpower and resources consumed by testing. Now, Jiang Miao is a humanoid detector, boasting highly accurate, fast, and comprehensive testing capabilities, requiring no consumables or electricity. As long as Jiang Miao has the initial capital, he could quickly become a scientific genius. As for why he chose to go it alone, it was primarily because he didn't want to work for other companies for free or engage in intrigue. Why work for others when he could be his own boss? Chapter 3. The next day. Early in the morning. After breakfast, Jiang Miao told his parents he was going downtown to get a new SIM card. Equipped with his ID card, over 1,000 yuan in cash, and his old phone, he drove slowly toward the city on his electric scooter. 2 hours later, Jiang Miao had finally gotten his new SIM card at the downtown telecom store. He inserted the card into his old phone and called home to say he had lunch with his classmates. He arrived at the lottery station not far from the store. Several motorcyclists were playing Happy Tin. The owner was busy punching tickets and ignored Jiang Miao, who was strolling around. He also enjoyed the quiet and alone time, examining the pile of scratch-off tickets under the glass counter. After more than 10 minutes of observation, he discovered that among the thousands of scratch-off tickets, not a single one had a prize exceeding 10,000 yuan. Jiang Miao left with a blank expression and went to the next store to buy a baseball cap and a box of masks. Donning a baseball cap and riding his beloved little scooter, he leisurely strolled through the streets. After a while, he arrived at another lottery station. He went straight to the glass counter. "Handsome boy, what do you want?" the proprietress asked with a smile. Jiang Miao sat down on a chair. "Let me take a look." "Oh, do you want them out? Then bring me some open tickets." "Okay." The proprietress opened the glass door and casually picked up over 100 scratch-off tickets. "Handsome boy, these are what others have left. Those unopened ones might contain a big prize. There was one a few days ago." The proprietress chattered on. Jiang Miao picked up a few scratch-off tickets and pretended to examine them. The item structure column on the identification panel directly displays a 3D structural diagram, even allowing for layering. Therefore, the protective paint on the scratch-off ticket was no match for Jiang Miao's prying eyes. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Miao bought a 20 yuan scratch-off ticket at the lottery station. The ticket, naturally, came back with a 0. He left again. At a clothing store on Sanma Road, he bought a few t-shirts and a pair of sunglasses. After changing into a new set of clothes, Jiang Miao, wearing sunglasses, returned to the lottery shop on Sanma Road and spent a dozen minutes browsing. The highest prize was only 50,000 yuan. He parked his electric bike at the entrance of a nearby shopping mall, changed into a new set of clothes in the mall bathroom, and after donning a mask, he took the bus to Chengmen Road. Inside the lottery station on Chengmen Road, Jiang Miao idly stared at the scratch-off tickets on the counter while drinking mineral water. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. Among the stack of scratch-off tickets, one had a prize of 500,000 yuan. After downing his bottle of mineral water, he pulled out 100 yuan and said, "Boss, 5 scratch-off tickets." The boss pulled out the scattered scratch-off tickets from the glass counter. Jiang Miao pretended to select them. After a while, he had picked out 5 tickets. He picked up his key and began scratching carefully. "No." He continued scratching. "No again? No. I don't believe I won't win at all." Jiang Miao, like a gambler, hadn't won a single scratch-off ticket in 5 consecutive days. His face flushed red as he pulled out another 100 yuan and slammed it on the counter. "5 more. Here." The boss smiled and pulled out another pile of scattered scratch-off tickets. But Jiang Miao was dissatisfied. "These are what others have left. Give me a new stack. I want the red ones, so festive." "No problem." The shopkeeper casually picked up the stack of red scratch-off tickets and peeled off the plastic wrap. Jiang Miao spent several minutes picking through the stack. He scratched again with his key. "No win. Bad luck." "Wow. I won. 100 yuan. Ha ha ha, my luck's on. Keep it up." Jiang Miao's face lit up with excitement. "Another win. Rubbish." "Huh? 5 yuan? A consolation prize." Jiang Miao was startled at first, then leaned close to the scratch-off ticket and began to count the string of zeros intently. "Huh? Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 zeros. I won. It's 500,000 yuan." "What?" The shopkeeper couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately came over and looked at the ticket in Jiang Miao's hand. He also became excited. "Handsome boy, you won." Soon, the other lottery players in the shop were also discussing it. Some people beat their chests and stamped their feet, regretting why they hadn't bought the ticket. Some were filled with envy, daydreaming of overnight wealth. Some were filled with jealousy, muttering sourly. Jiang Miao naturally didn't stop at the lottery station. He hurried to the lottery center downtown to cash in his winnings. Although a 20% tax was deducted, the money had legally become Jiang Miao's property. As for the lottery station owner, he dragged him to a deserted corner of the store, constantly hinting that he could help with the operation and even offered to pay 500,000 yuan for the scratch-off ticket. However, Jiang Miao flatly refused. He naturally understood the owner's intentions. But while this would earn him 500,000 yuan, the problem was that the source of his 500,000 yuan seemed a bit unusual. Not wanting to leave himself vulnerable, Jiang Miao refused without hesitation. What he needed now was legitimate capital, not capital with hidden risks. Otherwise, even if he became a billionaire in the future, that hidden danger could be exploited by others. After all, flies don't bite cracked eggs. The sun set. Jiang Miao rode his electric scooter along the seaside avenue back to his suburban home. Back home. Dad was still busy in the fields not far from the door, planting cabbage, bok choy, water spinach, and cucumbers. Mom was cooking in the kitchen. Mom, I bought a box of barbecued pork. You bought barbecued pork? I steam the spare ribs tomorrow. He glanced at the teacups on the coffee table. Mom, who came today? Your brother-in-law came over at noon. He brought some lemon fish. How's your brother-in-law's fish pond doing? He hasn't taken care of it. Eel fry are too expensive this year, and the price of feed has gone up. Your sister doesn't want to keep raising them, so your brother-in-law's been driving a fishing boat these days. Is that so? Jiang Miao took a bottle of soda from the refrigerator and opened it. Mom had finished chopping the cabbage. Go call your dad back for a shower and dinner. Oh! Gulp. Jiang Miao took a big sip of soda and patted the big yellow dog that was circling at his feet. As he walked out the door, he called out, Dad, it's time for dinner. In the distance, Jiang Dahai, who was picking cucumbers, called back, got it. I'll be back after I finish picking cucumbers. You guys eat first. Looking at his father, his somewhat aged figure, Jiang Miao fell silent involuntarily. He wasn't one for expressing his emotions well. Though he wanted to change his life and stop burdening his parents with such hardship, reality was always unsatisfactory. He hadn't actually made much money in recent years. He graduated from college at 22, and the difficult times of 2020 forced him to return home and remain unemployed for over a year. Last year, out of necessity, he delivered food for most of the year. In October of that year, he was injured in a traffic accident and rested for over 4 months, recovering only last month. He attended college in Jiancheng, Jingbei Province, a 211-level university and a well-regarded agricultural university in China, majoring in bioengineering. Unfortunately, a series of unforeseen events forced him to accept reality and continue delivering food in his hometown. Because of this incident, he was frequently subjected to harsh criticism from the villagers, and even his parents were extremely dissatisfied and disappointed. After all, for a top-tier university graduate to be delivering food, it felt like his education wasted. Chapter 4. The day after winning the 400,000 yuan prize. Jiang Miao kept quiet. When he went to claim the prize yesterday, he wore a mask and sunglasses. Although the staff at the lottery center had seen his ID, the news wouldn't leak out too quickly. Early in the morning, he took his ID and rode his electric scooter to the city. As he reached the village gate, he encountered a red light. Hey! Isn't that a college student? Delivering food again? A portly woman, her belly bulging like a pregnant woman, was also waiting for the light on her electric scooter. She asked sarcastically. Really? Is 8th aunt pregnant for the 3rd time? Jiang Miao asked with a smile. Suddenly, a screen appeared before his eyes. Status: severe fatty liver, gallbladder polyps, diabetes. No exogenous medications present. Expandable, go to hell. You can't spit out ivory. 8th aunt said, a little embarrassed. Jiang Miao frowned and glanced at 8th aunt's face, and the whites of her eyes again, noting her sallow complexion, a slight yellowing of the whites of her eyes, and prominent acanthosis nigricans on her neck. 8th aunt, how are you feeling lately? 8th aunt paused for a moment, then casually replied, huh? Fine. I can eat 2 bowls of rice in 1 meal. Didn't the community organize a physical checkup recently? Didn't 8th aunt go? Why go? I'm fine. 8th aunt expressed confidence. Has your vision been blurry lately? Have you been thirsty and urinating frequently? Huh? How do you know, a college student? 8th aunt was puzzled. Jiang Miao sighed inwardly. Despite the other party's sarcastic remarks, he still reminded her, 8th aunt, have a Jai make an appointment for you. Go to the hospital in a few days. You seem to have diabetes and liver problems. Don't delay. What? Aunt Ba panicked. Is it true? You decide. I won't bother you. Jiang Miao turned the ignition and sped onto the main road. A gentle breeze caressed his face. The morning sun shone on the road. After about an hour of stopping and starting, the electric scooter arrived at the administrative service center near the city's high-speed rail station. It was around 9 o'clock. He had made an appointment the night before, and went directly to the immigration counter to apply for a Hong Kong and Macau pass. He completed the application quickly. He then went to a nearby Bank of China branch and opened a new bank account. He then sent 50,000 yuan to his uncle via WeChat and asked him to exchange it for Hong Kong dollars. He would receive the Hong Kong dollars in cash once he arrived in Hong Kong. Finally, he purchased a high-speed rail ticket to Shenzhen online. In a few days, he would be heading to Hong Kong. For lunch, he bought a box of boiled chicken to take home. Seeing 8th Aunt's health this morning made Jiang Miao worried about his parents' health. During dinner, he secretly observed them. The results were satisfactory. My mother had mild impaired glucose tolerance, mild fatty liver disease, and knee wear. My father's condition was more serious, with hypertension, high cholesterol, mild fatty liver disease, and coronary atherosclerosis. He planned to take his parents to the hospital for a checkup in the next few days, and asked the doctor for medication, along with a lifestyle intervention plan he had prepared. Jiang Miao was well aware that the older generation in rural areas undoubtedly had some health issues, especially those doing heavy farm work. The three highs, along with hyperuricemia, fatty liver disease, joint inflammation, and gallstones, were all common conditions among farmers. This situation stems from irregular eating habits and sleep patterns. For example, his father sometimes loses track of time while working, often skipping lunch and dinner, and eating foods high in oil, salt, and carbohydrates. During festivals, most of the rice cakes, mooncakes, and pastries are consumed by his parents. When young, coupled with long periods of heavy physical labor, these eating habits don't manifest themselves too noticeably, but once people reach 50, all sorts of health problems set in. Jiang Miao's parents are almost 50, and if they don't address and manage their behavior now, they enter a vicious cycle. A little after 2 in the afternoon, he rode his bike out again, heading for his brother-in-law's home in Magong Town. Half an hour later, in Yinqing Village, Magong Town, next to a fish pond stood a small 3-story bungalow. "Uncle, why are you here?" His niece, staring at the shrimp jerky at the door, stared with wide eyes. "Xiaomin, where's your mom?" "She's out buying groceries." "I go check on the fish pond. I tell her when she comes back." "Okay," Xiaomin nodded. He casually picked up a few shrunken shrimp jerky and cracked the shells open as he walked towards the nearby fish pond. The large pond, covering over 3 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, was lined with longan and mulberry trees, and the ground was covered with wood sorrel. He followed the path down to the pond. He scattered the scraps of shrimp shells onto the surface. Soon, several dark shadows emerged from the water, resembling water snakes. Jiang Miao stared at them. 5 seconds later, the virtual board appeared before his eyes. Common name, Pacific white eel, expandable, composition, carbon-based cells, expandable, structure, carbon-based multicellular organism, expandable, state, mature, pseudomale, subreproductive. Expandable, purpose, consumer and consumer of Earth's food chain, expandable. While he was unemployed, he researched artificial breeding techniques for eels. These eels were specifically left behind by his brother-in-law. However, his previous research had clearly yielded no results. After all, lacking experimental equipment and funding, he could only observe the eels in aquariums. The dozen or so tanks at home, once housing dozens of eels, had already become depleted 6 months ago. He squatted down and immediately expanded the column for the eel status. Soon, he saw the answer he needed. Subreproductive state. After sexual maturity, eels remain in this state for a long time unless they accumulate specialized nutrients. So, eels need specialized nutrients to become females. Jiang Miao discovered that some of these specialized ingredients come from freshwater algae. And judging by the amount of algae an eel consumes, it would be impossible to accumulate these specialized nutrients without 2 or 3 years of freshwater algae consumption. No wonder those farmed eels can't become females. Of course, this is just one factor. Additionally, temperature, water salinity, and stimulation from males are required for females to reach ovulation. According to Jiang Miao's previous research, artificial eel breeding technology has already been achieved in Japan, but the cost is extremely high. The reason is that the Japanese use hormones to induce the transformation of male eels into females. Without sufficient accumulation of specialized nutrients, even if male eels are forcibly transformed, the eggs they produce are not only small in number, but also malnourished. This results in extremely high costs and very low yields of laboratory-grown eel fry. After learning the secrets of eel breeding, Jiang Miao can now carry out targeted breeding and cultivation. If artificial eel breeding is achieved, the economic value will be enormous. He went to the tin shed by the fish pond and retrieved a net bag and a handful of leftover expired feed. He spread the feed. Instantly, more than a dozen eels emerged from the water. He swept the net bag across, scooping up 5 or 6 eels. Half an hour later, Jiang Miao had collected about 20 eels and placed them in a plastic bucket. Just then, his sister Jiang Xia returned from buying groceries. "Miao, you came over and didn't even call? Let's eat here tonight." Jiang Miao shook his head. "Forget it. I just come over and catch some eels. Why don't you catch more?" "That's enough. I'm going home. Be careful on your way. Goodbye, Xiaomin." "Goodbye, Uncle." Chapter 5. March 20th. Hong Kong-Macau Ferry Terminal in Macau. Jiang Miao disembarked from the ferry, backpack on his back. Not far away was the Macau Racing Center. He took a few photos with his phone and walked slowly to Friendship Avenue. Taxis were parked on the roadside. He hopped in one. Taxi to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. "Hold on tight, handsome man." A short while later, the taxi stopped at the hotel entrance. Jiang Miao disembarked, backpack on his back. After checking into the hotel, he took another taxi to the Royal Palace Casino, also on Friendship Avenue. The magnificent entrance. Carrying a small satchel, Jiang Miao calmly walked into the Royal Palace Casino. It was already evening, and the lobby was already crowded with guests. He went straight to the front desk. "Give me 50,000 in chips." The receptionist glanced at him, took the Hong Kong dollars Jiang Miao held out, and after checking the bills, gave him 50,000 in chips. Having made a plan beforehand, Jiang Miao didn't wander around. After glancing at the signs, he headed straight for the poker tables. He found a blackjack table and sat down. "Do you mind joining me?" "Welcome." A greasy, pot-bellied uncle replied with a smile. Another spiky-haired young man took a sip of his Coke and said, "Sure, let's play together." "Handsome guy, first time here?" Another tattooed, yellow-haired man asked in Cantonese. "Yes." Jiang Miao nodded with a smile. An hour later, Jiang Miao's chips had risen from 50,000 to 370,000. Among the other gamblers, except the greasy uncle, newcomers had been replaced. Another 2 hours later, Jiang Miao's chips had soared again to 1.26 million. He had dinner at the Palace Casino and continued playing for 2 more hours, leaving only 970,000 in chips. At the front desk. "Exchange the chips and deposit them directly into my card." The receptionist nodded with a smile, taking the chips and the bank card he had opened in Hong Kong yesterday. "No problem, please wait a moment." After a dozen minutes, Jiang Miao calmly left. For the next 4 days, he visited one casino a day, turning the balance in his bank card into 27.38 million. On the 5th day, he returned to Hong Kong. He arrived at the Bank of China branch in Hong Kong. "Hello, what's your service?" "Remittance, for a large amount. Please come to the private room." 2 hours later, Jiang Miao had successfully converted 27.38 million Hong Kong dollars into 24.89 million Hong Kong dollars. He then sent a WeChat message to his uncle, announcing his return to the mainland. That afternoon, Jiang Miao entered the country through the Pengcheng border crossing, backpack on his back. He then took the high-speed rail, arriving back at the Hailifeng downtown high-speed rail station after just over an hour. In less than a week, he had completed his initial accumulation. After returning home, he first glanced at the eels in the tank and placed some of the things he bought in Hong Kong on the table. He took a hot shower. Then he lay in bed, thinking about his next steps. Now he had the money. While over 20 million wasn't much, it was enough to start a fish farm in the early stages. After all, eel breeding requires a large area. Luckily, nearby Magong town had a large fish pond. Back in his hometown of Xinjiang, there were also numerous fish, shrimp, and oyster ponds, but they had unfortunately been requisitioned in recent years. At least 50 mu, approximately 1,500 yuan, of fish ponds are needed. Fish ponds near Magong cost about 1,500 yuan per mu per year, or about 75,000 yuan per year. Pond equipment and materials cost over 1 million yuan, and building a fully enclosed breeding ground of about 5 mu, approximately 1,000 yuan, would cost around 5 million yuan. And to achieve rapid hatching, we must purchase semi-mature white eels, not glass eels, which is another expense. Then, there are labor costs, utilities, feed, consumables, and medications. We need to set aside at least 5 million yuan for these. And to ensure the eel's breeding efficiency, using wild algae is too inefficient. We must cultivate algae ourselves, which is another expense. Jiang Miao recalled the 3 types of algae required for eels: needle-shaped blue fiber algae, sheath filamentous algae, and segmented chrysanthemum algae. In addition, the eel's mineral content must meet certain standards. If it doesn't, the eel will not change sex. However, the mineral content is relatively easy to control. Jiang Miao picked up his notebook and wrote down the items he needed to purchase or produce. For example, as long as the algae could be mass-produced directly, there would be no need to use expensive hormones and drugs to induce sex change in the eels. This was the key to reducing costs and increasing efficiency in artificially breeding eels. At the same time, Jiang Miao was well aware that this technology could not be hidden from prying eyes. After all, his farm required staff, and the feed and drugs he purchased could easily be traced by anyone with a keen eye and a small investment. Thus, the eel fry business required swift action, with large-scale shipments immediately available to reap the initial profits. Once other companies imitated his technology, he could then drive down prices to a meager profit margin, preventing them from quickly recovering their costs. To do this, the first wave of eel fry shipments would have to reach at least 100 tons, swallowing up the entire Asian market. Jiang Miao had studied the production volume of eel fry in recent years, and found that peak production was only 60 to 70 tons. As long as his company could reach an annual production of 100 tons of eel fry, other companies entering the market would have to carefully consider whether they could recoup their investment. After all, market demand is the primary driver. If the market suddenly becomes overwhelmed with supply, coupled with declining profits, other companies would be reluctant to enter the market and would instead choose to wait and see. While Jiang Miao valued the eel fry industry, he didn't consider it a core industry. After all, it was difficult to keep this eel breeding technology completely secret. While it was possible to legally curb some companies by applying for patents on such breeding technology were far too easy to circumvent. Furthermore, there was no way to monitor small or foreign companies. Jiang Miao didn't want to be constantly involved in legal battles, so leveraging his first-mover advantage, coupled with a subsequent price war, was the best option at the moment. After thinking through his general plan, he planned to ask his brother-in-law for help tomorrow to rent a suitable fish pond in Magong. He would then register a sole proprietorship. However, he had already contacted a patent agency in Pengcheng Online and asked them to help him register domestic and international patents for his eel breeding technology. After negotiating the price and other details, Jiang Miao paid a deposit. The patent would be registered directly in his name. After completing this, he found a local company to register the agency, and the 2 parties agreed to meet tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Miao was in a hurry to establish the company, because he didn't want to waste his energy on trivial matters. For example, finding a patent agent today could be easily delegated to his assistant. There was no need to do it himself. As for the company's future positioning, Jiang Miao naturally hoped it would become a technology company. Technological dominance is king, business strategies and schemes are ultimately minor matters. And Jiang Miao, with his identification system, had a huge technological advantage. Therefore, he does not need any business genius or commercial genius to join him. He only needs honest and responsible employees in the company. Chapter 6. Magong Town, Yinqing Village. The sun shone brightly, and the air was tinged with the faint scent of the sea. Jiang Miao scooped up another large bucket of eels. Huh? Miao, are you really going to start an eel farm? The middle-aged man smoking beside him was none other than his brother-in-law, Zhang Xinqing. Brother-in-law, I made up my mind. After all, I can't keep delivering food. I better give it a try while I'm still young. Zhang Xinqing sighed. Alas, not only are there very few eel fry this year, but they're also very expensive. Raising eels is worse than raising shrimp. Brother-in-law, I have the technology to get eel fry. Come and help me. You have the technology? Zhang Xinqing frowned, clearly a little unconvinced. After all, it's common knowledge in the industry that farmed eels can't reproduce. Miao, is this true? You developed eel breeding technology. Jiang Miao nodded. I made some progress, but now I need a place. Is this pond okay? Zhang Xinqing asked, pointing to his own pond. Jiang Miao shook his head. We can't leave it outdoors, or we won't be able to control the temperature and salinity. Really? How confident are you? About 70 to 80%. Zhang Xinqing steeled himself. Let's do it, Miao. I still have 300,000 yuan. I was planning on buying a house for Dong. Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. Brother-in-law, I won the lottery a few days ago. Money isn't a problem. What? Zhang Xinqing's eyes widened. You won the lottery? Why haven't I heard about it? People gossip a lot. There's a lot of conjunctivitis in this village. I didn't tell my parents. I know you're not the talkative type. Please keep it a secret for me. Zhang Xinqing nodded. That's right. There's a lot of conjunctivitis in this village. So how much do you plan to invest? At least 10 million. Looks like you made it big. More than 10 million is only enough to buy a house in Pingching, and a dozen in Helyafing. But the real estate market hasn't been great in recent years, so I'm still planning to go into agriculture. After all, it's my major. Zhang Xinqing thought for a moment. At least 50 mu of fish ponds. I already have one. Lin Jianxi from the next village invested in an 80 mu pond a few years ago for eel farming. He broke his leg in a car accident last year, and now there's no one to take care of the pond. I go talk to him. I heard him say that the lease for the fish pond still has about 15 years left. Plus, it's located next to the highway and has a 3-acre vegetable patch. Jiang Miao thought this was a good idea. Brother-in-law, please talk to Lin Jianxi about acquiring the 3 acres of vegetable patch as well. Under 1,500 yuan per acre, take your pick. Under 1,500 yuan? No problem. I talked to him. He has 2 sons in school, and the investment from a few years ago hasn't paid off yet, so he'd definitely be willing to sell. Then I trouble you, brother-in-law. We're family, why be so polite? The two chatted for a while. Jiang Miao then rode home, carrying the plastic bucket. The dozen or so glass water tanks at home had been reactivated. The oxygenator continued to run, gurgling bubbles rising in the artificial seawater. Since the eels were already mature, the feed didn't require any elaborate adjustments. Jiang Miao placed the 20 or so newly caught eels into the tanks. He used the identification panel to check the condition of the eels. Only when he found no major problems did he put labels on them and write the date. After lunch, Jiang Miao ordered a large batch of veterinary nutrients from Taobao.com. Having carefully researched the 3 essential algae, he discovered that the nutrients provided by 2 of them could be replaced with artificial nutrients. As for the remaining algae, Jiang Miao discovered a substitute, but there was no artificial alternative. He could only use duckweed. Duckweed, a wild vegetable, is widely distributed throughout China, so Jiang Miao didn't buy it online. Instead, he had his mother go to the river that afternoon to harvest a dozen pounds of it. Not having to cultivate algae specifically reduced the hassle. At 2:30 p.m., Jiang Miao drove his electric scooter back to the city. He met with a sales representative from the agency he had agreed to work with, obtained a copy of his ID and some documents that required pre-signatures, and then handed over the company registration. The company's name was simple: Helyafing Agricultural Technology Company. Its main business was aquaculture and processing, fruit and vegetable cultivation and processing, agricultural technology services, and agricultural technology research and development. But with a name, all that was needed was an office location. This was also something the registration agency had asked him to do quickly. He didn't go home, but headed for Magong Town. He arrived directly at the entrance of the seaside resort on the south side of Magong Town. Hello, is this Mr. Li? I'm Jiang Miao. We had an appointment last night. It's me. Are you Mr. Jiang? Yes, I'm right at the resort entrance. Okay, I'll be right down. A moment later, a middle-aged man with a bald head hurried down, greeting them as he walked. Welcome, Mr. Jiang. Come up to my office for tea. Okay. In the second-floor office. Boss Jiang, isn't this place nice? The location is nice, but the traffic is terrible. Local consumption in Magong isn't strong enough, and with the fishing ban, it's hard to cover expenses with just outside visitors. Boss Li smiled wryly. Yes, but the price is negotiable. The rent is 15,000 yuan a month. I still have 7 years left on my previous contract. Boss Jiang, please consider it. After all, it's such a large place. I give you these tables, chairs, and kitchen utensils for free. How about this? 150,000 yuan a year. Deal. I print the contract right away. Boss Li agreed immediately, as if afraid Jiang Miao would run away. Jiang Miao actually knew the ins and outs of this resort very well. After all, his sister had worked as a cashier there. 19 years ago, the resort's business was barely doing well, but then it went downhill, and now it can't even cover its daily expenses. Soon, the contract was printed. Jiang Miao rented the seaside resort for 150,000 yuan per year for 7 years, with a deposit of 50,000 yuan. Since the resort was already partially closed, only Bosley, his brother-in-law, and a disabled security guard remained. After a preliminary handover, Jiang Miao received the keys and met with the security guard, Lao Ke, who explained some details. The seaside resort is approximately 150 meters long and 100 meters wide, covering approximately 15,000 square meters. In the center is a 3-story restaurant, 100 meters long and 20 meters wide, with a total floor area of approximately 6,000 square meters. The restaurant's main entrance is on the north side, with a large parking lot at the entrance. Behind the restaurant is a large open space and a pavilion, previously used for outdoor dining. To the south of the open space lies the beach of Magong Town. Jiang Miao took photos of the rental contract and other documents and sent them to the salesperson at the registration agency via WeChat. After deciding on the company's office location, the next step was to recruit some employees and set up a makeshift team. He did a rough calculation and concluded that he needed to hire 1 person in finance, 1 in logistics, 1 in purchasing, 1 in legal, and Lao Ke, the security guard, for a total of 5 employees. Of course, that was for the company. The farm would initially need at least 5 or 6 people, including his brother-in-law. After finishing all that, he had just returned home when his brother-in-law, Zhang Xincheng, called. Meow, it's done. 80 mu, approximately 16 acres, of fish ponds, 3 mu, approximately 16 acres, of vegetable plots, and 1 mu, approximately 16 acres, of land, a total of 84 mu, approximately 1,300 yuan per mu. However, Lin Jianxi wants us to pay a year's rent first. Okay, come over tomorrow at noon, and I take you to sign the agreement. Thank you, brother-in-law. You're welcome. Chapter 7. March 27th. With Qingming Festival approaching, the weather had grown somewhat gloomy. It had been nearly 6 or 7 days since Jiang Miao had acquired the eel farm and the Magong Resort restaurant. These days, he and his brother-in-law had split up, handling various matters at both sites. Today, he drove his electric scooter to the resort restaurant. As soon as Lao Ke saw him, he opened the electric barrier. Boss, good morning. Where's Iong? He's moving things on the 2nd floor. I'm on the phone. Jiang Miao picked up WeChat and made a call. Dong, dong, dong. Hello, boss, are you here? I'm at the front door, come down. Okay. Soon, a burly young man with a buzz cut hurried down from the restaurant's main entrance. This man was Lao Ke's son, Kuyong, about the same age as Jiang Miao. He had enlisted in the army after high school and, after retiring, had faced unexpected circumstances in recent years, leaving him unemployed for over a year. Originally planning a fishing trip, Jiang Miao was looking for a driver and bodyguard, so old Ke recommended his son, Kuyong. Jiang Miao asked his brother-in-law about Kuyong and learned that he was a relatively honest man with no bad habits, so he hired him. Yong, get in. Let's go to Pubian Town. Okay. Jiang Miao parked the electric scooter at the resort restaurant, and the two of them took a Didi to Pubian Town. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Great Wall Motors dealership. The saleswoman, noticing their ordinary attire, didn't react with a smile, but instead greeted them with a smile. Are you two looking for a car? I like a diesel Shanghai Pao, the light enjoyment version. Jiang Miao went straight to the point, not even giving the other party a chance to introduce themselves. The saleswoman's smile grew even more charming. We can offer discounted car loans. Jiang Miao was very direct, no full payment. Can the paperwork be done in an hour? The saleswoman, though a little disappointed, knew that selling a car was a good deal, so she naturally didn't refuse. It can be done in an hour, but it's only a temporary license plate. Do you have any requirements for the license plate number? No, just don't use numbers with unpleasant pronunciations. Okay, please wait here for a moment. The two sat down. The other saleswoman quickly inquired, what would you like to drink? We have tea, coffee, soft drinks, and matcha cake. A bottle of mineral water will be fine. Me too, Kuyong said. No problem, just a moment. In less than an hour, all the paperwork was completed, but the license plate would have to wait about a week before being installed at the dealership. After paying 260,000 yuan for miscellaneous items, they took possession of the car. Jiang Miao took the keys and handed one to Kuyong. Iong, you drive from now on. Okay, boss. Kuyong nodded. After getting in the car, Boss, are you going back to Magong? To Sanma Road in the city. Kuyong shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator, and the pickup truck sped away. Two salesgirls waved goodbye at the entrance of the 4S store. One of the salesgirls rubbed her shoulders as she watched the pickup truck drive away. I don't understand the world of the rich. Buying a car is like buying groceries. Are you thinking of marrying into a wealthy family? Yes. But he doesn't even look at me. Haha, stop dreaming. You'd be lucky to have a customer like that. The pickup truck drove along Shanmei Avenue toward the city. Half an hour later, Jiang Miao took Kuyong to a large clothing store on Sanmalu. Yong, I pay today. Pick out 3 suits and leather shoes for yourself. Boss, that's not necessary, is it? Don't be polite. You're my driver, the face of me and the company. How can I take you out to work if you don't dress nicely? Kuyong finally realized, thank you. I'm sorry for the expense, boss. Jiang Miao also picked out 5 or 6 suits for himself. After all, clothes make the man. He was planning to recruit some employees in a few days, and if he dressed too casually, people would doubt the strength of the Halyafeng company. He bought 8 suits and 8 pairs of leather shoes, spending nearly 40,000 yuan in total. The clothing store owner also gave him a lot of gifts. After getting dressed, Jiang Miao sat in the car and made a phone call. Hey, brother Yao, we're going out for lunch. Where are you? I pick you up. Lunch? Sure, I'm at the store on Jinping Road. Okay, I'll be right there. In less than half an hour, a pickup truck appeared in front of a hardware store on Jinping Road. Rolling down the window, Jiang Miao called out, Brother Yao, I'm here. The middle-aged, square-faced man carrying the iron pipe turned and looked at the pickup truck before realizing what was happening. Hey kid, take a taxi. Wait for me. This man was Jiang Miao's cousin, Jiang Miao. Meiji, you watch the store. Miao and I are going to lunch. Go ahead. The short-haired woman holding the child waved. The cousin, dressed in a new outfit, ran over with a small leather bag, tossing Kuyong another cigarette. Sorry to have kept the driver waiting. Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. Brother Yao, this is my car. Ion doesn't smoke. As soon as he got in, his cousin was stunned. Did you buy a car? I just picked it up today. The two chatted. Kuyong, on the other hand, drove intently. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at Guanhai Villa near Jincheng Bay. They booked a private room. Jiang Miao poured his cousin a cup of tea. Have some tea, Brother Yao. You're so lucky. Brother Yao, how's business been lately? The cousin shook his head, a look of frustration on his face. You know, there aren't many projects. Your sister-in-law's hardware store isn't doing well, and I can't take on many. I have 2 projects. If Brother Yao thinks they're suitable, I give them to you. The cousin immediately became interested. What projects? One is a renovation project for an eel farm. I'm planning to build an indoor farm, covering approximately 10 mu, approximately 16 acres. It'd be a 1-story steel structure with insulation and constant temperature and humidity equipment. It'd also require a breeding pond and a water recycling system. After hearing these requirements, the cousin began to ponder. The other project is the renovation of the Magong Resort Restaurant. This one's a bit simpler. We convert the 3rd floor rooms into dormitories, the 2nd floor rooms into offices, and the 1st floor into a staff cafeteria and reception hall. Did you rent the resort restaurant? Jiang Miao nodded. Magong is a good location. Other locations are either too small or too expensive. My cousin thought for a moment and said, renovating the resort restaurant is no problem. It doesn't include appliances. If it doesn't require a major layout change, adding partitions, repainting the walls, installing plumbing, and some soft furnishings, the cost, including labor and materials, is around 500,000 yuan. Okay. Jiang Miao knew the price was quite reasonable. However, his cousin frowned and continued, I can't take care of the entire eel farm. I can't make the specialized equipment, but I can help you find a contractor who specializes in this area. Is that so? Sure. Then I have to trouble Brother Yao for help. The cousin took a sip of tea and said, You're welcome. Just look after me, and I definitely help you get things done. Soon, the dishes arrived. Let's eat first, and chat while we eat. After eating for over an hour, he drove his cousin back to the hardware store. After a busy day, Jiang Miao asked Kuyong to drive back to the resort restaurant. He didn't drive the pickup truck back to the village, but instead drove his electric scooter home. He planned to have a good talk with his parents that evening about the next steps. Chapter 8. In the evening, the sun set in the west. Mom prepared a plate of stir-fried spinach. It's time to eat. Jiang Miao went to the kitchen to get the dishes. Dad, having just finished his shower, was fanning himself with the TV on. He gave each of his parents a bowl of rice. Miao, have you been running around these days? Have you been delivering food again? Jiang Dehai picked up a pig's trotter. No, I won the lottery a few days ago, and went to Yancheng to claim the money. Wang Qiuyue's eyes widened. You won the lottery? How much? Over 10 million. Jiang Miao took a mouthful of rice. Buddha bless you. Wang Qiuyue quickly clasped her hands together and prayed. Jiang Miao was helpless, but he had no choice but to change the subject given the stubbornness of the older generation. I've been setting up a company these days. What company? Jiang Dehai asked quickly. We're in aquaculture. The company's already registered, and the office is in Magong Resort. I had my brother-in-law rent over 80 acres of fish ponds in Yinqing Village. Aquaculture? Jiang Dehai's face hesitated. Wang Qiuyue noticed her husband's concern, but when she thought of her son's over 10 million yuan, she calmed down. If Miao wants to start a business, let him give it a try. Aquaculture doesn't cost a lot of money. Otherwise, delivering food all day wouldn't be a good idea. Dad. Mom. Don't worry. My company still needs management. You should get your household affairs in order as soon as possible. Stop growing vegetables, and come help me run the company. Jiang Dehai, also worried about his son being scammed, nodded. I come to Magong to help you after I finish harvesting this season's vegetables. Mom, I found a local woman in Magong to take care of the company's kitchen and sanitation. Can you help me too? Okay, wait until your dad's arrangements are complete, and then we go together. Wang Qiuyue naturally wanted to help her son. In fact, Jiang Miao arranged for the two elders to work at the company, partly to change their lifestyles, and partly to reduce their workload. If they continued farming, the workload would be too intense, and their schedules would be irregular, and their diets unhealthy. Directly asking the elderly to change their lifestyles wouldn't be a priority, and they might even rebel. So, Jiang Miao employed a roundabout tactic, using the excuse that the company needed help to move his parents out of their hometown. By the way, Dad, Mom, don't tell anyone about my lottery win, or they get jealous. Jiang Dehai was naturally aware of the village's customs. I know. Let's eat. Wang Qiuyue reminded him. The family ate and chatted. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Miao rode his electric scooter out again. A dozen minutes later, they arrived at the farm in Shiomachi village. My brother-in-law and 3 middle-aged local men were repairing the dams of the fish ponds. He greeted them, and then went to the iron shed at the farm. About half an hour later, a Dongfeng pickup truck appeared at the farm gate. Brother Yao, this way. Jiang Yao and 2 dark-skinned middle-aged men got out of the car. Miao, this is Old Huang. His company provides factory equipment. Old Huang, a burly man with small, almost expressionless eyes, took out a business card and handed it over. Jiang Miao took it and said, Hello, Mr. Huang. Mr. Jiang is young and promising. I'm only a few years older, Old Huang said with a smile. Jiang Miao didn't engage in idle chatter. Instead, he pointed to the large vegetable patch and said, Boss Huang, I'm planning to build an indoor eel farm, covering approximately 10 mu. Last night, Yao told me, according to your requirements, let's do this. Yao will be responsible for the infrastructure, and you can negotiate the specific price. I build the supporting facilities. You need a water circulation system, a water temperature control system, a salinity control system, an industrial refrigeration system, a disinfection system. The two discussed each point one by one. After outlining his requirements, Old Huang calculated in his notebook. The total is 3.68 million. Forget the odds. Let's just say 3.6 million. What do you think, Boss Jiang? If you have any questions about this quote, you can always contact other companies. My price is relatively low in the industry. I only make 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Okay, Boss Huang, please prepare the contract. That's great. Boss Jiang, let's have lunch together. Sure, let's go to Guanhai Villa near Jinqing Bay. Jiang Miao then negotiated a price with his cousin Jiang Miao, contracting the project for 500,000 yuan per acre, for a total of 5 million yuan. The price was reasonable. After all, it was a 10-acre, 1-story steel-structured factory building, plus leveling, plumbing, and insulation, averaging around 750 yuan per square meter. Jiang Miao didn't care much about his cousin's desire to make money. If the business wasn't profitable, no matter how good the relationship was, it wouldn't last. Brother Yao, Magong is prone to typhoons, so quality must be guaranteed. It's best to have a structure facing the sea, so it won't be too exposed to the wind. Jiang Yao patted his chest. Don't worry, brother, I absolutely give it my all and build you an indestructible factory. When can we start work? Tomorrow, but we have to fill the land first. After all, there's only a little over 4 acres of vacant land here, and filling 6 acres of fish ponds will take about 2 weeks. Old Huang chimed in. It's estimated that the infrastructure will be completed in about 4 months. Have a Yao contact me a month in advance. I need to order equipment and materials in advance. No problem. After agreeing on the farm project, Jiang Miao asked Kuyong to pick him up, and they went to lunch. In the afternoon, he and Kuyong returned to the resort restaurant. In the second-floor office, Jiang Miao made a table outlining recent expenses. Resort restaurant rent, 200,000 yuan, including a 50,000 yuan deposit, 150,000 yuan per year. Resort restaurant renovation costs, 500,000 yuan. Eel farm rent, 109,200 yuan, 1,300 yuan per acre per year. Eel farm foundation work, 5 million yuan, 10 acres. Eel farm supporting facilities, 3.6 million yuan, 10 mu. Patent application agency fee, 80,000 yuan, including 8 invention patents. Company registration agency fee, 6,000 yuan. Car purchase, 260,000 yuan. Travel to Hong Kong and Macau, 80,000 yuan. Shopping, 40,000 yuan. Total, 9.8752 million yuan. As for his previous income, delivery salary and savings, 73,000 yuan. Scratch-off lottery winnings, 400,000 yuan. Winnings from Haojing spinach, 24.84 million yuan. Total income, 25.313 million yuan. Current balance, 15.4378 million yuan. Of the remaining funds, besides 5 million yuan for working capital, there is still about 10 million yuan available. He estimated the next expenditures. To quickly expand, relying solely on the hundreds of eels in my family's and my brother-in-law's fish ponds wasn't enough, so we had to purchase mature eels from other farms. The current price offered by eel farms is around 50 yuan per kilogram, and a mature white eel weighs approximately 1.5 to 2 kilograms. The farm's remaining 74 mu, approximately 16 acres, of open-air fish ponds can hold an average of 800 to 1,000 mature white eels per mu. Based on a standard of 1,000 eels per mu, 74 mu would require 74,000 mature eels. At 80 yuan per eel, this translates to a procurement cost of 5.92 million yuan. The subsequent costs of feed, medication, and other expenses are also substantial. But all this investment is worthwhile. This year, the average import price of glass eel fry is 31,000 yuan per kilogram. On average, each kilogram of glass eel fry contains approximately 10,000 to 15,000 glass eels, or perhaps only a few thousand, as the average weight of a glass eel is around 0.1 gram. A female eel can produce an average of 1,600 eggs, and in artificial breeding facilities, the survival rate is around 90%. This means that 10 female eels can produce about 1 kilogram of eel fry. However, after spawning, the female eels die soon after. To increase economic efficiency, Jiang Miao plans to build a small factory and purchase a canning line to process the spawned eels directly into canned eels. A small canning line, including the space, would cost around 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. Thankfully, Magong Town was once a prosperous fishing port with several small seafood processing plants, so building one should be relatively straightforward. Chapter 9. After the Qingming Festival Ancestral Worship. April 7th, near noon. Jiang Miao and Kuyong drove to Liantong Village in the city center. On the north side of Liantong Village, the pickup truck slowly drove into the gate of Shanmei Vocational and Technical College. He had already contacted the college a few days ago, so he had no trouble entering. They parked near the cafeteria. Opening the car door, Jiang Miao and Kuyong worked together to carry folding tables and chairs, recruitment banners, and other items. They found a spot with a pavilion near the cafeteria and set up their items. Since it was almost noon, many students had already finished classes and were walking in groups toward the cafeteria. Once the recruitment banners were unfurled, many passing students noticed them. Jiang Miao and Kuyong were dressed very formally, which piqued the interest of many recent graduates. Soon, 3 students mustered the courage to approach. Kuyong quickly stood up and handed the other person the recruitment flyer. "Student, if you're interested, you can send your resume to our email address or bring it here for an interview. Looking for one person each in finance, purchasing, logistics, legal affairs, secretarial work, and sales? Requirements are as follows." The student looked for a moment and saw nothing that matched his major. Soon, another student approached to inquire. They were 2 pretty girls. One of them, wearing glasses, held up the recruitment flyer and asked, "Your company doesn't require work experience for the finance position, right?" Jiang Miao smiled. "You're recruiting here on campus, and you're still asking for work experience? Isn't that asking for it? What's your major?" "I'm a junior in big data and financial management," the girl with glasses quickly replied. "Do you have any ideas? If so, you can fill out some simple information." Jiang Miao handed over a blank resume. As soon as the girl with glasses took it, the long-haired girl next to her whispered, "Jingjing, you have to think carefully. Magong Town is not the city. I want to give it a try. After all, jobs are hard to find these days." Seeing her friend's determined expression, the long-haired girl couldn't persuade her any further. "Okay." Soon, the girl with glasses filled out the basic information. Jiang Miao took it and flipped through it. Yi Meijing, 21, from Meicheng, Lingnan Province, majoring in big data and financial management. You have good qualifications. You've seen the salary at our company, 4,500 yuan, with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and food and accommodation included. If there are no other issues, I can handle the onboarding procedures for you. However, you need to take time this week to get a pre-employment physical exam. The company will reimburse the fees. I'm accepted? Yi Meijing looked bewildered, clearly not expecting to be accepted so quickly. Jiang Miao asked bluntly, "I'm busy, no time for jokes." "What's your response?" "I agree," Yi Meijing nodded. "Okay, you're halfway on the job now. Take the flyers and go distribute them." Jiang Miao handed her a stack of flyers. Yi Meijing hadn't expected the job to arrive so soon, and she took the flyers in a daze. An afternoon passed. Jiang Miao had recruited the necessary staff. They were Secretary Li Wenna, a 21-year-old from Chaozhou, majoring in secretarial work. Purchasing Wang Feng, a 20-year-old from Xiwen, majoring in business administration. Logistics Kong Guakai, a 21-year-old from Luhe, majoring in business administration. Sales representative Li Zhou, a 21-year-old marketing major from Puqian, is unavailable for legal services at this time, as Shamei Vocational and Technical College doesn't offer a law program. He can only search online to find suitable hires. The sun sets. The 5 recruits, along with Jiang Miao and Qiyong, pack up their belongings. To celebrate everyone joining Halyafing, I treat everyone to dinner and then show you around the office. "Thank you, boss." The new employees knew Jiang Miao was the boss. Because there wasn't enough room in the pickup truck, Li Zhou and Kong Guakai had to ride in the back. Jiang Miao didn't choose a place too far away. On nearby Honghai Avenue, he found a private room at a food stall-style restaurant called Zinminjiwen. After ordering, Jiang Miao picked up his teacup and said, "I just started my own business, and you all just started working too. The company is still in its early stages, so the salaries are average. I hope you don't mind. I won't bother with the flatbread, but I treat you well with food and accommodation." "Boss, you're welcome," Li Zhou said with a smile, taking a sip. "Boss, what does our company do?" Kong Guakai asked curiously. "We're in aquaculture and seafood processing, and our main focus right now is eel." Just then, a waiter arrived with a large plate of braised eel. Jiang Miao picked up his chopsticks and said, "That's the fish." "Eel? Is that the kind of eel you get at Japanese restaurants with kabayaki?" Yi Meijing raised her glasses. Li Wenna agreed, "It should be. Eel should be very expensive. I once ate at a Japanese restaurant, and just 5 or 6 pieces of eel cost 50 or 60 yuan. The meal allowed both sides to get to know each other better. It was a little after 8 p.m. The group arrived at the entrance of the resort restaurant in Magong. Olga saw the pickup truck and knew the boss had returned, so he quickly opened the barrier. "We're here." After getting out of the car, everyone was confused by the sign that read Resort Restaurant. Jiang Miao explained, "The company just rented this place and is currently undergoing renovations. The sign will be replaced in a few days." Entering the lobby, Qiyong quickly went over to turn on the lights. The brightly lit lobby was filled with various renovation materials and tools. The 5 new employees, like curious babies, observed everything. Jiang Miao led them up to the 3rd floor. After over a week of renovations, the 12 rooms on the 3rd floor were largely finished, only needing cabinets, beds, and other items. "Wang Feng, Guakai, you start purchasing a batch of metal bookshelves, bed frames, mattresses, sheets, and so on tomorrow for all 12 rooms. Meijing, you need to start managing the finances." Li Wenna, already taking notes in a small notebook, had gotten into her role. "Boss, can we buy online?" Wang Feng asked. "Yes, but we have to ensure the quality. I definitely pay attention to the quality, Wang Feng nodded. Jiang Miao turned and instructed, Wenna, I give Mei Jing 10,000 yuan later. Take them, including Iong, to the hospital for a checkup. Okay, leave it to me. After explaining some things, the group walked for a while on the beach behind the restaurant. In the pavilion on the embankment, Li Wenna felt the cool, fishy sea breeze and said, this place is not bad. It's quieter than the city, and the scenery is pretty good. After all, it used to be a resort, so the scenery must be nice, Yi Meijing stretched. This place is perfect for retirement, Wang Feng joked with a smile. Yi Meijing raised her glasses. But the boss is quite wealthy, renting such a nice place right from the start. Li Zhou expressed some concern. The eel industry is quite difficult. Many people in my hometown raise eels, but the returns are average. Let's not worry about it. It's the boss's business, Wang Feng shrugged. A little after 10 o'clock that evening, Jiang Miao asked Kuyong to take Yi Meijing and the others back to the college in the city. Jiang Miao drove his electric scooter back to his hometown in Xianxiang. Back home, he saw his uncle and his family, who had returned from Hong Kong to pay respects to their ancestors. Uncle and aunt, long time no see. Uncle Jiang Dai asked, somewhat reproachfully, Miao, why did you leave so hastily the last time you went to Hong Kong? Didn't you have something urgent to do? Dad. Mom. You stay with uncle and aunt. I'm going to take a shower. Knowing that he disliked his aunt, Dad waved his hand. Go ahead. Chapter 10. In the blink of an eye, it was April 20th. After more than 10 days of adjustment, the newlyweds had begun to adjust to the work rhythm. At the same time, the original large rooftop sign of the resort restaurant was removed and replaced with a large red sign for the Haliafeng Agricultural Technology Company. The second floor, originally used as a wedding banquet hall, now also houses the owner's office, a utility room, and 2 accompanying bathrooms. Jiang Miao and his cousin Jiang Miao inspected the second floor together. Miao, according to your idea, this hall should be converted into an office hall. The tables and chairs that had previously served as the restaurant were removed, and small desks were created using aluminum and acrylic panels. Aluminum frames and glass were used as partition walls to divide the hall into 6 larger offices. 3 new offices were located on the north and south sides, with a corridor running down the middle. In addition, each office was equipped with storage racks and coat racks. Not bad. As long as you're satisfied. Jiang Miao turned and asked, how long will the first floor renovation take? About a month. Mainly because the kitchen is too big, and part of the kitchen wall needs to be chiseled out and remortared. Adding new walls and glass sliding doors will take about a month. Then please hurry up, Brother Yao. Don't worry, I work overtime, so it won't delay your June opening. How's the farm going? The 6-acre fish pond has been filled, and the 4-acre vacant land has a foundation. Underground pipes are being laid, and the pond is being built. The ground pouring will begin in 2 weeks, and the steel frame installation will begin in mid-May. The people from the steel structure factory came a few days ago to take measurements, and the steel components will be delivered soon. Jiang Miao nodded. That's good. Beep beep. Jiang Miao picked up the phone and looked at him sheepishly. Miao, I have an appointment to discuss tarpaulin, so I need to go downtown. No problem. Go ahead and get busy. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Okay, I'd be leaving now. After his cousin left, Kuyong, Li Zhou, and Wang Feng returned. Li Zhou and Wang Feng had both gained a significant tan. They've been mainly buying eels these days. Boss, here's today's purchase list. Take a look. Wang Feng handed him a handwritten receipt and a list. Jiang Miao looked at it for a moment. We bought 350 kilograms of white eels today, 43 yuan per kilogram. Not bad. Adding to the previous purchases, we bought almost 5,000 kilograms, but it's still not enough. Wang Feng said helplessly, Boss, we already visited all the eel farms near Haliafeng. The ones that remain are either too small or too expensive. Just then, Li Zhou said somewhat sheepishly, Boss, how about we go to my hometown of Putian to buy? There are quite a few eel farms there, and the prices are lower than in Chaos Han. Southern Fujian? Sure, you can go there together. Jiang Miao turned to Li Wenna. Wenna, write a travel budget for Li Zhou and Wang Feng later. 30,000 yuan. We can add more later if it's less. No problem. Li Wenna took note of the matter. Jiang Miao then looked at Kuyong. Iong, you drive there with Wang Feng and Li Zhou. No problem. Kuyong nodded. Wang Feng inquired about the purchase quantity. Boss, how many eels do you want to buy? Right now, 5,000 kilograms of eels are only enough for 3 mu of fish ponds. The farm still has 71 mu of fish ponds left. Each mu of fish pond needs about 1,500 kilograms, so we need to purchase at least 100,000 kilograms. 100,000 kilograms, Wang Feng said nervously. But don't rush. We can finish the purchase before July. Jiang Miao suddenly remembered something. Oh, you're going to southern Fujian anyway, so why not buy some eels in the 3 cities of Chaos Han? Okay, Wang Feng nodded. After Jiang Miao finished arranging his work, he went straight home. He had already used all 15 aquaculture tanks at home, having cleared out all the eels from his brother-in-law's pond over the past few days. 15 tanks, a total of 150 eels. He sorted the eels into groups and added the feed, nutrients, and medications that had already arrived, as well as the duckweed he had secretly asked his father to purchase near Pubian Town. The room was remodeled, air conditioning was added, and a small water temperature regulator and salinity sensor were installed. After everything was ready, Jiang Miao began targeted feeding a week ago, asking his parents to help watch the tank when he was away. After a week of targeted feeding, Jiang Miao, through the identification panel, discovered that the accumulation of special nutrients in the eels had more than doubled compared to before. At this rate of accumulation, it would take about 8 weeks to reach the critical point of sexual transformation and reproduction. This rate was the fastest Jiang Miao had achieved since the adjustments. After all, the eel's daily food intake was limited, and there was also the issue of eutrophication of the water body to consider. In other words, it takes at least 65 days for a mature white eel to artificially increase its accumulation of specialized nutrients and reach the critical point of sex change and reproduction. This is already about 10 times faster than wild eels in the wild. Wild eels cannot have sufficient food every day, and even that food cannot contain all the nutrients necessary to synthesize specialized ingredients. This is also the advantage of artificial breeding. The reason why artificial eel breeding technology has been slow to progress is that human research on eels is still not in-depth and comprehensive enough. Jiang Miao saw the essence of eel reproduction at a glance, and working backwards to develop the technology was naturally very easy. Jiang Miao recorded today's data and fine-tuned the feed formula again. In the yard, my father returned on a tricycle, carrying a dozen bags of duckweed. Miao, you're back so early today? I'm done with work at the company, and came back to check on the eels. This is 1,000 kilograms of duckweed. Should be enough for a week, right? Jiang Miao unpacked the bag, revealing fresh duckweed. That's enough for 10 days. Add to the dozen or so bags from before, and it lasts for half a month. That's good, but does this duckweed really work? Jiang Dehai was very skeptical of its effectiveness. Jiang Miao didn't explain, but instead brought up another matter. Dad, I need more duckweed. Buying it alone might not be enough. Let's plant duckweed in our fields. Duckweed? Sure, I harvested all the vegetables, and only have 2 rows of cucumbers left. Jiang Miao thought for a moment and said, my eldest aunt has a field near the reservoir. Dad, why don't you convince her to plant duckweed? I buy 10 kilograms for 1 yuan. Well, she wouldn't make much money growing anything else, so planting duckweed might be a good idea. Jiang Dehai knew his eldest sister well. After they got married, her husband died while driving a motorcycle. Since she had no sons, he and his family drove her away. She quickly divorced after her second marriage. A few years ago, her daughter also married out, and now lives alone in the village. Growing duckweed isn't difficult. As long as you have paddy fields, you can plant and harvest them without replanting. This perennial, semi-aquatic weed boasts a high yield, easily yielding several thousand kilograms per mu. Given the Lingnan climate, 5 or 6 harvests are possible annually. My aunt's paddy fields near the reservoir, in addition to her own, also includes some given to her by her uncle from Xiangjiang, total about 2 mu. Jiang Miao, anticipating the long-term need for duckweed, naturally took precautions to help those close to him. Chapter 11. Time flies. Amidst the hustle and bustle, June 27th arrived unnoticed. Li Zhou, Ke Yong, and Wang Feng, who had been away on business for over 2 months, returned to the company the day before yesterday. The renovation of the resort headquarters was completed 2 weeks ago. My mother and Aunt Zhang, who was in charge of the kitchen, prepared the sweet soup. Everyone at the company gathered. Jiang Miao stood at the gate and pulled down the company nameplate draped in red cloth. My father lit firecrackers. Crackle. The firecrackers blasted, and the employees applauded. Since Jiang Miao didn't know many people, his cousin Jiang Miao, Mr. Huang from the equipment contracting company, and the former owner of the resort restaurant sent flower baskets for the grand opening. After the firecrackers died down, Jiang Miao took a stack of red envelopes and distributed them to all the employees. "Boss, you're so generous." "Thank you, boss. I wish you a prosperous business." "Thank you, boss." Big profit. The red envelopes of 200 yuan each brought smiles to everyone's faces. After distributing the red envelopes, Jiang Miao led everyone to the large conference room on the left side of the first floor lobby. The large conference room had over 100 seats. At this point, there were less than 20 people sitting there. From the company headquarters, Mom, cleaning, Anli, kitchen, Li Wenna, secretary, Yi Meijing, finance, Wang Feng, purchasing, Kong Wakai, logistics, Li Zhou, sales, Ku Yong, driver, and Lao Ku, security. From the farm branch, Dad, security, brother-in-law, farm management, an electrician, for breeders, a batcher, and a truck driver. Including himself, there were 19 people in total. Jiang Miao stood at the podium and said, "You are all the backbone of this company. Today, I will talk about our future development plans. The company's main business will be selling eel fry and canning eels. Therefore, we split up our efforts. Manager Zhang will be in charge of the farm." My brother-in-law, Zhang Xinqing, nodded and replied with a smile, "Okay, boss. I manage the eel cannery, while also hiring some new people. For other tasks, you follow your previous division of labor. Now, have a bowl of sweet soup. I wish the company a prosperous opening and everyone a happy future." Pa pa pa. Everyone applauded. Then Mom and Antley wheeled over a large pot of sweet soup on a cart. Each person received a bowl of the sweet soup, similar to a treasure porridge. After drinking the sweet soup, Jiang Miao called Dad and brother-in-law to his office. "Dad, brother-in-law, I leave the farm to you. In a few days, once the equipment in the indoor farm is ready, we can begin our first experiment." Zhang Xincheng was a little nervous at this point. "Miao, how confident are you?" "Don't worry. The fish back home have already become females. It's just that the equipment isn't good enough to simulate the ocean environment. Using the equipment in the indoor farm shouldn't be a big problem." Seeing Jiang Miao's confident expression, Zhang Xincheng still had some doubts, but he could only secretly pray that everything went smoothly. Dad was also a little worried, but he didn't say anything. Early the next morning after the opening, Jiang Miao, along with Kuyong and Li Wenna, arrived at the Magong fishing port. Soon, they parked their pickup truck in front of a small fish jerky factory. He made a phone call. Soon, a middle-aged man from the factory opened the large iron gate. "Are you Boss Jiang?" Jiang Miao extended his hand. "I'm Jiang Miao." "Hello, Boss Lin." The two shook hands. "Boss Jiang, let's go inside and talk." "Okay." The group walked into the small factory. It wasn't large, only about 450 square meters, but fortunately it had 4 floors and a small 150 square meter drying area in the back. It was conveniently located next to the main port road, and the farm and resort headquarters were only a 10-minute walk away. But aside from some large stoves, large iron pots, and a construction elevator, there wasn't much else inside. It looked like it had been abandoned for a year or two. "Boss Jiang, to be honest, I used to sell fish jerky here, but business has been slow in recent years, and with the fishing ban, I couldn't make much money a year, so I stopped production for over a year. This place is nice. How about the property rights?" Boss Lin smiled and said, "I bought this place a while ago, and the property rights are rural residential land. Since it's your own land, Boss Lin, let me be frank. Although it faces the street, it's impossible to open a shop there." Boss Lin looked helpless. "That's true. So, we can't negotiate the price based on a shop, but rather the factory price. How about this? Boss Jiang, I exclude the vacant land out back, and you can use the elevator. I charge you 10 yuan per square meter, so 18,000 yuan a month. That's too high. 8 yuan. After hearing the price, Boss Lin thought for a moment and nodded. 8 yuan is 8 yuan, but the contract must be signed for at least 3 years, and I also collect a deposit of over a year. Sign for 5 years. Plus a 50% penalty, okay? 5 years? Boss Lin didn't object. He knew Magong Town was struggling economically, and even if he took back the site, it would be difficult to rent it out. Dried fish jerky wasn't going to work either, so he agreed. The two sides agreed, and Jiang Miao carefully inspected the building inside and out. He found no major problems, except that the toilet pipes were a little small and prone to clogging. Boss Lin took the draft deed for the homestead and his ID card, got in Jiang Miao's car, and arrived at the resort. Huh? So this place was bought by Boss Jiang? Jiang Miao smiled and replied, "We're just starting out." Ha ha ha, Boss Jiang is young and promising, with a bright future. They arrived at the second floor office. Winna had already prepared a contract template, and both parties quickly signed it. After receiving a 1-year deposit, Boss Lin took his leave. "Ion, give Boss Lin a ride." "No problem. Boss Jiang, you're so polite. Let's have dinner next time you're free." "Sure. Then I won't bother you, Boss Jiang." Watching the pickup truck leave, Jiang Miao returned to the office and ordered, "Winna, have Wang Feng come over." "Okay." A few minutes later, Wang Feng knocked on the door and entered. Jiang Miao was on the phone with his cousin. "Brother Yao, please arrange for someone to renovate the place as soon as possible. I send you the address and requirements on WeChat." "No problem. When do you expect to use it?" "Within a month. No major renovations. Just paint the walls, replace the toilet drain, install central air conditioning, replace the electrical wiring, and do some partitioning." "A month?" "Sure. I have people work overtime. It won't interfere with your work. You can trust me. Thank you for your help. We're family." "You're welcome." After hanging up, Jiang Miao looked at Wang Feng. "Often, how are those factories you visited?" "Boss, I think the factory in Haojiang, Chaos Han, is more suitable. Although it's a second-hand production line, it's well maintained. They previously made canned eels, so the other supporting equipment can be acquired as well. The only problem is the level of automation isn't good enough." Jiang Miao shook his head. "We're just a small cannery. Why would we need automation?" "What's their quote? Including other ancillary equipment, it's 340,000 yuan. Get it? You and Kuyong will go to Haojiang in person to receive the equipment as soon as possible and arrange for transportation." Wang Feng nodded. "Leave it to me. I'd be there tonight. Don't worry. It won't take another half day. We can go tomorrow." Chapter 12. July 1st. Jiang Miao hired 2 more salespeople, 1 purchasing manager, 1 legal affairs manager, 2 management positions, a food engineer, a truck driver, and a computer administrator. The legal affairs manager was responsible for improving the company's rules and regulations and contracts, and also served as the HR manager. The 2 managers, one responsible for managing the eel canning factory, and the other for the company's online store, were assigned to manage the company's own online store. All departments were operating smoothly. After over a week of testing, the indoor breeding equipment at the farm had completed preliminary acceptance and was finally ready for use. Jiang Miao personally led the team to transport 150 eels from his home to the farm. In the indoor breeding area of the farm, he watched as each eel was placed into the pond. Jiang Miao and his brother-in-law began adjusting the water temperature and salinity, bringing it to a level similar to that near the Mariana Trench. 50 eels were placed in each pond. It would take about 2 weeks for the eels to complete their sex change, so during this time, they needed to increase their nutritional supply and prepare special feed with added nutrients to accelerate their sex change. Jiang Miao personally oversaw all of this feed preparation and nutrient addition work. For the next 2 weeks, he remained at the farm. Even then, Wang Feng and Kuyong escorted the small canning production line and its supporting equipment back to Magong. My cousin had prepared the site for the eel canning factory and was currently installing the second-hand canning production line. July 18th. Jiang Miao came up and took another look at the eel pond. The morphologically female eels had reached reproductive age and needed stimulation from male fish to stimulate the production of female hormones. After examining the 150 eels, he discovered that 1/3 had become female. 3 days later, all 150 eels had become female. Jiang Miao adjusted the feed and nutrients and added 60 male eels to the pool to co-raise with the females. Less than 10 days later, the first female began ovulating. The remaining females followed suit. After spawning, the females were on the verge of death, so they had to be fished out and slaughtered. For the past few days, the company cafeteria has been serving eels daily, and the refrigerator has hundreds of eels frozen. Jiang Miao also took the opportunity to ask his mother and Antly to experiment with cooking eels, intending to use them as a flavor reference for the upcoming canned eel. However, Jiang Miao and the others remained in the indoor breeding area of the farm. No one dared to leave, as the 3 pools were now filled with fertilized eel eggs. Unnoticed, another week had passed. My brother-in-law yelled, "Ah Miao, look! Are those glass eels?" Jiang Miao quickly approached the pool, and sure enough, there were densely packed, translucent fish swimming in it. "Quick, arrange for someone to come and fish them out and transfer the hatched fry to the first-level pool. Great! My brother-in-law was also excited. Soon, the eel fry from the 3 pools were scooped up and transferred to the first-level pool. However, since the remaining eggs were still hatching, Zhang Xincheng assigned 2 employees to monitor the hatching pool, scooping out the hatched glass eels every hour and transferring them to the first-level pool. Jiang Miao then prepared a simulated sea snow feed, which is crucial to the glass eel's survival rate. In less than 5 days, over 95% of the approximately 240,000 eel eggs at the bottom of the hatchery pond had hatched. If these 210,000 glass eels were sold now, they would be worth around 600,000 yuan. However, as this was the first batch of fry, Jiang Miao was in no rush. And as for his brother-in-law and father, looking at the densely packed glass eels in the first-level pond, they couldn't help but smile. Zhang Xincheng was so excited he was almost at a loss for words. "Ah Miao, you're amazing. The artificial breeding technology for eels has truly been successful. What should we do next?" "No rush. Next, we need to breed the 70,000 eels in the open-air ponds in batches to ensure a steady supply of fry." Zhang Xincheng nodded. "I already arranged for ponds 1 through 5, and have been feeding them according to the recipe you gave me. It's been almost 2 months now, so they should be ready for breeding, right?" Jiang Miao nodded. "Yes, let's start moving them into the indoor breeding ponds." Suddenly, Zhang Xincheng remembered something. "Ah Miao, I'm worried we won't have enough manpower. Should we hire more people?" "5 more. "Okay," Zhang Xincheng nodded. September rolled around in a flash. The second batch of 5,000 females also successfully spawned and hatched, yielding approximately 7.6 million glass eels. At the same time, all the spawning female eels were sent to the eel canning factory for canning. The third batch of female eels also proceeded as planned. The 5,000 newly purchased mature white eels were also released into open-air ponds 1 through 5. The farms and canneries gradually entered a cycle of production. My brother-in-law, Li Zhou, and others also began selling eel fry to surrounding eel farms. Li Zhou, in particular, leveraged his connections from previous purchases of mature eels to sell eel fry to eel farms. Zhaolong Town, Helyafeng. Li Zhou and new salesman Huang Jiahao drove the company's newly purchased pickup truck to the gate of a farm. Li Zhou got out of the car and patted the large iron gate. "Old Zhao, are you there?" "Who?" "I'm Xiao Li. I came here to buy eels." The iron gate clicked, and a middle-aged, dark-skinned man poked his head out. "Huh? Isn't that Xiao Li? Looking for eels again? You're late. My latest batch of white eels has been ordered by someone else." Li Zhou waved his hand, then whispered, "Old Zhao, would you like some eel fry?" "Eel fry? Do you have connections?" Old Zhao immediately piqued his interest. "Of course. 28,000 yuan a kilogram of glass eel. Want it? So cheap?" Old Zhao was skeptical. After all, the current market price of imported glass eels is around 31,000 yuan per kilogram. Li Zhou opened the back of his pickup truck, revealing a makeshift water tank. Old Zhao checked the goods. Old Zhao quickly grabbed a small net and carefully scooped up a net. Sure enough, it was a glass eel, and they were quite large, around 0.1 grams each, and quite lively. Suddenly, Old Zhao frowned. "Little Li, it's not that I don't want them, but glass eels are difficult to raise. I always buy them from specialized companies." Li Zhou, anticipating this, smiled and held out a printed copy of glass eel farming techniques. "Old Zhao, this is the glass eel farming technique, free of charge. You can purchase the specialized feed directly from our company." "Really?" "Old Zhao, our company is in Magong. If you have any questions, you can come to us." Hearing this, Old Zhao couldn't help but feel a little tempted. He quickly asked, "Really 28,000 yuan per kilogram? And the glass eel farming technique? Why would I lie to you? If you need anything in the future, just call our company directly." Old Zhao took the business card and glanced at it. Helyafeng Agricultural Technology Company? From Magong? He folded it up and spread his fingers. "Give me 5 kilograms of fry, plus 200 kilograms of glass eel feed." Both parties prepared buckets and electronic scales. After peeling the fish, Li Zhou and his partner fished out 5.2 kilograms of glass eels from the tank and gave them to the other. "Thanks. I transferred the 140,000 yuan." Li Zhou checked the company's financial group. Yi Meijing sent a screenshot confirming receipt of the payment. She smiled and said, "Then I go to another farm. I treat you to dinner when I'm free." "No problem." Li Zhou and his partner relying on the connections they made from previous eel purchases, and some connections his brother-in-law had introduced, sold over 2 million glass eels in less than a week, along with 9 tons of eel feed. Chapter 13. Beginning in September, the Heliafing Company began selling large quantities of glass eels to surrounding areas. In less than a month, all 7.6 million glass eels were sold. The average price per glass eel was around 2.65 yuan, generating a total of 20.14 million yuan. The initial return on investment covered the initial investment. Over the next 2 months, an average of 7.6 million glass eels would be produced, meaning the farm would generate approximately 10 million yuan in monthly revenue for the company. Meanwhile, at the eel cannery, 5,000 female eels, after spawning, were slaughtered and frozen in August. In fact, the meat from these 5,000 eels only produced about 7 tons. The Heliafing eel cannery's custom canned eels are 150 grams in net weight, and at least 65% solids, meaning each can contain 100 grams of eel meat. 7 tons of eel meat can produce 70,000 cans. At the production line's efficiency, 70,000 cans of eel would only take half a month to produce. However, later, once the farm expands, the cannery will also be operating at full capacity. Jiang Miao wasn't complacent. He planned to continue expanding production, expanding the farm to 200 mu. Li Xinhua, the recently hired cannery manager, was currently experiencing a headache. The 4th floor of the cannery housed the R&D area. Manager Li Xinhua, food engineer Huang Jianye, and Aunt Li, the company's kitchen assistant, along with several assistants, were experimenting with braised eels. Over a dozen eel dishes were already displayed on the stainless steel table. These eel dishes weren't made by Aunt Li, but were purchased and packaged from various food stalls in the city. This one tastes the best. Which restaurant makes it? Li Xinhua glanced at the label. It read, Axiong Farmhouse, Nanfan Village, Pubian Town. Wang Jianye pulled out his phone and pulled up a video. I filmed their kitchen. There's a video of them making eel. Everyone watched for a moment, then looked at Aunt Li. I give it a try and see if I can make it. The whole morning passed as everyone prepared the braised eel, adjusting the ingredients and testing the flavor. It wasn't until after 8 p.m. The recipe was adjusted for the 23rd time. After rinsing his mouth, Li Xinhua picked up a chopstick and slid the eel, coated in the brown sauce, into his mouth. He savored it carefully for a moment. The taste is almost the same this time. The others rinsed their mouths as well, and picked up their chopsticks. Yeah, they're really pretty much the same. You can hardly tell the difference. A bald, middle-aged employee put down his chopsticks. There's a slight difference. That food stall uses live wild eels, while we use frozen eels. Strangely, our eels don't seem to have much of an earthy smell. Did you detect any? Andy Lee shook her head. No, I'm usually a bit sensitive to earthy smells. The eels from that food stall do have a slight earthy smell. If they weren't covered in sauce or eaten cold, the earthy smell would be very noticeable. In reality, they didn't know that although the spawning female eels discarded from the farm were frozen, they had been kept in the breeding pond for over a month, and given Jiang Miao's specially formulated feed, the earthy substances in their bodies had been largely depleted. Therefore, the earthy odor of these discarded spawning female eels is reduced to a very low level. Combined with the sauce masking the earthy odor, even those extremely sensitive to it will hardly notice it. Li Xinhua thought for a moment and said, let's do an experiment. Keep some warm, cool some, and then freeze and microwave some. Then, test a few eel dishes from food stalls and see how they compare. Okay. 2 hours later. The group compared the 3 conditions: keeping warm, cooling at room temperature, and then freezing and reheating. They also repeated the same test with 5 eel dishes from food stalls. After comparing, they noticed a clear difference. Li Xinhua concluded, food stall eels are only suitable for hot consumption. Once cooled, a distinct earthy odor will return. Our factory's eels, whether hot or cold, have no noticeable earthy odor. Manager, are you planning to use recipe 23? Huang Jianye asked. Well, let's use this recipe. But I try it in a larger pot tomorrow to see if there's any difference in taste. Huang Jianye suggested, if that's the case, I design the ingredient list as soon as possible. Okay. Less than 5 days later, on September 15th. Just before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Xinhua arrived at the company with a large box of canned eels. Jiang Miao happened to be eating in the cafeteria. Seeing Li Xinhua carrying a large box, he already guessed what it was. Manager Li, are the canned goods ready? Yes, I trial produced 3 batches over the past few days. This is fresh from today. Chairman, please try it, Li Xinhua said, pulling a yellow can from the cardboard box. Jiang Miao took the can and examined the design. It was a decent design. The can surface was painted lemon yellow. Instead of bare tinplate, it was lacquered with the Haliafeng Cannery logo and product name. The sides were also painted lemon yellow, with a spray-painted list of ingredients, nutrition facts, and the production date. Flipping it over, the bottom revealed a pull-tab lid. He inserted his finger through the tab, twisted it, and pulled it open. Inside the can was a brown sauce, chunks of eel, and a side dish of boiled peanuts. He picked up a large piece of fish with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Not bad, no noticeable earthy smell. Mom, try it. Jiang Miao handed the can to his mother, who was standing beside him. She took a piece, tasted it, and nodded. It tastes a bit like that food stall in Nanfan. Madam, we're imitating that food stall, Li Xinhua explained with a smile. Jiang Miao immediately ordered, let's produce according to this recipe. Chairman, how much do you want to charge for each can? Around market price. If that's the case, then I suggest a wholesale price of 12 yuan per can and a suggested retail price of 15 yuan. Okay, Jiang Miao nodded. In reality, he wasn't too concerned about the cannery's business. After all, canning was inherently a low-profit industry. The cost of a canned eel is considerable. The fish meat costs 3 yuan, the tinplate can cost 0.8 yuan, the packaging and printing costs 0.5 yuan, and the ingredients cost 0.8 yuan, totaling 5.1 yuan. Then, there are labor, space, equipment depreciation, utilities, transportation, and taxes. The profit per can is about 1 or 2 yuan. 7 tons of eel meat can produce 70,000 cans of eel. Even if all were sold, the profit would only be 70,000 yuan. If it weren't for the constant supply of discarded female eels from the eel farm, which were difficult to sell directly, he wouldn't have bothered to open a cannery. Jiang Miao then thought of something else. By the way, Manager Li, I have the purchasing department buy a batch and give it to all employees as Mid-Autumn Festival gifts, 1 box per person. Okay. The 3 trial runs just had some issues with the printing, so we're just using them internally. Li Xinhua nodded. That afternoon, the cannery delivered dozens of boxes of canned eels to headquarters. Jiang Miao sent a notice on WeChat for all employees to come that evening to claim their Mid-Autumn Festival gifts. A box of 24 cans of canned eels, along with a 4-pack mooncake gift box Jiang Miao had previously ordered from Suixiang Bakery in the city, and a 100 yuan red envelope, were distributed to all employees as Mid-Autumn Festival gifts. Chapter 14. Time flies, the days and months pass by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, the Mid-Autumn Festival is over. September 28th. In the first floor conference room of headquarters. The company's month-end summary meeting is held here. Li Zhou, acting head of the sales department, was the first to take the stage to report on this month's eel fry sales. Chairman, colleagues, good morning. Let me briefly report on this month's sales. The eel farm has sold approximately 7.48 million eel fry from its inventory, with a total sales price of 19.8283 million yuan, an average price of 2.65 yuan per eel. We sold 26 tons of special glass eel feed for a total sales price of 224,400 yuan, an average price of 10 yuan per kilogram. This month's turnover is 20.0527 million yuan. Clapping. Jiang Miao personally applauded. The other employees also clapped enthusiastically. Next, Zhang Sini, the head of the online store, took the stage. Perhaps it was her first time facing dozens of people, so she was a little nervous and her words stuttered. Good morning, everyone. I'm Zhang Sini from the online store. I like to report on this month's sales. Due to our company's lack of reputation, online sales of eel fry haven't been strong. However, we sold 273 cans of canned eel this month, generating 4,095 yuan in sales, an average price of 15 yuan per can. Clearly, the online store's performance wasn't even a fraction of the sales department's, which made Zhang Sini a little embarrassed. Jiang Miao didn't blame them, but smiled and said, the online store department needs to keep up the good work, but don't put too much pressure on them. After all, the company currently only has a few products. Eel fry and specialty feed aren't suitable for online sales, and canned eel alone is a bit weak, but we definitely see gradual improvement in the future. Thank you, boss, for your understanding. Zhang Sini, as if pardoned, hurried back to her seat. Jiang Miao took the stage and encouraged everyone to keep up the good work. He then announced the expansion plan. No one objected, clearly understanding that the company needed to expand quickly to grab the biggest piece of the pie before others could replicate it. However, he didn't provide a detailed expansion plan. Jiang Miao looked at the crowd and continued, everyone has worked hard these past few months. I won't offer any more empty promises. Each of the first batch of employees will receive a bonus of 1 month's salary, and the second batch will receive half a month's salary. Keep up the good work, and you receive at least 3 salaries by the end of the year. Boss, you're so generous. Long live the boss. Ah. The conference room suddenly erupted in excitement, like a market. Although Heliafeng Company was newly established, Jiang Miao attached great importance to the company's internal systems, and had spent the past few months establishing and improving them. Currently, the company divides its employees into 5 major levels, D, C, B, A, and S. Each major level is further divided into 4 sub-levels. There are 20 levels, from D1 to S4. Currently, all employees are at the D level, with D1 earning a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan, D2 earning 4,500 yuan, D3 earning 5,500 yuan, and D4 earning 6,500 yuan. The sales and online store departments receive commissions ranging from 0.1% to 2% of sales, with the percentage tied to the employee's level. For example, Li Zhou, the head of the sales department, was a key contributor this month, generating sales of 8.36 million yuan. His employee level is D3, so his commission is 0.3% of 8.36 million yuan, or 25,080 yuan in total. Including D3's base salary, Li Zhou will receive around 30,000 yuan in September. In addition to the sales department and online store, the factory and farm also have industry performance evaluations. To be more precise, every department has performance evaluations, but the standards vary. The factory and farm are evaluated based on total product sales. Other departments are evaluated based on their business performance. In the current economic climate, Heliafeng Company has managed to buck the market trend and maintain this level of salary, which is actually quite good. A starting salary of 3,500 yuan is considered average in Heliafeng, certainly not comparable to that in the Pearl River Delta. However, Jiang Miao couldn't offer a starting salary of over 10,000 yuan right away, so he could only focus on accommodation and food. At the same time, leveraging the company's initial profits, he offered a bonus to employees to reassure them and strengthen company cohesion. After the general meeting, a small meeting was naturally held. Jiang Miao summoned his brother-in-law, Li Xinhua, head of the eel canning factory, Li Zhou, Wang Feng, Jiang Haibao, legal and HR, and Yi Meijing to the chairman's office on the 2nd floor. Everyone, please be seated. After everyone was seated, Jiang Miao got straight to the point. This time, as we expand the eel farm, we prioritize proximity and acquire as many fish ponds as possible in Shiomachi village. Manager Zhang will be in charge of this. Leave it to me, his brother-in-law nodded. Jiang Miao continued, Haibao, in addition to drafting the contract, you also need to expand the company's staff, especially in sales and the farms. We're definitely short on staff. Ask other departments if they need more staff. Okay, I understand. Jiang Haibao agreed. Jiang Miao looked at the Tan Li Zhou again. Zhou, you be the sales manager. Your sales department will have at least 10 people. It will be divided into 2 offices, based on the distribution of eel farms, the domestic sales office and the international sales office. International? Boss, are we entering the international market so soon? Li Zhou was surprised. Jiang Miao nodded. That's right, and it has to be quick. We can't give other fish fry companies time to react. The core international market for eel farming is Japan, so the HR department needs to find 2 salespeople who speak Japanese. Jiang Haibao made a note of this in his notebook. In addition, the domestic region will also be divided. Currently, the preliminary divisions are Lingnan, Southern Fujian, Cheongzhou, Southern Guangxi, Eastern Zhejiang, Liuqiu, and the online region. Each physical region will have 2 to 3 sales representatives, who can also serve as buyers. The online region will be affiliated with the online store department. Jiang Miao mentioned the buyers and looked at Wang Feng. Feng, your purchasing department will also need to increase staffing. Furthermore, the domestic sales representatives will also need to align their business with your purchasing department. Understood, Wang Feng quickly replied. Meijing and the finance department will be in charge. You might not be able to handle it alone. Add 2 more people. Yes. Yi Meijing breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Haibao then wrote down the staffing needs one by one. Jiang Miao then turned to Li Xinhua and said, Manager Li, the cannery will definitely be operating at a low efficiency for the next 6 months. You need to manage your inventory. Understood. Li Xinhua, Having previously managed a cannery, naturally understood the intricacies involved. He took the opportunity to suggest, "Boss, while the cannery's management is already impeccable, some disinfection and cleaning areas are still necessary. Why not take advantage of these months of low operating rates to gradually improve these?" Jiang Miao thought for a moment, realizing that the cannery needed to add these facilities, and nodded. "Okay. Write me a plan." "Okay." Li Xinhua breathed a sigh of relief. At least the boss was willing to improve the factory facilities, unlike some small factory owners, who would cut corners wherever possible, even when they shouldn't. Li Xinhua had worked for several small bosses before, all of whom were driven by money without a care in the world. He resigned repeatedly because he felt guilty. This was also the experience that Jiang Miao had heard Li Xinhua talk about before. It is also a good thing to have a management that attaches importance to production safety and hygiene. Chapter 15. After a brief meeting, Jiang Miao and his brother-in-law headed once again to the Yanqing village farm. In the car, Jiang Miao asked, "Brother-in-law, let me come help out in the company cafeteria. I buy you a house in Magong town. Isn't that a bad idea? Then consider it a loan. You live in the village, and you definitely be approached by many people in the future," Jiang Miao warned. His brother-in-law immediately realized that while the company's booming business hadn't spread yet, the truth wouldn't be hidden for long. This was actually why Jiang Miao didn't hire locals or experienced employees for purchasing and finance. Li Xinhua, who managed the cannery, wasn't from Helyafing, but from Chaozhou. He was guarding against the locals' complex network of connections, preventing them from colluding with local tyrants. Although outsiders and newcomers might lack experience, at least they wouldn't take kickbacks, and wouldn't have the connections in Helyafing. Before Jiang Miao opened his company, he had his parents temporarily relocate to the company headquarters, concerned about the complex network of connections in the village. If his relatives came to him and asked him to join them, it would be difficult for his parents to refuse them all, and these relatives would be difficult to manage. So far, apart from his brother-in-law and parents, whom he knew well, he had not informed any of his other relatives, nor had he considered letting them join the company. And reminding his brother-in-law today was to take precautionary measures. "I discussed this with your sister tonight." Arriving at the farm, the group entered the indoor breeding area. The third batch of 10,000 eels has entered the breeding pond, awaiting sex change and development. They are expected to spawn in a month and a half. Currently, there are 57,000 eels remaining in the open-air fish ponds. Aside from the 7,000 males kept for breeding, the remaining 50,000, at a rate of 10,000 every 2 months, can sustain the fish for about 10 months. Producing 15.2 million glass eels every 2 months may seem enormous, but in reality, at a weight of 0.1 grams per eel, 15.2 million eels only equals 1,520 kilograms. The annual catch of wild glass eels is decreasing year by year, with this year's catch of wild eel fry only less than 35 tons. And this 35-ton catch presents a problem. For example, glass eels caught in the Mariana Trench typically weigh around 0.1 grams each, while leaf eels caught near the Pearl River and Yangtze River estuaries typically weigh around 0.5 grams each. According to information collected by Jiang Miao, hundreds of tons of eel fry were caught annually in East Asia during peak periods. This means that Helyafing's current production capacity is insufficient to meet market demand. It must expand its scale at least tenfold to barely satisfy East Asia's demand for eel fry. In addition to East Asia, Western Europe is also a major consumer of eel fry, easily consuming hundreds of tons annually. However, Western Europe cooks eel fry directly, rather than farming them. Thus, Jiang Miao's next focus is to capture the largest slice of the East Asian market. Although he is well aware that once Helyafing's eel fry are released in large quantities, their price will inevitably fall. However, Helyafing has no choice. If eel fry prices remain high, other fry breeding companies will inevitably enter the fray. Therefore, they must first seize the most profitable early-stage market, then gradually lower prices to make it unprofitable for other companies, thereby deterring them from entering the market. Brother-in-law, increase the number of female fish in the next batch to 20,000, and also increase the purchase of mature eels. We need to reap the benefits. Brother-in-law nodded. That's right. We can't wait any longer. We must act quickly. I contact nearby fish farms right away to see if there are any suitable ones. Jiang Miao thought for a moment. Around 1,500 per mu is acceptable. Okay, I do my best. Brother-in-law hurriedly sought out the owners of the surrounding fish ponds. Jiang Miao, in turn, contacted his cousin Jiang Miao and old Huang from the factory equipment company, asking them to find time to visit the farm to discuss the construction of an indoor fish farm. The two of them didn't hesitate and drove to the farm that afternoon. However, Jiang Miao was shocked when he saw his cousin. His eyes were sunken, dark, and bloodshot. "Brother Yao, what's wrong?" "Oh, forget it. I've been staying up late and eating late-night snacks these past few days, and my gout has flared up." Old Huang, standing nearby, also lamented the difficulties of life. When you reach middle age, all sorts of ailments start to crop up. Jiang Miao's brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Condition: hyperuricemia, acute gout, 37 tophi on the feet, hyperlipidemia, moderate fatty liver, gallbladder polyps, cystitis. Contents of the artificial glucocorticoids: dexamethasone, blood concentration, dexamethasone acetate, blood concentration. Expandable: what's going on? Taking glucocorticoids? 2 types at that? Jiang Miao was shocked. He quickly asked, "Brother Yao, have you taken your medication?" "I took it. It's medicine my wife prescribed from an old doctor in Gongping town. Their medicine is made from a certain tree root. I heard it's a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation, harmless to the body, and quite effective. I take it whenever I get gout, and it works immediately." Jiang Miao was speechless, but he couldn't say it directly, so he asked, "Brother Yao, do you have that medicine on you?" "Yes, I took 1 packet this morning, and I still have 5, Jiang Yao said, pulling a sealed bag from his trouser pocket. Inside, there were 5 small packets of medicine. "I'm a little worried. Don't take the medicine for now. Give me 2 packets, and I ask my friend to help test it." Jiang Miao pulled 2 packets of powdered medicine from the sealed bag. "Is there really a problem?" Jiang Miao also grew nervous. Jiang Miao also shared his speculation. After all, pure herbal medicines, aside from banned substances like opium, are unlikely to show immediate effects. "I suspect it's a hormonal drug or a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug." Hearing this, Jiang Yao broke out in a cold sweat. "Then let's test it. Whether there's any problem or not, just to have peace of mind. Don't worry, the results will be out in 2 or 3 days." He turned to Li Wenna. "Wenna, send these 2 packets of powdered medicine via SF Express. I send you the address and recipient information via WeChat." "Okay, boss." Li Wenna took the packets and put them in the side pocket of her briefcase. Jiang Miao reminded his cousin again, "Brother Yao, if you're sick, go to the hospital. Don't trust those unconventional methods. After we finish talking, go to the hospital." "I go right away." Jiang Miao, feeling a little scared. Half an hour later, Jiang Miao and the 2 men agreed on their next project, building another 20-acre indoor breeding base. The price remained the same as before, 10 million for the foundation work and 7.2 million for the supporting equipment, for a total of 17.2 million. After the contract was negotiated, his cousin hurried off to see the doctor, and old Huang also took his leave. Jiang Miao sent Li Wenna his address and contact number, asking her to send it by express delivery as soon as possible. Then he picked up WeChat and sent a message to a blogger he had met on Bilibili. The blogger specialized in clinical drug research, focusing on gout medications, and also offered paid online drug testing. The doctor's studio assistant quickly replied, and Jiang Miao explained the situation and sent the commission testing fee. Although he could tell the specific ingredients of the powder at a glance, he couldn't directly explain it. He needed a detailed test report to make a definitive decision. This incident also reminded him to pay close attention to the medications used by the elderly in his family, especially those so-called quick-acting folk remedies. He needed to be extremely vigilant. Chapter 16. October Golden Week. The company gave some employees a day off. However, Jiang Miao and his brother-in-law were still at the Yinqing village farm, having spent the past few days negotiating the lease of fish ponds. They had already secured 2 leases, 140 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, and 150 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, for a total of 90 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, of fish ponds, plus 3 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, of open space. On the 3rd, they secured the final lease. This one, located right next to the farm, had a total of 120 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, of shrimp ponds and 8 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, of paddy fields. It was a joint venture between several households and a relatively difficult one to secure. After all, partnerships are prone to conflict. Various conflicts, both large and small, had strained relations among the 5 cooperating villagers over the years, and the farm was on the verge of collapse. To avoid further complications, Jiang Miao initially hadn't considered taking the lease. In the end, it was his brother-in-law who stepped in and negotiated with the 5 households individually, securing the 120 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, of shrimp ponds and 8 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, of paddy fields. The average monthly rent is 1,430 yuan per mu, with a 10-year lease term and a 50% penalty for breach of contract. These ponds and paddy fields total 210 mu of ponds and 12 mu of vacant land. Jiang Miao planned a new indoor breeding base next to the old one, covering 20 mu. Soon, his cousin's construction team arrived to fill the site, reinforce the foundation, and lay underground pipes. Construction is expected to be completed by the end of the year. Bulldozers, dump trucks, and excavators worked methodically. Jiang Miao observed the construction site for a while, chatted with his cousin, and sent him the inspection report just completed yesterday. Brother Yao, as expected, that powder contains 2 hormones, dexamethasone and dexamethasone acetate. Excessive consumption can easily lead to femoral head necrosis. Don't use those folk remedies anymore. That actually gave me hormones. I'm going to report him. Jiang Miao erupted in curses. Jiang Miao quickly warned, you can report me, but don't be impulsive and start hitting people. Things are different now. I know. Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't act rashly. After all, he made a lot of money from these projects, so there was no need to risk his life for someone like him. The two chatted for a while, and Jiang Miao returned to the aquaculture base next door. However, he didn't visit the eel breeding pond. Instead, he went to the back of the aquaculture base, where a container house consisting of 4 stacked containers stood. To one side of the container house stood a row of plastic greenhouses, covering about half an acre. This area was converted from the remaining vegetable fields from a previous renovation. Next to the greenhouses lay the 8 acres of paddy fields that Jiang Miao had signed a lease for yesterday. Jiang Miao didn't plan to use these 8 acres of paddy fields for the new aquaculture base, but rather for the greenhouse area. He opened the container house. Inside was a large display of glass and plastic bottles, each with its own label. The labels read ethyl methane sulfonate, diethyl sulfate, nitrosoethylurea, ethyleniamine, 5-bromuracil, 2-aminopurine, maleic hydrazide, nitrous acid, sodium azide, and colchicine. These substances are chemical compounds that can induce genetic mutations in cells. Using a special box, he retrieved some chemical reagents and went to the container room next door. Inside this room were 2 rows of iron shelves and an iron table, with glass culture dishes placed on the shelves. Inside the glass petri dishes were seeds of all sizes. Since July of this year, Jiang Miao has been conducting secret experiments here, cultivating seeds. For Jiang Miao, possessing the identification panel, the difficulty of seed cultivation has plummeted. After all, many agricultural breeding companies or institutions face a lengthy time navigating a vast array of varieties to develop a single commercially viable variety. For herbaceous plants, developing and cultivating a commercially viable new variety takes at least 5 years. For woody plants, the time frame is at least 10. Why is it so difficult and lengthy? The answer lies in the step of verifying the variety. It's easy to induce genetic mutations in seeds. Whether through physical methods like ultraviolet light, X-rays, fast neutrons, or ultra-low temperatures, or chemical methods like genetic modification, large quantities of seeds can be mutated. However, once the mutations are complete, researchers have no way of quickly identifying the specific details of the mutation. This requires planting, observing, testing, selecting the best individuals, then producing seeds, sowing again, observing, testing, and repeating this cycle several times before a preliminary understanding of the mutation status of these seeds can be achieved. This is a very time-consuming process. But Jiang Miao's approach is different. He can directly see the status of each seed after genetic mutation, including its survival rate, plant size, fruit sweetness, fiber content, various trace elements, various vitamins, and most importantly, the stability of its genetic traits. This saves Jiang Miao 99% of his time. He essentially only needs to use chemical reagents to induce genetic mutations in the seeds. Then, using an identification panel, he can select the valuable mutant seeds one by one. The plants he selected for cultivation were strawberries, melon eggplant, ginseng fruit, soybeans, and alfalfa. He naturally chose these 4 plants after careful consideration. First, all 4 are herbaceous plants, making seed production relatively quick. Second, cultivating strawberries and melon eggplants was for economic reasons, as these 2 fruits have a relatively high market value. Cultivating soybeans and alfalfa was for future considerations, as these two products are crucial to food security, edible oil safety, and feed safety. Although Jiang Miao dislikes some people, when the nest is overturned, the eggs will inevitably remain. Jiang Miao couldn't predict the future of this era, so he could only make more preparations. After completing the day's mutation-inducing work, Jiang Miao arrived at the plastic greenhouse at the entrance of the container house. After more than 2 months of seedling cultivation and planting, dozens of strawberry seedlings had grown lush and leafy. He used a sterilized knife and a cup of carbendazim solution to cut off some of the strawberry branches. These cut branches will be used to raise runner seedlings, a common propagation method in the strawberry industry. After all, a single mutant strain alone is unlikely to produce enough seeds. Both subsequent crossbreeding and seed production require a relatively large number. Currently, this greenhouse contains 35 mutant seedlings, carefully selected by him for their genetic stability, high heat tolerance, disease and pest resistance, firm fruit, moderate sweetness, high yield, and unique flavor profiles. However, the identification panel cannot provide specific information on these unique flavor profiles. They must be tasted after they are harvested to reveal their specific characteristics. Of course, since he has purchased various strawberries and collected the specific flavor profiles of these varieties, he can roughly guess the flavor profiles of some of the mutants. However, 15 of the 35 mutant seedlings exhibit flavor profiles not currently available on the market. Or rather, it's not that they don't exist, but rather that the concentrations are too low to be detectable. After all, flavor components vary widely, and their concentrations within the fruit also vary. Components with higher concentrations are naturally easier to detect, while less obvious ones are often overlooked. This is where the potential value of this batch of mutant seedlings lies. Chapter 17. October 16th. A quarter of the third batch of 20,000 eels have begun spawning. According to the plan, to avoid long lulls in production, 5,000 eels will spawn approximately every 2 weeks, ensuring the aquaculture base can produce 7.6 million glass eels every 2 weeks. However, before these 7.6 million glass eels have even hatched, 4.4 million have already been pre-ordered by local and Chaos on farmers. After over a month of breeding, the farmers who purchased the glass eels from the previous batch discovered that a large portion of the glass eels had successfully transformed into leaf eels using the formula and special feed provided by Heliofang Company. Once leaf eels have reached the leaf eel stage, they no longer need the artificial sea snow feed specially formulated by Heliofang Company. They can simply be fed ordinary eel feed. As a result, the farmers with larger farms in that batch quickly called again to inquire about the availability of eel fry. The sales department said the next batch would take about 2 weeks, and they didn't tell the farmers that these eel fry were artificially bred. The farmers didn't think much of it, assuming that Heliofang Company had a dedicated import channel and was importing glass eels from overseas. The cannery received another 5,000 discarded female eels, but this time, not all of them were used to produce braised eels. Instead, they added a more traditional braised eel canned dish. After all, the online store only had one variety of canned eel, which was too monotonous. However, sales of the braised eel canned goods previously in stock did increase significantly in October, mainly driven by repeat customers. Trusty supermarket in the city. In the canned food section, a dozen or so cans of eels were quietly placed on the shelves. They were braised eels from the Heliofang canning factory. Xiaoli pushed her shopping cart and surveyed the rows of canned goods on one side of the canned goods shelf. Should I buy a box of dace with fermented black beans to stir fry with lettuce? But my son doesn't seem to like dace with fermented black beans. Eel? My son ate it at a Japanese restaurant last week, and still can't stop thinking about it. How about buying a box of canned eel? After looking at several canned eels, Xiaoli chose the braised eel from the Heliofang canning factory. It looked good, and was quite affordable, only 15 yuan a box. Several other customers bought canned food from the Heliofang canning factory. Xiaoli returned home. My son had just come home from school, and was lying on the sofa playing with his phone. Don't lie around playing with your phone all day. It's bad for your eyes. Go take a shower. We have dinner soon. Mom bought a box of canned eel today. Got it. This kid. Xiaoli shook her head, then took the bag and went into the kitchen, getting busy. An hour later, the rice was cooked and the dishes were almost done. She then remembered the can of eel. She quickly opened the can, poured it into a small plate, and microwaved it for 3 minutes. At that moment, her husband had returned and was watching TV in the living room. It's time to eat. Xiaoli used a plate tongs to pick up the small plate and placed the braised eel on the dining table. When her son, having washed his hands, came out and saw the eel on the plate, he immediately said unhappily, "Mom, is this the eel you were talking about? I want the kind you get at Japanese restaurants, not this." "Huh? It's all eel," Shiali said angrily. "Eat it or not. You don't even understand how hard your mother works." "Okay, Dad will take you there next time. Now eat your meal." Seeing his father speak, the naughty child stopped talking and quickly buried his head in his food. Seeing her son didn't touch the eel, Shiali had to eat it herself. She picked up a piece with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. She asked, a little surprised, and took another piece. "What's wrong? It's not tasty? This canned fish definitely isn't." Her husband followed suit and took a bite. But then he was stunned. "Why does this taste a bit familiar? Have I had it before?" "No. This is my first time buying canned eel." Shiali shook her head. The husband, however, was recollecting his memories, when he suddenly remembered, "I know. This tastes very similar to the braised eel at that farmhouse in Nanfan." "Yes. That's it. When did you go there?" "A friend from work took me there last year. This eel is delicious. Not even a hint of earthy flavor. The seasoning is perfect. The peanuts are incredibly flavorful and go really well with the rice," Shiali said, picking up another piece of eel and taking a big sip of rice. Seeing her parents enjoying the meal, the naughty child couldn't help but grab a piece too. "Huh? Delicious." Many people who try canned eel from Haileyfeng for the first time have similar reactions to Shiali and her family. The taste is truly astonishing to first-time eaters, and with the fish lacking any earthy flavor, even the most discerning palate would find it hard to fault. Perhaps the only problem with canned eel is that the meat isn't fresh enough. After dinner, Shiali washed the dishes and lay on the sofa, playing with her phone. While playing, she suddenly remembered that she might as well go to Taobao.com to look for the canned goods online. It would probably be cheaper. She glanced at the brand name in the kitchen trash can and typed it into the search bar. Only one store popped up. Haileyfeng Agricultural Technology Company? Huh? Only sells canned goods? And a local company? Shiali looked at the online store's description and tried to chat with customer service. Meanwhile, in the third-floor dormitory at Haileyfeng headquarters, Zhang Sini was lying on her bed playing Candy Crush when a message popped up from Taobao customer service. She quickly opened the merchant backend on Taobao.com and responded to the customer's question. Soon, Shiali discovered that the company was located in Magong town and that they produced the canned goods themselves. The two chatted for half an hour without realizing it. Shiali, feeling a little embarrassed, was so engrossed in the conversation that she placed an order for 10 cans of mixed eel. Zhang Sini had just finished chatting with Shiali and hadn't even had time to take a sip of water when another customer arrived. This time, they wanted 10 boxes of braised eel. Zhang Sini used her influence to offer them a 10% discount. This time, the customer was a downtown sushi takeout shop. After trying the braised eel from the Haileyfeng cannery, they found it a good alternative to their more expensive canned kabayaki eel. The previous kabayaki eel had a distinct earthy smell once it cooled, leading to more than a dozen complaints against the shop. So the sushi shop owner had been searching for a solution until he came across the Haileyfeng cannery's canned braised eel. After trying it, it felt like a new world had opened up. The customer heard that the Haileyfeng cannery was in Magong and planned to come pick up the goods himself the next day. Zhang Sini naturally had no objection. After all, the delivery fee for 10 boxes of canned eel was a significant expense. She got up from bed, stretched, and cheered herself up in the mirror. Come on, it get better. Although her boss hadn't said anything, the online store's lukewarm performance still made Zhang Sini anxious. Thankfully, she started seeing repeat customers over the past few days, and after negotiating a price with supermarkets in the city, Haicheng County, and Lufeng City, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just halfway through October, the online store had already sold 1,436 cans, bringing in 20,000 yuan in sales. This boosted Zhang Sini's confidence. Now, she could finally sleep soundly. Every clerk has their own worries and frustrations. Perhaps that's just life. Chapter 18. Southern Fujian, Putian. Li Zhou, accompanied by 2 new sales representatives, personally visited over a dozen eel farms that had previously purchased mature white eels. Inside a large farm, Boss Huang, long time no see. Boss Huang, wearing a large gold chain, smiled and shook his head. Brother Li, here to buy eels again? How many do you need this time? How many do you have at your farm? Li Zhou then introduced them. Boss Huang, these 2 are my colleagues, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang. They will be stationed in southern Fujian. They will be the ones to communicate with you about business from now on. We still have about 30,000 kilograms of white eels. Boss Huang smiled and pulled out a box of huazi. Come and have a smoke. Please look after me. Haha, let's look after each other. Li Zhou quickly struck while the iron was hot. Boss Huang, do you want any eel fry? Oh, Brother Li, do you have connections? Of course, the price is negotiable. Boss Huang inquired, what size? How much? Glass eel, 0.1 gram, 28,000 per kilogram. At the mention of glass eel, Boss Huang's head rattled. Brother Li, are you kidding me? I don't have the technology to produce glass eels. Li Zhou smiled and said, our company offers glass eel farming technology. Leaf eels can be grown in about a month. All you need to do is buy our sea snowflake feed. Really? Boss Huang, like Boss Zhao before him, was skeptical. Guaranteed authenticity. Our company has sold millions of glass eels in the Chaos Han area. It's been over 2 months. If you don't believe me, ask someone you know there. If there's any problem within a month, we compensate you. Seeing Li Zhou's confident words, Mr. Huang was also tempted. After all, 28,000 yuan per kilogram for glass eels was a tempting price. Plus, eel fry are not only expensive, but also dwindling in market. Mr. Huang also knew the relatively high profits from eel farming, so he couldn't bear to switch to shrimp or other fish. I try 5 kilograms. If there's no problem, I contact your company again. No problem. Soon, Li Zhou and his 2 new recruits completed 2 business deals, one for 10,000 kilograms of mature white eels, and the other for 5 kilograms of glass eels, and 180 kilograms of sea snow feed. For the past 2 weeks, Li Zhou has been traveling around southern Fujian, handing over client resources to the new recruits. He was clearly reluctant to leave, but there was no other way. After all, his energy was limited. He was personally responsible for the Chaos Han region, and already needed the cooperation of 2 subordinates. The rest of the area had to be handed over to the new recruits. Time slipped by, arriving at the end of October. A new batch of female eels also began spawning at the end of the month, and soon another 7.6 million glass eels were on the market. Li Zhou, who had just returned to headquarters at the end of the month, inquired about sales progress with the 10 sales representatives stationed outside the company through the sales department's WeChat group. He and his assistant quickly tallied sales figures for the Lingnan, southern Fujian, Cheongzhou, eastern Zhejiang, and southern Guangxi regions. The results showed that all 7.6 million glass eels produced this month had been sold out, with pre-orders for 5.53 million more. Li Zhou also discovered that the bulk of this month's orders were in Chaos Han and southern Fujian. Other regions hadn't yet made a splash, with orders totaling only a few 100,000. This suggests that sales representatives in these regions haven't yet established strong relationships with local fish farmers, but also points to the enormous potential in these areas. Considering his future management of the sales department, Li Zhou decided to split the Lingnan district into 2, with Guangzhou's Nansha district as the dividing line. The area east of the district would be renamed the Guangdong East District, and the area west of the district would be renamed the Guangdong West District. At the same time, it was necessary to quickly develop the Ryukyu district and the Japanese market. After finishing this month's sales report, Li Zhou hurried to Jiang Miao's office. He knocked on the door. Chairman? Manager Li? The chairman is at the farm. Turning around, he saw Yi Meijing, coffee in hand. Oh! Thank you, Li Zhou nodded. Yi Meijing reminded him, the chairman should be back to work this afternoon. If you're not in a hurry, come over. Not in a hurry, that's this month's sales report. Your sales department has great sales this month. As the finance manager, Yi Meijing naturally knew the sales department's performance this month. I've been traveling around southern Fujian for over half a month. As they chatted, Zhang Sini also came over with the sales report. Yi Meijing seemed to have guessed something. Sini, you're going to see the chairman too? Yes. The chairman is at the farm, and won't be here until this afternoon. Then I come back this afternoon. Li Zhou asked somewhat proudly. Sini, how are your online store sales this month? Just average, only a few tens of thousands of yuan, not as good as your sales department. Zhang Sini shook her head helplessly. It's okay, take your time. Li Zhou walked away triumphantly. Yi Meijing patted Zhang Sini's shoulder. Don't worry about it, just keep working hard. I know. Zhang Sini didn't seem too concerned. She knew the online store wasn't the company's core business, and being able to get the minimum living allowance was already quite good. Of course, she didn't know that Jiang Miao was already planning to strengthen the online store department to prevent the sales department from becoming the only dominant force. In the afternoon, Jiang Miao returned to headquarters in a pickup truck. This month, in addition to cultivating seeds and propagating strawberries, he also purchased 3 pre-built rural houses in Nanhu village, next to the resort headquarters. One house has a 96 square meter floor area, 5 floors, and a construction area of 520 square meters, costing 1.83 million yuan. One has a 120 square meter floor area, 4 floors, and a construction area of 550 square meters, costing 1.96 million yuan. One has a 96 square meter floor area, 3 floors, and a construction area of 300 square meters, costing 1.08 million yuan. These self-built houses have been commissioned to his cousin Jiang Yao for renovation, and will be used as employee dormitories. After all, with the company's growing staff, the 3rd floor of the headquarters is becoming overused as dormitories. Furthermore, the 3rd floor of the headquarters office building only has 12 rooms, which is insufficient. As soon as they arrived at headquarters, Li Zhou arrived with the report. "Boss, here's this month's sales report." Jiang Miao flipped through the documents. "Good. You propose separating Eastern and Western Guangdong. Okay. Regarding new market development, you can focus on the domestic market and leave the international market to newcomers. I think Huang Jiahao in your sales department is great, so let him run the international sales office. Also, the after-sales service of the sales department will be handed over to the online store department." Li Zhou hadn't expected this day to come so soon, but since it was the boss's will, he had no choice but to accept it. "Yes, I have no objection. Huang Jiahao will be in charge of the international market, and the after-sales service will be handled by the online store department. Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all." After a few words, Zhang Sini knocked on the door. "Come in." Li Zhou stood up. "Boss, I take my leave." "Well, you're free to get on with your business." He and Zhang Sini passed by. Jiang Miao drew open the office blinds. Zhang Sini quickly handed over the sales report. "Boss, this is our online store's October sales figures." Jiang Miao took a look and found that the online store's sales this month were quite good, with a total of 14,000 cans of canned eel sold, generating sales of 167,362 yuan. "Good job. Keep up the good work. By the way, your online store department should also open a WeChat sales office to specifically liaise with the sales department's after-sales service." "Ah!" Zhang Sini was startled. "Boss, isn't this the sales department's responsibility?" Jiang Miao smiled and took out a business adjustment document. "The sales department's workload is too heavy. You guys can share some of the work. Go over and liaise with the sales department later. Also, when communicating with customers, remind them that they can also order eel fry and sea snow feed online." "Thank you, boss." Zhang Sini happily accepted the document. Chapter 19. After adjusting some of the sales department's operations, Jiang Miao didn't pay much attention to the department's opinions. After all, Haileyafeng was different from other companies. As a technology company, its core competitiveness lay in its products, not sales. He divided the sales department while supporting the online store department. This was to prevent a single department from dominating the company. It was also for Li Zhou's benefit, so he wouldn't think the company would fail without him. While this would undoubtedly lead to future conflicts within the sales department and between the sales and online stores, balancing the power of each department within the company was a skill he needed as a boss. Soon, Yu Meijing also arrived to report. "Boss, here are the company's financial statements for this month. Please take a look." Jiang Miao flipped through them, feeling that there weren't any major discrepancies, and nodded. "Okay, the company doesn't need to evade taxes. There's no need to leave a vulnerability for a small profit. Reasonable tax avoidance methods are acceptable, but those with hidden dangers should be avoided." Okay. After several months of practice, Yu Meijing had realized she didn't possess any means of tax evasion. She had been worried her boss was forcing her into a difficult position, but now she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least she didn't have to worry. After all, finance and accounting are sometimes caught between the boss and the tax department, creating a real dilemma. Do it, and the boss gets a Mercedes-Benz, while the accountant takes the blame. Don't do it, and the boss fires you. In fact, since Haileyafeng Company is a sole proprietorship, it doesn't pay corporate income tax, but rather personal income tax. Haileyafeng Company's annual net profit is undoubtedly over 100,000 yuan, so the personal income tax rate is 35% of that net profit. Jiang Miao didn't feel any pain about this. After all, while not paying taxes, or paying less, might seem beneficial to businesses, the consequences would disrupt the national fiscal cycle, impacting both the overall and local economies. When the nest is overturned, all the eggs will be destroyed. If a national economic crisis strikes, private enterprises will undoubtedly be the first to suffer. As for the idea of profiteering, just think about it. Do you really think Europe and the United States are just charity organizations? Chinese people can't integrate into the elite circles of Europe and the United States. Instead, they will become fat pigs. For Jiang Miao, this amount of money is more than enough for his lifetime. If he sold the company now, he could get at least several $100 million, enough for him and his family to live a carefree life. So, what he wanted more than anything else was to earn money while realizing his ideals and ambitions, becoming a person who transcends vulgarity. After Yu Meijing left, the heads of other departments also arrived to report. Until 5 o'clock in the evening. Boss, do you have a minute? Yes, what's up? I'm in the headquarters office. I want to talk about adjusting the eel canning factory's operations. Come on over. I be waiting. A dozen minutes later, Li Xinhua hurried from the cannery to his office. Sit down. Let's have dinner together after we're done. Okay. Li Xinhua sat down, took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then got straight to the point. Boss, I've been checking our online store sales these past few days, and noticed a lot of Japanese restaurants have ordered our canned braised eel. I think this is an opportunity. Jiang Miao filled his teacup. Tell me about it. Here's what I think. 90% of Japanese restaurants on the market now use pre-cooked eel, not live eel. These pre-cooked eels look like this, Li Xinhua said, showing Jiang Miao his phone. On the phone screen, there were pre-cooked eels sold on Taobao, packaged in plastic bags. There were two types, one that was frozen after grilling, and the other was raw, frozen, unprocessed. After checking the sales volume, the wholesale price seemed reasonable. Go for it. If it fails, the worst that can happen is a few $100,000, which the company can still afford. Thank you for your support, boss. I definitely continue to lead the cannery. Li Xinhua knew that the company's main business was eel fry, and canned eels were just a byproduct, but he wasn't willing to let this go on. And since canned eels weren't the company's main business, the company could afford the cannery's failure without significant damage, and they probably wouldn't object to him trying a new business. Evidently, Li Xinhua had guessed correctly. The two of them had discussed the matter, and the sun was about to set. They went to the cafeteria on the first floor. Given the company's growing staff, the cafeteria had added 2 more people, Adley to cook, 1 to wash dishes, and 1 to chop vegetables. My mom and sister cleaned and also helped with other kitchen tasks. Employees from the farm and cannery would also come to the company headquarters for lunch, since it was only about 10 minutes away. However, the cannery was closed at night, so there was only 1 security guard on night shift. The farm still needed quite a few people at night, so after my dad came to the company headquarters for lunch, he would pack the food in stainless steel containers and drive it back to the farm on his tricycle for the other employees. He would also drop off a box for the cannery security guard on the way. Since the company didn't charge for meals, many local employees chose to eat there. However, Jiang Miao was very strict about his food, not only requiring high-quality ingredients, but also creating a custom menu. Using the convenient identification panel, he calculated the nutritional content of each lunch box, ensuring a balanced diet of carbohydrates, protein, fat, vitamins, and trace elements. Of course, he took into account the different types of work. The daily meal plan included 3 types: heavy worker meal, clerk meal, and veteran employee meal. The veteran employee meal plan was actually specially prepared for Jiang Miao's parents and several disabled security guards. It was only because the senior citizen meal plan didn't sound good that they switched to the veteran employee meal plan. Even the heavy worker meal plan was actually very healthy, avoiding excessive amounts of carbohydrates, protein, or fat from a single source, instead adding a little of each, along with plenty of vegetables. A balanced diet is more important than taking medicine. If someone overeats all day, drinks seafood, fatty meat, and beer every now and then, smokes betel nuts, and drinks like water, even a god can't help. He couldn't control others, but for the company's employees, Jiang Miao was completely dedicated. For example, during the monthly group activities, he arranged a one-stop service of foot washing, massage, and movie viewing for the physically demanding employees, and beach volleyball, table tennis, badminton, and beach athletics for the clerical staff. After all, there was a beach behind the company. After dinner with Li Xinhua and the others, he returned to the office, changed into sportswear, and headed to the open space behind the headquarters building, which had been transformed into a sports field. They installed a sunshade and purchased treadmills, horizontal and parallel bars, dumbbells, barbells, badminton rackets, a table, and other sports equipment. After being able to see his physical condition, Jiang Miao consciously increased his exercise and diet. After 6 months of adjustments, his body mass index, fatty liver disease, and high blood lipids have all improved, returning to normal. After all, making a lot of money is meaningless if your health is ruined. Boss, do you want to run? Yi Meijing was adjusting the speed next to the treadmill. And Li Wenna was already running. Okay, you run first. I adjust the speed. Jiang Miao walked over to the 4th treadmill. The evening breeze blew gently. Jiang Miao glanced at his current condition, finding nothing unusual, and began his warm-up exercises. Chapter 20. November 15th arrived in the blink of an eye. Jiang Miao arrived at the cannery for an inspection. Boss, this is our newly purchased softpack canning production line. Li Xinhua, donning protective clothing and a respirator, explained the production line to him. This line doesn't have much automated equipment. The core components are the sterilization and packaging equipment. Everything else is manually operated. It's not that Hailufeng Company can't afford automated equipment, but rather that it's not cost-effective. Furthermore, sometimes, having a large workforce can be an advantage. Jiang Miao, also donning protective clothing and a respirator, picked up a bag of whole eel kabayaki, primarily for sushi and Japanese restaurants. Is this the first official batch of products? Yes, I ordered 2,000 units to test the market. Jiang Miao nodded. Okay, you can liaise with the online store. By the way, how's the eel inventory? Li Xinhua then explained. Currently, the farm culls 5,000 white eels every 2 weeks. The tinplate canning line can process 1,000 eels per day, and the softpack canning line can also process 1,000 eels per day. This leaves only enough inventory to last about 2 or 3 days. To save costs, I'm arranging tinplate can production first, then halting it and reassigning employees to the softpack canning line. This way, I can guarantee 10 days of production time each month. Jiang Miao was aware of this. And Li Xinhua's strategy wasn't a problem. After all, some of the cannery's production line employees receive 2 weeks' pay, and then receive a full month's pay after a full month of work. Currently, employees on the canning production line are mostly D1 level, with a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan, including food but not housing. Working 2 weeks is calculated as half a month, resulting in a total payout of 1,750 yuan. The company pays for the 5 social insurances, with no deductions from the employee's base salary. It may not seem high, but many locals are still eager to join. The food is included, and since the company covers the 5 social insurances, many production line employees would actually be willing to work a full month. However, the farm doesn't have enough discarded eels, so they can only produce 1 week and rest 1 week. After inspecting the cannery, Jiang Miao drove directly to the farm. Construction on the new breeding base was still going on. The newly acquired open-air fish ponds were also gradually being put into use. Mature eels purchased from various locations were restocked in the ponds for customized feeding. These matters had always been managed by his brother-in-law and father, so he went directly to his seed laboratory. The first batch of planted strawberries has begun to bloom, and some of the early maturing varieties are already bearing fruit. A middle-aged employee in charge of daily greenhouse work quickly put down the shower when he saw him approaching. Boss. Lao Lin, how are the strawberries today? Lao Lin quickly said, Boss, some should be ripe. Jiang Miao went to the container house to get a sugar meter and a notebook. Li Wenna also helped with a portable plastic box containing small boxes and labels, scissors, and paper towels. Inside the greenhouse, 35 varieties of strawberry seedlings had been separated, with plastic film used as partitions to divide them into small areas to prevent cross-pollination and affect the genetic purity of the varieties. Through successive runner propagation, 7 or 8 plants of each variety have been cultivated. The ones that have matured this time are all older plants. The newly cultivated divisions will take at least a month to bloom and bear fruit. Boss, this is the variety. Jiang Miao glanced at the label on the planting bag, C12. 6 strawberries, 3 red and 3 green, hung from the base of the strawberry runner. One of the red strawberries was indeed ripe, as he had seen on the identification panel. He picked them with scissors, cleaned them briefly, and then cut them into 5 pieces, saving one for seed. He squeezed the juice from another, and dripped it onto the sugar meter. The sweetness was 14.8, which was acceptable. While not as good as top-tier Dandong strawberries, Jiang Miao valued the fruit shape more, as this variety's strengths are its large size and long shelf life. Try it. The three of them savored it carefully. Very sweet, but with a hint of acidity and a firm flesh. Li Wen'e expressed her feelings. It's really sweet. Old Lin swallowed the fruit whole, like Zhu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit. Jiang Miao carefully held the fruit flesh on his tongue, savoring its various flavors. First sweetness, then a slight sourness, followed by a distinct strawberry aroma, more like a combination of cantaloupe and jasmine, though the fragrance is relatively subtle and requires careful tasting to detect. He recorded each of these flavor evaluations in his notebook. Next, he found 11 more varieties with ripe fruit and, again, collected samples, tested for sugar content, tasted, and recorded them. Through this real-world evaluation, he eliminated 3 varieties because their flavors were very strange. One had a slight muddy aroma, one had a distinct bitterness, and one was as bland as water. The more promising varieties were C22 and C26. C22's flavor is very similar to that of the Akiheim strawberry, but with a more pronounced creamy flavor. It is also heat-resistant, capable of withstanding the 35 degrees Celsius summer temperatures in Lingnan, maintaining sweetness, disease resistance, flavor, and yield. C26 flavor is distinct from other strawberries. It has a unique vanilla flavor, combined with a passion fruit-like flavor. Its only weakness is its inability to withstand temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, forcing it to be grown only in Lingnan during the winter. Of course, the remaining 7 varieties also have their merits. For example, the C12 variety, which I initially tried, has large fruits, up to the size of duck eggs, and a very high yield, with an estimated greenhouse yield of 4.5 to 5 tons per mu. Combined with the C12's flavor and sweetness, its ability to withstand the high temperatures of Lingnan summers, and its storage durability, this variety also has commercial potential. After tasting the first batch of fruit, Jiang Miao recorded the relevant evaluation data and mentally formulated a plan. First, the greenhouses at the farm are definitely insufficient. After all, a mature strawberry contains 150 to 200 seeds, and with runner propagation, a large number of strawberry seedlings can be grown quickly. Assuming an average of 5,000 to 6,000 strawberry seedlings per acre, there are currently at least 5 or 6 varieties that need to be initially expanded in the greenhouses, each requiring at least 5 acres of land. In other words, at least 30 acres of land is needed. Thankfully, Shiomachi village has a lot of abandoned farmland, so he plans to rent 100 acres of nearby vegetable fields to build a strawberry greenhouse base. With a cultivation base, he can either sell the strawberries directly or export the strawberry seedlings, which could be a promising business in the future. However, Jiang Miao didn't intend to leave this matter to his brother-in-law and father. After all, an eel farm was already busy enough, and adding a strawberry farm to the mix would easily lead to a situation where he neglected the main tasks. Therefore, he planned to hire a manager specifically to oversee the strawberry farm. Thankfully, the company was gradually gaining momentum, so Jiang Miao directly instructed Li Wen'e to notify Jiang Haiba in the Human Resources Department to recruit an out-of-town representative with farm management experience. At the same time, he instructed Li Wen'e to notify Wang Feng in the purchasing department to rent a 100 mu, approximately 100 mu, plot of vegetable land in Yanqing village, or one of the nearby villages of Magong town to serve as a strawberry planting base. Chapter 21. November has arrived. Helyafeng's eel fry have finally caught the market's attention. After all, starting in October, within a month and a half, Helyafeng released 22.8 million glass eels into the domestic market, and they're still adding to their production capacity. The annual eel fry fishing season runs from June to August. The fact that glass eels were still available in November immediately caught the attention of several eel fry breeding companies. Eel fry breeding companies in southern Fujian and Lingnan, in particular, quickly placed orders for a batch of glass eels from Helyafeng sales representatives. Uching, in the Pearl River Delta. A company specializing in glass eel breeding and sales of leaf eel fry, looking at the glass eel breeding manual, 10 kilograms of glass eels, and 300 kilograms of sea snow feed, the company owner and technicians fell silent. It's indeed glass eels, and they're 0.1 gram pieces. I never expected the feed formula we painstakingly researched would suddenly become outdated, the owner said with a wry smile. Technician Lao Dong also looked helpless. I visited several nearby farms that source glass eels and discovered that Helyafeng's formula is incredibly effective, guaranteeing a 95% survival rate. Dad, what do we do now? The boss's son said anxiously. After all, their company had previously relied primarily on cultivating glass eels and selling leaf eel fry. Now, with the Helyafeng company's glass eel farms, Almost every member has acquired glass eel cultivation technology and no longer needs their leaf eel fry. Boss Jiang Ximing shook his head. Don't worry. Judging from Heliafeng's shipping time, they likely mastered the technology for artificially breeding eels. We can't compete with them in the domestic market. They're engaging in vicious competition, the young Zhang Bin exclaimed, losing his composure. Watching his son's performance, Jiang Ximing felt somewhat disappointed. You're still too young. What's the point of shouting about war now? But Jiang Ximing's eyes narrowed slightly. We still have one option. Then, go to Japan immediately. Didn't the Kagoshima Eel Company want to purchase leaf eels from us? Talk to them, and agree to their previous price. Dad, do you mean to sell the leaf eels to the Japanese? That's right. Glass eels are not easy to transport. They require specialized equipment and feed, but leaf eels are relatively easy to transport. Probably not many people have discovered Heliafeng's artificial eel breeding technology yet. We should seize this opportunity to develop the markets in Japan, the Ryukyu Islands, and Dakar. Jiang Ximing quickly ordered another 100 kilograms of glass eels from Heliafeng. Jiang Ximing was clearly quite astute. He had already anticipated Heliafeng's current production capacity shortage. The domestic market already demanded hundreds of tons of glass eels annually, so there was no need for him to compete with Heliafeng for the domestic market. Instead, he sought a different approach, exploiting the transportation difficulties of glass eels. He used Heliafeng's glass eels to cultivate leaf eels, which he then exported to Japan and other places. As for stealing Heliafeng's artificial eel breeding technology, Jiang Ximing was self-aware. He had previously attempted artificial eel breeding and lost over 2 million yuan. Furthermore, he knew that the Japanese also had numerous research institutes and companies working on artificial eel breeding, but there had been no significant progress. Thus, he subconsciously assumed that Heliafeng's technology must be advanced, and the initial investment costs would likely be extremely high. With only tens of millions in his net worth, he couldn't afford high-tech. Clearly, this preconceived notion caused Jiang Ximing to miss an opportunity. If he had acted now, and secretly bribed the Heliafeng farm employees, he might have uncovered some secrets. Even further away, inside the Heliafeng sales office, Li Zhou saw the sudden increase in orders for 100 kilograms of glass eels. He didn't take it lightly, but called the salesperson in charge. He soon learned that the order was from an eel fry breeding company. This put him in a difficult position. Feeling that this matter was extremely important, Li Zhou didn't dare to make a decision on his own, so he quickly called Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao, who was watching the farmland in Nanhu village, saw it was Li Zhou's call and answered, Li Zhou, what's going on? Boss, we have a large order for 100 kilograms of glass eels today. I checked, and the other party is an eel fry breeding company in Iching. Do we need to terminate this order? Jiang Miao thought for a moment and said, no need to refuse. Just deliver the goods. Okay. Jiang Miao didn't refuse primarily because Heliafeng had the first mover advantage in whatever the other party planned to do. Rejecting the order now would only make Heliafeng appear guilty. 1 day later, Jiang Ximing, having received the fry and feed, breathed a sigh of relief. He had already prepared himself for rejection. Unexpectedly, Heliafeng Company delivered the goods the next day. This put Jiang Ximing's other concerns to rest. After all, the other party didn't care that they were an eel fry breeding company, which meant Heliafeng Company was confident. November 23rd. Zhang Bin, who had flown overnight to Kagoshima Prefecture, Japan a few days ago, had already negotiated a contract with the Kagoshima Eel Company. Thankfully, he had studied abroad in Japan before, so he brought 2 employees with him and came directly to Kagoshima Prefecture. The president of the Kagoshima Eel Company hadn't expected to be able to purchase a batch of leaf eel fry, given that winter was approaching. However, he didn't think too much of it, assuming the Zhang family's business was in trouble and needed cash flow. The 2 parties agreed to sell 400 kilograms of leaf eels, approximately 2,000 fish, to Kagoshima Eel Company at a price of $2,000 per kilogram, for a total of $800,000. To prevent the Japanese from reneging, Zhang Bin deliberately increased the penalty for breach of contract. Having secured 400 kilograms of fare at this price, Kagoshima Eel Company, without further consideration, quickly signed the contract. Meanwhile, Heliafeng Company's eel fry are finally starting to impact the market price. However, the current market price remains at $27,000 per kilogram. After all, China demands 100 tons of glass eels annually, and with the international market, Heliafeng Company's current production capacity clearly won't cause a price collapse. The end of November hasn't even arrived yet. Several domestic eel fry breeding companies have reacted, with varying responses. Some, like Zhang Ximing, are attempting to exploit the situation. Some gave up the competition and switched to eel farming. Others became middlemen. No one considered breeding technology, apparently because the previous impression of the difficulty of eel breeding still lingered in their minds. This also led to the Haileyfeng company's batch of eel fry, released at the end of the month, being pre-ordered even before they hatched. In November, 15.2 million glass eels were sold for a total of 39.97 million yuan, an average price of 2.63 yuan per eel. From September to date, the company has sold a total of 38 million glass eels, with total sales of 132 million yuan. It is estimated that sales will reach 140 million yuan by the end of the year. This revenue has already covered the company's previous investment in the new breeding base, the purchase of real estate, and the leasing of fish ponds and farmland. This year's net profit is expected to reach 100 million yuan, of course, before deducting the 35% personal income tax. Chapter 22. With money in hand, there's no need to worry. Of course, Jiang Miao didn't keep the money. Instead, he used it to expand production. For example, he purchased a 5-story self-built house in Yanqing village to serve as a seed laboratory. He also purchased a lot of high-quality laboratory equipment to build a high-standard laboratory. This laboratory cost nearly 20 million yuan. In addition, he planned to invest 3 million yuan in Nanhu Farm, 146 acres of vegetable and paddy fields. There were also employee salaries and performance bonuses. After all, if he didn't spend money, the net profit would be too high, and the 35% personal income tax would still be deducted, which would be counterproductive. He planned to keep only about 60 million yuan of net profit. Thus, he had to spend about 40 million yuan by the end of this year. He had already spent 20 million yuan on the seed laboratory and 3 million yuan on Nanhu Farm. He would have to take out about 5 million yuan as a year-end bonus, and 5 million yuan could be spent on other miscellaneous items, leaving 7 million yuan. Jiang Miao was in his container house at Nanhu Farm, pondering how to spend his 7 million yuan. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he remembered someone. He quickly picked up the phone and found a long-forgotten number. Beep. Hello. Miao? Is that you? It's me, Shuya. How are you doing? Not bad. The voice on the other end of the line was hesitant. Are you still studying for your doctorate? Yes. Come and help me. I need you. Don't be ridiculous. I'm serious. Silence ensued. Why? Shuya. You should know your advisor's situation. He's not an ideal advisor. I know your thesis has been. But giving up like this, I can't bear it. A degree isn't everything. I know you love fungi research, but does getting that diploma mean you become a leader in the field? But what can I do? The voice on the other end rose, a mixture of helplessness and pain. I support you. You? I'm serious. Come to Haileyfeng. There are no insurmountable obstacles in life. You shouldn't be bound by that diploma. Aye. Clearly, the decision to abandon her doctoral studies was one of the most difficult things she had to make. Don't hesitate. This isn't like you. Okay, I buy the tickets and go right away. If you lie to me, I give you 5 bone-spitting dragons. Okay. 3 days later. Shantaomeisher High-Speed Railway Station. Jiang Miao and Kuyong stood not far from the passenger exit. Boss, the train's here. Got it. Jiang Miao took a sip of mineral water. A moment later, a fresh-faced girl with short hair slowly approached the passenger exit, pulling a suitcase. Even her tan complexion couldn't conceal her beauty. It wasn't the artificial, technological beauty of today, but rather a classic and simple beauty. A few touts were about to approach. Jiang Miao immediately stepped forward and took the suitcase. Long time no see, Shuya. You're a little different from before. Lin Shuya looked him over. Although he still had the same tan complexion and features as in college, Jiang Miao's demeanor had changed dramatically. In college, she was young and naive, her words always hesitant. Now, she was full of energy, as if everything was under control. She was the exact opposite. Brimming with confidence in college, she began to question life after completing her doctorate. Parking lot. Lin Shuya looked at the pickup truck in front of her. You still love pickup trucks, just as you always have. I'm a consistent person. I want to be consistent, too, but unfortunately, sometimes we can't control our own lives. Kuyong was driving, and the two of them were chatting in the back seat. It seems you become quite successful these past few years, and I'd be relying on you for support from now on. If I could, I'd support you forever, yeah. As she spoke, she leaned on Jiang Miao's shoulder, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed, as she recounted her experiences of the past few years. Several high-quality papers had been stolen by her supervisor, and she had been working for him for free, and he hadn't let her graduate. Meanwhile, conflicts were brewing at home. Her family lived in Panyu, Yangcheng, and had 6 resettlement houses that could be rented out. Unfortunately, her parents died of illness in 22 years, and her 2 brothers became enemies over the division of the family property and are currently engaged in a lawsuit. Luckily, her parents had the foresight to transfer 1 house to her name while she was still in college, otherwise she would have been involved in this lawsuit. Seeing her brother's behavior, she didn't want to get involved in their affairs. After renting out the house, she rarely returned to Yangcheng. The loss of her parents, coupled with the dual pressures of family and school, had left Lin Shuya feeling almost suffocated. This time, Jiang Miao's invitation was like a ray of light, illuminating her bleak life. After crying for more than 10 minutes, she seemed exhausted and fell asleep on his shoulder. Jiang Miao took the opportunity to check the identification panel. The other issues weren't serious, just an endocrine imbalance. This might be caused by anxiety, and it would be fine with some restorative treatment. Another 10 minutes passed. The car slowly stopped at the entrance of a self-built villa in Nanhu village. He had bought it for his own residence. Next door was his brother-in-law's family, and his parents' small villa. "We're here." Lin Shuya awoke drowsily. "Are we there yet?" Opening the car door, she breathed in a breath of fresh air, which carried a subtle scent of the sea. "Is this the beach?" The beach is about 200 meters behind the house. Jiang Miao took the suitcase from the trunk. "Let's go!" Lin Shuya followed him inside. This 3-story self-built house had been sold to Jiang Miao after the previous owner's business in Pingching failed. He also had 4 other self-built houses next door, all of which were purchased by the same owner. The house was already decent, so she didn't renovate it, replacing only the furniture, appliances, and some decorative items. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, Jiang Miao placed Lin Shuya's suitcase. She wasn't opposed to it. After all, they had already done what they needed to do during college. If Lin Shuya hadn't gone off to pursue a doctorate, and Jiang Miao hadn't agreed, they would have been married long ago. "Rest for a while. I take you downtown tonight." "Okay." Lin Shuya took off her jeans and jacket, changed into pajamas, and laid down on the bed. She was clearly exhausted. Jiang Miao didn't leave. Instead, he sat in the rocking chair on the master bedroom balcony, playing with his phone, taking a rare moment to relax. Company matters were managed by various departments. There was no need for him to stay there all day. As the sun set, Lin Shuya, who had slept for 4 hours, stretched and found Jiang Miao on the balcony, playing with his phone. Opening the sliding door, she said, "Aren't you going to take me out for a walk?" "Let's go!" Jiang Miao put away his phone. "I'm going to brush my teeth." "Where's the bathroom?" "There's a bathroom in the master bedroom, right here." Lin Shuya pulled an electric toothbrush and toothpaste from the trunk, then grabbed a towel. A dozen minutes later, she changed into light pink jeans, a blue long-sleeve turtleneck sweater, flat leather shoes, and a light touch of light red lipstick. Shuya didn't usually wear heavy makeup. Jiang Miao drove a small electric scooter from the nearby garage. Lin Shuya sat behind him, hugging his waist. Kuyong, unwilling to be a third wheel, could only follow slowly a few dozen meters behind in his pickup truck. The small electric scooter slowly advanced along the rural road. The early December evening breeze was cool and a little dry. Chapter 23. For 3 days, Jiang Miao accompanied Lin Shuya on a sightseeing tour of Helyafing. It wasn't until December 8th that the two discussed work. In the chairman's office at headquarters. "Shuya, I plan to build you an edible fungus laboratory. This year's budget is 7 million yuan. Lin Shuya shook her head. "That's too much. Your company's other businesses also need money. You don't know our company's profitability yet." "Oh, isn't it just canned eels and eel fry? This industry shouldn't be very profitable." Lin Shuya clearly didn't know the true state of the eel industry chain. Jiang Miao took out the company's financial report from last month. "Take a look and you see." Lin Shuya, curious at this, took the document and carefully read it. After a moment, a hint of shock crossed her face. "Your company's revenue reached 40 million yuan last month? Eel fry are so valuable?" Jiang Miao explained the technical difficulties of artificially breeding eels. After hearing this, Lin Shuya finally understood why Helyafing Company was able to achieve a monthly revenue of 40 million yuan. "I never imagined that you quietly developed eel breeding technology these past few years, while I couldn't even graduate." Lin Shuya lamented the unpredictable nature of life. "So, You don't have to worry about the company's funding. If you don't, the company's net profit at the end of the year will be subject to a 35% personal income tax. Lin Shuya nodded. Okay. Edible fungi are edible fungi. It's still in the fungus field. Although her doctoral research was focused on medicinal fungi, she was well aware that with Heliafeng's qualifications, it would be impossible to obtain approval for a medicinal fungus research laboratory, whereas an edible fungus laboratory would be easier to obtain. 7 million isn't actually a lot. To build a comprehensive, well-equipped fungi laboratory, instruments like cryo-electron microscopes alone would cost tens of millions. So, this 7 million was just to lay the groundwork, to conduct some basic research. Jiang Miao knew he had to give Lin Shuya a direction, so he could secretly help her. Shuya, I suggest you focus your research on 3 high-end edible fungi that can't be artificially propagated: Alpinia hortensis, truffles, and matsutake. Alpinia hortensis, matsutake, and truffles? Lin Shuya pondered. These 3 edible fungi are indeed challenging. I remember a research institute in southern Yunnan has developed an artificial propagation method for Alpinia hortensis, but the yield is relatively small and unstable. Are you confident? Lin Shuya rolled her eyes at him. I'm surprised I'm confident. Many industry leaders can't handle it, so how can I possibly do it? Believe in yourself. You're not gods. I believe in you. Jiang Miao seemed to be full of confidence in her. Lin Shuya had no choice but to accept the task. Okay. I hope you don't regret it. I can't afford to pay you back for your investment. Don't worry, if you can't, I just pay you back with my body, Jiang Miao joked. Haha, who's afraid of who? Let's try it tonight. Lin Shuya wasn't afraid of him. Outside the office, Li Wenna and Yi Meijing were chatting quietly. Li Wenna, sipping coffee, said with regret, I didn't realize the boss had a girlfriend? Haha, you acted too late. Who can you blame? Yi Meijing teased. I admit I have a crush on the boss, but it's just a crush, Li Wenna argued. Haha, you're just attracted to the boss because he's young and rich. Don't deny it. Okay, I admit it. You have to treat me to a movie tonight to soothe my broken heart, Jingjing. The two of them half-jokingly interrupted. In fact, they all knew quite well that several girls in the company had some inappropriate feelings for the boss. If Jiang Miao really had such intentions, he could have won them over long ago. It's a pity that Jiang Miao didn't have such thoughts. He was a relatively traditional man. The idea that after becoming rich, one should have 3 wives and 4 concubines, live a life of luxury and debauchery is a sentiment that some people hold. It doesn't represent Jiang Miao, nor does it represent all men. As for finding a beautiful female secretary, it's because Jiang Miao is a normal person. He admires Li Wenna. He can't just find a dinosaur to disgust him, right? Of course, to prevent Li Wenna from being unmarriageable or being the subject of indecent rumors, he will definitely hire a male secretary soon and have Li Wenna work with Lin Shuya. To avoid getting in the way of others. Now that Lin Shuya is planning to start a new life with him, he naturally has to take the initiative to avoid suspicion. Nanhu Farm. Jiang Miao, along with Lin Shuya, Li Wenna, Kuyong, and others, were looking over the over 100 mu, approximately 100 acres, of plastic greenhouses. The soil had been ridged, and the irrigation pipes installed. Shuya, I'm planning to give you part of the greenhouse for your edible fungus experiments. Lin Shuya nodded. Okay, but not too much. 5 mu, approximately 100 acres, is enough. By the way, Wenna will be your personal secretary from now on. Hello, Sister Ya. I'm Li Wenna. Li Wenna quickly stepped forward to greet her. Lin Shuya didn't dwell on it, but smiled and nodded. Look forward to your guidance. Then she turned to look at Jiang Miao and asked curiously, Miao, what are you going to plant in this greenhouse? Strawberries. I developed a few new varieties a while ago, and they already been patented. Oh, they even been patented? They look like good varieties. You find out when you come to the seedling greenhouse over here. Jiang Miao led the group to the old seedlings that had been brought in a few days ago. These old seedlings were already bearing fruit, and the second-generation seedlings, grown from runners, were about to bloom. I'm currently planning to commercialize 3 varieties, C12, C22, and C26. Lin Shuya looked at the old strawberry plant labeled C12, which already had 3 large, ripe strawberries. These strawberries are huge. Is the advantage the large fruit? The advantage is the large fruit, high yield, heat resistance, storage stability, medium sweetness, and a slight aroma of jasmine and cantaloupe. Jiang Miao said as he snipped off a strawberry, rinsed it with mineral water, and cut it into quarters. Try them all. Lin Shuya took a piece and put it in her mouth, savoring it carefully. It does have a slight aroma of jasmine and cantaloupe, and the sweetness is acceptable. If the yield is high and it can store well, it might have a good market. Does anyone have a brand name? I'm planning to name C12 Jasmine Strawberry. What do you think? Lin Shuya smiled. Jasmine Strawberry? Not bad. It would highlight the characteristic jasmine aroma of this variety. Then they tasted C22 and C26, both of which were equally excellent. Among them, C22 is called cheese strawberry. Its flavor is similar to that of the Akiheim strawberry, but with a more pronounced creamy flavor. It is also heat-resistant, durable, and high-yielding. C26 is called vanilla strawberry because its flavor is similar to vanilla with a hint of passion fruit. It is less heat-resistant, but it is durable and high-yielding. Currently, a considerable number of strawberry seedlings have been grown from seeds, including 800 jasmine strawberry seedlings, 550 cheese strawberry seedlings, and 600 vanilla strawberry seedlings. Next January, when the second-generation seedlings reach peak fruiting stage, strawberry cultivation will enter full-scale planting. Consequently, Nanhu Farm has begun recruiting workers in preparation for the upcoming expansion of production. Not only does the farm require staff, but supporting operations such as sorting, packaging, and labeling are also needed, all of which require both manpower and space. After all, the strawberry plantation will soon reach hundreds of acres, and since it is a high-yielding variety, the yield is bound to be substantial, so these preparations must be made in advance. Chapter 24. Meanwhile, as Helyafeng Company released a steady stream of eel fry into the domestic market, its revenues soared and it also attracted considerable attention. For example, the offices of many large Japanese eel farming companies in the Pearl River Delta gradually noticed problems. Among them, the Kagoshima Eel Company's office in the Pearl River Delta was the first to discover the problem. After all, after they purchased a batch of leaf eel fry from Zhang's company, the company was still promoting them, which immediately aroused Kagoshima Eel Company's vigilance. Watanabe Kino arrived at Helyafeng Company's headquarters with an assistant and an interpreter. Looking at this unremarkable company before him, he found it hard to believe that it could develop artificial eel breeding technology. But facts speak louder than words. The large-scale appearance of glass eels out of season must represent a breakthrough in artificial eel breeding technology. Seeing the three strangers at the door, Lauka walked out and asked, "What can you do for me?" He then repeated the question in his half-baked Mandarin. The translator stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hello, we're from the Kagoshima Eel Company in Japan. We're visiting your company today. We already made an appointment with your online store the day before yesterday." When Lauka heard they were from another company, he quickly called the secretariat. Li Zixuan, who had just taken over Li Wenna's secretary duties, listened to Lauka's call and went downstairs to pick them up while calling his boss. Soon, Li Zixuan, along with Watanabe Kino and the other two, arrived at the first-floor reception room. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Miao and Kuyong also returned. Li Zixuan quickly stood up and introduced, "Everyone, this is our chairman, Mr. Jiang Miao. Boss, this is Takeo Watanabe, team leader of Kagoshima Eel Company in the Pearl River Delta." The two shook hands and took their seats. Li Zixuan poured Jiang Miao a cup of tea. "I heard about Mr. Watanabe's visit to Helyafeng. Do you want to purchase our eel breeding technology?" "Yes." "What do you think, Chairman Jiang?" Watanabe asked with a smile. The translator explained in Mandarin. Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. "Yes, the full set of technology will cost $30 million. However, I only authorize Kagoshima Eel Company to use this technology in Japan, not in other regions." After hearing the translator's explanation, a flicker of surprise crossed Watanabe's face. He had clearly not expected it to be so simple, and the price was within his acceptable range. In reality, he had no idea that Helyafeng's eel breeding technology was so simple that it couldn't remain secret for long. Once domestic companies realize this, they start poaching employees or stealing secrets. It's estimated that in 2 or 3 years, other companies will have developed similar technology. And if other domestic companies successfully imitate it, then people in Japan, Dhaka, and Southeast Asia will also gradually obtain related technology through these domestic companies. Rather than waiting for the technology to be leaked, it's better to sell it quickly for a good price to maximize profits. The price of $30 million for the regional technology license is definitely within the psychological expectations of Kagoshima Eel Company. If it exceeds this price, the other party may consider it or even give up. Watanabe Kino didn't immediately agree, but instead made an international call back to Japan. Half an hour later, the two parties finalized the preliminary terms of the technology transaction contract. Watanabe Kino and his team remained in Hailufeng, awaiting final approval from senior management on both sides. He would sign the contract on behalf of Kagoshima Eel Company and return to Japan with the technical data. Just a week later, Kagoshima Eel Company and Hailufeng Company concluded final contract discussions, with Watanabe Kino and Jiang Miao signing the contract on behalf of their respective companies. The contract was signed on January 1, 2025. This date was chosen because Hailufeng Company's revenue for this year had already been projected, and it had to be included in the company's annual financial statements for 2025 to avoid overtaxation. After receiving the initial $15 million, Jiang Miao provided the other party with the first set of technical data, how to cultivate eels and bring male eels to the critical point of sexual transformation. Subsequent data on seawater temperature, salinity, and breeding feed formula would be provided only after the other party had verified the initial technology. After signing the contract, Watanabe Takeo hurriedly boarded a flight back to Japan with the USB drive. January 3rd. Early in the morning, barely dawning. At the headquarters of the Kagoshima Anagi Company in Japan, a dozen technicians were intently reviewing the technical documentation they had just brought back. So, it's because farmed eels lack certain nutrients, which prevents male eels from completing their sex change. Several of these essential nutrients are only found in natural freshwater. This Hailufeng company has already simulated most of the necessary nutrients using artificial feed. The only nutrient that can't be replaced with artificial feed is this duckweed. It's not just duckweed. They also gave us several alternative wild aquatic plants. These are all common aquatic plants in Japan, but they're not as cost-effective as duckweed. Junichi Watanabe, president of Kagoshima Eel Company, asked anxiously, "Can we try the technology right away?" A veteran technician nodded. "Although it's incomplete, preliminary verification is possible. It will take about 3 months." Junichi Watanabe's expression was a bit serious. "Then try it right away. Although we have exclusive technology licenses in Japan, other companies will surely copy it once they discover how simple this technology is." "No wonder they sold the technology so easily," said Vice President Jiro Watanabe, looking grim. "They're smart. They know that technology diffusion is inevitable, so they're trying to maximize their profits. But if the technology is sound, we can still make a killing." Junichi Watanabe wasn't angry. "The cost of $30 million, if we can maintain our lead for about 2 years, given the potential of the Japanese market, we can still make a killing. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to recoup the losses solely through the sale of fry, as other Japanese eel farming companies could still purchase fry from the international market. Thus, Junichi Watanabe planned to leverage the exclusive technology licenses in Japan held by Kagoshima Eel Company to profit from other Japanese eel farming companies and recover some of the losses. Combining the profits from fry, the sale of mature eels, and the restaurant's revenue, Junichi Watanabe was confident he could recoup his costs within 2 years. However, all of this presupposes that the artificial breeding technology for eels is flawless and can be successfully put into production. Hailufeng Company, on the other hand, received numerous cooperation offers from Japanese companies, but Jiang Miao declined, instead directing them to contact Kagoshima Eel Company. After all, they had already signed a regional exclusive technology license, so they couldn't go back on their word. Furthermore, this was a clear breach of contract. If Hailufeng Company licensed its technology to other Japanese companies, Kagoshima Eel Company would undoubtedly sue them. To prevent Kagoshima Anagi from breaching its contract, Jiang Miao had initially demanded that both parties establish a 50% maximum penalty in the contract. Naturally, Kagoshima Anagi subsequently received cooperation requests from other Japanese companies. Knowing that these companies were being pushed by Hailufeng, Junichi Watanabe's impression of the latter improved considerably. At least this time, the cooperation between the two parties was based on mutual benefit and a win-win situation. Chapter 25. Hailufeng Company, on the other hand, generated a total revenue of 40.37 million yuan in December of the past 24 years, and 140 million yuan for the entire year prior. However, due to Jiang Miao's year-end spending spree, the company's net profit was only 57.31 million yuan. This net profit was acceptable, and it also contributed 20.05 million yuan in tax revenue to the local area. In the city's tax bureau's inspection team, the tax inspector was reviewing the relevant documents brought by Yu Meijing. "Your company is a sole proprietorship, and therefore must pay the legal representative's personal income tax at a rate of 35% of the annual net profit. Your declared annual net profit is 57.311251 million yuan, and the tax payable is 20.058937 million yuan. Please confirm and sign. Yi Meijing nodded. I confirm. She signed the declaration form. Shortly after Yi Meijing left, the tax inspector arrived at the section chief's office. Li Ke, this company's tax declaration is quite large, and it's only its first year. Take a look. Li Ke immediately took the application documents. The reason he took this matter so seriously was simple. There were only 24 companies in Helyafeng with annual tax payments exceeding 10 million yuan in 2023. And Helyafeng Agricultural Technology Company's tax payment of 20.05 million yuan would rank it around 14th in the city. The Helyafeng Tax Bureau pays special attention to any company with a tax payment exceeding 1 million yuan, let alone one that paid 20.05 million yuan in a single stroke. Huh? This is a sole proprietorship? Registered in May of last year? Primarily engaged in eel farming? Annual revenue of 140 million yuan? Li Ke was bewildered. He was particularly stunned when he saw the financial statements. In just 4 months, the company's revenue had reached 140 million yuan. The auditor reminded him, they have quite a few registered employees. Li Ke glanced at the employees' salary expenditures and discovered that Helyafeng's workforce was indeed quite large. 112 in total, all full-time employees with 5 social insurances. That's a pretty good salary. Security guards get 3,500 yuan, plus a 3,500 yuan year-end bonus, plus a 1,000 yuan disability allowance. Just in year-end bonuses and salaries, they paid out nearly 3 million yuan. They're really generous. Li Ke pondered for a moment. How about this? I personally lead a team to conduct an audit tomorrow. At Helyafeng's headquarters. All employees were beaming. Because the company had distributed money. Among the 21 employees in the sales department, their year-end bonuses were exceptionally high, almost all exceeding 30,000 yuan. Combined with their sales performance and base salary, each person received over 50,000 yuan. Then there's the eel farm. My brother-in-law Zhang Xinqing received a 100,000 yuan year-end bonus, the 8 technicians received roughly 20,000 yuan, and the 14 general employees received 5,000 to 8,000 yuan. Next, in the rest of the company, clerks received roughly 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, and department heads received 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. The cannery was similar, with Li Xinhua receiving a 30,000 yuan year-end bonus, and the 3 technicians and 3 team leaders each receiving 20,000 yuan. General employees received the same bonus as at the eel farm. As for the newly established Nanhu farm, its employees received a consolation payment of 3,500 yuan. Jiang Miao knew that giving money was the primary strategy for winning over employees. Other means were secondary. If a company constantly promises employees big things and ideals, but their salaries and benefits remain static, employees aren't fools and will eventually catch on. After all, a business is just a business. It can't attract followers in a religious way. Or, in other words, a business's faith is money, and to gain employee support, giving money is essential. As for those entrepreneurs who claim to have built their careers on charisma, if they don't have money, charisma is likely useless. Of course, with the current boom in online remote farming, there are many who admire and believe in entrepreneurs. Perhaps this is the beauty of distance. After Jiang Miao's generous donations, the company's employees were incredibly motivated, as if they had received a shot of chicken blood, and their work efficiency improved significantly. In addition to direct cash payments, the company also gave all employees 2 sets of nice winter clothes for free and distributed a box of canned eel from its inventory to each employee. Since the company frequently eats various eel dishes, the sight of canned eel has made all employees less inclined to eat it. But thankfully, it can be mailed home. January 8th. Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya had just arrived at the company, when they were met by Section Chief Li and his team, who had come to conduct a tax audit. Chairman, this is Section Chief Li from the Tax Bureau. They need to review our finances from last year, Yi Meijing quickly explained. Jiang Miao shook hands with Section Chief Li. Hello, I'm Jiang Miao. Mr. Jiang, I'm Li Yunhua, and here's my work ID, Li Ke said, showing his ID. We're here to conduct this tax audit because your company has become a major taxpayer in Shanmei, and your superiors attach great importance to it. So, I'm personally leading the team here. If everything is correct, our bureau will award your company an award. Jiang Miao smiled and nodded, then turned and instructed, Meijing, cooperate with Li Ke in the investigation. Okay, Chairman, I will fully cooperate. Although Yi Meijing was a little nervous, she knew the company's finances were impeccable, and there was no tax evasion. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your cooperation. Li Ke remained silent. Li Ke, here's my business card. Jiang Miao handed him his, then changed the subject. I studied with an old Chinese medicine practitioner for a few years. Li Ke seems a little off. Would you mind sitting down and taking his pulse? Oh! Li Ke, unsure of Jiang Miao's intentions, pointed to the tables and chairs in the guest house and said, let's take a look here. Okay. The two sat down. Jiang Miao pinched the other's wrist artery and asked him to stick out his tongue, then frowned. Li Ke, go to Shanshan Hospital as soon as possible and see the hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery department directly. Ask the doctor to focus on examining the pancreas. The sooner the better. Is it that serious? Li Ke was also shocked. Well, it's most likely pancreatic cancer. The disease progresses very quickly. You're only in the early stages now, but it could be in the late stages in a few months. Gulp. Li Ke broke out in a cold sweat and quickly asked, how is pancreatic cancer treated? Jiang Miao warned cautiously, surgery is the only option. Don't rely on folk remedies. If you miss these golden months, there's no chance of recovery. Pancreatic cancer is the king of cancers. Li Ke was startled, but still skeptical. He could only laugh dryly and said, thank you, Mr. Jiang, for the reminder. I find time to go to the hospital tomorrow. Then he turned and ordered Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, let's begin this audit. With Yi Meijing's cooperation, this tax audit went very smoothly, though Li Ke seemed a little distracted throughout, clearly worried about his health. Soon, the other party even declined to stay for dinner and hurried away. Watching the official car drive away, Jiang Miao could only wish them well. After all, pancreatic cancer is the most common cancer. If the patient is hospitalized immediately for treatment, there's a high probability of survival. If treatment is delayed for several more months, the effectiveness will be very poor. Watching Li Ke leave, and the tax officer following Yi Meijing up to the second-floor finance office, Lin Shuya asked curiously, when did you learn Chinese medicine? In the past few years. But aren't you being a little impulsive about this? What if it's a misdiagnosis? Lin Shuya said, a little worried. Jiang Miao shook his head. When I said high probability, I meant 99.99% high probability. So does Li Ke really have pancreatic cancer? Well, I can't say for sure. I hope he gets to the hospital soon. Pancreatic cancer can be treated in its early stages, but if it's delayed any longer, it's too late. Jiang Miao shook his head. Chapter 26. Jiang Miao didn't care much about the tax audit. After all, he had nothing to fear. After giving Li Zixuan some instructions at company headquarters, he sent Shuya to the temporary laboratory at Nanhu Farm. Then he headed to the breeding base in Yanqing village. As the pickup truck arrived at the gate, security guard Lao Lin flipped a switch, and the automatic barrier rose. My brother-in-law and my father were leading about 30 employees at the gate of the new breeding base. The gate was covered with red cloth, and a series of firecrackers were set off. For safety reasons, several employees stood by with hoses and fire extinguishers. Meow, you cut the ribbon. My brother-in-law handed him a pair of scissors. Okay. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Miao cut the ribbon. At the same time, my father lit the firecrackers. Crackle. The firecrackers blasted, and the employees applauded. After the firecrackers died down, Jiang Miao picked up the loudspeaker and said, today is a good day, the day our new breeding base opens. I hope everyone will work together with one heart and one mind to make this eel breeding base bigger and stronger. Thank you. Pa pa pa. The employees applauded again. Since they were paid, they clapped enthusiastically and enthusiastically. In the farm manager's office, Jiang Miao took a bottle of mineral water and sat down. My brother-in-law began to speak. The mature eels we purchased over the past few months have already filled all the open-air fish ponds. In January, 30,000 eels reached the standard for sex change and reproduction. We expect to produce 7.6 million glass eels every 5 days. Meow, isn't that too high? Dad said, a little worried. Jiang Miao shook his head. Not much. The country needs at least 100 tons of glass eel fry annually. Our current monthly production capacity is approximately 4.5 tons, or only 54 tons annually, less than half of domestic demand. Jiang Miao then recounted some feedback from the sales department across the country. From what I heard from the sales department, due to the falling price of eel fry, coupled with the glass eel farming technology and sea snow feed we disseminated, many eel farms have seen their costs drop. They believe eel farming is profitable, and are therefore expanding their operations. The scale of eel farming in the Chaos Han, and southern Fujian regions is expected to double this year. Other regions haven't followed suit yet, but they're expected to do so soon. My brother-in-law asked, Meow, what's your plan? Continue to expand? Yes, after the Lunar New Year, we rent fish ponds from several surrounding villages, and we plan to double our scale again. Double? Isn't that too radical? Didn't the Japanese Kagoshima Eel Company buy our technology? Then, my brother-in-law was startled. Jiang Miao explained confidently, Brother-in-law, you must understand that even if the Japanese mastered the technology for artificially breeding eels, they wouldn't be able to compete with us in the international market because of the vast disparity in production costs. This wasn't because Jiang Miao looked down on the Japanese, but rather the harsh reality imposed by the national conditions of both countries. China has significant advantages in water and electricity costs, basic services, labor costs, and feed costs. Japan, on the other hand, lacks these advantages. This is especially true for feed like duckweed, which provides essential nutrients. There's no way to artificially replace these nutrients. It must either be harvested wild or cultivated. Given the nature of Japanese agriculture, the combined costs of growing eelgrass are estimated to be more than 10 times higher than in China. This is also the fundamental reason why many agricultural products in Japan can only go high-end. After all, production costs are already extremely high, and if the price remains low, it will definitely be a loss. Thus, Jiang Miao paid little attention to either Japan or Dhaka, as they posed no threat to Hailufeng. Rather, the main threats to Hailufeng lied to Southeast Asian eel fry breeding companies and related domestic companies. But sooner or later, related domestic companies will realize that our technology is easily replicable, and market competition will inevitably be fierce. My brother-in-law was clearly aware of the level of internal competition among many domestic companies. Jiang Miao shook his head. Brother-in-law, that's why I want to expand before other domestic companies react, grab the biggest piece of the pie, and then, through small profits and quick turnover, reduce the number of competitors entering the market. Plus, glass eels have another huge consumer market. Western Europe cooks glass eels directly, and the production of Atlantic eels is declining year by year. Coupled with the turmoil of animal protection organizations, they have no choice but to import captive-bred glass eels as a substitute. Brother-in-law thought for a moment, then nodded. Is that so? I don't object, but doubling the scale is probably the limit, right? Yes, doubling the scale is enough. Any more would be counterproductive. The three of them discussed in the office for over an hour. After arranging the various tasks for the new breeding base, Jiang Miao hurriedly took a car to the farm in Nanhu village. Arriving at the west side of Nanhu village, one can immediately spot a self-built building undergoing renovation near the farm. It's a 3-room townhouse recently purchased by the company, serving as Nanhu Farm's offices and supporting factory. LV Weibin, recently hired by the Human Resources Department as Nanhu Farm's industrial manager, is currently busy with various tasks. Nanhu Farm is a complete blank canvas. Besides a few regular employees, there's one agricultural technician, and the affiliated Lin Shuya and Li Wina, who typically manage the edible fungus laboratory. LV Weibin now needs to submit needed personnel, equipment, and office supplies to the human resources and purchasing departments, keeping him constantly busy. But there's no other way. LV Weibin cherishes this job. He previously worked as a project leader at a major internet company, and his projects were also related to agriculture. Unfortunately, he's running into an age crisis. At just 38, he was downgraded by the company. Although he had $1 million in savings, he had previously impulsively purchased a house in Balijinqing Bay in downtown Shanmei, persuaded by his parents, relatives, and friends. When he bought the house, housing prices were still high. The total cost of the house, including the mortgage, was 2.18 million yuan. Currently, with the down payment, he has only paid back 1.32 million yuan, leaving 860,000 yuan. In other words, after paying off the remaining mortgage, his so-called million yuan in savings is only a little over 300,000 yuan. LV Weibin has a wife, 2 children, and elderly parents. His wife is currently a stay-at-home mother, and his parents are retired, but their pension is modest, barely enough to cover their daily expenses and medical care. At his age, finding another high-paying job in Shenzhen is quite challenging. 38 is too young to be considered. So, when he saw the job posting at Hailufeng Company, he hesitated for a few days before deciding to return home to work so he could care for his children and parents. LV Weibin was also the first local manager Jiang Miao hired, though he didn't have purchasing or personnel management authority. Jiang Miao attached great importance to the company's personnel management. Almost all recruitment decisions required his personal review. After all, a company's three most core powers were personnel, procurement, and finance. As long as these three core powers were firmly in place, the company's management would be largely problem-free. In addition, for a technology-focused company like Haliafing, the quality of management could be somewhat relaxed. There was no need to expect top-tier talent. Relatively mediocre management wouldn't be a major problem. After all, the executives of large companies were known for their infighting, and the possibility of management firing the founders was imminent. Jiang Miao likely wouldn't have the luxury of such high-quality talent. Chapter 27. Entering the Nanhu Farm office building. Old Lu, how's the farm going? LV weighed in, who was planning the packaging workshop, turned and saw Jiang Miao. He hurried over. Boss, I'm planning several workshops to prepare for the upcoming equipment purchases and staffing. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Miao handed him a bottle of mineral water and reminded him, although your work is important, you still need to eat on time. Otherwise, gallbladder polyps can easily develop into gallstones, requiring a gallbladder removal. Thank you for your concern, boss. Lu Weibin hadn't expected his boss to pay so much attention to him. In reality, he didn't know that Jiang Miao had seen at a glance through the identification panel that LV Weibin hadn't eaten regularly, resulting in bile secretion disorders. The company cafeteria is just a few minutes away. Let's eat when it's time. Health is the capital of revolution. If your health is failing, what good is making a lot of money? LV Weibin nodded quickly. Boss, that's a great insight. I definitely eat on time from now on. Getting back to business, the HR department has found you an assistant and an assistant. They're currently undergoing some training, and will be here in 2 or 3 days. I see. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. LV Weibin exhaled. The group arrived at the farm. Workers were already busy inside the greenhouse. LV Weibin picked up the intercom and called agricultural technician Zhou Xinwang. Wang, come over here. Hiss. Got it. A moment later, a young man with glasses and a tan complexion approached the group. Boss, Manager Lu. Wang, how are the strawberry seedlings? Jiang Miao asked. Zhou Xinwang raised his glasses and listed them off like a treasure. 800 jasmine strawberry plants have been planted, and 500 have sprouted. 600 cheese strawberry plants have been planted, with 400 sprouts. 500 vanilla strawberry plants have been planted, with 500 sprouts. Do we have enough staff? Zhou Xinwang shook his head. For now, but as the first batch of planted seedlings enter their growth phase, we can start breeding runner seedlings. The current 3 regular employees on the farm won't be enough. I estimate we need at least 5 more regular employees before the strawberries reach peak fruiting season. Jiang Miao nodded. Okay, I have the HR department recruit as soon as possible. He was quite concerned about Nanhu Farm. After all, the eel industry was quickly reaching market saturation, and its prosperity would only last a year or 2 at most. When the eel industry entered a period of low profitability, new revenue streams would be necessary. Otherwise, the company would have to maintain so many employees, and the financial pressure would increase. The strawberry industry is one of the new revenue streams Jiang Miao has prepared for the company. Businesses must diversify their operations to enhance their resilience to risk. Of course, focusing solely on the strawberry industry is clearly not enough. Jiang Miao has recently been considering a new technological direction. That is transgenic grafting technology. Transgenic grafting involves using genetic engineering to create a grafting stake capable of grafting 2 varieties. One variety is then used as the rootstock and the other as the silane, connected by a grafting stake. Many may find it strange that if grafting is to be done, why bother with a grafting stake? The reason is that conventional grafting requires a prerequisite. The closer the relationship between the 2 plants, the higher the survival rate. For example, although lychees and longans both belong to the Sapondaceae family, Sapondaceae genus, Sapondaceae subfamily, they must be further divided into the genus lychee and the genus longan. In recent years, research institutions in Guangzhou have successfully grafted lychees and longans, a feat that is extremely challenging. Jiang Miao plans to use genetic engineering to create a grafting stump that allows 2 plant varieties to be safely grafted together, thereby enabling rapid grafting and cross-genus grafting. If this technology can be realized, its value will be enormous. The 2 varieties he has his eyes on can be seamlessly connected. As for the development of genetically modified grafting stumps, the first step is to identify the 2 varieties to be grafted, and then, based on their genetic profiles, artificially adjust the genes that are suitable for both grafting partners. Perhaps to other researchers, this technology is simply a pipe dream. because humans currently do not fully understand their own genes, let alone the genes of other organisms. To achieve cross-genus grafting between two species, the genetic profiles of both species must be thoroughly understood. Even national research institutions would struggle to fund such a project. The so-called Human Genome Blueprint Project, a collaborative effort among various countries, barely produced a passable human genome blueprint, which still failed to fully decipher the functions of human genes. Jiangmiao, however, can use the identification panel to instantly analyze the complete genetic profile of each organism. Transgenic experiments can also save considerable time, eliminating the need for lengthy observations and comparative experiments to determine the various effects of genetic modification. Therefore, Jiangmiao's seemingly crazy project actually has the potential for success. His research targets are the kapok and durio, both members of the Bombycaceae family. The reason for choosing these two species is, on the one hand, to make money. After all, the price of durian is high enough, making it easy to invest and quickly recoup your investment. On the other hand, it's because the Lingnan region is one of the original habitats of kapok, with numerous kapok trees throughout the region, making it easy to quickly expand the planting scale. As long as durian can be successfully grafted onto kapok, and the kapok tree's adaptability to the Lingnan climate is leveraged, durian can be grown and fruited in Lingnan. Furthermore, Jiangmiao can also select some high-altitude durian varieties with better cold tolerance. Thus, Jiangmiao plans to invest 50 million yuan next year to build a genetically modified food breeding laboratory. This laboratory requires a number of specialized equipment, such as PCR machines, electrophoresis apparatuses, centrifuges, gel imaging systems, and nucleic acid and protein analyzers. Jiangmiao originally had no need for testing equipment like gel imaging systems and nucleic acid and protein analyzers, but to avoid attracting attention and ensure the scientific research results were presented more rationally, these testing devices were essential. The laboratory also needed equipment like clean benches. All of this cost a considerable amount of money. However, Jiangmiao only needed to pay the money, and the professional matters were left to a professional contracting company. 50 million yuan was indeed a small amount for Heliafeng Company at the moment, not to mention that such an investment could effectively and reasonably lower net profits and reduce tax expenses. Also, Lin Shiya's edible fungus laboratory needed to be tendered. He planned to open a tender for both laboratories next year. Since both were biological laboratories, the equipment would be relatively common. However, genetically modified organisms, like fungi, have certain uncontrollable factors, and Jiangmiao would definitely not allow Lin Shiya to research them. If they developed some superbugs, it would be a disaster. GMO experiments on plants can be physically destroyed. But even the top biological laboratories couldn't guarantee complete elimination of experimental products like fungi and bacteria. Even a tiny bit of it could cause a catastrophe. Even with the identification panel, Jiangmiao remained in awe of the field of microbiology. Microorganisms reproduce so rapidly, are highly adaptable, and, coupled with their uncontrollable mutational characteristics, any problems could have catastrophic consequences. When Lin Shiya started her doctoral studies, he had advised her against pursuing a career in medicinal fungi. This was due to his subconscious awe of microorganisms. Chapter 28. Since the Spring Festival of 25 fell on January 28th, the company adjusted the eel farm's production plan. In the first half of the month, they produced approximately 22.8 million glass eels and sold them quickly. By January 15th, they had completed pre-New Year sales and shipping, and only accepted pre-orders after that. In fact, of the 22.8 million eels produced in the first half of January, 14.36 million had already been ordered by farms across the country by the end of December of last year, so the sales pressure wasn't great. Afternoon of the 21st. The wind was cold, and the winter sunset came early. Jiangmiao had just returned from Nanhu Farm. As soon as he returned to his office, several managers came over. "Boss, this is the sales figure for this month." Li Zhou handed him the sales report. Jiangmiao glanced at the sales figures and nodded with a smile. Not bad. Although the sales price had dropped slightly, the sales department still generated 49.82 million yuan in revenue in January, an average of 2.51 yuan per glass eel. Zhang Sini then submitted the online store department's January sales report, which showed a significant increase compared to the previous month. Good. Keep up the good work, Jiangmiao encouraged. The online store department generated a total of 8.09 million yuan in revenue in January, of which 7.37 million yuan came from online orders of eel fry from existing customers, and the remaining 720,000 yuan came from sales of feed and canned eels. Among the canned eels, the Kabayaki eel can product developed by Li Xinhua in October has become a major sales force. Affordable Japanese restaurants and takeout restaurants in the Pearl River Delta and Kaohsiung areas have been purchasing large quantities of the canned eel as raw material. The reason Kabayaki canned eel is so popular is that, after about a month upon rearing and feeding on specialized feed, the earthiness in the scavenged female eels is largely metabolized. As anyone who has cooked fish knows, the earthiness of many fish is masked when served hot. However, once the fish is cooled, the earthiness of poor quality fish becomes apparent. This is also why the Kabayaki canned eel at many Japanese restaurants, despite using the same techniques and ingredients, can often differ significantly between dine-in and takeout. As a result, Helyafeng's Kabayaki canned eel, with its affordable price, excellent quality, and lack of noticeable earthiness, has become the preferred choice for many budget-friendly Japanese restaurants. Of the 720,000 yuan in sales, at least 580,000 yuan was generated by Kabayaki canned eel. As for the tinplate canned eel, the sales performance is more complex. If local supermarkets and those in the Kaohsiung area hadn't purchased a batch, it would have been difficult to gain traction online. After reviewing the sales reports from the sales and online store departments, seeing that Jiang Miao had some free time, Yu Meijing seized the opportunity to quickly report the company's financial results for January. Boss, based on the data from the sales and online store departments, including the technology licensing fee, the company's total revenue for this month was 162.91 million yuan, including 49.82 million yuan from the sales department, 8.09 million yuan from the online store, and 105 million yuan from technology licensing. In fact, the technology licensing fee still had 15 million yuan outstanding, but it wasn't expected to arrive until April. This was because Kagoshima Eel Company needed to complete technical verification before the other party would release the balance to Helyafeng Company. Yu Meijing then went on to describe the company's monthly expenses. Salaries, performance bonuses, and special allowances totaled 1.13 million yuan, property expenses 1.74 million yuan, utilities 187,532 million yuan, office supplies 13,200 yuan, holiday gifts 70,000 yuan, raw materials 520,000 yuan, and mature eels 3.57 million yuan. 2 laboratories bid 72 million yuan, industrial land 2.46 million yuan, farm equipment 160,000 yuan, trucks and official vehicles 2.75 million yuan. Total expenses, 85,718,509 yuan. Jiang Miao took a look at the data and didn't see anything particularly unusual. The reason property expenses are so high is that some of the site rents are paid annually or quarterly, with virtually no monthly payments. January, the first month of the 25-year period, means a lot of property expenses were incurred that month. However, the real bulk of the company's expenses still came from the investment in the 2 laboratories. The company contracted to operate these 2 laboratories is a professional laboratory engineering contractor in Pingcheng. They sent someone to sign the contract a few days ago. Construction of the laboratories began after the Spring Festival. The laboratories were located in Nanhu Village, across the road from the company headquarters, less than 100 meters away. The site is a 50 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of open space at the foot of a mountain. Leveling the land and laying the foundation are already underway. Although the expenses are substantial, the company's revenue can support the project. Profits in January were 77,201,438 yuan, compared to a surplus of 36,832,581 yuan last year. The company currently has 114,034,019 yuan in working capital. Clearly, Helyafeng's finances were in excellent health, with hundreds of millions in liquid funds on the books. However, considering that last year's profit carryover was already taxed, Jiang Miao had already transferred this money into his personal account to avoid confusion with the company's public account. Since Helyafeng was a sole proprietorship, he didn't need to go through the board of directors or anything like that, so he could transfer the post-tax profits into his own account. If needed later, he could inject capital. After listening to the financial report, Jiang Miao began arranging the company's holidays. He had promoted HR manager Jiang Haiba to deputy general manager to help him manage the company's daily operations. Thus, Jiang Haiba was in charge of holiday scheduling. Boss, here's the staggered holiday schedule I'd drawn up. Please review it. Jiang Miao reviewed it carefully. Jiang Haiba's arrangement was acceptable, taking into account the employees' family situations. Out-of-town employees will have the holiday on the 25th to visit their families and return to work on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Local employees will be divided into two groups. One group, whose families live in Magong Town, will continue working as usual, especially security guards, farm plantation workers, and technicians and breeders at the breeding base. A certain number of people must be on duty. Those whose families live locally, but not near Magong Town, will have the holiday on the 27th and return to work on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. However, all three industrial managers chose not to take a day off. My brother-in-law was concerned about the eels at the breeding base. Li Xinhua planned to bring his family to Magong Town for the Lunar New Year. LV Weibin was attracted by the triple salary offered during the Spring Festival holiday, and since his family lives in nearby Jinqing Bay, he wouldn't miss the New Year's Eve reunion dinner. Jiang Haibao's hometown is in southern Jiangxi. He planned to return home for the Spring Festival and bring his parents over, as he had already planned to settle down in Shanmei City after the holiday, primarily because he had a local girlfriend. Another factor was Jiang Miao's unerring medical skills. Li Ke, from the tax bureau, had recently undergone surgery, and had even come to thank Jiang Miao with a fruit basket. Additionally, Jiang Miao's previous performance had convinced the company's employees of his medical skills. At least when it came to treating patients, his medical skills were undeniably sharp. As a result, many employees were considering taking advantage of this special benefit. If their family members lived nearby and were feeling unwell, they could ask the boss for assistance. Jiang Miao didn't refuse, but simply urged the employees to be discreet and to limit the information to their family members only. After all, this would help internal unity and increase Jiang Miao's authority within the company. Don't assume that just because Hailifeng is a sole proprietorship, Jiang Miao can force his way into the hands of all employees. A sole proprietorship only means he can make arbitrary decisions within the company, but the respect of his employees is something that can't be easily earned. Thus, by offering free medical care, Jiang Miao has earned a very good reputation among his employees. The saying "love the house, love the dog" applies to this very principle. Jiang Miao can also observe this in his daily life. If someone has hidden thoughts, unless they are a highly trained agent, they can easily discern their inner thoughts as soon as their heart rate accelerates and their hormone levels fluctuate. After all, a person's emotions may be concealed through facial expressions, but their hormone levels are much harder to conceal. When a person is excited, their brain secretes more dopamine. Other emotions also cause fluctuations in hormones. In Jiang Miao's eyes, nothing can escape his gaze. Chapter 29. January 25th. Perhaps because it was approaching the new year, the weather had changed from the last few days of incessant rain, with a rare warm sun today. Jiang Miao gathered all the out-of-town employees preparing to return home and handed out a large stack of red envelopes. Come on! Work hard. The 888 yuan red envelope was handed over. Zhang Sini quickly took it with both hands. Thank you, boss. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Soon, the 20 or so out-of-town employees received their 888 yuan New Year red envelopes, then packed their suitcases and boarded one of the company's 5 pickup trucks to the high-speed rail station or the bus terminal. Lin Shuya, standing nearby, observed the now quieter company. She exhaled, rubbed her reddened palms, and asked with a smile, "Shouldn't you be staying at the company these days?" "Yes, management must be there." "I'm fine. Collecting samples from southern Yunnan takes time. We already collected about 5 kilograms of truffle samples. Alpinia tremella won't be available until July or August, and Matsutake mushrooms won't be available until July or August either." Jiang Miao squatted down and touched De Huang, the man he brought from his hometown. It was De Huang who discovered he'd been struck by lightning and fainted. He rubbed De Huang's head and fed him a piece of eel. "How's the truffle research going?" Lin Shuya explained the situation. Currently, many places are researching black and white truffle cultivation techniques. The Panshur Agricultural and Forestry Research Institute completed a wildlife cultivation technique in 2023. The yield per moo should be quite embarrassing. "That's right," Lin Shuya replied, squatting down to watch De Huang eat the eel. Jiang Miao guessed the per acre yield of white truffles was embarrassing because the market price reflected the actual production situation. If the Panshur Agricultural and Forestry Research Institute could achieve large-scale production of white truffles, the market price would definitely fall. However, Jiang Miao knew from the purchasing department's reports that the price of white truffles has remained around 400 to 1,000 yuan per kilogram in recent years, averaging around 580 yuan per kilogram. Since the market price hasn't plummeted, this means that the Pancher Agricultural and Forestry Research Institute's technology is not suitable for large-scale production and can only be cultivated on a small scale in a simulated wild environment. De Huang, let's go! Jiang Miao pulled the dog's leash. On the country road to Nanhu Farm. The morning sun was bright, and although the north wind was still reluctant to let up, the sun still brought a touch of warmth to the pedestrians. The two of them, holding De Huang's hand, walked to the temporary edible fungus laboratory at Nanhu Farm. 20 minutes later, at the foot of the hillside on the north side of the farm, was the temporary laboratory built in a container house. Changing into a set of protective gear, Jiang Miao saw the bags Lin Shuya had made from sawdust, soil, quicklime, and gypsum, over 100 bags in total. These bags used different mixes, with groups of 10 bags each, for a total of 14 control groups. Using the identification panel, Jiang Miao observed the condition of the white truffles within the bags. 3 groups showed promising growth. Jiang Miao glanced at the labels, a look of astonishment in his eyes. One of the 3 bags contained soil from the understory of the Pancher white truffle production area, while the other 2 contained artificial soil, modeled after the composition of the understory soil in Pancher. As expected, trace elements in the soil have a significant impact on the growth of white truffles, with phosphorus, magnesium, manganese, and selenium being particularly crucial. This isn't simply a matter of supplementing these elements, as white truffles have varying absorption and utilization rates for their compounds. For example, white truffles can effectively utilize the stored phosphorus in the soil, but this requires the appropriate soil pH. They are incapable of utilizing other phosphates. Thus, supplementing white truffles with chemical fertilizers is extremely difficult, as they don't favor artificial fertilizers. More precisely, they lack the genes for absorbing them. Just like some humans are lactose intolerant, white truffles can't absorb all trace element compounds. Additionally, specific conditions, such as temperature, humidity, and organic matter, are required to ensure rapid growth. Jiang Miao, wearing gloves, picked up one of the bags. Shuya, look at this one. Does it already have some mycelium? Let me take a look. Lin Shuya quickly took out a magnifying glass and carefully examined the bags. Jiang Miao helped her record the corresponding data. Oh, really? After examining all 140 bags, Lin Shuya reviewed the data Jiang Miao had compiled and muttered to herself. The soil brought back from Pan City does indeed have an effect on white truffles. The 2 sets of artificial soils that mimic Pan City soil also have an effect. Jiang Miao smiled and reminded her, you could set up a few more control groups. For example, try using chemical fertilizers, natural minerals, or artificially increasing the trace element content in the nutrient soil to see if there's any difference. You have a point. Perhaps white truffles require some natural mineral nutrients that aren't artificially synthesized, similar to the artificial breeding technology for eels you developed. Lin Shuya had clearly figured it out. Jiang Miao continued, also, those few acres of greenhouses should be upgraded after the Lunar New Year. The internal temperature, humidity, and light intensity should be controlled so that we can test the various conditions required for white truffle growth, even dynamic ones. Then there's soil pH. After all, among the 50 soil samples collected from Pancher, white truffles prefer alkaline limestone soil, with a pH between 8.1 and 8.2. This is clearly also a significant factor. Many chemical fertilizers now alter soil pH, and I suspect they might have a counterproductive effect on white truffle cultivation. Lin Shuya wrote down his thoughts. Also, the type of organic matter in the soil we brought back is a topic worth studying. After all, as a symbiotic bacterium, it requires the roots of specific trees to grow, which suggests that these trees provide specific nutrients for white truffles. Lin Shuya nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems I need to expand the experiment and add a control group to observe the full range of conditions required for white truffle growth. After all, large-scale production of white truffles requires shortening their growth cycle while ensuring sufficient accumulation of their flavorful components. Thus, understanding the full range of white truffle growth conditions is crucial to developing targeted solutions, shortening their growth time while preserving their flavor. Currently, the natural growth cycle of white truffles is as long as 7 or 8 years, which is clearly too long to meet the requirements of commercial production. This is one of the reasons why the Pancher Agricultural and Forestry Research Institute's simulated wild cultivation technology has been difficult to promote. Their technology can only yield 40 to 60 kilograms of white truffles per moo, which, at the current market price, could fetch approximately 24,000 to 36,000 yuan. However, the cultivation cycle takes 7 or 8 years, and during the harvest year, only a few years can be harvested. After a few years, replanting or natural closure of the mountain to ensure the recovery of organic matter in the soil is necessary. Clearly, this time cost is too high, and it carries enormous risks. No farmer is willing to gamble 7 or 8 years on this. For example, in recent years, many small mushroom companies have deceived farmers into growing morels. Can this be cultivated? Yes, it can. This requires technical support from provincial agricultural and forestry institutions, and a good deal of luck. Otherwise, blindly cultivating morels is likely to result in a complete loss. Because morels are extremely picky about temperature and humidity, and their desired conditions are often in conflict with each other, ordinary greenhouses lack temperature and humidity control systems, leaving them at the mercy of the weather. With luck, a bountiful harvest can be expected in the first year. With bad luck, several consecutive years of barrenness are common. Jiang Miao didn't ask Lin Shuya to research morels because the technology for large-scale cultivation already exists. Using greenhouses with fully controlled temperature and humidity, combined with proper soil disinfection, can ensure continuous bountiful harvests. The problem is that this approach is extremely costly, and the price of morels isn't particularly high. This means the output value won't cover the production costs, resulting in losses for investors. Chapter 30. New Year's Eve. The Jiang family mansion in Xianxiang. Jiang Miao and his parents had returned to the old mansion in Xianxiang. Lin Shuya hadn't returned to Guangzhou either. She didn't want to see her two brothers, so she followed Jiang Miao back to the old mansion for the new year. Jiang Miao's parents had returned a few days early and had cleaned the old mansion, giving it a fresh new look. A bright red couplet had been hung on the front door. Shuya and her mother were busy in the kitchen, braising a goose and pig's trotters, and using a pressure cooker to make 2 salt-baked chickens. Meow, come get the bowls and chopsticks. Okay. Soon, the table was laden with a large plate of food. Shuya added a bowl of rice to the 2 elderly people and poured orange juice. Come on, Mom and Dad, try some of my honey-glazed barbecued pork. Shuya, you should try some too. You lost weight. Her mother placed a large piece of pig's trotter into Shuya's bowl. Jiang Miao smiled but said nothing. After the reunion dinner, in the middle of the night, Dad set off another firecracker. Crackle. Amid the sound of firecrackers, the year passed. Before they knew it, the first day of the new year had arrived. Jiang Miao held Shuya in his arms. The two of them listened to the occasional firecrackers from the village and chatted quietly about the past. Shuya, let's get married next year. Shuya rested her head against his chest, feeling his warmth, and said casually, let's just get the marriage certificate. I don't have many relatives there, and my friendships with college and high school classmates have faded. I probably just invite a few close friends over for a meal. I think a wedding is too much trouble. The thought of it gives me a headache. If you don't like a big party, then we can just keep it small. We can have a wedding banquet in the cafeteria at company headquarters. I invite a few close relatives and the company employees. Lin Shuya looked up, met his eyes, and smiled, all up to you. Jiang Miao lifted the end of her hair and gently kissed Shuya on the forehead. But wedding photos and wedding dresses are a must. One Chinese, one Western. Pick the one you like. Yes. Shuya leaned on his shoulder again. Outside the window, the sound of firecrackers gradually died down. In the quiet of the second half of the night, Jiang Miao slept in for a rare late night. He didn't get up until 10 o'clock the next morning. On New Year's Day, young people in the local countryside didn't have much to do. Ancestor worship and other ceremonies were usually performed by the older generation at the ancestral temple. Jiang Miao and Shuya quickly drank a carton of pure milk and prepared to drive the pickup truck to the breeding base. Just after stepping out the door, they saw their pregnant eighth and walking past with her grandson. Jiang Miao glanced at the other party, and the identification panel immediately displayed his situation. He shook his head, thinking it was hard to persuade the damn man. He patted Shuya on the back and said, "Let's go." Meow. Now that you're rich, you don't recognize anyone anymore. Ba Gu's words were foul again. Ajay has made a lot of money these past few years. I heard he bought a house in Jincheng Bay. Why doesn't Ba Gu live there? Jiang Miao asked with a smile. Isn't he renovating it? Miao, you and Ajay are good friends. Can you? Jiang Miao smiled and said, Ba Gu, I know a friend who handles loans at the bank. If Ajay needs anything, he can contact him. Ba Gu waved her hands repeatedly. No. I just want to borrow some from you. After all, we're family. Auntie, you misunderstood. I borrowed tens of millions from the bank to start my company. I see Ajay has made quite a bit of money in recent years. How about lending me a few $100,000 to help me get by? Jiang Miao immediately took the initiative. Auntie was speechless for a moment, then began to chatter again. Meow. Business isn't easy these days. You better be careful not to lose your father's original capital. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I be leaving now. With that, he pulled Shuya into the car and drove away. In the car, Shuya asked what he had just said, and Jiang Miao gave a concise explanation. After hearing the explanation, Shuya smiled and shook her head. You really are so predictable. There are good people in the village, bad people, and even treacherous and cunning people. My dad is just too honest. He didn't take precautions beforehand. Who knows how much money he have to borrow? If it's just 1 or 2 emergency loans, that's fine. The problem is that some people will take advantage of it, thinking it's their right to lend them money, and that not paying them back is their own fault. Jiang Miao gently turned the steering wheel. So, in the countryside, don't be too nice to people, especially those aunts and uncles and so-called good brothers. Sometimes, instead of being grateful, they think you're easy to bully. Meow, is that aunt's condition really that serious? But her son should be quite wealthy, right? Why didn't she get treatment? Lin Shuya asked, frowning. Jiang Miao shook his head. That Ajay has never been a good kid. He's a gambler. I think the money he paid for the house in Jincheng Bay was paid by Aunt Ba and her husband. He spent all the money he earned over the years with his cronies. I see. Even on the other side, her mother, Huang Qiuyue, also rode her bicycle to the ancestral temple to pay respects to her ancestors. Along the way, those she had friendly ties with, and those she hadn't, all greeted her with a smile. Someone chuckled, insinuating, Qiuyue, your son's made a fortune. You should enjoy your life. Although Huang Qiuyue was uneducated, she was well aware of the cunning characteristic of middle-aged rural women. She immediately followed her son's prepared script. Xiuzhu, where did you hear that? If my son really is making money, that would be great. His company has borrowed tens of millions, and Dahai and I are so worried. Really? Someone said sourly, Aunt San, your family hasn't returned home even after getting rich. This year, the government office is putting on a play, and we need a meow to write one. As a woman, I can't make the final call on a play. Someone even promoted their daughter, Sister Qiuyue. A meow and my daughter are old classmates. After the Lunar New Year, why don't we arrange a time for the 2 young people to have tea together? Huang Qiuyue shook her head. Ahua, my son has a girlfriend. And Jiang Miao, my uncle's cousin, who knew something about Jiang Miao's family, had already warned his mother and father not to spread rumors in the village. Jiang Miao's mother had a decent relationship with Huang Qiuyue, and since her son still depended on Jiang Miao's family for food, she naturally kept her mouth shut and instead offered support. While everyone suspected Jiang Miao had made a lot of money, without any concrete evidence, they could only speculate that he might have made millions. Adding the tens of millions in loans Huang Qiuyue mentioned, their envy was somewhat mitigated. Jiang Dahai, his father, also encountered a variety of good brothers and good neighbors. Heeding his son's warning, Jiang Dahai remained unfazed by the flattery. Instead, he calmed down. One of the village elders, similar to clan elders, smoking a water pipe, asked with a smile Dahai, how many plays do you want to compose this year? After all, your family is making money, and composing plays is a matter of honor for the family, so it shouldn't be underestimated. Jiang Dahai knew this was inevitable and nodded. Although a meow doesn't make much money, we can't bring shame to the Jiang family. I pay for one. Dahai, isn't that kind? Another elder teased. How can one be enough? Third uncle, please forgive me. I'm planning to give this little money to my son for a rainy day. Jiang Dahai smiled wryly and waved his hand. Another short, older boss tentatively asked, by the way, Dahai, are you hiring at your eel farm? My second brother's son, Li Yin, worked in logistics at the Cathay Frozen Factory, so he has experience in that area. Jiang Dahai shook his head. The eel farm doesn't lack logistics, but we do need a few fish feeders. Fish feeders? The short boss was immediately disappointed. Clearly, he had no intention of letting his nephew do the fish feeding job. After chatting for over half an hour, seeing they hadn't gained much from Jiang Dahai, the others stopped talking. After all, they were all from the same village, so some things couldn't be taken too far. All this was within Jiang Miao's expectations. Before returning for the new year, he had told his parents his plans, asking them to be careful of the people in the village to avoid serious harm. Chapter 31. As the pickup truck arrived at the entrance of the breeding base, Jiang Miao noticed his brother-in-law's pickup truck. He took Shuya straight to the manager's office. Suddenly, he looked at a fish breeder feeding eels on the dam of a nearby fish pond. The fish breeder also noticed Jiang Miao, and quickly put down the hopper in his hand. Shuya, who was holding his arm, also sensed something was amiss, but she didn't say anything. "Boss, madam, Happy New Year." Jiang Miao smiled, and handed over a red envelope. "Xiao Kai, Happy New Year." "Thank you, boss." Jiang Miao turned around, his eyes narrowed slightly. The two walked hand in hand into the manager's office of the base. "My brother-in-law wasn't in the office." Just then, Shuya whispered, "Did that employee have a problem?" The moment he saw me, his eyes wandered, and he subconsciously glanced towards the feed mixing room. In the cold weather, sweat broke out on his forehead, clearly very nervous. "I seen him several times before, and he never reacted that way," Jiang Miao explained, explaining the results of the identification panel. Because through the identification panel, he discovered that the breeder, Xiao Kai, had experienced a surge of adrenaline upon seeing him, his body surging with hormones and physiological reactions related to fear, guilt, worry, and tension. It was clear that this person had done something wrong, and something very serious. Opening the computer in the manager's office, Jiang Miao pulled up the surveillance footage from the base's monitoring room. Soon, he saw the results he was looking for. He's been sneaking around the feed mixing room several times. It seems his motives are definitely not pure. Shuya frowned. Jiang Miao, concerned about confidentiality, purchased a significant amount of nutrients. However, the variety was vast, and a significant portion was ineffective or even had side effects. Furthermore, the mixing room had a single door, locked with a combination lock. Only Jiang Miao, Jiang Dehai, and Zhang Xinqing had access. During the daily eel feeding process, the crucial portion of the feed was prepared and fed personally by Jiang Dehai or Zhang Xinqing, with no other breeders having access. While this confidentiality plan wouldn't last long, the key now was to delay the situation as long as possible. Over 20 minutes passed. Zhang Xinqing, wearing a red down jacket, entered from outside. "Miao, sister-in-law, aren't you home for New Year's? I'm glad you're here." Shuya had already brewed a pot of Phoenix Dansong tea and poured Zhang Xinqing a cup of hot tea, saying in Mandarin with a smile, "Brother-in-law, enjoy your tea." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Zhang Xinqing knew Mandarin. To be more precise, many fishermen around Magong town could speak Mandarin. "Brother-in-law, I just noticed something fishy about Xiao Kai," Jiang Miao said, sending the video he had copied to his phone to his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law looked at it for a moment, his expression growing more serious. "Miao, there's definitely something fishy about Xiao Kai. Why don't we just call the police?" Jiang Miao shook his head. "There's no point calling the police now. He hasn't actually stolen secrets. Without evidence, the police station would at most give him a reprimand, but that would only alert the enemy. What if I just watch him steal secrets? What if he actually succeeds?" Zhang Xinqing paced back and forth worriedly. "What's his background? Let me think." Zhang Xinqing recalled the other person's identity information. After a moment, he said, "This Xiao Kai is from the town, not from Xiaoqiu or any of the other villages. I think he used to work on the assembly line at the Truly Electronics factory. If he's not from Xiaoqiu, it'd be easy." Jiang Miao whispered a few words into Zhang Xinqing's ear. Then he took out a blank notebook and wrote down a series of data and nutrient names. He then wiped the pages with a wet tissue and crumpled them several times, making them look like they'd been frequently flipped through. Zhang Xinqing took the notebook and nodded. "Leave it to me." Jiang Miao left the breeding base with Shuya. It was a little after 4 in the afternoon. Several of the remaining employees at the breeding base had gone off, leaving only Zhang Xinqing, a disabled security guard, and 2 breeders. One of them was Xiao Kai, who had volunteered to stay. Inside the logistics warehouse, Zhang Xinqing and Xiao Kai picked up a large amount of nutrients and other ingredients, pushing the decoration supplies on a cart to the ingredient room. Arriving at the door, Zhang Xinqing turned around and asked, "Xiao Kai, are you short on money lately?" No." Xiao Kai evaded the question, then nervously changed the subject. "I have a girlfriend, and my expenses are a bit high. During the Chinese New Year, I get triple overtime pay, plus a red envelope, so I'm trying to earn a little extra money." "I see. If you're short on money, just tell me. A few tens of thousands of yuan should be no problem for an emergency." Zhang Xinqing smiled, and patted the man's shoulder. Xiao Kai froze, an awkward smile on his face. "If you need anything, be sure to ask me for a loan." Zhang Xinqing smiled and instructed, "Go to ponds 20 to 30, and feed the fish. Use feed number 3. "No problem. Work hard, the company won't treat you unfairly." Watching Xiao Kai leave, Zhang Xinqing felt a complex feeling. I hope you do well. I given you this opportunity. He then entered the mixing room and closed the door behind him. Zhang Xinqing placed the notebook on a nearby workbench and flipped a special switch hidden in a switch box. He began mixing a bucket of feed additive according to the recipe in the notebook. He deliberately turned around and mixed another bucket in a corner. He then carried one of the buckets out of the mixing room, closing the door behind him. On the dam of the fish pond diagonally across from the mixing room, Xiao Kai saw Zhang Xinqing hurriedly leaving with the bucket. He glanced around but saw no one else. He knew the other breeder was in the pond on the other side of the base. Then, with a steeled resolve, he grabbed his feed bucket and quietly made his way to the oxygenator switch at a nearby fish pond. Using the shelter of the mulberry trees on the pond dam, he pulled a charger with a safety pin from his pocket and quickly plugged it into the outlet. Puff! Since the safety pins were connected to the neutral and live wires, a burst of scorching flames erupted from the charger, followed by the stench of burning plastic. Xiao Kai, not caring about the flaming charger, quickly wrapped his gloves around it, unplugged it, and casually tossed it into the nearby fish pond. At the same time, the power to the entire farm tripped. However, the indoor breeding area of the breeding base had a backup power supply, which activated immediately after the line failure. Inside the indoor breeding farm, Zhang Xinqing's eyes darkened. Coincidence? Or, he didn't leave, but instead picked up the phone and called the electrician. Old Zhao, there's a power outage at the farm. Please come over right away. What? Okay. I'll be right there. On the other side. After throwing away the charger, Xiao Kai quickly grabbed the bucket and ran to the mixing room. He knew he only had one chance. The farm surveillance cameras were connected to the same network as the rest of the farm's electrical circuits, and the previous malfunction would render them inoperable. But time was running out. Zhang Xinqing would definitely call an electrician immediately. Electrician Lao Zhao was from Qichao town, and it would take him about 20 minutes to get here from his home. Including troubleshooting the wiring, that would take at least half an hour. In other words, he only had 50 minutes at most. When he arrived at the mixing room's door, he had already looked up this type of combination lock online. It was a simple 4-digit combination lock. All he needed to know was the 4 digits, and he could easily figure out the combination. Chapter 32. Xiao Kai pulled a small sprayer from the inside pocket of his down jacket and sprayed some liquid onto the combination lock's keys. After a dozen seconds, he quickly noticed fingerprints on 4 of the keys. The numbers on the keys with fingerprints were 0139. Then, with his gloved hand, he carefully pressed the keys, beginning to try the combination. 0139. Wrong password, 1039. Wrong password, 1093. Wrong password. He paused, his hands shaking uncontrollably, his chest heaving, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. He paused because this combination lock had a special protection program. If the wrong combination was entered 4 times in a row within 5 minutes, it would automatically lock. He didn't linger at the gate any longer. He reached the corner of the mixing room and cautiously glanced towards the entrance to the indoor farm. He didn't see Zhang Xinqing, but he did see another breeder hurried in. After a moment's thought, he quickly set down the feed bucket and hurried toward the indoor farm. Entering the farm, he saw Zhang Xinqing on the phone, while another breeder, Zhang Xiaodong, rubbed his red, frozen hands. Just then, Zhang Xinqing finished his call and turned to look at the two of them. There was a circuit malfunction. I asked Lao Zhao to come fix it. You guys should continue feeding the fish. Don't leave it too late. Okay, manager. I understand. Xiao Kai and Zhang Xiaodong exited the indoor farm gate one after another and went their separate ways, heading to the fish ponds on either side. But Xiao Kai didn't notice Zhang Xinqing watching him from behind, his eyes filled with gloom. Turning the corner again, Xiao Kai glanced back at the door to the indoor farm, then checked his phone. Exactly 6 minutes had passed. He hurried to the door of the mixing room again. He took a deep breath and tried again with his gloved hand. 09:31. Wrong password. Damn it. No time. Xiao Kai cursed inwardly, his forehead covered in sweat, and the lining was soaked through. 03:19. Ding. Click. Xiao Kai was ecstatic. He quickly entered the mixing room and quickly locked the door. Inside, he took in the bottles, jars, and various ingredients on the shelves and began to search nervously. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find a bucket of prepared feed. This bucket was specifically used by Zhang Xinqing and his team, and it had a padlock on the lid. Luckily, it was here, otherwise, if it had been locked, it would have been troublesome. Xiao Kai, feeling relieved, pulled a pre-washed plastic bottle of Nescafe coffee from the inside pocket of his down jacket and deftly filled it with feed. Then he shook the bucket to smooth out the stains. Then he spotted several notebooks on the workbench and carefully flipped through them. Since Zhang Xinqing had placed the notebook with the feed ingredient list on top, Xiao Kai found it right away. Great! I'm going to be rich. Xiao Kai quickly pulled out his phone and took photos of all 3 pages of feed ingredients, taking several more to avoid blurry images. He returned the notebook to its original location. He carefully opened the door and peered through the crack. Seeing no one was around, he quickly exited and closed the door again. After completing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He arrived at the pond, picked up the feed bucket, and diligently tossed the fish feed. Watching the eels constantly emerging from the water, he felt as if he were seeing a pile of cash emerging, and he could barely suppress the smile on his face. In the evening, the sun set. Jiang Miao brought Shuya back to the breeding base. The power supply at the breeding base had also been repaired. In the manager's office, Jiang Miao removed a mural in the manager's office. On the other side of this wall was the mixing room. After the mural was removed, a one-way transparent glass window opened, revealing a high-definition surveillance camera connected to a backup power supply. Thus, if the other cameras on the farm failed, this one would not fail either. Plugging in a data cable, Jiang Miao quickly copied the data. Watching the surveillance footage replaying on his laptop, Zhang Xinqing clenched his fists. That traitor, okay. Then don't blame us. Miao, call the police. Jiang Miao shook his head. No rush. It's New Year's Day. We should be considerate of the police officer's hard work. Let the surveillance camera continue recording. We clear the memory in 10 days, and find any anomalies. Okay. Let that guy be proud for a few more days. I hope he delivers the feed and formulas soon. Jiang Miao sneered and closed the laptop. Meanwhile, Xiao Kai, back home, hurriedly ate dinner, changed his clothes, and logged into QQ on his phone. He found a QQ friend named Sun Moon Lake. Are you there? After a while. Yes, what's up? I done what you mentioned last time. Oh. Got the stuff? Not only the stuff, but also the ingredients list, but the price is separate. Is 1 million not enough? Don't be so greedy. Stop the nonsense. I taken such a huge risk on this. If you don't pay more, I sell it to another company. How much do you want? 1.5 million in cash. Are you kidding me? Cash is too much trouble. Why don't you open a bank account in Hong Kong and I transfer the money directly to you? That's too much trouble. You still have to come in person to get the samples, so you can bring cash. I don't want to go to Hong Kong. After a while, the other party finally replied. Okay. But it's too much cash, and it's not easy to exchange. The transaction will take place in downtown Shanmei, on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Okay. Clearly, the other party didn't want to wait any longer, and wanted to make a quick decision. The Lantern Festival of 25 years was only half a month away. The two parties agreed on a time and place, and then went offline. Naturally, Jiang Miao and Zhang Xinqing weren't too happy about this. The two were discussing how to strengthen confidentiality. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, looking at the base's floor plan. First, we can't let the batching room face one side anymore. I plan to have my cousin bring over a few container houses after the Spring Festival and place them in front of the batching room. We also moved the surveillance room here, and we have a permanent security guard stationed there. Zhang Xinqing added, the combination lock on the main gate should also be replaced. Ideally, it should have facial recognition and fingerprint unlocking, plus a mechanical lock. Shuya helped record their thoughts. Twirling a ballpoint pen between his fingers, Jiang Miao's voice was calm yet resigned. As for other measures, they're not necessary for now. After all, artificial eel breeding technology will eventually be developed by other companies, and even with increased investment, the secrecy won't last much longer. Zhang Xinqing felt helpless too. After all, if other companies had already tested those key nutrients, even if they were just low-end versions, they could slowly develop a similar feeding formula based on that foundation. Add to that the Kagoshima Eel Company in Japan, and they probably wouldn't be able to keep it secret for much longer. After discussing the two preventative measures, Jiang Miao didn't call his cousin immediately. Mainly, the matter couldn't be discussed right away, especially since the call might be recorded, and he didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. After all, on the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, when the routine internal video recordings were due, they could just call the police. However, today's incident reminded Jiang Miao to strengthen the company's confidentiality. He already had some ideas in mind. After saying goodbye to his brother-in-law, he took Shuya home. Jiang Miao didn't tell his parents about the incident, to avoid worrying them. During dinner, his parents told him about some of the goings-on in the village. After hearing his parents' description, Jiang Miao shook his head. There's no need to get angry. We rarely live in the village anymore anyway. Those jealous people can only make sarcastic remarks behind our backs. Humph, I just can't stand their faces. They used to mock you when you were delivering food, and now that you made a little money, they want a piece of the action, his father fumed. Shuya quickly consoled him. Just calm down, old man. There's no need to let these outsiders ruin your health. Huang Qiuyue looked relieved. That's right, old man. You wanted to continue living in the old house. It's a good thing you're not here anymore. Otherwise, they'd be constantly asking for money or using your connections. I'd be in a lot of trouble. Jiang Dahai took a sip of his juice. Forget it, let's eat. It's New Year's Day, let's not talk about these unlucky things. Let's eat. Jiang Miao picked up a piece of braised goose for Dad, and one each for Mom and Shuya. This goose is good. It's raised by Uncle Han next door. Chapter 33. Time flies, the days and months pass by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, February 2nd. Many of Heliafeng's non-local employees also returned to work today. Some, unable to come due to commitments, informed the Human Resources Department and requested leave. As for the local employees, almost all of them officially returned to work. However, the first few days of resuming production will primarily focus on resuming normal operations, especially for the finance, purchasing, and logistics departments, who will need to address various backlogs from the Spring Festival holiday. It is estimated that normal operations will resume on the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. Several days have passed unnoticed. The 8th day of the Lunar New Year. It was 3:30 p.m. that day. Zhang Xinqing had just emerged from the office when he ran into Xiao Kai, who was rushing around. With a smile on his face, he asked for leave. Manager, a relative from Ryukyu is visiting, and I'd like to take this afternoon off. Ryukyu relative? Zhang Xinqing smiled and nodded. Sure, I give you the application later. Thank you, I be leaving now. Watching Xiao Kai leave excitedly, Zhang Xinqing's smile vanished. Could that buyer be from Ryukyu? Never mind, I let you have some fun for a few days. After leaving the farm, Xiao Kai sped off on his electric scooter. In less than an hour, he arrived at the Peninsula Paris Hotel in the city. The reason they chose this hotel was because both parties were wary of each other. Sun Moon Lake was worried that Xiao Kai, a local, would take advantage of them, and Xiao Kai was worried that Sun Moon Lake wouldn't pay them back. In a private room on the 3rd floor of the hotel, Sun Moon Lake and his 2 assistants had been waiting for a long time until a knock on the door came. The assistant hurried to open the door. It was Xiao Kai, wearing a black mask. He leaned halfway in and asked uncertainly, Sun Moon Lake? Gambling god Gao Jin? After confirming each other's online names, the two closed the door and discussed business. Where's the money? Xiao Kai asked bluntly. Sun Moon Lake was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He smiled and opened a suitcase. Inside was a bulging 1.5 million yuan in cash, which, including the suitcase, weighed over 20 kilograms. Seeing the pile of cash, Xiao Kai's breathing quickened. He was about to reach out to take it, but was stopped by the assistant beside him. Gao Jin. You didn't forget anything, did you? Where's the stuff? Xiao Kai pulled out a frozen Nescafe plastic bottle and said, inside is Heliafeng Company's special feed. Xiao Kai then sent the other party 3 high-definition photos and a video of him entering the mixing room. This was also how the other party had tricked Xiao Kai into filming it, their goal being to prove that Xiao Kai had stolen the Heliafeng Company's information. After all, Sun Moon Lake didn't know if the other party would deceive them. If the formula and feed were fake, this video would definitely land Xiao Kai in jail. And to get rich, Xiao Kai had no choice but to do this. Birds die for food, and people die for money. Now that both parties had evidence against each other, the deal was naturally possible. After receiving the money, Xiao Kai used a simple UV detector to randomly select 10 bills from the stack for verification. After confirming that there were no problems, he hurriedly left with his suitcase. Sun Moon Lake quickly sent the photos and videos to the company's CEO. As for the bottle of feed sample, it obviously couldn't be brought back to Ryukyu. After all, such unidentified items in coffee bottles would easily attract customs scrutiny. However, Sun Moon Lake had been prepared for this, having already made an appointment with a professional testing company in Pingcheng, paying them to test the specific ingredients and concentrations of each component. Feeling the situation settled, Sun Moon Lake didn't rush to leave, but instead rested overnight at the Peninsula Paris. The next day, he took a taxi to Pingcheng. Xiaokai, having received a large sum of money, first deposited 30,000 yuan into his bank account to pay off his previous credit card overdraft. He then rented a small apartment in Jincheng Bay to store the cash. Hailifeng Company remained calm, resuming production and sales as planned. Meanwhile, the Kagoshima Eel Company in Japan eagerly sent an email on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, informing them that they would send someone the next day to pay the remaining balance and bring back the second half of the technical data. On the 9th day, Watanabe Takeo arrived in Magong town with his assistant. Jiang Miao personally met them on the first floor of Hailifeng's headquarters. In the reception room, "Mr. Watanabe, there's something I need to tell you in advance. Could you please inform your company's chairman?" "What is it?" Watanabe Takeo quickly asked through the translator. "Our company has experienced a theft. A feed formula and feed have been stolen by an employee." After hearing the translator's words, Watanabe Takeo's face darkened. Clearly, this incident wasn't a good thing for the Kagoshima Eel Company. He quickly asked, "Mr. Jiang, did that employee leak anything?" After the translator repeated the information, Jiang Miao smiled and explained, "Don't worry. The feed samples that person stole were specially processed, and the formula information was also specially processed. Even if someone obtained these, they wouldn't be able to find the true breeding technology in a short time." After hearing the translator's explanation, Watanabe Kino finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, "Sure. I knew Mr. Jiang was well prepared." Jiang Miao then offered some suggestions for strengthening confidentiality. Watanabe Kino nodded, agreeing strongly with Jiang Miao's suggestions. After all, no company wants to see its intellectual property stolen by another company. After both parties reconfirmed the supplementary contract for the transaction, they signed it. After receiving what he wanted, Watanabe Kino didn't linger. He quickly returned to Kagoshima Prefecture, Japan, carrying the subsequent technical information and contracts, along with Jiang Miao's suggestions. That same evening, Hailifeng Company's finance department received the remaining $15 million in payment. The next day, the morning of the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Xinqing, mentally prepared, headed anxiously for the city's Public Security Bureau with his USB drive, heading to the Economic Crime Investigation Brigade office. The Economic Crime Investigation Brigade's captain's office. A young officer hurriedly knocked on the door and said, "Captain Fong, we have an urgent case that requires your personal guidance. The amount involved may be enormous." Captain Fong Hongbin, the Economic Crime Investigation Brigade's captain, immediately put down his teacup. Hearing the gravity of the case, he grabbed his coat and put it on. In the reception room, Fong Hongbin personally greeted Zhang Xinqing. Zhang Xinqing didn't hesitate, quickly describing the entire situation. "Captain Fong, this is an anomaly I discovered during a routine inspection this morning." A female police officer nearby was taking notes. After listening to Zhang Xinqing's description, Fong Hongbin quickly asked, "So, that room is the workshop where you prepare your special feed, and only you, Mr. Jiang, and Mr. Jiang's father are allowed access?" "Yes, only my father-in-law, my brother-in-law, and I are allowed access to this room. Because it involves technology worth hundreds of millions of yuan, other employees are strictly prohibited from entering the mixing room." "Technology worth hundreds of millions of yuan?" Fong Hongbin's face changed when he heard the phrase hundreds of millions of yuan. Zhang Xinqing was well prepared. He produced a copy of the technology licensing agreement signed with the Kagoshima Eel Company and said, "This is a technology licensing agreement between our company and a Japanese company. They obtained technology licenses for the region for $30 million. $30 million? Fong Hongbin took the contract and began to read it. Although he couldn't understand the Japanese version, the Chinese version was easily digestible. After confirming its authenticity, he quickly picked up the phone and said, "Ma Chong, have everyone come to the meeting immediately." Fong Hongbin couldn't help but feel nervous. This case directly involved intellectual property worth over 100 million yuan, and the indirect economic losses were immeasurable. After all, the technology license for the Japanese region alone was worth $30 million. Even if the licenses for other regions weren't as high, they were likely to be quite substantial. Soon, more than a dozen members of the Economic Investigation Brigade appeared in the office, and Fong Hongbin quickly and concisely briefed everyone on the case. After hearing the details of the case, everyone gasped. "Captain, I take my men to apprehend this suspect immediately," Deputy Captain Ma Chong said quickly. "Okay, take your men there immediately." Another deputy captain suggested, "I request technical support from the technical department. If the suspect wants to sell this kind of stuff, he definitely leave clues in his call logs or online." I request assistance from the bank to investigate whether the suspect has suddenly received a large sum of money. The entire Economic Investigation Brigade quickly sprang into action. Xiao Kai, still at the eel farm, leisurely fed his eels, dreaming of a carefree life ahead. However, he had some sense and didn't resign immediately, evidently fearing exposure. Chapter 34. In the eel farm's lounge, Xiao Kai, drinking water, had just picked up his phone and was about to play a round of landlord when he saw Zhang Xinchen walk in with several police officers. Instantly, his expression changed slightly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He silently prayed, "Don't be nervous. They're not looking for me. They're not looking for me. Kai Yin-Wen, you're suspected of serious economic crimes. Come with us now," Ma Chong said with a stern face, pulling out his ID to identify himself. "Are you mistaken? I didn't do anything. Don't accuse me," Xiao Kai argued in a trembling voice. "Humph. Still not giving up. Look at this." Ma Chong snorted, then pulled out a video of Xiao Kai sneaking into the mixing room. The moment he saw the video, Xiao Kai collapsed and pleaded with Zhang Xinchen, "Manager, I was wrong. I'm willing to compensate the company. I don't want to go to jail." Too late. Zhang Xinchen's eyes were cold. "Take him away." Two policemen, one on each side, handcuffed Xiao Kai and then dragged him out by the arms. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill sirens caused the other employees at the eel farm to quickly drop their work. "What's going on?" asked old Zhao, the electrician, in bewilderment. Zhang Xiaodong, who had been in the break room with Xiao Kai, ran out in shock and told his co-workers what had happened. After hearing this, everyone erupted in curses. A traitor. Pooh mother. No wonder I saw him acting so sneaky several times before. It turns out he had it all planned. I hope the company doesn't suffer too much. Yeah. It's hard to find a good company like this these days. Damn that traitor. Clearly, everyone had a high level of favorability and loyalty towards the company and Jiang Miao. After hearing about Xiao Kai's secret, they all became concerned about the company's losses. If the company suffered serious losses, it would likely have to resort to salary cuts to save itself, which would definitely not be a good thing for the employees. Zhang Xinchen didn't waste this opportunity and, while the iron was hot, summoned all the farm employees. In the open space, all the employees were whispering among themselves. The discussion only ceased when Zhang Xinchen emerged. "I'm sure everyone has heard about it." After a brief pause, Zhang Xinchen continued, "This matter was my own negligence, and it's also Tsai Ing-wen's ill intentions. It has nothing to do with you all. Although the company lost the secret recipe, it won't have a major impact for now. However, the days of making money from eel fry are numbered. Everyone, work harder and get the company to produce more eel fry before other companies get the secret recipe." "No problem. It's all that evil Tsai Ing-wen's fault. Manager, don't worry. I, old Zhao, will ensure electricity." Zhang Xinchen was very pleased with the crowd's reaction. Although the company didn't suffer any losses, it didn't stop him from using this incident to establish himself as a victim. And Xiao Kai, who was taken to the Economic Investigation Brigade. Less than half an hour after entering, he had already explained everything. After all, it was useless to remain silent, as his QQ, WeChat, and cell phone communication records had already been thoroughly investigated, and all the information contained within had been compiled. Fong Hongbin glanced at the preliminary investigation report in his hand. He accepted 1.5 million yuan from someone from the Ryukyu Islands? This is a real problem. Captain, report it. According to the identification we collected at the Peninsula Paris, this person is currently staying at a business hotel in Pengcheng. I'm worried if we're slow, he'd fly back to the Ryukyu Islands, making it difficult to apprehend him then, Ma Chan suggested. Fong Hongbin nodded. I report the situation immediately, and try to minimize the losses to Helyafeng Company. The Economic Investigation Brigade's attention to this case is inevitable, primarily due to the enormous amount of money involved. Jiang Miao, meanwhile, met Zhang Xinchen, who had hurried over to his headquarters office. After hearing Zhang Xinchen's account, he wasn't surprised, but he still ordered, brother-in-law, have someone spread the news secretly. Make sure everyone in Magong town and the surrounding areas knows about this. Why? Zhang Xinchen was momentarily stunned. Tsai Ing-wen's family. Hearing this, Zhang Xinchen immediately understood Jiang Miao's concerns. The online world is a perfect environment for spreading rumors, so Jiang Miao chose to strike first, confirming his identity as the victim. This way, no matter how much trouble Tsai Ing-wen's family members caused, he and Helyafeng Company would be invincible. Otherwise, if Tsai Ing-wen's family members spread rumors in advance, Many people would have a preconceived impression, and even if they eventually clarify the matter, it would easily make them lose face. If the family members didn't cause trouble, Jiang Miao would naturally not spread the news. But contingency plans must be prepared. He had already instructed Jiang Haiba's legal department to prepare a lawsuit against the Ryukyu company and the rumor-mongers. Simultaneously, he had Zhang Sini from the online store department post soft articles and videos on several major social media platforms, playing up their pity, secretly preparing to buy traffic and conduct crisis public relations. Sure enough, a little after 4 p.m. that day, more than a dozen family members of Tsai Ing-wen arrived at the company headquarters, causing a disturbance. Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't go out and confront them. If they were desperate, he would be putting himself in danger. Kuyong, accompanied by another young and strong security guard and 5 or 6 strong male employees, shouted through the barrier, "We called the police. If you don't leave, our company has hired a lawyer. You can just wait for the court summons." "My son, you have such a miserable life. How could you wrongly accuse a good person?" Tsai Ing-wen's mother cried out, rolling on the ground outside the doorway. Another middle-aged member of the Tsai family acted like a peacemaker. "My nephew has never stolen or robbed anything since he was a child. Your company's actions are truly excessive. How about we both compromise, and you issue a letter of apology, and this matter will be over." "Do you know what Tsai Ing-wen did? That's a criminal case." Kuyongji laughed. "Do you know how much the stolen technology is worth? At least 200 million. If you dare to settle privately for 200 million, our boss will immediately issue you a letter of apology." 200 million? Why didn't you just rob? And how do you know it was my nephew who stole it? You have no evidence. I think you're just trying to bully us ordinary people. The middle-aged man's face was filled with shock and fear. He hadn't expected such a large sum of money to be involved. "Don't believe me? Then just wait for the news broadcast in a few days." Kuyong had barely finished speaking when a police car arrived on the nearby highway. The veteran officer from the Magong police station, upon seeing the Kai family, quickly pulled the middle-aged member of the family aside. The old police officer quickly whispered, "Old Kai too, stop causing trouble, or you be in big trouble." "But my nephew, do you know how serious he's been? It's all over town now. Is that technology really worth 200 million? The old police officer, mindful of their past connections, warned, "It's more than that. Your nephew took 1.5 million from the Ryukyu people and helped them steal Helyafeng's technical data. The cash is in an apartment in Jincheng Bay. If you keep up the trouble, Helyafeng and your family will be doomed." Gulp. The old Kaiyu turned pale with fear. After all, Helyafeng had 200 million worth of technology stolen, and it was already a generous gesture from them not to bother the Kai family. "Are you scared now? Why don't you take your sister-in-law and brother back home and stop making such a fuss?" I know. I take them back right away." Old Kaitu quickly called his son and took his eldest brother aside. After a while, the Kai family members fled, looking pale. Kuyong breathed a sigh of relief when they left. After all, although he was a veteran, he couldn't kill them. If a fight broke out, that would be real trouble. "Thank you, old Joe." The old police officer smiled and shook his head. "It's my job. Let's just end this matter today, shall we?" Kuyong nodded. "Of course. As long as the Kai family members don't make trouble, our boss won't bother with them. After all, it was Tsai Ing-wen who committed the crime, not his family. I definitely try to persuade old Kai and the others. Tsai Ing-wen was wrong in the first place. If they dare to cause trouble again, just call me." The old police officer shook Kuyong's hand. "Thank you for your help, everyone." Kuyong watched the police car leave. Then he ran upstairs and reported the situation to Jiang Miao. Chapter 35. Early the next morning. In the office of the Economic Crime Investigation Brigade. The phone rang for a while. "Hello. Hello." Fong Hongbin's face darkened as he listened to the call from Ping Cheng, and he hung up. Ma Chong, who was drinking tea in his office, asked curiously, "Captain Fong, judging by your expression, what's going on?" "It's a call from Ping Cheng." "What did Ping Cheng say?" Ma Chong asked with concern. Fong Hongbin shook his head and sighed, "Alas! That Sun Moon Lake guy and his 2 assistants were captured, but the interrogation results weren't good. They already sent the secret formula back to Ryukyu via the internet." "So, Helyafeng's technology has been leaked?" Ma Chong's face also turned grim. "That's right," Fong Hongbin said with some resignation. Ma Chong could only throw up his hands. "There's nothing we can do. After all, Ryukyu won't cooperate. I notify Helyafeng Company and have them initiate legal proceedings as soon as possible." Okay, you notify them. Oh, and there's one more thing. CCTV has sent a reporter to interview us tomorrow at noon. Please notify Heliafeng Company, and then you can go there to cooperate with the filming and interview. Although Ma Chong didn't want to accept this interview, he had no choice but to nod. Understood. At Heliafeng Company headquarters, Secretary Li Zixuan reported to Jiang Miao the Economic Investigation Brigade's notice and the CCTV reporter's interview tomorrow at noon. Jiang Miao was still busy with his work. Got it. I go to the eel farm myself tomorrow and ask Vice President Jiang to come. Okay. A few minutes later, Jiang Haibao knocked on the door and entered. Chairman. Sit down. Jiang Miao looked up. Get ready here. The police have already investigated the matter. You will immediately file a lawsuit against Ryukyu Saikai Seedling Company in the company's name. The grounds for the lawsuit are the previously agreed upon illegal theft of intellectual property and infringement of our invention patent. Understood. Jiang Haibao nodded. He knew the company couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Even if legal action was destined to be difficult, he had to press forward. Jiang Miao added, contact Takeo Watanabe of Kagoshima Eel Company and have them file a lawsuit in Japan as well. This company has business there. I can't influence Ryukyu, but we have partners in Japan, so we need to leverage them. Yes, I think Kagoshima Eel Company won't refuse this proposal. Jiang Miao knew Kagoshima Eel Company wouldn't refuse. Whether it was a pretense or just to distract attention, they would definitely cooperate. As expected. After Jiang Haibao sent the email, Kagoshima Eel Company immediately agreed and requested that Heliafeng Company provide them with a copy of the police report and some reproducible materials. After all, Junichi Watanabe had just obtained the subsequent technical data, having paid a full $30 million for it. How could he possibly let Ryukyu Saikai Company go? Even though he knew, through Watanabe Kino's retelling, that the stolen data contained significant flaws, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. As a shrewd man, Junichi Watanabe had already discerned Jiang Miao's intention to force Ryukyu Saikai Company to secretly sell the technical data, thereby drawing everyone's attention to it. By then, Heliafeng and Kagoshima Inagi, the only two companies to possess artificial eel breeding technology, would have lost their value in the theft. Verifying the authenticity of the technical data would take 2 or 3 months, and some companies without the necessary infrastructure could even take over half a year. This period would be enough for Heliafeng and Kagoshima Inagi to complete product distribution. Furthermore, if someone were greedy and wanted to mass-produce eels all at once, they would have to purchase large quantities of matured eels from outside, which would inevitably cause prices to soar, further stimulating farmers' desire to breed. Furthermore, both purchasing large quantities of matured eels and building supporting facilities would require significant investment. By the time they discovered the technology was flawed, they would have already invested a significant amount, resulting in further financial losses. In any case, anyone who purchased Shihai's technology would be a competitor, and Jiang Miao and Junichi Watanabe wished they would go bankrupt. Of course, considering that some companies and investors who discovered the problem might refocus their attention on Heliafeng and Kagoshima Inagi in a few months, both companies simultaneously strengthened their confidentiality measures to prevent further theft. Jiang Miao called Kayong over again. Boss, are you going out? No, I want you to contact your old comrades and see if there are any good people who are unemployed or dissatisfied with their current jobs. I'm looking to hire 6 more bodyguards. Kayong thought for a moment. There should be 2 or 3 from my previous platoon. I'm not familiar with the others. 2 or 3 is fine. I have the Human Resources Department hire the rest. Okay, I call and ask later. After Kayong left, he called over the deputy manager of the HR department. Lao Lin, I need 3 or 4 bodyguards, 2 of whom are female. They must be professional and experienced. They also need to provide their family information. If possible, have their entire family move to Magong Town. The company can arrange some work for them. Boss, isn't that a bit difficult? Lao Lin scratched his head involuntarily. As much as possible. After all, the economy is tough right now. As long as the pay is good, there will always be people willing to move. Okay. I find a way. Lao Lin had no choice but to agree. Jiang Miao made this request because he was worried that the bodyguards' families would be threatened, which would affect the bodyguards. If the bodyguards' families were stationed in Magong Town, which is the headquarters of the Heliafeng Company, their every move would be easily detected. And he hired so many bodyguards not only for his own safety, but also for the safety of his family. After all, once those seedling companies purchased Shihai Company's flawed technology and were ripped off, some would inevitably harbor resentment toward Shanghai Lufan Company and Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao wasn't worried about Ryukyu and foreign companies. After all, it would be difficult for them to retaliate. But domestic companies were different. If one was ripped off and bankrupted, it wasn't impossible for them to resort to a tactic of mutual destruction. Jiang Miao didn't want to wait until something happened and then say things like too late to regret it. Instead, he chose to take preventative measures. After all, it was difficult to obtain explosives and firearms and ammunition in China right now. The most common weapons were knives, corrosive chemicals, and at best, air guns or bows and arrows. As for poisoning, Jiang Miao was least afraid of it, as he always used an identification panel to inspect everything he ate. He even sometimes inspected the food and ingredients in the company cafeteria, just to prevent poisoning. But that wasn't enough, so Jiang Miao called in Wang Feng from the purchasing department. "Fengzi, the reason I called you here this time is because there was a disturbance yesterday. I'm worried something similar might happen again. Do some research and procure a batch of legally acceptable protective gear and emergency medicine for the company's security. Also, procure 30 sets of invisible stab-proof suits, the best on the market." "Invisible stab-proof suits?" Wang Feng was startled. "Boss, is that serious?" Jiang Miao patted Wang Feng on the shoulder. "Fengzi, it's important to be cautious. This is just a precaution. It's best if nothing happens, but if something does happen, it might save lives." Wang Feng nodded. If they really encountered a lunatic or someone desperate for their life, the company's security would only be able to guard the door, and it would be difficult to fight an armed criminal with bare hands. Chapter 36. February 11th. The day before the Lantern Festival. It was almost 11 o'clock in the afternoon. A police car and a news report van drove into the gate of the Hailufeng Eel Farm in Yinqing Village. The people who got out of the police car were none other than Ma Chong, deputy captain of the Economic Investigation Brigade, and 2 ordinary police officers. Manager Zhang, President Jiang. "Captain Ma, welcome." Zhang Xinqing greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Captain Ma, please come in." Jiang Miao also smiled and extended his hand. The CCTV crew, carrying large and small bags, and the reporters also got out of the car one after another. The 3 parties quickly negotiated the interview arrangements. Zhang Xinqing first took the photographer to the farm to take some photos and videos for the news editing. Jiang Miao and Ma Chong discussed the details of the upcoming interview with the reporters, including the questions to be asked and the content of the answers. Although the content was recorded, improvisation was strictly prohibited. Discussing it in advance would ensure a smooth and rapid filming process. The filming and interviews took about 2 hours to complete. Jiang Miao treated everyone to lunch in the company cafeteria before letting Li Zixuan and Kuyong see them off. That evening, in the small villa in Nanhu Village, Jiang Miao and Shuya lay on the sofa in the living room. He rested his head on Shuya's thigh, watching tonight's TV program. Shuya, uninterested in the program, was absorbed in a professional book on edible fungus cultivation. Before they knew it, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. A slight rustling sound came from the window. The late spring wind was a bit strong. Jiang Miao finally sat up, for it was time for the evening news. On the screen, the host, within minutes of opening, reported today's news. Lingnan police recently cracked a major economic crime case, resulting in hundreds of millions of yuan in direct economic losses, with indirect losses potentially reaching tens of billions. Please listen to the detailed report from the frontline reporter. The scene changed. Zhang Xinqing hurried out of his office, followed by a flashing police car, followed by footage of Xiao Kai, wearing a striped prison uniform, and Sun Moon Lake and the others being interviewed. After these images flashed by, the interview officially began. 5 days ago, on February 10th, a major economic crime that shocked the local community occurred right here. The suspect, Kaimo Yu, stole a confidential formula and a bottle of confidential feed from the Hailufeng Agricultural Technology Company and sold them to Wang Mofu, the owner of a Liuqiu company, for 1.5 million yuan. The reporter quickly and concisely outlined the details of the case. Then, there's the case investigation. For example, when Zhang Xinqing discovered the problem and reported it to the police, Fang Hongbin immediately led his men to arrest Xiao Kai. Following the clues, they led the Shenzhen police to apprehend Sun Moon Lake and the others. Xiao Kai then recounted his path to crime, and how Sun Moon Lake colluded with Xiao Kai online, luring him into stealing Hailufeng's confidential feed and formula. Next, there's footage of a reporter interviewing him at the Lingnan Aquaculture Research Institute. "Hello, researcher Hu Fei," he said. Is artificial eel breeding technology truly of such enormous economic value? Researcher Hufei nodded seriously. Yes, there are 3 types of eel fry currently available on the market: imported wild glass eel fry, wild leaf eel fry caught domestically at the mouths of rivers and seas, and artificially bred glass eel fry produced by Heliofing. In fact, the Lingnan Aquaculture Research Institute had been aware of the glass eel fry produced by the Heliofing company since November of last year. After all, these out-of-season fry immediately caught the attention of Hufei, a researcher at the institute who specializes in artificial eel propagation. Excuse me, what are the differences between the 3 types of eel fry? Our institute recently studied the eel fry from Heliofing and found them to be healthier than wild ones. The survival rate of their glass eel fry exceeds 98%, significantly higher than the 80% survival rate of wild glass eels. The reporter continued, so what's their value? Researcher Hufei, having clearly reviewed the manuscript, immediately launched into a flurry of discussion. With marine pollution and overfishing, the Pacific eel population is currently declining sharply. Last year, the annual catch of Pacific eel fry was less than 35 tons, while the peak catch of wild eel fry was around 200 tons. Under these circumstances, without artificial breeding technology, the Pacific eel population could become endangered, and we have difficulty eating eels. The reporter asked again, according to relevant information, several research institutions in Japan also have artificial breeding technology for eels. Is there a difference between their technology and that of Heliofing? A significant difference, said researcher Hufei, pausing briefly. The technology of the Japanese research institutions cannot be mass-produced at low cost, while Heliofing's technology has already achieved low-cost, large-scale production. In other words, the former is a laboratory product, while the latter is a factory-produced product. Then, researcher Hu, what do you think the value of Heliofing's technology will be? It's hard to say exactly, but based on the current wholesale price of glass eels, and Heliofing's monthly sales of tens of millions of eel fry, annual revenue should be at least around 1 billion yuan. As for profit, I'm not sure about the company's production costs. Okay, thank you, researcher Hu, for your clarification. The scene shifted back to the Shiomachi aquaculture base. The reporter, holding the microphone, asked Jiang Miao, Chairman Jiang, what impact will this case have on your company? The main impact is the leakage and widespread dissemination of our technology, causing us to lose our leading edge. Other companies could develop similar technology using our secret formula. I estimate that it would take as little as 6 months for new competitors to emerge. Jiang Miao expressed frustration and anger. Can we protect your company's invention patents through legal means? Jiang Miao shook his head, helplessly saying, although we have applied for numerous patents both domestically and internationally, the other party can circumvent patent restrictions by simply not publicly selling the confidential feed, or by adding alternative ingredients to the original confidential feed. Furthermore, if it's a foreign fry breeding company, it would be difficult for us to investigate and collect evidence, and suing overseas would be fraught with difficulties. But then Jiang Miao changed the subject, saying, our company will not give up on using legal means to defend our legitimate interests. We have already joined forces with the Kagoshima Eel Company in Japan to file lawsuits against the Ryukyu Saikai Company in various regions. I deeply sympathize with your company's situation. The scene returned to the host, signaling the end of the news story. The detailed news release was also uploaded simultaneously to the CCTV News app and website. Many Xiamen locals saw the evening news and shared it on their WeChat Moments and QQ groups. This immediately caused a huge uproar in the local area. Many people denounced Xiaokai as ungrateful, a traitor, and a disgrace to their hometown. Luckily, the news release didn't mention Xiaokai's origins in Shanmei, otherwise the Kai family's front door might have been pelted with paint. The Kai family, after seeing the news shared on WeChat Moments, completely abandoned any thoughts of harassing Heliofing Company and Jiang Miao, and even considered moving out of Magong as soon as possible. Clearly, they were afraid. The technology was so valuable, and putting themselves in Jiang Miao's shoes, they couldn't help but worry that Jiang Miao would have someone to harass them. So, they discussed it overnight, and decided to move to a relative's house in the city for the next few days, not daring to stay in Magong town any longer. In fact, news of this incident had spread throughout Magong town over the past few days, and many neighbors were gossiping about it behind their backs. Particularly those whose families worked at Heliofing Company were not at all friendly towards the Kai family. After all, this incident affected Heliofing Company's profits, which indirectly affected its employees. Those employees and their families were undoubtedly unhappy with the Kai family, especially after hearing about their recent disturbance at Heliofing Company headquarters. Chapter 37. On the other hand, the Ryukyu Shihai Company. They were also secretly following this matter, and naturally noticed the related reports on CCTV news last night. However, Wang Dafu, the boss of Shihai Company, wore a cold smile. Although his subordinate had been arrested, he didn't care. Instead, he shifted the blame entirely onto the other party, and issued a statement claiming his innocence, and that he had been framed. He looked at the printed recipe, patted the papers against his palm, and chuckled smugly. You want to sue me? As long as I don't sell this technology, I set up a few shell companies to act as fronts. Even suing me at the UN won't help. At worst, I can stop selling eel fry in mainland China and Japan, and we have enough in other markets. His son, standing by, was a little worried. Dad, do you really want to renovate 300 acres of fish ponds? We don't have enough mature eels. Wang Dafu clenched his fists. Buy it for me, and hurry. We want to get in on the fun too. On the third floor of Hailufeng Company's headquarters, there are several offices and studios dedicated to the online store department. A small meeting was currently underway. Zhang Sini held up the document and looked at everyone. This news story is a disguised publicity for the company, so everyone should work hard. Now I assign tasks. Sijia, you and Tianxi will go to the cannery for the live broadcast today. Manager Li and I have agreed to focus on the cleanliness of our production line. Okay, Sister Zhang. Sujia, a round-faced girl with canine teeth, graduated from high school last year. Due to poor grades, she started working part-time. Tianxi, the company's cameraman, nodded. Zhang Sini looked at Chen Siyuan in the online store page design office. Siyuan, did Tianxi give you the images yesterday? Yes. That's good. Start creating the corresponding page as soon as possible. The strawberries at Nanhu Farm will probably start bearing fruit in 2 months. Then the pressure will mount. You must complete the page design and product details within 2 weeks. Understood. Zhang Sini turned to Liao Fan in the marketing planning office. Liao Fan, please develop some promotional and publicity plans as soon as possible. Our strawberries are of excellent quality, so we're not afraid of exaggerated publicity. As long as it doesn't negatively impact the company's image or violate the law, you can use it. Liao Fan thought for a moment and suggested, how about inviting some famous bloggers to livestream the products? You decide, but my boss and I have one request. The bloggers we invite must not have a negative history, especially those with controversial positions. We don't want any negative traffic from them. Don't worry about that. I strictly screen them. At the laboratory construction site across from the company. Du Zhengming, the business manager of Angiade Laboratory Contracting Company, asked with some concern, Mr. Jiang, the case from a few days ago won't affect our cooperation, right? Jiang Miao knew he was concerned about Hailufeng's ability to pay. He smiled and said, don't worry. Even if the company runs out of money, I still have tens of millions on hand, more than enough to cover your company's subsequent project costs. That's not what I meant. I'm just a little worried about your company's future operations, Du Zhengming said with an awkward laugh. Oh, thank you so much for your concern. Manager, do please help us build the laboratory so we can develop new products through research. Hearing Jiang Miao's words, Du Zhengming was momentarily unsure how to respond and could only perfunctorily reply, I promise to complete the laboratory construction as soon as possible and put it into operation on time. I also wish your company smooth research and development. Thank you for your good wishes. You go on with your work. I excuse you. It's okay, Mr. Jiang, please do as you please. Jiang Miao could see that the other party didn't believe Hailufeng Company could develop anything. After all, there are so many research projects in China now, but few have achieved results, and even fewer have commercial value. In the eyes of Du Zhengming and others, Hailufeng Company was already extremely lucky to have developed artificial eel breeding technology. Producing another commercially valuable research result would certainly be more difficult. However, as the business manager of the laboratory engineering contractor, Du Zhengming naturally couldn't expose his client's shortcomings. In his heart, he was essentially in the mindset of watch him build a tall building, watch him entertain guests, and watch his building collapse. On the other side, Jiayi County, Ryukyu. This was the headquarters of the Shihai Seedling Company, also home to its aquaculture and seedling production base. Boss, Mr. Yamada is outside. Hearing his assistant's words, Wang Dafu narrowed his eyes, then smiled. Please invite him in. Yes. Soon, a sharp-faced Japanese man entered with 3 assistants. Wang-sen, long time no see. Mr. Yamada, how are you? Yamada Tofu smiled. Wang-sen, I think you received a summons from the Kagoshima Prefectural Court, right? What? Yamada, you want to end the cooperation too? Wang Dafu asked with a sneer. Yamada Tofu shook his head. Wang Sang, you misunderstood. I'm here to cooperate. Cooperation? You want the technology too? Don't listen to what they say. I never set anyone to steal the technology. It's all fabricated, Wang Dafu denied. Yamada Tofu ignored Wang Dafu's nonsense and continued, the Kagoshima eel company will probably be mass-producing eel fry soon. Even if I get the technology, I have to renovate the eel farm, and there won't be enough time. It's better to cooperate with Wang Sang. After all, the material and labor costs in Japan are higher than in the Ryukyu Islands. I might as well import the fry directly. Hearing this, Wang Dafu clearly understood what Wang Sang was up to, and a smile returned to his face. How do you want to cooperate? Your company will definitely be ruled against by the Japanese court. Then the eel fry you produce won't be able to enter the Japanese market. I can. We can partner with you to establish an eel fry breeding company. Your company will then transfer the eel fry it produces to this company, allowing it to enter the Japanese market. Then why don't I partner with someone else? Wang Sang, my father is the vice president of the Japanese Eel Breeding Association. You haven't forgotten that, have you? It seems Yamada-kun is determined to succeed. Haha, I just want to cooperate. If Wang Sang doesn't want to, I won't force you. Wang Dafu thought for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Okay, but the eel fry you represent will only be for the Japanese market. No problem. Happy working together. Happy cooperation. After discussing the details of the cooperation with Yamada, Wang Dafu felt that the previous investment was too small. He immediately called the two vice presidents, who were also major shareholders of the company, and explained the cooperation plan. One of the bald middle-aged men showed a hint of surprise. They had originally planned to give up the mainland and Japanese markets, but they had not expected such a sudden turn of events. He immediately said, I agree. How about expanding the breeding scale to 500 acres? What about the indoor breeding facilities? Do we need to add more as well? The other shareholder, an elderly man with glasses, expressed some concern. The bald man looked greedy and said, we must add more. The indoor breeding farm of Heliafeng Company has 30 acres. We need at least 50 acres. This way we can capture the markets in Ryukyu, Southeast Asia, and Dhaka. But we don't have enough funds. Loan. We can take out some property and mortgage it at the bank. The bald man was already overwhelmed. Wang Dafu also agreed with the bald man's idea. The two of them were speeding along on their suicidal path, and they were stepping on the accelerator with all their might. In reality, Wang Dafu was simply too greedy. These days, numerous companies have been secretly approaching him about partnerships, hoping to obtain the technical information. Unfortunately, after calculating Heliafeng's profits over the past few months, he decided to keep the technology to himself. As long as he kept the technology secret, Heliafeng, Kagoshima Eel Company, and Shihai Company would now possess the technology for artificially breeding eels. He could easily dominate the Ryukyu Islands, Southeast Asia, Dhaka, and parts of Japan. Even if the profits were only for a few years, it would still be a substantial sum. However, he was unaware that Jiang Miao had already tampered with the secret feed formula. His impulsive pursuit of quick success and instant profit further spurred him and Shihai Company into a dead end. After all, if he had chosen to sell the formula, he could have fetched tens of millions of yuan. There would surely be scores of companies in Japan, Dhaka, and mainland China willing to pay millions for it. A few million for each company, tens of millions for dozens. It's a shame that Wang Dafu chose this path. Chapter 38. Jiang Miao wasn't particularly concerned about Wang Dafu's Shihai Company. After all, no matter what they chose, it wouldn't significantly impact Heliafeng. Furthermore, Ryukyu and the mainland weren't just separated by a vast ocean, but also by the antagonism of popular sentiment. Even if Jiang Miao had wanted to take action against them, it would have been difficult to do so immediately. If it weren't for the Kagoshima Eel Company's intervention, suing them in Ryukyu would have been difficult. Of course, Heliafeng also took the opportunity to rapidly improve security and confidentiality at the eel breeding base. Now, across from the main entrance to the mixing room is a surveillance room, with at least one security guard on duty 24/7. Several independent power supply cameras have also been installed. With the replacement of the access control system with facial and fingerprint recognition, and the addition of mechanical locks, there's no doubt that there won't be any problems in the near future. The company's eel fry sales this month haven't decreased due to the theft. In particular, in the Ryukyu Islands, The recent purchase of nearly 300,000 kilograms of mature eels by the West Sea Company has caused local eel prices to soar further. Many eel farms in the Ryukyu Islands, seeing the potential for profit, have also purchased fry from the Halyafing Company. However, with the increased supply of eel fry in February, domestic market prices did decline slightly, with the average price per eel falling to around 2.37 yuan. After all, many well-informed industry insiders knew of the West Sea Company's massive purchases of mature eels, and thus inferred that the company would soon be selling eel fry on a large scale. Therefore, some farms felt it was unnecessary to purchase large quantities of Halyafing's high-priced eel fry. Many eel farms in Ryukyu have already placed orders for eel fry from Shihai Company. According to the sales department's connections in southern Fujian, Shihai Company's proposed wholesale price is approximately 22,000 yuan per kilogram of glass eel, or 2.2 yuan per eel. This naturally tempted some eel farm owners into waiting for it. Jiang Miao, however, expressed indifference. After all, the real showdown will begin in a few months, when Shihai Company collapses and is unable to enforce the contract, and the eels perish. The February spring breeze is like a pair of scissors. In the plastic greenhouses of Nanhu Farm, lush strawberry seedlings have already reached 6 acres. A cold drizzle of rain fell on the plastic film. Drip, drip. Jiang Miao accompanied Shuya. Both wore protective suits and gas helmets. As they entered the greenhouses, they passed through a spraying and disinfecting area. Without such rigorous disinfection procedures, the plastic greenhouses used to cultivate fungi cannot be protected from contamination by foreign bacteria. Inside the experimental greenhouse, for edible fungi, Shuya glanced at the first greenhouse, and found no white truffles. Jiang Miao, however, observed the detailed condition of each of the bags. He casually walked around the greenhouse. Shuya, who also walked around, shook her head. It probably wasn't successful. Jiang Miao paused and pointed at one of the bags of culture medium. This one seems to have some mycelium. Shuya hurried over, picked up a magnifying glass, and examined the soil on the surface of the culture medium. Sure enough, she spotted a number of tiny white mycelium. Really, Miao, you have a good eye? Let's get some samples. Okay, you help me record them. The two of them worked together, and quickly collected samples from 5 test tubes, recording some visual findings. They inspected the conditions of 10 experimental greenhouses in quick succession. Jiang Miao's lab notebook already held 37 pages of information. Back in the container laboratory, they removed their protective suits and helmets and donned masks and gloves. Jiang Miao clapped his notebook and said, among the 200 control groups in these 10 experimental greenhouses, I think groups 63, 72, and 95 have the greatest potential. Shuya took the notebook and carefully reviewed the data. Then, somewhat puzzled, she asked, I understand groups 63 and 95, but the results for group 72 are so ordinary. What did you discover? Because the culture medium for those 10 groups contained pine needles and cones, not pine sawdust, yet mycelium still formed. This means that pine needles and cones also contain the essential nutrients needed by white truffles. Shuya suddenly realized the idea is that pine needles, pine cones, and pine sawdust contain certain specific components that affect the growth of white truffles. That's right. Based on preliminary results, the amount of these components should be highest in pine sawdust, followed by pine cones, and least in pine needles. Just a comparison will give us a rough idea of what they are. Shuya nodded. That makes perfect sense. I determine the components as soon as possible. Let's wait a little longer. Now that the lab is built, we can test it in-house, so the chance of leaks is much lower. Jiang Miao said with a smile, as he sorted the sample tubes into the test tube rack. In fact, Jiang Miao had just seen through the identification panel that pine would contain several special components that play a crucial role in the growth of white truffles. If that were all, Jiang Miao wouldn't have specifically reminded Shuya. During his observations, he discovered that while pine sawdust contains all 3 components, the oil content of one is less than 1% of that of pine cones, while the mineral content of the other is highest in pine needles. Thus, judging by the 3 specific components, pine wood should have a more balanced content, but it's still not the optimal ratio. This is perfectly normal. Some symbiotic bacteria are picky about their environment and symbiotic partners, and sometimes they can't guarantee optimal conditions. Alternatively, alternate years are common in agricultural production. Jiang Miao, on the other hand, is well versed in the optimal growth conditions for all organisms. What he needed to do now was to guide Shuya step by step, through discovery and experimentation, helping her find all the pieces of the white truffle growth puzzle and then piece them together. This was the artificial propagation technique for white truffles. After more than half a month of guidance, Shuya has gradually uncovered most of the growth puzzle of white truffles, primarily focusing on trace elements, minerals, soil pH, and specific components of symbiotic plants. As for environmental conditions such as temperature, humidity, and light, only a portion of the research has been conducted, primarily due to insufficient laboratory equipment and supporting facilities. Full-scale experiments will need to wait until the laboratory is completed. Shuya also understands Jiang Miao's caution, given the recent theft incident. So-called business credibility is simply a lack of profit. If samples were sent to a third-party laboratory for testing now, when Heliafeng Company launched its white truffle product, the lab staff would undoubtedly recall the samples they had previously submitted for testing. When there's no profit, they certainly wouldn't study the data from the samples. But when the profit is substantial enough, they won't hesitate to study the data or even package and sell it to other related companies. Profits are a powerful force for good. This is a timeless truth. As long as the money is substantial, most people find it hard to resist the allure of money. Jiang Miao instructed Shuya to keep experimental records and information in coded text that only she could read, and to avoid recording important information on computers or phones. After all, apps on computers and phones these days are like rogues, secretly collecting all kinds of user information without even asking for the user's consent. Although Jiang Miao replaced all employees with domestically produced Huafeng phones, computers, and laptops, he still required that core company data not be stored on internet-connected devices. Even for devices not connected to the internet, he instructed the company's programmers and computer maintenance personnel to completely isolate them, both physically and software-wise. This included removing network cable interfaces, wireless router components, and disabling any apps that automatically opened in the background. On the computer storing core information, only one function remained: file editing and management. All other apps were removed. Jiang Miao did this as a precaution. Chapter 39. After leaving Shuya's makeshift laboratory, Jiang Miao arrived alone at his own experimental greenhouse. Kuyong and another bodyguard sat under a parasol not far away. They appeared relaxed, but they were secretly observing their surroundings, especially the several intersections leading to the laboratory and experimental greenhouse. Next to their parasols sat Li Wenna and another female bodyguard. They were part of Shuya's group. Li Wenna sat at the table, her hands occasionally tapping away on her laptop keyboard, working on some tasks. Although she was Shuya's secretary, she still had to help with some matters at the farm, especially communication with headquarters, which LV Weibin had delegated to Li Wenna. Jiang Miao inspected the various crops in his own dedicated experimental greenhouse. A number of crops were already planted there, including ginseng fruit, melon eggplant, alfalfa, soybeans, tomatoes, cucumbers, and rice. The greenhouses covered a total of 5 mu, apple grove. Tomatoes, ginseng fruit, cucumbers, and soybeans have already bloomed and fruited. Alfalfa is growing abundantly, and the rice is still heading. 2 acres of land have been transformed into artificial saline-alkali land, divided into 5 types: mild saline-alkali land, moderate saline-alkali land, severe saline-alkali land, transgressive saline-alkali land, and inland saline-alkali land. These saline-alkali experimental fields are planted with alfalfa, soybeans, and rice. However, their growth varies. Although these are new varieties that Jiang Miao has improved through identification panels and breeding techniques, they are still susceptible to acclimatization problems. You have to remember, in order to screen for suitable new varieties, he consumed a full 3 tons of non-GMO soybeans before selecting 37 promising mutant varieties from those 3 tons of mutant soybean seeds. The same was true for rice and alfalfa. Using traditional breeding methods, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to select useful varieties from 3 tons of mutant seeds. Jiang Miao, however, was able to reduce this time to a few weeks. Only those mutant varieties that emerged from the initial screening qualified for planting experiments. The soybeans, alfalfa, and rice in the experimental fields before him were the finest varieties, carefully selected from tens of thousands of mutations. Can't DD24 adapt to high potassium? Jiang Miao wrote down the variety's condition in his notebook, using symbols and text that only he could understand. Walking through the experimental fields of DD24 soybeans. The subsequent soybean varieties performed less well. Some soybeans are tolerant to salinity but not drought. Some are drought-resistant, but not disease-resistant. Some have other decent characteristics but low yields. Until he reached the experimental field labeled DD28, Jiang Miao squatted down and looked at the edamame pods piled high beneath the branches. DD28 is quite good. Not only is it tolerant to high salinity seawater, it's also disease and pest resistant. Its branches are strong, it resists lodging well, and its yield is quite good. He roughly estimated the yield of this soybean plant. If converted to per acre yield, it would be around 183 kilograms per acre. This yield per acre is very high. Because this experimental field was managed very sparsely, without extensive fertilizer and pesticide use, it was able to achieve this yield per mu, which is absolutely astonishing. Of course, soybean yields per mu in some parts of China can also be very high. For example, some soybean fields in the Western Region Production Corps can yield around 230 kilograms per mu. However, this level of yield is only possible with good field management, judicious use of fertilizers and pesticides, and effective water management. Similarly, in the Mississippi River genetically modified soybean production areas of Gale Country, average yields of around 220 kilograms per mu are achieved. The problem is that genetically modified soybeans pose issues of provenance safety, genetic contamination, and safety concerns. Jiangmiao's carefully selected variety, DD28, can be irrigated directly with seawater or saltwater from inland lakes. Even with minimal management, it can still achieve a yield of 183 kilograms per mu, making it a highly promising variety. Unfortunately, DD28 is not very cold resistant and cannot withstand temperatures below 15 degrees Celsius. Jiangmiao wasn't disappointed, as this was only the first generation variety. Further improvements could be made based on DD28, and he could even consider establishing new experimental plots in the saline alkali lands along the Bohai Bay coast. However, he had no plans to move north for the time being. On the one hand, he couldn't rush. He had just mastered artificial eel propagation last year, and had already developed several new strawberry varieties. If he could come up with such a high-quality soybean variety, it would easily attract attention. On the other hand, Heliafeng Company's financial resources were not yet strong enough to invest heavily. If it released a new soybean variety at this time, ordinary farmers might not buy it, which would be detrimental to its promotion. After all, Jiangmiao's new varieties tend to be salt and alkali tolerant. For ordinary farmland, the difference between planting salt and alkali tolerant varieties and other varieties isn't particularly significant. The alfalfa and rice he cultivates are both salt and alkali tolerant and drought-resistant varieties. The reason for choosing salt and alkali-tolerant and drought-resistant varieties is that a large portion of China's land is saline alkali. The area of saline alkali land in China has reached 99.13 million hectares, equivalent to 1.48695 billion mu, approximately 1.06 billion hectares, almost 1 mu, approximately 1.06 billion hectares, per capita. Of this, 150 million mu, approximately 1.06 billion hectares, has potential for transformation, a research area currently under investigation by many domestic agricultural research institutions. However, Jiangmiao's target isn't the easily transformable saline alkali land. He's interested in the remaining more than a billion mu, approximately 1.06 billion hectares, of difficult-to-transform saline alkali land, as salt and alkali-tolerant and drought-resistant varieties can be grown directly on these lands without requiring special soil improvement. If even one-third of this saline alkali land could be cultivated, it would be a significant breakthrough. At its peak, China's soybean imports from abroad were only around 100 million tons. If only one-third of the saline alkali land were suitable for cultivation, the cultivated area could reach approximately 430 million mu, approximately 166 acres. If all of it were planted with DD28, the yield per mu could reach 183 kilograms. This 430 million mu, approximately 166 acres, of saline alkali land could produce 78.69 million tons of soybeans. Adding this to China's existing soybean production capacity, it could almost completely replace imports. Of course, completely replacing imports is impossible. After all, if China completely stopped importing, the global soybean market would inevitably collapse instantly. Then, not only would farmers in Gale Country suffer heavy losses, but farmers and agricultural companies in South American countries and Russia would also suffer. Furthermore, without soybean imports, it would be difficult to reduce the trade deficit, which would make other countries even more reluctant to purchase domestic industrial products, further pushing the global economy towards isolation and protectionism. Thus, even if Jiangmiao were to launch a superior salt and alkali-tolerant soybean, the planting area is estimated to be no more than 100 million mu, approximately 100 million hectares. If it were to exceed this, it would inevitably require a reduction of over 20 million tons in foreign soybean imports, which would inevitably reduce the export quotas of some regions. This impact would have a serious ripple effect. Other countries already relied solely on exporting agricultural products and minerals. But now, with the sudden cut of a commodity import exceeding hundreds of millions of tons annually, they would lose foreign exchange earnings and, naturally, would have no money to import industrial products. Thus, given the broader global economic landscape, the government would consider Jiangmiao's new soybean variety only as a strategic reserve technology, and would not fully promote its cultivation unless absolutely necessary. It is estimated that they would initially plant tens of millions of mu, approximately 100 million hectares, to suppress the arrogance of the four major grain traders, A, B, C, and D, and to lower soybean prices, while continuing to maintain the scale of soybean imports. There is no other way. China's industrial chain is too formidable, covering almost every industrial sector. In this situation, it's imperative to ensure a sufficient market for industrial products to absorb this production capacity. Therefore, the scale of the trade deficit must be controlled to prevent other countries from becoming too impoverished. Otherwise, with trade deficits of billions or even tens of billions annually, and with no nuclear-powered printing presses available, the situation will inevitably become unbearable. Maintaining imports is one way to balance the trade deficit. Chapter 40. The sea breeze by Pinqing Lake still carries a hint of the mundane aspects of life. Today is February 28, 2025. The late spring chill of late February caused pedestrians to bundle up involuntarily. In the car, Jiang Miao gazed at the usual scene on both sides of Binhai Boulevard, his eyes lost in thought. He was driving with Jiang Haiba, Kuyong, Li Zixuan, and others to the Pinqing Lake Enterprise Service Center. Several electric scooters darted through the traffic, ignoring the traffic lights at the intersection. Kuyong slammed on the brakes, and the pickup truck slowly stopped at the red light. Suddenly, Jiang Miao's eyes fixed. Speed up. What? Kuyong thought he misheard. Speed up, charge? Jiang Miao yelled again. Kuyong, without giving it any more time, instantly released the parking brake, shifted gears, and slammed on the accelerator. The pickup truck shot through the traffic light like an arrow. 3 seconds later. Boom! A truck carrying steel pipes sprinted out of the opposite lane of the traffic light and slammed head-on into the spot where the pickup truck had been parked. 5 or 6 cars at the intersection were knocked sideways. Even more terrifying, the steel pipes, launched by inertia, pierced several cars ahead. Kuyong, who had already driven over 200 meters, stared in amazement at the rearview mirror, breathing heavily. Huff, huff. Jiang Haiba and Li Zixuan were equally terrified. Jiang Miao didn't explain, but instead gave instructions. Keep going. If the police come to question us, tell them we're in a hurry. Don't stop at the next few traffic lights, just keep going. Yes, Kuyong regained some composure. Jiang Miao had noticed the problem just now because he habitually observed the trucks, dump trucks, and concrete mixers on the road. When the truck sped toward him, he noticed its speed. A check on the inspection panel revealed a brake system malfunction. In that instant, he made the right decision, to have Kuyong run the red light. In the car, Jiang Miao closed his eyes and rested, reviewing the truck's data in his mind. The inspection panel stored all the data. He quickly found the faulty data for the truck's brake system. The air brake valve was aging, causing it to fail. All the components of the air brake system were manufactured in 2014, and most of the truck's components were also manufactured in 2014, with similar aging. It seemed I was overthinking it. In this case, human error was essentially ruled out. It wasn't Jiang Miao's fault for being so paranoid. It was just too dangerous. If he had been a few seconds slower, the truck would have certainly hit his car. He ran 4 red lights in a row. The pickup truck stopped at the curb in front of the Pinqing Lake Enterprise Service Center. Li Zixuan handed the invitation to the organizer's receptionist. The receptionist glanced at the invitation and said, "This is Mr. Jiang from Hailifeng Agricultural Technology Company. Mr. Jiang, please come this way." This time, Jiang Miao and the others came to Pinqing Lake to participate in the Pinqing Lake Enterprise Salon. The Enterprise Salon is a long-term exchange event sponsored by the Shantaomei government, involving exchanges between government agencies and businesses, and between businesses. It is held annually, with a different theme each month. This month's theme is New Opportunities, New Era, New Technology. As Jiang Miao entered the meeting room, Li Ke, a former acquaintance from the tax bureau, spotted him and waved from afar. He also approached with his staff. "Li Ke, it seems you're recovering well." "Oh, I'm relieved to hear that, Mr. Jiang." Li Ke, clearly struggling with pancreatic cancer, immediately pulled Jiang Miao toward his circle. "Mr. Jiang, This is Director Huang. Director Huang, this is Mr. Jiang Miao, founder of Heliafeng Agricultural Technology Company. Hello. Mr. Jiang, you're young and promising. Your company was a major taxpayer last year, ranking 16th in the city. Jiang Miao smiled and said, "It's all luck." Ha ha ha, Mr. Jiang, how modest. After more than 10 minutes of socializing, Lika introduced him to officials from the Bureau of Industry and Information Technology and the Bureau of Commerce. Just as the officials and Jiang Miao were chatting animatedly, not far away, CEOs or representatives from other invited companies were quietly discussing Heliafeng Company and Jiang Miao, the rising star. However, those companies were clearly divided into several circles. There was the state-owned enterprise circle, which had a somewhat isolated and aloof air. There were the urban business districts, the Lufeng Business District, the Haifeng Business District, the Luhe Business District, small circles of local tyrants. There were small circles composed of foreign companies, such as the Pengcheng Business District in the Shenzhen-Changwei Cooperation Zone. Birds of a feather flock together. The term fellow villager is an unavoidable topic and reality in China, and now Jiang Miao had no choice but to join these various small circles. Of course, Jiang Miao didn't intend to get too involved in these small circles. Small circles have their advantages, but they also come with the troublesome social interactions. Therefore, a brief taste is all that's needed. There's no need to dwell too deeply. For Jiang Miao, his stage is the entire world, and Shan Taomei is just a small pond. Just because he doesn't want to delve deeper doesn't mean others won't engage in deeper conversation with him. For example, Gu Haijing, the owner of Haijing Company, also involved in the aquatic seedling breeding industry, approached him. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Gu Haijing from Haijing Company. As a rule of thumb, don't hit someone who smiles." Jiang Miao smiled and extended his hand to shake his. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm Jiang Miao. Nice to meet you." Unlike other entrepreneurs, Gu Haijing wore a suit and tie, instead sporting a more traditional Chinese linen outfit. His skin was dark with a hint of red. As they shook hands, Jiang Miao could feel the roughness of his palm, a sign of a man who often works on the front lines. "Mr. Jiang, your artificial eel breeding technology is impressive. Are you interested in collaborating?" Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. "Not in the next 1 or 2 years." "Oh, that's a shame. I'm very optimistic about this technology, but it was stolen by the Ryukyu people." "What a shame. Our company is currently pursuing legal proceedings. I believe justice will prevail." Jiang Miao's seemingly clueless response left Gu Haijing speechless, but he didn't show it. Instead, he smiled and offered his blessing. "I wish you all the best, Mr. Jiang. Here's my business card. If you need anything, call me." "Thank you." Jiang Miao took the card, then pulled his own from his pocket and handed it to the other party. "Mr. Gu, this is my business card. Please take care of me in the future." Of course. After leaving Jiang Miao's place, Gu Haijing's youngest son, Gu Yiming, who had accompanied him to see the world, said with an unhappy face, "Dad, that kid is really ungrateful." However, Gu Haijing's face suddenly darkened, and he lowered his voice to scold his clueless son. "What kind of occasion is this? Do you have any manners? If you have anything to say, talk at home. Otherwise, get back here right now." "Got it." Gu Yiming quickly lowered his head. "Take care of yourself." Gu Haijing turned and instructed his assistant, Xiao Zheng, "Keep an eye on this kid and don't let him talk nonsense." "Yes, Mr. Gu." "Dad, you don't have to be like this, right?" "Humph, words can cause trouble. In business, harmony is the key to success. Your unbridled outbursts will only make you enemies. As the saying goes, business is not about kindness and righteousness. If the other party doesn't want to cooperate, that's their freedom." Gu Haijing was indeed a little upset by Jiang Miao's rejection, but after so many years in business, he had learned to remain calm in the face of praise and criticism. Believing that one more enemy is worse than one more friend, he didn't express his displeasure in front of Jiang Miao. However, his youngest son, Gu Yiming's behavior, had only made him an enemy. How could Gu Haijing not be angry? After over an hour of discussion, Jiang Miao's face was nearly frozen with laughter, and the recognition portion of this corporate salon finally began. As the host announced the start of the recognition session, Jiang Miao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led Jiang Haibao, Li Zixuan, and Ku Yong to their seats. The host's rhythmic voice drifted through the venue. Among the first group of corporate representatives to take the stage to receive awards, Heliafeng was not included, as the first batch was honoring the top 10 taxpayers from last year. The second round honored the top 10 companies in investment, and Haileyfeng was also not among them. It wasn't until the third round that Haileyfeng's turn arrived. This round honored innovative companies, and Haileyfeng, which had developed artificial eel breeding technology, was among them. Jiang Miao and 9 other company representatives or CEOs took the stage and received their certificates of commendation from the head of the Bureau of Industry and Information Technology. Mr. Jiang, keep up the good work. Director Li, you're too polite. We're all contributing to our hometown. The sedan chair was carried by everyone. Then, representatives from this group of honored companies stood together for a group photo, followed by representatives from the 3 other groups of honored companies and official representatives. Over an hour passed after this whole process. It wasn't until nearly 11:30 p.m. that the host solemnly announced, "Dear leaders, distinguished guests, the second session of the 3rd Shanmai Pinchinghu Enterprise Salon has concluded successfully. Please leave in an orderly manner." Pa 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 pa. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Jiang Miao also smiled and applauded, and he clapped sincerely because this corporate salon had left him exhausted, both physically and mentally. After all, he had to deal with all kinds of people, and he didn't have the freedom he had at the company. Now it was finally over. As soon as he left the venue, Jiang Miao grumbled quietly, "Old Jiang, this is so exhausting. Even more tiring than days of research in the lab. Next time, you should take my place. Boss, this is my first time participating in this kind of event too. It's really a bit tiring." Jiang Haibo was equally exhausted. "Ayong, drive. Let's go get something." Kuyong nodded and hurried over. Jiang Haibo, wiping his glasses, asked, "Boss, where are we going? How about Luha Lei Cha?" "Luha Lei Cha? It's okay, but I haven't tried it yet." A moment later, Kuyong arrived in his pickup truck. After getting in, he ordered, "Let's go to Quishan Market on Tahang Road." Quishan Market? Let me use the navigation. Chapter 41. Tahang Road in the city, north of Quishan Market. The streets were bustling with people at the end of February, and electric scooters lined both sides of the street. After all, electric scooters are a common means of transportation for locals. Even families with cars often keep 1 or 2 on hand for emergencies. Knowing there were no underground parking lots nearby, Jiang Miao had Kuyong drive directly to the tax bureau, where it was closing time, and there were plenty of empty parking spaces. Jiang Miao and his group walked to Quishan Market. "Boss, you've been to this little shop on a side street before, right?" Jiang Haibo wondered, looking at the small shop before him. "Well, my uncle's house is nearby." Entering the shop, he saw 4 tables downstairs already occupied. He asked the proprietress directly, "Are there any seats on the 2nd floor? There's another room for 4 people?" "Yes. For servings of lei cha." Jiang Miao turned and asked, "What would you like?" "We have fried rice noodles, and fried potato vermicelli noodles." "Fried rice noodles, fried rice noodles. I want fried rice too." Jiang Miao smiled and said, 3 servings of fried rice, 1 serving of fried rice noodles, plus 1 serving of salted chicken, 1 serving of bitter melon stuffed with meat and tofu stuffed with meat, and 1 serving of stir-fried beef with broccoli. The proprietress swiftly wrote it down with a pen. "You guys go upstairs first. 2nd floor, at a table near the window." Jiang Miao took a seat, and the others followed suit. Out the window, one could see the district government dormitory area. It was an old residential complex, built when the city was founded. It had no underground parking lot or elevator, but it had been renovated in recent years, and an elevator had been installed. After a while, the proprietress came up with a tea-colored ceramic tea bowl filled with green tea soup. 1 bowl each. Jiang Miao picked up a large spoon and scooped himself a bowl of lei cha. "You guys help yourselves." Jiang Haibo looked at the lush green tea, feeling a little uneasy. But since the boss had called for it, he had no choice but to drink it. He scooped himself a small half-bowl. Kuyong, however, didn't hesitate. He scooped half a bowl, drained it in 1 gulp, and then scooped another. The proprietress then brought over the sliced salted chicken, stuffed tofu with meat, and stuffed bitter melon with meat. Jiang Haibo took a sip and found the lei cha quite good, a delicate vegetable fragrance, slightly sweet, and a hint of the bitterness of tea leaves. "This salted chicken is a Luha Hakka specialty," Jiang Miao said, picking up a piece of chicken wing. He loved chicken wings the most, especially the salt-baked and salted chicken varieties. Soon, fried rice and fried rice noodles arrived. As everyone ate, they chatted about family matters. Since Jiang Miao didn't like discussing business during meals, the others naturally didn't bother him. After lunch, It was almost 2 o'clock. They walked back to the tax bureau entrance to pick up their car. It was around 2:30. Jiang Miao didn't go back, but instead had Kuyong drive to the opposite side of the Urban Management Bureau on 2nd Road. Luckily, they arrived around 2:30 in the afternoon. If it had been midday or evening, the roads here would have been completely dominated by food carts and electric scooters, making it difficult for cars to pass. They parked near Shantao Mei Middle School. After walking for a few minutes, they came upon 3 townhouses under renovation. The decorator, one of Jiang Miao's employees and an acquaintance of Jiang Miao, quickly put down his carpentry work and said, "Boss Jiang, the renovations here will probably take about a week." "No problem, you guys get busy." Jiang Miao turned and ordered, "Zixuan, go buy a case of Red Bull and some bananas for the chefs." "Okay," Li Zixuan nodded. Jiang Miao and Jiang Haibo chatted about the shop. This shop, diagonally across from Hongwei Primary School, previously sold electrical appliances. However, the landlord's son lost several million in online gambling last October, and to pay off his debts, they had to sell the 3 storefronts. The first floor of the shop is 144 square meters, and the second floor, a renovated residential building, is 156 square meters, for a total of 300 square meters. The purchase price was 4.5 million yuan. Jiang Miao currently owns 3 properties in the city: a 300 square meter shop on Ermelo Road, a self-built house on Chengmen Road, and a self-built house on Haiban Avenue near Fengshan Mazu Square, spending a total of 17.39 million yuan. The purchase of these properties was actually Jiang Haibo's suggestion, as he believed the company's current cash flow was sufficient and should not be left idle. Although Helyafeng Company was registered as an agricultural technology company, its business scope also included supermarkets, agricultural products, and restaurants. To enhance the company's risk resilience, Jiang Haibo suggested that in addition to purchasing the properties, they could also be used to open additional stores. After careful consideration, Jiang Miao decided to purchase the 3 properties, but these properties would be registered under his father, Jiang Dehai, and then leased to Helyafeng Company. Regarding the direction of the store operations, he did not act arbitrarily. Instead, he consulted with his brother-in-law, his father, Jiang Haibo, and others, and finally came up with a general direction. First, their current property was spacious and strategically located. Ermelo is a popular local food street and a popular online shopping destination, so the shop's business was to sell eel rice and company products. The self-built building on Chengmen Road only had a 60 square meter first-floor shop, and the 5 floors totaled 320 square meters. Therefore, Jiang Haibo suggested opening a gold shop. The reason for choosing a gold shop was naturally because Helyafeng Company had a large amount of cash, and if they wanted to avoid taxes, opening a gold shop was a very good way to do so. After all, the investment in gold processed into jewelry becomes inventory, and the profits from a gold shop were also quite good. The last self-built building on Binhai Avenue had a 120 square meter first-floor shop, but it only had 3 floors, for a total area of 400 square meters. Jiang Miao planned to use this property as a private club, providing a convenient base for himself, his family, and company personnel when they came to the city on business. It could also be used to entertain out-of-town business partners. In fact, this kind of asset-heavy operation is a very good investment strategy for cash-rich companies like Helyafeng. As for investing in finance, Jiang Miao had no talent for it. His math was average, and the A-share market was notoriously rebellious. Investing in foreign financial markets was even riskier, and he didn't want to be the one being harvested. Even borrowing from banks was a concern for Jiang Miao. After all, many companies failed due to high debt and broken capital chains. In Jiang Miao's view, many private enterprises are overly aggressive and reckless in their investment strategies, frequently borrowing money to expand without restraint. If the market environment is good, then it will naturally soar. But if the market environment deteriorates or policy changes occur, then it can collapse instantly. He didn't understand the mindset of many entrepreneurs, why they are so aggressive, as if they don't expand today, they will be eliminated by competitors tomorrow. Or they are deceived into investing in a bunch of PowerPoint projects without conducting any research reports, feasibility studies, or market research. Yet Jiang Miao's investments seem very aggressive. In reality, the situation is manageable. The company's cash flow remains abundant. Without loans, no matter how much it invests, it won't face a serious financial crisis. If loans are available, aggressive investments should be avoided. The risks and consequences of a broken capital chain must be considered. Many entrepreneurs' investments are essentially gambling, betting that the market will improve so they can ride the wave of the wind. Unfortunately, they only see the pigs soaring, while unconsciously ignoring those that fall to their deaths before the wind blows. Chapter 42. The group spent the afternoon inspecting the 3 properties they had invested in. They returned to the headquarters in Magong Town. It was exactly 4:30 p.m. Unknowingly, it was the end of the month again, and each department of the company had to conduct business summaries and reports. Yi Meijing, the finance manager, was the first to knock on the door and report on the financial situation for February. Jiang Miao listened to her report while opening the blinds facing the corridor. Boss, the company's total revenue for February was 175,273,528 yuan. Here is the detailed revenue report. Sitting back down, he took the document and carefully read it. The company's largest revenue in February was the final payment for the patent license from the Kagoshima Eel Company in Japan, which amounted to 105 million yuan. Then came the 70.27 million yuan from the sale of eel fry. Canned eel sales only brought in 350,000 yuan. Yi Meijing then went on to discuss the company's total expenditures. The company's total expenditures for February were 24,393,614 yuan. Here's the breakdown of each expense. Jiang Miao also carefully reviewed the various expenditures. Besides relatively fixed expenses like employee salaries and benefits, office supplies, and rent, the bulk of the expenses came from the purchase of eels, construction, and equipment. Currently, Helyafeng Company's financial situation is very strong, and increased investment is highly necessary. After Yi Meijing reported on the February financial situation, she tactfully withdrew. Managers from other departments were queuing at the door, preparing to report on their respective departmental matters. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. Li Zhou knocked on the door with a hint of worry on his face. Boss, this is the sales department sales report for this month. Put it here. Let me finish reading this document first. Li Zhou put the document down and involuntarily rubbed his finger under his lip. Boss, our sales representatives from various locations have reported some unfavorable situations. I think it's necessary to report this to you. Oh, are some eel farms dissatisfied with our prices? Boss, you're right. After the news of our company's technology theft broke, eel farmers and breeding companies across the country have started to have concerns. They think the current price of eel fry is too high and hope we can lower it. Li Zhou was worried. Jiang Miao signed the document with a smile, then took a sip of mango leaf tea from his cup. Then, confidently, he reassured Li Zhou, don't worry. If they don't agree with our price, let them wait for the fry from Shihai Company. This? Boss, will this affect our sales? Li Zhou was puzzled. Jiang Miao didn't explain. Just focus on sales. I handle everything else. If the local sales teams have any useful information, you can report it to me. Is that so? Then I go back to my desk. Li Zhou didn't quite understand where his boss's confidence came from, but since he wasn't worried about the threat from Shihai Company, he naturally wouldn't dwell on it. A few minutes later, Zhang Sini, the online store manager, knocked on the door and entered. Have a seat. Boss, here are the online store department sales reports. Here are the marketing plan, product promotion and advertising plan, and the draft product page design they prepared. Jiang Miao looked at each one. After a while, Jiang Miao looked up and said, Sini, your pricing is too low. Too low? Boss, I think so. Initially, we set the price at 50 yuan per kilogram for promotional purposes, Zhang Sini quickly explained. Right now, large Dandong strawberries are generally sold online for around 90 yuan per kilogram. Our strawberries are just as good, so even if we're promoting them, we can't do it this way. So what's the boss's plan? Zhang Sini asked nervously. Raise the price to 99 yuan per kilogram, then give large coupons to all customers who purchase our canned eels, and offer specials for all strawberry buyers, like 30 yuan off a 100 yuan purchase. Zhang Sini hadn't expected the boss to resort to a price first, then coupon-based strategy. However, she had to admit that this plan was very reasonable. It promoted sales while keeping the strawberry price high. If we had followed the original plan, customers might not have bought in. Instead, they might have felt the price was too high. Setting a high price first, and then offering coupons will make customers feel like they're getting a bargain. Furthermore, the quality of Nanhu Farm strawberries more than justifies their high price. There's another issue to consider when selling agricultural products: competitors. If these high-quality strawberries were sold in large quantities at a low price, it would be a disaster for other strawberry growers, and would have a serious negative impact on the entire industry. This is something Jiang Miao had to consider. After all, the domestic market is limited. If you take more of the market, others will have less. At this stage, Jiang Miao doesn't intend to compete by adopting a low-price strategy. Instead, he plans to pursue a premium product line, avoiding direct competition with lower-income farmers. Otherwise, he consider producing low-priced agricultural products once Heliafeng Company completes its foundational work. Otherwise, if the old foundation is demolished before the new one is even built, how will the lower-income farmers survive? Farmers and the rural economy are already fragile, and continuing this trend will only lead to mass bankruptcy. Thus, to avoid serious repercussions, Jiang Miao plans to focus solely on premium products in the short term, using high prices to guarantee profits while gradually developing a boutique industry. Of course, consumers will inevitably pay for this. However, this isn't a big deal, as those who can afford strawberries at 99 yuan per kilogram don't need a few hundred yuan to spend. Jiang Miao feels no guilt about exploiting the rich. After all, it's a good idea not to exploit these wealthy individuals. After all, much of the money they spend on high-end fruit is reaped by premium foreign fruit brands. Foreigners can be exploited. Why can't Heliafeng be harvested? If Heliafeng harvests the crops, the money will at least be invested in domestic production and scientific research, while also benefiting local farm workers. After discussing marketing plans with Zhang Sini, Jiang Miao was presented with the advertising plan. For advertising, are you planning to use the fruit hunter blogger on Bilibili for promotion? What's his reputation like? Jiang Miao didn't know much about this blogger. Zhang Sini quickly replied, he's been a relatively professional fruit blogger on domestic social media platforms for a few years now. He frequently takes on fruit-related advertisements. His reputation is decent, but the products he endorses aren't very cost-effective. Is it also going for the boutique route? Yes, Zhang Sini pecked at the surface like a chick. Okay, I choose him. He then looked at the draft product page designs. There were 4 versions, and Jiang Miao reviewed them all. For this, Jiang Miao simply selected 2 that looked the most appealing and had clean, concise designs. Combining 2 and 3 will do. 2 and 3? Sure, I tell the web design office when I get back. After Zhang Sini left, other managers also reported back one after another, and Jiang Miao was busy until 6 o'clock in the evening. The sun had already set over the sea. In the company cafeteria, many employees had already eaten their fill. Jiang Miao, his mother, sister, and Shuya were sitting at a table, just beginning to eat. Sister, Xiaomin has mom helping to take care of her, and since she's starting elementary school this year, have you considered moving to the city to find work? What for? Jiang Xia asked curiously. Our company has opened a gold shop on Cheng'an Road, and I'm not sure if anyone else can help me manage it. How about you help me manage it? Jiang Xia wasn't very confident. A gold shop? I never managed one before. I'm worried I can't do it well. Sister, don't worry. This gold shop is mainly for tax avoidance, so making money is secondary. The key is someone I can trust. My mother quickly persuaded her. Axia, you can help Miao look after the gold shop. I don't think it's reliable to leave it to someone else with so much gold. After hearing what her brother and mother said, Jiang Xia could only scratch her head and agree. Chapter 43. March 10th. After the late spring cold snap at the end of February, Lingnan has finally seen the sight of spring blossoms. Beside the fields at Nanhu Farm, many rice paddies have already been planted with seedlings. A dozen white cranes are searching the paddies for dead insects stirred up by tractors. The farm's strawberry planting has expanded to 18 mu, approximately 16 acres. 3 mu of strawberry seedlings, planted earlier, are now entering the flowering and fruiting phase, though not yet at peak fruiting. Jiang Miao was also in his breeding experimental greenhouse today. Suddenly, his secretary, Li Zixuan, walked in. Boss, Manager Yi said that Mr. Yang, the fruit hunter, has arrived at the company. Then have Ion go pick him up. Okay. Jiang Miao put away his notebook and went to the faucet at the greenhouse entrance. He washed his hands and face, then took out his phone and tidied his appearance and clothing. 10 minutes later, Kuyong arrived at the farm entrance, carrying a few unfamiliar faces. Jiang Miao walked over with a smile. Mr. Yang, welcome to Heliafeng. I'm Jiang Miao. So it's Mr. Jiang. I heard a lot about you. Would you mind being photographed? Yang smiled, then gestured to the photographer nearby and asked. It's okay. We invited Mr. Yang here for publicity purposes. If you need anything, please let me or my secretary, Zixuan, know. Li Zixuan quickly pulled out his phone. Mr. Yang, This is my WeChat. This is my WeChat. Yang Yang's assistant stepped forward. The two exchanged WeChat and phone numbers. After shaking hands with Yang Yang, Jiang Miao pointed to the farm greenhouse. Mr. Yang, I take you inside to take a look. Great. I'd love to see your company's new variety too. After all, seeing is believing. Li Zixuan went ahead and opened the iron gate. The group entered the strawberry greenhouse, which used a semi-vertical planting system, but the planting density was low, primarily due to concerns about the high summer temperatures. Have they started fruiting? Jiang Miao nodded. The strawberries in this greenhouse have already entered the flowering and fruiting stage, and peak fruiting is expected in April. Yang Yang glanced at some of the already bright red strawberries and noticed they were a bit large. This wasn't an isolated case, but rather a common phenomenon. Is this variety large fruited? The fruit is huge. Does it have Sweet Charlie genes? Yes, one of its parent plants is Sweet Charlie. Our internal number is C1102, and the trade name is Jasmine Strawberry, Jiang Miao explained, snipping a few ripe jasmine strawberries with a pair of scissors. Jasmine strawberries? Could they have a jasmine scent? I'd love to give it a try. Yang Yang was immediately intrigued. He picked up one of the strawberries, washed it with mineral water, and then took a gentle bite, savoring it carefully. Jiang Miao washed the remaining strawberries. Come on, everyone try one. Huh? Yang Yang took another bite, this time raising an eyebrow. It does have a slight jasmine scent, and a hint of cantaloupe. The sweetness is pretty good, probably around 15. As he spoke, he took out a sweetness meter and squeezed a little strawberry juice into the measuring groove. Drop, 15.3. Haha, Mr. Yang really is a human sweetness meter. Jiang Miao joked, laughing as well. This variety has good flavor, sweetness, firmness, and shape. Is it genetically stable? We're currently consuming the 5th generation. Compared to the 1st generation, there haven't been significant changes, and the overall genetic characteristics are relatively stable. Yang Yang ate another strawberry. This one also has a sweetness rating of 15. Shall I pick some at random to try? Yes, Mr. Yang, please. Yang Yang quickly gathered a small basket of jasmine strawberries and began describing them to the camera. This one is really large, almost the size of a duck egg. Li Zixuan quickly handed over a basket of duck eggs. With this comparison, the size of the jasmine strawberries became even more visually striking. Since we're here, let's randomly test their sweetness. Yang Yang quickly selected 5 strawberries and tested them with a sugar meter. The results showed a sweetness rating generally between 15 and 16. After touring the jasmine strawberry greenhouse, they entered the vanilla strawberry greenhouse next door. Upon entering the greenhouse, Yang Yang couldn't help but sniff. What a nice smell. It smells a bit like passion fruit and vanilla. He put his nose close to one of the ripe vanilla strawberries, and the scent became even more pronounced. Mr. Jiang, could you tell me what the parent variety of this variety is? Jiang Miao nodded. The parent variety of the vanilla strawberry is a combination of Fengxiang strawberry and snow lily. This is a mutation I discovered during hybridization a few years ago. After several rounds of breeding and rehybridization, the characteristics were finally fixed. It's not easy. I think this variety has great potential. I wonder how it performs in other areas. Yang Yang continued. The vanilla strawberry is relatively high-yielding and disease-resistant. The fruit is medium-sized, with a sweetness of around 21 to 22 degrees. The flesh is firm and durable in storage and transportation. However, it won't bloom if the temperature exceeds 35 degrees Celsius, so it may not produce in the southern summer. This drawback isn't too serious, it can be grown in the north. Yang Yang didn't consider it a drawback, as it's a common flaw among many strawberry varieties. Suddenly, as if he discovered a blind spot, he turned and asked, Jasmine strawberries won't bloom when temperatures exceed 35 degrees Celsius? Jiang Miao shook his head. No, jasmine strawberries and cheese strawberries are heat-resistant varieties. As long as the temperature doesn't exceed 40 degrees Celsius, they can basically bloom and bear fruit normally. Yang Yang couldn't help but sigh. Then jasmine strawberries and cheese strawberries have great potential in summer. Let's try the vanilla strawberries first. As before, he picked a small basket, washed them, and tried them. Wow! The flavor is really rich, and the sweetness is very high, around 22 degrees Celsius. Squeeze a little strawberry juice into the sweetness meter's measuring groove. Ding! 22.2. This variety is so sweet and fragrant, better than any strawberry I ever tasted. The aroma is a blend of traditional strawberries, passion fruit, and vanilla. It leaves a lingering aftertaste. I highly recommend this variety. Then he turned to Jiang Miao and said, Mr. Jiang, I wonder when your strawberries will be in season? I'm sure many viewers will be eager to try them. Official shipping starts March 20th, and pre-orders are now available. Yang Yang quickly asked, what's the price? I'd like to try a discount for my fans. Jasmine strawberries are 88 yuan per kilogram, vanilla strawberries are 99 yuan per kilogram, and cheese strawberries are 99 yuan per kilogram. Jiang Miao smiled and continued, since you're Mr. Yang's fans, I give you a 50 yuan discount coupon. This discount doesn't affect other store discounts. Mr. Jiang is so generous. You can tell he's a big shot. He's got a lot of vision. The two began to exchange business compliments. However, Yang Yang wasn't wrong. The quality of Heliafing's strawberries was indeed good. They then went to the greenhouse of a third variety. The cheese strawberries also amazed Yang Yang, and this variety was very easy to identify because the fruits were white. After filming the promotional video, Jiang Miao invited Yang Yang to dinner in the company cafeteria. Before leaving, he also gave him a few boxes of canned eels. Back at the company, both the online store and Nanhu Farm began fully preparing for the strawberries to hit the shelves. Chapter 44. 2 days later. Fruit Hunter Yang Yang's social media account released its first promotional video about the Heliafing company's strawberry collaboration, initially released on Platform B. Several company accounts managed by the online store department also released a promotional video and followed each other's accounts. In addition to Platform B, various promotional copy was released simultaneously on platforms like Note, WeChat, and Little Red Potato. However, the traffic purchased by the online store department hasn't been immediately deployed, as the strawberries are still about a week away from officially hitting the shelves. On Platform B, the comment section of Fruit Hunter Yang Yang's video already had many fans and visitors browsing and commenting. The comment section was refreshed with new comments every few minutes. Shrew Mountain Villa, already purchased, my kids love it. Durian King, Dondung strawberries or YYDS, come and argue, Bumper Guard, 99 per kilogram. Goodbye, Autobio Transport Company, at that price, wouldn't the Dondung strawberries taste great? That's not how you make a living. Falling Cherry Blossom Axe, the price is impressive, but with a coupon and discount, it's worth buying a pound to try. Order already placed. Sun Lianqing, Heart of the Universe, Heliafing Company? Don't they sell eel fry? Why are they selling strawberries now? Or is it the same name? Allah likes eel rice. Ladies, hurry up. It's really delicious. I tried it at the Xiaomei store, and all 3 varieties were delicious. Pictures speak louder than words. Abnormal Human Research Institute, already bought it. If it doesn't taste good, I just unfollow you. Boston Yuanjian. Bloggers have to make a living, after all. Please be understanding. Even if you don't support me, there's no need to be sarcastic. High life. Damn! The Heliafing company that sells fried eels actually sells strawberries? Zhang Er Chi Bu Bao. Heliafing's canned eel is pretty good, very delicious with rice, and I think it's on par with the grilled eel you get at Japanese restaurants. Better in the Arctic at Zhang Er Chi Bu Bao. Bro, is there a chance the grilled eel you ate at the Japanese restaurant was actually canned eel produced by Heliafing? The comment section was abuzz. Some were sarcastic. Some were indifferent. Some placed their orders directly. Some were arguing and trolling. Some were constantly debunking the topic. On the 3rd floor of Heliafing's headquarters, Zhang Sini and several of her subordinates were looking at the store's back-end data. In less than 2 hours, over 300 orders had been placed. Based on the back-end data, 2/3 of the orders came from recommendations from Fruit Hunter accounts, with the rest coming from Heliafing's own social media accounts. This is the internet age. The traffic generated by those big bloggers can sometimes be truly impressive. The 2 customer service representatives were already swamped, and Zhang Sini had to temporarily deploy staff from the marketing planning office, and even personally attend to the various inquiries regarding this wave of orders, barely managing them. Zhang Sini watched the gradually decreasing back-end customer service notifications, realizing that the initial wave of traffic had begun to wane. She breathed a sigh of relief and took a sip of coffee. Putting down her cup, she picked up the phone and called Farm Manager LV Wade. Beep beep. Hello Manager Zhang, what's up? Manager LV, we accumulated 376 orders. I sent them to you simultaneously. You can start stocking them. I looked into it. It's okay. We start loading on the 19th. However, I suggest we only accept 1,000 pre-sales orders. Peak fruit season isn't until next month, and right now, we only produce a little over 100 kilograms of fruit a day, which isn't enough to sell. Understood. I suspend pre-sales once I taken 1,000 orders. LV Weibin hung up the phone and turned to the order taker. Ashin, please pay attention to the stocking schedule. Starting from the 19th, we schedule 100 pieces a day and increase that to 200 pieces a day next month. Okay. LV Weibin went to the logistics warehouse again. He instructed the warehouse keeper to keep an eye on the inventory of consumables, like corrugated cardboard and foam inner boxes. Then, LV Weibin went to the farm's goods warehouse to check on the freezer's operations. In the packaging workshop, a selector and 2 packers were already busy. However, the products they were packing weren't orders from the online store, but were destined for physical stores. The packaging for physical stores and online stores is different. LV Weibin picked up a packaged box of vanilla strawberries. 6 of them were neatly arranged, all roughly the same size. There was no peeling or green spots on the surface. Put it on a digital scale. After peeling, 153 g. A standard vanilla strawberry typically weighs between 20 and 30 grams. They are divided into 2 grades, A and B, depending on their size. A strawberries weigh around 25 to 30 grams. B strawberries weigh around 20 to 24 grams. The box LV Weibin weighed was the A strawberry, already labeled with a price of 14 yuan per box. He then picked up 2 boxes of B strawberries and placed them on the scale. 134 g. 138 g. The price of B fruit is 10 yuan per box. The strawberries picked these days aren't kept in the warehouse for refrigeration, but are instead all sent to the physical store on Ermelu Road for sale. Lu Weibin attaches great importance to every aspect of strawberry production. After all, this is crucial to Nanhu Farm's position within the company. Compared to the Shiomachi eel base, Nanhu Farm's status is indeed inferior. If Nanhu Farm doesn't make money, the company might have to lay off this department. Lu Weibin doesn't want to be unemployed again at his age. That's too embarrassing. After inspecting several boxes of strawberries, he further instructed the selectors to pay close attention to quality control, preferring a little product loss to passing off inferior products as good ones. This was something Jiang Miao repeatedly emphasized. If Helyafeng Company is to maintain its reputation, ensuring product quality is paramount. This is why Lu Weibin frequently conducts spot checks. He's worried that employees might be slacking off and mixing in inferior strawberries, tarnishing the company's reputation. After leaving the packaging workshop, LV Weibin rode his electric tricycle to the farm's greenhouse. He happened to meet Jiang Miao coming out of the experimental greenhouse. "Boss. Old Lu, how have you been these days?" Jiang Miao asked as he washed his hands. LV Weibin locked his bike and said, "The online store has been overwhelmed with orders, and the farm's production capacity is a bit limited. I asked them to control the number of pre-orders." "Yes, indeed. Even though they're pre-orders, we still can't keep customers waiting too long, otherwise they lose their patience." Jiang Miao nodded. "I need to go to the breeding base. You go ahead." "Okay, boss. Goodbye." LV Weibin didn't linger at the entrance for long, heading straight to the 3 acres of strawberry greenhouses already in bloom and bearing fruit. 3 pickers were wielding miniature electric shears, plucking strawberries. He checked the already picked plastic baskets, for in total, each holding about 10 kilograms. That meant they only picked 40 kilograms of strawberries this morning. LV Weibin then glanced at the remaining unpicked area. About 2/3 remained, estimating that 120 kilograms could be harvested today. Yesterday's harvest was 115 kilograms. Clearly, with the gradually warming temperatures and the strawberries entering their peak fruiting season, the farm's strawberry production would steadily increase. After reviewing the harvest progress, he called over one of the agricultural technicians, Lao Zhou, and the 2 of them headed to the strawberry greenhouses that hadn't yet bloomed or borne fruit. "Old Zhou, when will these strawberries start blooming and bearing fruit?" Old Zhou examined the seedlings. "I estimate that greenhouses 4 or 5, and 6 will start blooming and bearing fruit in late April. Greenhouses 7 through 12 will start blooming and bearing fruit in mid-May, and the rest won't have to wait until June." LV Weibin then asked, "How many greenhouses are left vacant?" 5 acres. "When will all be planted?" "Soon. We already grown a large batch of seedlings from seeds in the nursery greenhouse. We estimate they all be planted by the end of April, and will start blooming and bearing fruit in mid to late July." "How many people do we need?" "About 15 more." "15? Sure. I notify the HR department to recruit." Old Joe whispered, "Manager, we can just contact the rural women in the nearby villages. There's no need to contact the HR department, right?" "What do you know?" "This is a matter of principle," LV Weibin quickly reminded him. Old Joe paused, then felt a sense of embarrassment and fear. Lu Weibin reminded him again. I pretend I didn't hear it this time. Don't mention this kind of thing again. I know, old Joe nodded, his voice sluggish. Lu Weibin had worked as a project leader at a major internet company, and he was well aware of the core responsibilities of a company, personnel and finance. And his boss, Jiang Miao, had always personally overseen personnel matters. Other departments and industry managers had no authority over hiring and promotions. He didn't want to be penalized by his boss for this matter. Chapter 45. Lu Weibin learned about the strawberry greenhouse. He drove his tricycle back, taking the 4 baskets of jasmine strawberries back to the packaging yard. Upon his return, he saw Xiao Li, the delivery guy, driving his electric tricycle back. Xiao Li, you're just in time. Take the packaged strawberries to the shops on 2nd Road. Oh, okay. Let me catch my breath. I just hauled cans from the cannery to various supermarkets downtown. Lu Weibin handed him a cigarette, but Xiao Li, normally a chain smoker, was shaking with fear. I quit. Quit. That's hard to believe. Don't mention it. I took my dad to the hospital for a checkup the day before yesterday. He's in the late stage of lung cancer. Xiao Li's face was filled with fear and worry. Late-stage lung cancer? Gulp. Lu Weibin's palms were sweating. Jiang Miao had advised him to stop smoking, citing the increased risk of lung cancer. Thinking of his many crying children and wife, he was also considering whether to quit. Xiao Li rested for a moment, then pulled his cart to the temporary cold storage and moved the over 300 boxes of strawberries. After getting the warehouse keeper's signature for confirmation, he returned to the tricycle with his belongings. Manager Lu? Are you still there? Huh? I was distracted. LV Weibin quickly helped Xiao Li with the load. Manager Lu, thank you. No need, but I'm planning to quit smoking too. How about we keep each other in check from now on? Xiao Li glanced at LV Weibin, noticing his serious expression, and nodded, okay. Soon, the 300 or so boxes of strawberries were loaded onto the tricycle, and Xiao Li drove off. About an hour later, Xiao Li, driving his tricycle, finally managed to make his way through the throng of electric bikes on 2nd Road and squeezed into a shop entrance. The shop sign read, Helyafing Company Direct Store. 2 secondary signs flanked it, reading, Eel Restaurant, Strawberry Garden. He parked the tricycle at the entrance to the Strawberry Garden, engaged the parking brake, and walked to the front desk with the manifest. Maya, here's the manifest. Sign your name. Wait a moment. Maya took the manifest and went to the back of the tricycle. She counted the boxes, 9 in total, and confirmed the seals were intact before signing. She and Xiao Li carried 2 boxes together. Suddenly, a customer came in to pay, forcing her to rush to the cashier. The customer in front of her was a pretty, long-haired young woman holding a little girl. Can I use this coupon here? Maya nodded. Yes. 5 boxes total 58 yuan. The coupon will take 10 yuan off, so you can pay 48. The payment notification immediately went off. Ding dong. 48 yuan has been credited. Thank you for your patronage. I pack it up for you. By the time Maya finished, Xiao Li had already finished moving the items. Xiao Li checked his phone and saw it was already past 11:40. He took a selfie at the store entrance and sent it to the attendance department's group chat via WeChat. Then he parked his tricycle and went straight to the eel restaurant to order an eel rice set meal. Since he was a company employee, he could pay at the eel rice restaurant first and then have the money reimbursed to the finance department at the end of the month. This counted as a staff meal allowance, but it only applied to company restaurants. If he ate at a non-company restaurant, he would only be reimbursed 15 yuan per meal. Furthermore, eating in the company cafeteria is only dine-in, you can't take it away, and you can't waste food. The good thing is, you can eat as much as you want, and the finance department will reimburse you no matter how much you eat. Xiao Li arrived at the employee-only room on the 2nd floor. Soon, a large box of eel rice arrived. Next to him were the warehouse keeper and the salesperson from the Helyafing Gold shop, both also eating there. Xiao Li wasn't familiar with them, so he nodded and buried his head in his meal. The slightly charred, grilled eel, drizzled with a secret sauce and garnished with a handful of chopped green onions, sat atop a bed of rich, fragrant wuchang rice, a plate of boiled vegetables with snow peas, celery, and spinach, and a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup. The set meal cost 30 yuan. While this price is a bit high for Shanmei City, it's still relatively low compared to Japanese restaurants. And for a commercial street like Ermalu, a popular online shopping street, 30 yuan for an eel rice set meal is a decent value. The gold shop salesperson at the next table ate, while resignedly saying, This eel rice is delicious, but eating it every day makes you sick of it. It's good to have something to eat. The warehouse keeper took a sip of the winter melon and pork rib soup. Xiaoli put down his chopsticks, smiled at the two of them, and shared a company rumor. If you want other dishes, you probably have to wait a while. The company cafeteria is experimenting with char siu and beggar's chicken. I've been going there frequently these days to try them out. I guess once they're done, they arrange for the eel restaurant to serve char siu rice and beggar's chicken. Really? That's great. The salesperson beamed. Soon, Maya also came up to eat. Meanwhile, the eel restaurant and the strawberry garden became very busy. Because Ermelo is busiest during lunch and evening, not only locals come to shop, but many tourists from other places also frequently check in. A few tourists from Guangzhou seem to have come here after watching a video online. Are there any tables? There's still room on the second floor. The woman with the handbag turned and said, "Honey, go upstairs and order. I want to buy some strawberries to try." "Okay. Hurry up." The woman walked from the first floor lobby of the eel restaurant through a side door and arrived at the strawberry farm. The two restaurants were actually connected. The strawberry farm was simply furnished. 2 rows of cold air cabinets, a few refrigerators, and a cash register. The cold air cabinets were filled with boxes of strawberries. "Can I try some?" Xiao Jing, who was filling in for Maya, held out a box of strawberries. "Sure, these are vanilla strawberries." As she spoke, she washed them and cut them into quarters. At this moment, several other customers arrived. "Your shop only sells strawberries?" Xiao Jing replied with a smile, "These are strawberries from our company's own farm. Everyone try them." The woman picked up a piece of vanilla strawberry on a toothpick. Before she even ate it, she could smell its rich aroma. She took a bite and said, "So sweet. Fragrant and sweet, with a hint of vanilla." By then, Xiao Jing had already cut 2 other varieties of strawberries. This is the cheese strawberry, and this is the jasmine strawberry. Everyone can try them. Can you make them cheaper? Xiao Jing could only smile and shake her head. "Sorry, the prices are set by the company. This is a promotion. You can take a look. 20 off orders over 100? I have a coupon for the eel restaurant next door. Can I use it as a discount?" "Yes." "Then can the coupon and promotion be combined?" "Yes." A customer quickly selected 10 boxes of strawberries. "Check out." "Wait a moment." Xiao Jing quickly paid, accepting the coupon, then typed up the bill and packed the strawberries. "Thank you for your patronage. Since you spent over 100 yuan, we give you a coupon for Anagi restaurant, good for 10 yuan off your purchase at Anagi restaurant. Through this exchange of coupons, customers who buy strawberries at Strawberry Farm will dine at Anagi restaurant, and customers who dine at Anagi restaurant will buy strawberries at Strawberry Farm." The desire for a bargain is common to most people. This is also one of the clever strategies the marketing planning office uses for brick-and-mortar stores. During the marketing process, instead of offering coupons for their own products, they offer coupons for another store. Since the products at the 2 stores are different, customers are likely to return for this small discount. Through this method, the directly operated store achieved daily sales of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan within just 1 week of opening. Chapter 46. Unnoticed, a week flew by. LV Weibin had been busy at Nanhu Farm this week. To ensure freshness during transportation, he borrowed the family members of the company's out-of-town employees and sent express delivery to them free of charge, conducting a freshness test. Based on the feedback from dozens of family members, within Lingnan province, delivery is always the next day. South of the Yangtze River, it's generally the next day, occasionally the 3rd day. Some cities with direct cargo flights, such as provincial capitals or cities in economically developed regions, can also offer next-day delivery. Of course, this test still has some limitations. After all, Helyafeng's out-of-town employees are generally from Lingnan and south of the Yangtze River. So, to address the loopholes in the test, LV Weibin applied for special funding from Jiangmiao and randomly selected 50 people from online customers who had previously purchased canned eel. They were also given a free 1 kilogram box of strawberries. After this test, LV Weibin finally gathered sufficient reference information. For example, in the Northwest region, as well as parts of the Southwest and Northeast regions, even with SF Express, delivery still takes about 3 days. Although customers in these regions reported no problems with the strawberries after receiving them, and found no signs of rot or spoilage, LV Weibin still decided to have the online store department specifically note the situation, advising customers in the Northwest, Northeast, and Southwest regions to purchase with caution. Early in the morning of March 20th, The online store department finally officially launched the 3 varieties of strawberries. However, the quantity available on the shelves was very small. This was primarily due to the farm's limited daily production. Currently, the daily production of jasmine strawberries is approximately 80 to 90 kilograms, while that of cheese strawberries is 50 to 60 kilograms, and that of vanilla strawberries is even lower, at only 40 to 50 kilograms. Considering the need to allocate a large portion to pre-order customers, and the need for physical stores to consume some, there were only 50 strawberries released on the first day, all 1 kilogram each. This quantity sold out instantly upon its release. Customers who couldn't buy had to pre-order in advance, but the online store only released 100 pre-orders per day. This situation led many customers to choose not to purchase or to buy strawberries from other e-commerce platforms. Many of the first batch of pre-order customers have already received their strawberries, especially those within the province, who received their deliveries by midday or afternoon on the 20th. This is because LV Weibin personally supervised the loading of 200 strawberries yesterday evening at the entrance of a residential complex in Panyu District, Yangcheng. The SF Express delivery guy was on the phone. "Hello, delivery. Leave it at the gate. What's your name?" "Wu Shili." The delivery guy wrote his name on the delivery slip and reminded her, "This is fresh produce. Please pick it up as soon as possible. I left it at the gate." "Okay, thank you for your help." At 6 o'clock, Wu Xiaoli, who had just gotten off work, returned from picking up her son from kindergarten. Just as she was going upstairs, she remembered she had a package she hadn't picked up and hurried back down the stairs. In the guardhouse, the security guard was smoking a water pipe. "Uncle Chin, where is today's package?" "Huh?" Uncle Chin puffed out his cigarette, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Maybe it's on the top shelf." Wu Xiaoli quickly found her package on the shelf, then went to the surveillance camera, picked up the delivery slip, and posed for a photo with it in front of the camera. She was quite helpless, mainly because someone had previously stolen packages and takeout, forcing the management to resort to this last resort. Wu Xiaoli carried the package home. Opening the door, she found her husband, Yang Dong, already back, lying on the sofa, playing with his phone. "Got a package again? What did you buy?" "Strawberries, open it for me, I'm going to cook." Yang Dong didn't get up, playing another game before grabbing a paper cutter from the drawer, cutting through the tape, and opening the outer packaging. "What strawberries? Why do they smell so good?" He took the fruit bowl from the table, and pulled the strawberries out one by one from the phone grooves. "Honey, are there any rotten ones? If so, remember to take a picture," Wu Xiaoli called from the kitchen. "No. Not yet," Yang Dong quickly added, as he removed the top layer of foam board. "Huh? Even more fragrant. Could they have been flavored?" With a skeptical thought, he removed the strawberries from this layer. There were no signs of rot or anything like that. After removing the second layer of foam board, white strawberries. He then placed these white strawberries on the fruit plate as well. A kilogram of strawberries piled together filled the entire plate. Yang Dong carried the fruit plate into the kitchen. Wu Xiaoli, who was chopping vegetables, saw the large plate of strawberries and asked, "Are there any rotten ones?" Yang Dong shook his head. "No, it's just that layer of strawberries in the middle that's incredibly fragrant. Maybe they've been flavored with essence." "No way." "Huh? It smells really good." Wu Xiaoli quickly washed one, wiped it with her clothes, and took a big bite. "Wow. So sweet and fragrant." She stuffed the remaining strawberry into her mouth, the unique fragrance and sweetness of vanilla strawberries filling her mouth. "Why am I so unconvinced?" Yang Dong also washed a large one, wiped it with kitchen paper, and took a bite. "It's not that sweet, but it does have a faint jasmine scent. Strange." Wu Xiaoli finally realized, "Honey, the one you're eating is a jasmine strawberry, and the smaller one is a vanilla strawberry." "Huh? Are they 2 different varieties?" "Yeah. Try this one, it's a vanilla strawberry." Yang Dong took a bite, and his eyes lit up. "Wow! This is so sweet and fragrant. Not overly sweet, but sweet with a hint of strawberry flavor. This is the first time I had strawberries this delicious." "How much is a pound?" "Vanilla strawberries are 99 per pound, but when I bought them, there was a discount and a coupon, so a pound of 3 was about 56. That's a bit pricey." "It's not expensive. Dandong strawberries are 80 or 90 per pound." Although Yang Dong thought it was a bit expensive, he didn't mind thinking about his gains in the stock market over the past few months. Thinking about the stock market, he asked his wife hesitantly, "Honey, the stocks I bought earlier have not only recovered my investment, but I also made over $500,000. Do you think I should sell them?" Or should I wait a little longer? Upon hearing about the stocks, Wu Xiaoli immediately flew into a rage. Don't wait. Sell it now. You've been stuck for over 3 years, and you haven't learned your lesson yet? Are you sure? Wu Xiaoli's eyes threatened to pierce her. Sure. Definitely. Definitely. Sell it tomorrow, and then pay off the mortgage as soon as possible. I don't want to have to pay over 10,000 yuan a month for it. Okay. Okay. Sell it tomorrow. Yang Dong was persuaded by his wife. The couple both work, and their combined monthly income is only around 28,000 yuan. With a mortgage payment of over 10,000 yuan, deducting fixed expenses like utilities, gas, and cell phone charges, and their son's schooling, they can barely make ends meet. If it weren't for the 2,000 yuan my father-in-law gives them every month, they'd probably be eating grass, not strawberries. That's why Wu Xiaoli gets so worked up when she hears about stocks. If Yang Dong hadn't lost over 2 million yuan playing the stock market a few years ago, she wouldn't have needed to work. After Yang Dong washed the strawberries, he called his son out to eat. The two of them ate while watching TV. Dad, these strawberries are delicious. At 99 yuan a pound, how could they not be? Don't eat them all, save some for your mom. Dad, it's my classmate's birthday in a few days. Can you buy me a box of strawberries? I want to give it to her. Yang Dong suddenly smiled. Son, it's a female classmate, right? Uh-huh. From his son's expression, he knew it was almost certain, but he still reminded him, giving gifts is fine, but you can't do anything else. You're still little, understand? Uh-huh. Dad, what are you thinking? We're just good friends. I understand. Good friends are the same. Chapter 47. With the 3 varieties of strawberries officially launched on the online store, and with customers who had pre-ordered receiving their strawberries, Hailifeng's 3 varieties of strawberries have received rave reviews. Over a week had passed since the official launch, and Zhang Sini was leading a team to review the online store's back-end data. Manager, should we delete these comments saying our prices are too high? The back-end administrator asked quietly. Zhang Sini shook her head. No, we're a high-end brand, so high prices aren't a given. As long as the customer isn't making malicious comments, there's no need to delete them. After more than a week of sales, the online store had sold approximately 1,301 kilogram strawberry gift boxes at an average price of around 65 yuan per kilogram, generating a total turnover of 85,200 yuan. Manager, our canned eel sales have also increased significantly over the past week. Zhang Sini checked the back-end inventory data. Currently, Hailifeng Company's cannery can produce 70,000 tinplate cans of eel and 15,000 bags of kabayaki eel per month. The kabayaki eel has been purchased by Japanese restaurants and onigiri rice restaurants across the country. The kabayaki eel has become the cannery's flagship product, and the company continues to produce tinplate cans primarily to eliminate scraps from the canning process. Because kabayaki eel is made from a whole eel, a bag contains 1.2 kilograms of meat, priced at 120 yuan. However, a female eel typically weighs between 1.5 and 1.8 kilograms, and after removing the head, tail, and internal organs, the remaining weight is approximately 1.2 to 1.5 kilograms. As a result, some eels were overweight and had to be cut off to keep the weight around 1.23 kilograms. Of course, the cut fish meat couldn't be wasted, and those eels that didn't reach 1.2 kilograms were used to produce tinplate cans. Thankfully, Jiang Miao didn't intend to jeopardize his reputation. Although scraps were used, the fish meat was still good. He also asked Li Xinhua to increase the eel meat content in each tinplate can to 110 grams and maintain the original price. Even so, the cannery still had over 60,000 cans of tinplate canned eels in stock over the past few months. And the kabayaki soft canned eel was in short supply. There was no other way around it. Kabayaki soft canned eel was purchased by Japanese restaurants and eel rice restaurants, while tinplate canned eel was mainly sold to individual customers, with a few supermarkets also selling it. The customer bases for the two products were quite different. Zhang Sini checked the sales status of various products in the back end. Throughout March, we discovered that 15,000 bags of kabayaki eel canned food were often out of stock for several days, evidently due to a rush by major customers. The profit margins for kabayaki eel canned food were also quite good. The 15,000 bags generated a total of 1.695 million yuan, averaging around 113 yuan per bag. The average price did not reach 120 yuan, primarily due to losses during transportation and discounts offered to major customers. In March, the online store sold only 7,253 cans of tinplate canned food, generating a total sales of 101,000 yuan. Thankfully, supermarkets and directly operated stores were selling the products, otherwise the tinplate canned food would have accumulated incessantly. After checking the sales of strawberries and canned eels, Zhang Sini checked the sales of eel fry and snowflake feed. A total of 7.16 million eel fry were sold through the online store, generating sales of 15.75 million yuan. Over 25 tons of snowflake feed were sold, generating sales of 370,000 yuan. Zhang Sini calculated that the online store's total sales for March had reached 17,606,827 yuan. After reconfirming the data, she recorded it in a document on her tablet and had the back-end administrator verify it. Once it was correct, Zhang Sini printed the document. At the end of every month, Jiang Miao would work in the chairman's office at headquarters. My brother-in-law knocked on the door, holding a work report. "Brother-in-law, sit down." "Ah, Miao, this is the situation with the newly expanded 200 mu open-air fish ponds. We already stocked some of the leaf eels we bred ourselves into these ponds." "Oh, all of them?" My brother-in-law nodded. "All of them. Actually, there are only 400,000 leaf eels in these 200 mu ponds. We raise nearly 30 million leaf eels per month. With a little extra, we can meet our needs. As long as the cycle is complete, we won't need to purchase mature eels from outside. Thank you for your hard work, brother-in-law." Jiang Miao poured his brother-in-law a cup of Phoenix Dansong tea. My brother-in-law took a sip of tea and then talked about expanding production. "By the way, Miao, all the indoor breeding ponds are now operational. We expect to double our eel fry production capacity each month. We should reach that scale next month. Market prices are still falling. Should we reduce our shipments?" Jiang Miao poured his brother-in-law some tea, then raised his lips slightly. "Shihai Company's bomb is about to explode. What do you think the market reaction will be? Are you saying that eel farmers in Ryukyu, Dhaka, and Southeast Asia will be forced to buy fry from us and Kagoshima Eel Company?" Jiang Miao raised his index finger and shook it. "Kagoshima Eel Company's production capacity can't even meet the Japanese market, so the international market has no choice but to turn to us." "That's great. It looks like eel fry prices will rebound in April." My brother-in-law rubbed his hands involuntarily. Knock knock. "Come in." Li Zhou walked in. Seeing Li Zhou come in, my brother-in-law stood up and picked up his briefcase. "You guys go ahead. I go back to the farm." "Goodbye, brother-in-law. No need to see me off. You go ahead." After my brother-in-law left, Jiang Miao poured Li Zhou a cup of tea. "Have some tea," Li Zhou said with some concern. "Boss, although we sold all the eel fry in March, April's pre-orders are nearly 3 million fewer than in March." "It's okay, I take care of it." Li Zhou hesitated, but seeing his boss's confident expression, he wondered if he was being overly concerned. Just as Li Zhou was at a loss for words, Jiang Miao had already opened the folder. "Sales this month are pretty good." The sales department's performance in March was indeed good, with a total of 23.24 million glass eels sold. Together with the accompanying sea snow feed, sales totaled 52.73 million yuan. That's all thanks to your wise guidance, boss," Li Zhou replied with a quick, dry laugh. "Okay, stop flattering me. The company won't forget your contributions. Since it's Qingming Festival, how about this? Your sales department will take a week off. Let's rest up." "That's not a good idea, is it?" Li Zhou hesitated. Jiang Miao shook his head. "I don't mean anything else. I just want you to take a break. After all, you need a balance between work and rest." "Okay then. I thank the boss for his understanding on behalf of all the sales staff." Jiang Miao then instructed meaningfully, "By the way, if a customer calls to order eel fry during the holiday, have everyone speak with one voice. The company is currently cleaning the fish ponds, and it will take some time before supplies resume." "Cleaning the fish ponds?" Li Zhou nodded. Although he was puzzled, he didn't intend to press the issue. He took a sip of tea and left. A moment later, Zhang Sini also came in. She reported on the online store's sales. After reviewing the report, Jiang Miao also instructed Zhang Sini to tell the online store sales staff that if a customer wants to buy eel fried during the Qingming Festival, they should assume the farm is cleaning the fish ponds and suspend sales. Zhang Sini was also filled with questions, but she didn't dare to ask the reason. Chapter 48. April 1st, April Fool's Day. Ryukyu, Jiayi County. A few dark clouds drifted across the sky, and the ground was damp from the recent light rain. Wang Dafu, who had just returned home from paying respects to his ancestors, was startled by the ringing of his phone. He checked the number and saw it was his son. Hello, Yongli. What's going on? Dad. Something terrible has happened. The eels are dead. What? Wang Dafu instantly jumped up from the sofa, as if his butt had been pricked by a needle. He asked nervously, what happened? The eels are dead. I was just feeding the fish and noticed that the eels in several ponds were floating. What? I'd be there right away. Wang Dafu, not caring about the meal his wife had just prepared, grabbed his car keys and hurried to the farm. The entire drive, his heart involuntarily darkened as he contemplated various possibilities. 20 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt at the entrance to the breeding base, leaving behind a faintly burnt black trail. He wasn't the only one who arrived. The other two shareholders' cars also appeared almost simultaneously. The bald man's face, covered in flesh, was now as black as the bottom of a pot. The bald old man with glasses was trembling slightly, his gait unsteady, and a hint of unease in his eyes. The three of them, not bothering to exchange pleasantries, rushed directly into the farm. Wang Dafu's eldest son, Wang Yongli, was standing by the fish pond with 6 or 7 employees. His face was filled with anxiety, yet also with a hint of helplessness and powerlessness. What's going on? Wang Dafu pushed aside several employees and approached the pond. Sure enough, a large number of eels, their bellies turned upside down, floated on the surface of the pond. These eels were already dead, and the remaining ones, half dead, were breathing slowly near the surface. Wang Yongli. What are you doing? The bald man grabbed Wang Yongli by the collar and roared. Wang Yongli, with a look of innocence and frustration, quickly explained, Uncle Zhang, I don't know. They were fine when I came here this morning. The bespectacled old man stared at the sea of dead fish, his face grim. Could they have been poisoned? Change the water immediately. And get someone to send them for testing to find out what the poison is. Yes, 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 hurry. Wang Dafu, as if grasping a lifeline, said, Yongli, get the eels tested immediately. Everyone else, come with me to change the water. The bald man, though furious, hadn't completely lost his mind. He let Wang Yongli go, but he warned Wang Dafu, although we don't know the cause yet, but Wang Yongli is in charge of the place, so he's responsible no matter what. Bullshit! Wang Yongli's temper flared. Would I ever run my own business? Zhang Biao, stop spitting insults. Humph. It's a fact that you're not doing your job properly. Seeing Zhang Biao and his son about to fight, Wang Dafu roared, what are you arguing about? We're all on the same page now. Change the water. Wang Yongli glanced at his father again and hurried to catch the fish. He filled several bottles with pond water, sealed the past few days' feed, and took a sample. He hurriedly left with the 2 employees, making calls to acquaintances as he went, hoping to find someone to conduct tests as soon as possible. Humph. Although Zhang Biao's face was filled with anger, he knew this was not the time for internal strife. Wang Dafu had already called the other employees over. With over 50 people tasked with changing the water in over 400 acres of fish ponds, they couldn't move quickly. However, the eels surfaced one after another, their bellies turned upside down. More than a dozen pumps churned away. Puff, puff, puff. The noise of the diesel engines made everyone present feel uncontrollably irritated. In less than an hour, the water in the first 3 acres of ponds had been replaced, and several water pumps and aerators were working non-stop. Several technicians from the company gritted their teeth and prepared some antibiotics and immune-boosting nutrients. In a large plastic bucket, a dozen eels, freshly fished out, lay half dead. The technicians began to try to treat them, and a small aerator kept the water bubbling. Wang Dafu's face paled at the speed. Under the scorching sun. Having missed lunch, coupled with a recent emotional outburst and the effort of moving things with the others, he felt physically exhausted and a bit hazy. Boss, have a sip of juice to calm down. The assistant quickly brought a bottle of orange juice to Wang Dafu. Huff. Wang Dafu's eyes were hollow, and his hands trembled as he took the orange juice. The assistant didn't know how to comfort him, and fearing saying something wrong, he could only stand aside and remain oblivious. The other 2 shareholders weren't in much better shape. Zhang Biao checked on the other fish ponds, occasionally cursing. The bespectacled old man, suffering from hypoglycemia and excessive agitation, lay in the lounge of the aquaculture base. Watching the constant stream of dead fish being pulled up, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, everyone was in a bad mood. After all, many employees had worked at Shihai Company for over a decade, and seeing such a devastating loss naturally made their moods difficult. At this point, Wang Dafu and the other employees instinctively assumed someone had poisoned the eels, causing the mass die-off. The dead fish piled up like a mountain, emitting a foul and overpowering fishy odor in the setting sun. But after 5 or 6 hours, the water change was progressing very slowly, replacing only a little over 20 acres of pond water. Wang Dafu, Zhang Biao, and the bespectacled old man stood on the dam of the first pond to have its water changed, staring intently at the layer of dead fish rising to the surface. Clearly, the water change was ineffective. What should we do? What should we do? Zhang Biao clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly. He then looked at the technicians at his side and shouted through gritted teeth, "You guys in the technical department, find a solution." The technicians, feeling incredibly unlucky, could only shake their heads helplessly. "Vice President Zhang, it's not that we don't want to save them, it's that we don't know the cause. From noon until dusk, I tried over a dozen solutions, but the eels keep dying. We need time to find the cause." Zhang Biao gnashed his teeth and roared, "Time? How long will it take you to find the cause? In another day or two, all the fish will be dead. And what's the point of finding a cause?" About a quarter of the eels had been caught, and the remaining fish were gasping for air at the surface. Time was running out for them. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the formula Jiang Miao had deliberately leaked to them was a specially formulated one. Some might find this puzzling. As a fry breeding company, Shihai Company had previously attempted to breed eel fry. Logically, they should know what not to feed eels. This was because they encountered Jiang Miao as an exception. Jiang Miao's identification panel not only revealed all the conditions for eel reproduction, but also revealed any genetic defects. Just as dogs can't eat chocolate, and some people are lactose intolerant, eels also have their own genetic defects. In their natural wild environment, eels won't eat foods that could kill them. But artificial feeding is different. Jiang Miao simply added 2 seemingly beneficial nutrients and minerals to the formula. Once the eels consume this feed, these 2 ingredients will undergo a series of biochemical reactions in their bodies, forming chronic toxins. Once the accumulated concentration reaches a critical point, the eels will die from acute poisoning. This is a poison bait specifically designed to target the eel's genetic defects. In other words, Wang Dafu personally poisoned the eels. This is the terrifying aspect of being able to read a living being's genes. If Jiang Miao wanted, he could even create customized allergenic foods and genotoxins specifically for each species. This customization could be for a species or an individual. Jiang Miao's things aren't so easy to steal. Chapter 49. There's no such thing as a completely impenetrable wall. Especially in a private enterprise like Shihai Company, with its many people and many gossips, news of the mass eel die-off at Shihai's eel farm spread like wildfire. In less than 2 days, it spread throughout Ryukyu. The Kagoshima Eel Company and Helyafeng Company, which had been secretly monitoring Shihai, naturally received the news immediately. In a small private room in the company cafeteria. "Ha ha, what a fate!" Zhang Xinshan laughed heartily. Jiang Dehai was also beaming, gloating over Shihai Company's misfortune without any guilt. "What karma!" "Dad, brother-in-law, you can laugh, but don't choke," Jiang Miao reminded with a smile. "If I hadn't been forbidden to drink, I would definitely have a few drinks to celebrate." Although Jiang Dehai hadn't shown it these days, he was still somewhat worried about the future of his son's company. Now he could finally put his mind at ease. Jiang Miao placed a piece of roast suckling pig in his father's bowl. "Dad, your health is the most important thing. Alcohol and tobacco are like poison. Try not to touch them if you can. I'm just saying, I don't really want to drink." Jiang Dehai didn't normally like drinking. He used to drink a little when guests came, but now he doesn't drink at all. Zhang Xinshan ate a piece of barbecued pork and whispered, "Meow, are you going to keep holding on to the inventory?" "Yes, we keep holding on to the inventory until the news about Shihai Company gets out. Only then will we start shipping." Zhang Xinshan nodded. "Okay. A few days won't matter." Li Zhou, who had just come downstairs, hadn't taken a vacation these days, but stayed at the company. He took a lunch box from the cafeteria's lunch box cabinet. The company cafeteria's meals were all pre-packed in lunch boxes to reduce waiting times and facilitate delivery to employees at farms, breeding farms, and canneries. Just as he was about to find a seat, he saw Jiang Miao emerge from a small private room. Li Zhou walked over with his lunch box. "Boss, we had a lot more calls these past few days asking about prices, especially from southern Fujian. No rush, let the news fester for a while." "Boss, you're incredibly foresight." Li Zhou picked up a pork chop, thinking to himself, "Boss, it seems, knew something was going to happen at Shihai Company. Did he hire someone to poison them?" "Unlikely, and the risk is too great. Wait a minute. While his mind wandered, a possibility occurred to him. Could it be that secret formula? Did the boss tamper with it? That's right, the boss certainly wouldn't write the formula directly in a notebook. There must be some secret code hidden from everyone else. I just didn't expect that the formula could cause a mass die-off of eels. It seems anyone trying to steal secrets from the company in the future will have to think twice. Li Zhou wasn't the only smart person. Everyone else in the company had more or less guessed that the stolen formula might be seriously flawed. Japan, Kagoshima Prefecture. Inside the Kagoshima Eel Company's farm. Looking at the large number of glass eels that had successfully hatched in the breeding tank, Junichi Watanabe smiled with satisfaction. Just then, his nephew, Hiratatsu Watanabe, hurried in from outside and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing this, Junichi Watanabe's eyes flickered, and then a slight smile crossed his lips. Haha, this Jiang Seng is truly a hidden talent. He's quietly brought the Saikai company to the brink of bankruptcy. President, several large domestic eel farms have emailed us, hoping to collaborate with us, Watanabe Hirotaka added. Watanabe Junichi scooped a large piece of sea snow feed into the breeding pond, then said with a smile, reply to them, and tell them our eel fry have been reserved and ask them to wait a month. Yes. Of course, Junichi Watanabe wouldn't give these eel farming companies eel fry right away. He knew these guys. He had recently sent a man named Yamada to Ryukyu to secretly collaborate with the Saikai company to establish a fry company. While making money was certainly necessary, he wanted to let these eel farming companies know who would be the boss in the coming years. At least until other fry breeding companies mastered artificial eel propagation technology, the Kagoshima Eel Company and the Hailufeng Company would be the market monopolies. As long as they could reap the initial profits, they would join forces with Hailufeng to sell off their eel fry when other companies developed the technology, driving down prices. For this, Junichi Watanabe was very grateful for the West Sea Company's revelation, which had caused other companies attempting to steal secrets or imitate it to feel uncertain. In fact, other companies interested in artificial eel breeding technology were genuinely shocked by the tragic accident at West Sea Company. In just 3 days, all 650 tons of mature eels in West Sea Company's 400-acre pond perished, rendering even canned eel production impossible. It's not that Wang Dafu and the others hadn't considered selling the eels to a nearby cannery, but the owner wasn't a fool. The widespread die-off of eels at the West Sea Company was now common knowledge in Ryukyu, especially among those involved in the industry, who knew much of the inside story. Such a sudden and widespread death, what cannery would dare to use it for canned eels? They'd probably be tired of living. There were even several Ryukyu eel canneries, fearing they'd be affected by previous collaborations with the West Sea Company, who quickly issued notices stating they hadn't purchased eels from the company recently. Haha, is this just another case of everyone pushing back? Wang Dafu slumped dejectedly in his office, which was filled with smoke and his ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. Dad, this is bad? The bank wants us to submit a loss report for this accident and is freezing our accounts. Wang Yongli hurried in. It's over. Everything's over. Wang Dafu lit another cigarette, his eyes dead. Bang! Zhang Biao and a few of his minions kicked in the door. Wang Dafu, you caused me to lose so much money. I'm not letting you go. Haha, Zhang Biao, what are you letting me go for? Wang Dafu asked nonchalantly, spreading his hands. You? Zhang Biao clenched his fists, but didn't dare to actually strike. He was just talking big, and it was unlikely he actually kill Wang Dafu. This accident had indeed caused Wang Dafu and his 2 companions enormous losses. To quickly breed eel fry, they had spent the past 2 months scrambling to buy large quantities of mature eels in Ryukyu in southern Fujian, purchasing 573 tons at an average price of 92,000 yuan per ton, for a total expenditure of 52.71 million yuan. In addition to expanding the site, adding 200 acres of fish ponds, and building a supporting indoor breeding facility, the total investment was nearly 100 million yuan. To make matters worse, he had collected deposits from numerous fish farms, totaling over 20 million yuan. Then, the company's original stock of over 70 tons of mature eels died, resulting in another loss of several million yuan. Although Wang Dafu possessed tens of millions in assets, much of it was fixed assets, with only about 10 million yuan in cash. The farmers and companies that had previously made reservations had brought their men to surround Shihai Company, and Wang Dafu and others overnight, demanding the return of their deposits. This situation immediately drained the funding chain of Shihai Company and Wang Dafu. Now, banks, equipment companies, and engineering firms were concerned about Shihai Company's ability to repay and were demanding that Wang Dafu provide quick payments, provide information on the company's profitability, or provide additional collateral. As the men were arguing, a dark figure flashed past the window. Bang! Ah! Someone's jumped. Call an ambulance. There's no hope. Isn't this a Shihai shareholder? Is Wang Dafu planning to jump too? Oh no! Everyone rush in. We must get Shihai to return our deposit first. Wang Yongli quickly opened the window and looked down. He saw that it was another shareholder, a bald old man with glasses, who had jumped. Chapter 50. The news of a Shihai Company shareholder jumping from a building spread quickly throughout Jiayi County. As the ambulance arrived with its lights flashing, the bespectacled old man's family also rushed to the scene. More than a dozen people were crying and making a scene outside the Shihai Company entrance. A large crowd of onlookers were watching from a distance, whispering and discussing the situation. At the same time, managers from several banks that had lent money to Shihai Company and Wang Dafu and others also arrived at Shihai Company with their lawyers. In the chairman's office on the 5th floor, the loan manager at the Ryukyu Bank raised his gold-rimmed glasses and asked sternly, "Mr. Wang, your loan repayment this month, including principal and interest, is 2.75 million new Taiwan dollars. With your company's current funds, I'm afraid it will be difficult to raise the funds before the due date on the 15th. The bald manager at the Taichung Commercial Bank was even more direct. "Mr. Wang, considering the significant risks your company poses, and your fraudulent use of artificial eel breeding technology to obtain the loan, we are officially notifying your company that the previous 12 million new Taiwan dollars loan contract is officially cancelled. We hope you will repay the entire loan by the 20th, otherwise we will sue you for loan fraud." "You can't do that." Wang Yongli's face was extremely grim. "We're not here to listen to your excuses, but to inform you." The horse-faced manager of the First Commercial Bank had a stern expression. Faced with pressure from 3 banks, Wang Dafu had just stood up, trying to delay for a while. When he suddenly felt dizzy, his vision went black, and he collapsed. "Dad! Boss! Call an ambulance!" Seeing this scene, several bank managers exchanged bewildered glances. The manager of the Ryukyu Bank, among them, wore a cold expression. He patted his suit and cursed softly. "What bad luck. Humph, don't think you can get away with playing dead here. If you can't pay, we immediately file for compulsory execution and liquidate your Shihai Company." The manager of the First Commercial Bank threatened without hesitation. Banks are like that. When you have money, they rush to give you money. When you don't, they demand repayment as soon as possible. The 2 idioms, icing on the cake and kicking someone when they're down, were perfectly exemplified. Zhang Biao, who had remained invisible throughout the entire process, had quietly fled with his men. Although he had suffered heavy losses, he wasn't completely broke. But the thought of the bank's vampire tactics still gave Zhang Biao a headache. After all, transferring assets takes time. The managers of these commercial banks reacted quickly. Upon receiving news of Shihai Company's collapse, they immediately applied to freeze the bank accounts and real estate transactions of Shihai Company's major shareholders. Luckily, Zhang Biao's wife was shrewd enough to have long ago divided the family assets into 4 parts, 1 in Zhang Biao's name, 1 in her own name, and 2 in the names of their 2 sons. The couple had long since divorced. This meant that the bank could only apply for compulsory execution of the assets under Zhang Biao's name. However, the thought of losing nearly 30 million yuan was heartbreaking for Zhang Biao. Even then, with Wang Dafu hospitalized after suffering a stroke and Wang Yongli and his family absent from the company, panic spread throughout Shihai Company. Less than half a day later, after receiving accurate information, the employees at the farm began to secretly coordinate. In the warehouse where the tools were stored. "Old Tang, what should we do now? What should we do?" Old Tang took a drag on his cigarette and crushed the remaining, but under his feet. "Wang Dafu's been hospitalized. It's uncertain whether he make it. Wang Yongli, that kid, is ambitious but incompetent. He definitely can't save the company. We need to make plans early." A man with a short haircut glanced out the window, then turned to Old Tang and the others. "Old Tang, why don't we take these tools back while no one's watching over the farm? What's there to be afraid of? Let's all take them together. As long as we don't tell anyone, no one will know we took them. Oh, and we need to take down the surveillance cameras first." Old Tang thought for a moment and steeled his resolve. "Let's do it. Call everyone over. This will be considered this month's salary." The series of turmoil at Shihai Company further stimulated the entire eel fry market. In the online store department's telephone sales office, 3 telesalesmen watched the phone ring continuously on their desks, but didn't answer immediately. Instead, they waited a moment before one of them picked up the phone. Hello. This is the online store department of Heliafeng Agricultural Technology Company. Hello, I'm Gao Dashan, who previously ordered eel fry from you. Gao Dashan? The telesalesman typed the name into the computer and quickly found the relevant sales record in the internal database. Didn't the eel fry you ordered already arrive? Is there something wrong with them? If so, you should call after sales service. No, I'd like to order another batch. Sorry, the company is cleaning the breeding ponds right now, so we don't have any eel fry for sale. Can you order in advance? The salesperson smiled and replied, yes, but we've been flooded with orders these days. If you want them, it'd probably be around August. What? August? Can you order in advance? I can't do that. How about an extra 10 cents, say $2.33? Then I can give you a month in advance. $2.43, is this month okay? The salesperson breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and said, no problem. I let you jump the queue right away. The date is the 16th. Please confirm the quantity of eel fry online, then confirm the delivery address, contact person, and phone number. Please also pay a 30% deposit in advance. No problem. A moment later, a message popped up on the online store's back end, announcing the 150,000 yuan deposit had been deposited into the company's account. Through this kind of hunger marketing, the online store and sales departments quickly raised the price of eel fry to 24,000 yuan per kilogram. While not as high as the previous 28,000 yuan per kilogram, it did halt the downward trend in prices. Over the next week or so, many customers, who had previously complained about the high price of eel fry, were forced to accept reality and purchase glass eels from Heliafeng Company at 24,000 yuan per kilogram. Seaview Company, another major aquaculture company in the Shantou-Meizhou region, naturally also noticed the rebound in eel fry prices. At Seaview Company's shrimp breeding base, Dad, that Heliafeng Company is really lucky. I never expected Shihai Company to go bankrupt. Gu Haijing, who was checking the shrimp seedlings, looked up at his youngest son, Gu Yiming. Do you really think Shihai Company went bankrupt on its own? Isn't it? Could that kid have sent someone to poison them? Gu Yiming speculated wildly. Why don't you try to poison hundreds of acres of fish ponds in Liuqiu? Jiang Miao wouldn't do such a foolish thing and ask for trouble. Gu Yiming was stunned for a moment before realizing, yes, it's possible to poison a few acres of fish ponds, but it's almost impossible to poison hundreds of acres without being discovered. But Dad, do you know the reason why Shihai Company collapsed? The stolen secret formula. Gu Yiming's eyes widened. That kid knew someone was going to steal the formula, so he prepared a flawed one in advance? So use your brain more. With your low IQ, you always act cheerful in front of others. Stay away from those bad friends. Gu Haijing's tone turned serious again. Yiming, I'm giving you two choices. Either get married and have children as soon as possible, then stay home and relax. Or, stop associating with your bad friends and follow me in managing the company. Don't spend all your time dreaming about starting your own business. Dad, how do you know I can't do it? Gu Yiming's rebellious nature suddenly flared up. Gu Haijing didn't give his son any face. Haha, you think you are Jiang Miao, he has the skills and means. What do you have besides me as your father? Chapter 51. April 13th. Taking advantage of the lull in the eel fry business, Jiang Miao and Shuya found time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. That evening, the company headquarters was brightly lit. A temporary wedding venue had been set up in the small square by the sea, adorned with flowers, streamers, balloons, and over 20 tables draped in red tablecloths. These tables, chairs, and tablecloths were left over from the resort restaurant. All the company employees had been invited, along with Zhang's family and friends, as well as a few of Shuya's friends. Of the 24 tables, only one remained. This was perfectly normal, as the Heliafeng Company's employee count had already surpassed 200. The company headquarters had 69 employees, the eel breeding base had 53, the cannery had 18, the Nanhu farm had 22, the gold shop had 5, and the directly operated store had 8, totaling 175 people. The sales department had 28 salespeople working out of town, but they didn't return to headquarters. My brother-in-law, sister's family, my father, my mother, Shuya, and I weren't counted among the employees, but were considered family members, totaling 8 people. A total of 47 other friends and family members came. The 3 parties totaled 230 people. The tables prepared for this banquet each seated 10 people, so 23 tables were enough for 230 people, with the remaining table being a spare. Jiang Miao, dressed in a white suit and holding Shuya's hand, stood at the company entrance to greet the guests. My cousin, Jiang Miao, who had his hair done, came over with his wife and son, carrying a basket of fruit. He smiled and said, "Miao's sister-in-law, I wish you a long and happy marriage and a son soon. Brother Yao, sister-in-law, Xiaolong, please come in." Li Zixuan, the best man, quickly led everyone to their seats. Another middle-aged couple entered, carrying a fruit basket. The square-faced middle-aged man was Jiang Miao's uncle, Wang Chunming. He smiled and patted his shoulder. "Miao, you made it big. You should treat others well." The eldest aunt took Shuya's hand and handed her a jewelry box. "This is a little gift from me." "Thank you, aunt." Shuya hurriedly thanked him. Jiang Miao smiled and took the fruit basket. "Uncle, aunt, please come in." The eldest uncle, Wang Chunming, was a member of the Huang family in Xinsua, a suburb of the city. He owned a stationery store behind Quishan Market, across from Quishan Primary School. Jiang Miao had lived with his uncle for a while when he was a child. A while later, the younger uncle, Wang Xiaoyu, and his aunt also arrived. "Ah, Miao, happy wedding. Is this the bride? She's so beautiful. This is a little gift from your aunt." "Thank you, aunt." "Uncle, aunt, please come in." Soon, the guests arrived. For this wedding, Jiang Miao combined the engagement and wedding celebrations. After all, the engagement was to take place at Shuya's place, but Shuya didn't want to see her two brothers, so she didn't go to Guangzhou. The guests only brought fruit baskets because Jiang Miao told them not to bring any gifts. A fruit basket would suffice. After all, the Jiang family didn't need the small gifts right now, so there was no need to accept them. As for the gold jewelry given by my sister, aunt, cousin, and others, that wasn't a big deal. After all, Jiang Miao would definitely double the amount when their children got married. When the guests arrived, Jiang Miao took Shuya to the small stage in the center. He picked up the phone. "Today is Shuya and I's wedding day. Thank you all for your support and blessings. I prefer a simple affair, so I won't be inviting any singing or dancing. Please enjoy the fireworks display." My brother-in-law hurriedly made a phone call. A few hundred meters away on the beach, the staff of the Dongqing Fireworks Company had already prepared tonight's fireworks. "Hello, can we begin?" "Okay." The fireworks planning and arrangement team leader picked up the intercom. "Attention, all teams, start the display immediately. The countdown begins." 3 test fireworks slowly rose and exploded in midair. Soon, the first large caliber, Class A shell, emitting a pale red hue, slowly ascended into the sky. Boom! Fireworks blossomed in the sky above the seaside of Magong town. Boom! Stars shone brightly, following closely behind. Boom! Dahlias bloomed in the night sky. Boom! Town government staff were already on guard nearby, and a fire truck was parked on the nearby highway, ready to respond to any unexpected incidents. Such a large-scale fireworks display definitely required permission from the town government. As Helyafeng Company was Magong Town Star Enterprise, the town government naturally didn't dare to embarrass Jiang Miao. They even fully cooperated, proactively dispatching fire trucks and arranging staff to stand guard nearby. The fireworks display lasted over an hour. Over 200 large fireworks shells were set off, directly costing over 2 million yuan. Lin Xuxin, the bridesmaid, photographed the fireworks and exclaimed enviously, "Cousin, I really envy you. He just knows how to waste his money." Shuya appeared distressed, but she was actually very happy. Women are always so hypocritical. "Shuya, isn't money meant to be spent? Jiang Miao isn't broke. You be a wealthy woman in the future, so don't forget me, your little sister." The other bridesmaid was Shuya's elementary and middle school classmate. "Your husband is a civil servant in Guangzhou. I wouldn't dare give you a gift," Shuya joked with a smile. As the fireworks display came to a close, the drone light show began. Drones formed greetings and festive patterns in the air. The tourists and local residents visiting Magong Town today also enjoyed a hearty dose of dog food. Is this the romance of the rich? I envy you so much. Even when I'm married, I want that. Haha, miss, why don't you find a wealthy bachelor worth over 100 million first? How romantic. Damn rich people. This Jiang Miao was my junior high classmate. You? You know him, but does he know you? Take a picture. So beautiful. I didn't expect there would be free fireworks. This fireworks show must cost a lot, right? I heard over 2 million. The Jiang family is very wealthy. How could it not be prosperous? They bring in tens of millions a month. How do you know? TSK, who doesn't know about Magong? They produce 20 to 30 million eel fry a month, a little over 2 yuan apiece. Just do the math and you see. Damn! That's 50 to 60 million a month, right? Why else do you think the town government hired a fire truck and personally maintained order? He's the god of wealth of Magong Town. The residents and tourists of Magong Town were quietly discussing the Haliafing Company, Jiang Miao, and the eel farm. At the wedding. As the drone show ended, Jiang Miao took the microphone and said, "Dear guests, I declare the banquet officially open. Enjoy yourselves. I be serving tea instead of wine. I toast you all. Cheers! Cheers!" Everyone grabbed their juice. Jiang Miao hadn't prepared any alcoholic beverages, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't want to risk any accidents. After all, many people would be driving home, and many were older, so drinking alcohol could easily cause problems. To give Shuya a wedding without regrets, he had made extensive preparations, and didn't want any unexpected incidents to dampen everyone's mood. Jiang Miao, along with Shuya, toasted to each table. The specially hired chef team had already prepared the dishes, and most of them were served during the drone show. In fact, the banquet menu followed the general trend. There were 12 dishes in total: bird's nest sweet soup, steamed lobster, steamed grouper, poached prawns, poached chicken, grilled lamb chops, white fish balls, kung pao chicken, stir-fried squid with snow peas, 3-color steamed dumplings, salted egg yolk pastry, and poached choy sum. As everyone ate, they chatted animatedly about all sorts of things. Before they knew it, more than half the dishes on the plates had been emptied, and many people had already eaten and drunk their fill. As it neared 9 o'clock, guests began to leave. To avoid waste, Jiang Miao's mother, along with Aunt Li and other cafeteria staff, packed up some of the untouched dishes so that guests could take them away. Jiang Miao and Shuya left the table early and politely saw the guests off at the door. He prepared a box of canned eels and a box of strawberries for all the guests as wedding gifts. Chapter 52. Newlyweds. Jiang Miao had reduced his workload for the past few days, taking time to spend at home with Shuya. Until the 5th day after their wedding. In the company cafeteria, Shuya was eating breakfast when she said, "I received a special gift today." "What gift?" "A dismissal notice." Shuya nonchalantly picked up a piece of bok choy. Jiang Miao also didn't take the matter too seriously. Instead, he smiled and shook his head. "Oh, has your advisor finally given up? After all, I haven't replied to your messages for almost 6 months. Of course, he's pissed off. Poor my seniors, who were constantly being bossed around by him, and still haven't graduated in their 30s. Don't overthink it. There's no need to be angry about this kind of person. I'm not angry. I just find my old self a little funny. Not getting a PhD isn't a big deal." Shuya chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although Shuya and her 2 brothers had separated, she still owned a 144-square-meter apartment in Panyu District, Yangcheng, which she didn't have to pay off. Even if she couldn't graduate, Shuya could still find a job back in Yangcheng. She wouldn't have to worry about future problems, though the salary might be lower. "By the way, Miao, I'm back to work today. You should get busy too. No rest for a few days?" Shuya rolled her eyes at him, then laughed dryly. "Haha, you're like an animal. What do you call rest? I just go back to the lab and work. We sleep in separate beds tonight." Yi Meijing and Li Wenna, who were not far away, heard this and hid their heads in their hands, laughing. "Okay," Jiang Miao said helplessly, emptying the mixed grain rice from his lunch box, and finishing the last bit of the cabbage and lean pork soup in his bowl. Shuya quickly devoured the rest of her meal, taking her lunch box and bowl and chopsticks, and placing them in the cafeteria's designated basket for post-meal dishes. "Wenna, Anning, let's go." "Okay." Li Wenna had already finished her meal. Anning was the female bodyguard, and also Shuya's driver. Anning went out first, and pulled out a white pickup truck from the small parking lot at the entrance. Although Jiang Miao wanted to buy Shuya a regular sedan, she declined because regular sedans were inconvenient to drive on rural roads, and the back bed wouldn't hold enough cargo. However, the back bed of this Great Wall Cannon pickup truck was fully enclosed, not an open-air model. Anning pulled the pickup truck out of the parking space. Wenna opened the back door for Shuya. She watched them drive away. Jiang Miao didn't go to the lab because he had other things to do today. Over an hour later, an alpha van appeared at the company entrance. Li Zixuan, having received the news in advance, came out to greet Jiang Miao on his behalf. Several people got out of the car: a tall, middle-aged white man, a young, blonde white woman, and 3 middle-aged men with Asian features. "Hello, Mr. Brown. Welcome to Helyafing Company. I'm Li Zixuan, President Zhang's secretary. One of the middle-aged men, with Asian features, quickly translated for the white man. After a moment, the man replied in Chinese, Mr. Brown would like to see President Jiang. When can it be arranged? Our President Jiang is in the office. I take you up. Thank you. You're welcome. Inside the chairman's office on the second floor, Jiang Miao and Jiang Haibo had already made tea. A moment later, Li Zixu had arrived with Brown and his team. Mr. Brown, welcome to Helyafing Company, Jiang Miao said, smiling and extending his hand. The two shook hands and took their seats. After listening to the translator's explanation, Brown spoke a few words in French. After a moment, the translator turned to Jiang Miao and said, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Brown hopes to discuss cooperation as soon as possible. Yes, how does Mr. Brown intend to cooperate? Brown said to the translator, tell them that we hope to purchase their patented technology, and the price can be comparable to that offered by Japanese companies. The translator faithfully conveyed Brown's intentions. Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. No problem. I can license the technology to your company, but the license is limited to use within the EU. The price is $30 million, payable in full. Brown frowned after hearing the translation. One time? That's not quite right, is it? We licensed the technology to the Japanese, and they already started mass-producing glass eels this month. If you're concerned, you can stipulate a penalty for breach of contract when signing the contract. Brown and the blonde woman discussed it quietly for a moment, then nodded. However, Jiang Miao reminded him, there's one thing I need to clarify. Our artificial eel breeding technology is limited to Pacific eels, and it requires duckweed as feed. I haven't studied Atlantic eels in your EU. The translator quickly explained this to Brown. Brown wasn't surprised. He smiled and spoke directly. Zhang, tell them that we have a breeding base in the New Caledonian Islands in the Pacific Ocean, so we don't need to breed them domestically. After listening to the translation, Jiang Miao thought to himself with a touch of envy, damn the colonists, they're so wealthy. Since they don't need to farm in Western Europe, then the problem shouldn't be a big deal. Mr. Brown, if that's the case, then we can discuss the details of the contract. But do you have your legal team with you? After the translator relayed this to Brown, he said, Mr. Jiang, Ms. Zhu Lina, and Mr. Fan Leng are our legal team. We're available to discuss the contract anytime. It turned out that the blonde woman was Brown's legal team. Jiang Miao immediately suggested, why not wait for the best day? It's almost noon now. Let's go to the cafeteria downstairs for lunch, and then discuss the contract formally this afternoon. Is that okay? Brown naturally wouldn't refuse. Okay. The cafeteria still had its usual menu. Brown was somewhat surprised to see these ordinary dishes. He had dealt with Chinese people before, but this was the first time he had seen a company CEO as downstairs and simple as Jiang Miao. Each person received a lunch box, which contained a rich variety of dishes, though not in large quantities. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Brown asked if this is your typical meal. He was curious if you didn't drink alcohol. Jiang Miao smiled and explained, this is my daily meal routine, and it's the same for all employees. As for drinking, I'm a researcher, and alcohol can damage brain nerves, so I never drink. After hearing the translator's explanation, Brown couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. After all, a technical executive like Jiang Miao, with a background in science and engineering, had real talent, not some sleazy, nouveau riche who got rich by luck. The real reason Jiang Miao didn't drink was because he worried he might say something intoxicating and reveal his biggest secrets, so he chose not to drink at all. As for sleep talking, Jiang Miao had secretly tested it. He installed a surveillance camera in his room and recorded it for over a week, but there were no instances of sleep talking or sleepwalking. Brown ate lunch and sampled the strawberries among the fruit after the meal. After some inquiries, he learned that these berries were cultivated in-house by Helyafing. He immediately praised the strawberries and said that if his company weren't specialized in aquaculture, he would definitely have imported Helyafing's strawberry varieties. That afternoon, at 2:30, the two parties began discussing the contract details. Since this was an international collaboration, both parties had to consider each other's laws and international law, and every detail required careful discussion. Luckily, Jiang Haibo had previously hired two professional legal counsel, one of whom specialized in contract legal issues. The two parties worked smoothly, finalizing all the contract details in just 2 days. Jiang Miao and Brown then signed the contract on behalf of both companies. After the contract was signed, Brown immediately had his company transfer $30 million to Helyafing's account. Chapter 53. On the northern farmland of Nanhu Farm, LV Weibin was discussing leasing farmland with several farm employees and a dozen villagers. Uncle Jianxi, what do you think of the price? The old man nodded. Sure, we won't make much from growing rice on these plots anyway, so we give them to you to farm. The rent should be the same as the strawberry greenhouse. Another middle-aged man, smoking a cigarette, asked, Manager Liu, is the packaging factory still hiring? My wife's been busy lately. LV Weibin smiled and shook his head. The company's hiring is the HR department's responsibility. You can have your wife submit her resume to our company. That's so troublesome? She doesn't know how to do it. LV Weibin quickly added, Brother, you can have the younger people do it. But let me make it clear, if you're over 40, don't submit your resume to the company. The best I can offer you is a temporary piecework position. A permanent position is out of the question. 40? That's not so bad. My wife's only 38. The age limit is based on years of service. If you're over 40, you retire in less than a decade, and your energy won't be as high as that of a young adult. Hailifeng is a formal company, and all regular employees are required to purchase social insurance and a housing fund. Women over 40 won't be able to work for 20 years, so how will they contribute to Social Security by then? Manager Liu, can I raise eels in the fish pond near the reservoir? Another young man offered, offering a pack of cigarettes. Liu Weibin ignored him. Thanks, I don't smoke. You want to raise eels? At the reservoir? I can't answer that question. If you really want to raise eels, you can go to the Shiomachi farm and ask. I just want to ask. Big B, isn't raising grass carp a good idea? I think more and more people will be raising eels in the future. The competition is fierce, and you don't have the skills, so don't be too ambitious, the old man nearby warned. During the conversation, other villagers arrived one after another on small electric scooters and motorcycles. LV Weibin continued to discuss the farmland lease with them. This time, the company approved another loan for Nanhu Farm, requiring it to expand to 600 mu, almost encompassing all the farmland in Nanhu village. The local villagers didn't ask for too much, as everyone knew the current farmland rental market, and the Nanhu villagers were eager to find someone to rent their land. After all, many young locals have gone to the Pearl River Delta, the urban areas, or Haicheng to work, leaving fewer and fewer people in the village still farming. Currently, only 5 households in Nanhu village are dedicated to growing vegetables and fruits. The rest of the villagers are either fishing or working away from home. Currently, rice cultivation in the village's farmland is partially contracted out to a large mechanized farmer in Xinjiang. They handle the annual seedling raising, transplanting, and harvesting, while villagers only need to apply fertilizer, pesticides, and water. However, while this approach is convenient, it's not cost-effective. After the rice is harvested each year, after deducting the payment to the mechanized farmer and adding in their own expenses for pesticides and fertilizers, the average price per kilogram is close to 1.5 yuan, not even factoring in their own labor costs. The current local retail price of rice is only around 4 yuan per kilogram for the cheapest variety. This seems to leave a profit margin of 2 yuan. In reality, there's no profit margin at all. Because between the planting cost and the market retail price, there's also a purchase price and a wholesale price. Farmers have their own standards. This is also the fundamental reason why more and more local farmers are abandoning their land. Rice farming simply doesn't make money. Many people continue to grow rice primarily for their own consumption, not for profit. Currently, the Hailifeng company offers a rent of 1,600 yuan per mu per year. For 1,600 yuan, you can buy 400 kilograms of rice, which costs 4 yuan per kilogram. 400 kilograms is enough to feed a family of 4 for about 6 months. In that case, why bother farming yourself? Aside from a dozen households in Nanhu village, who still want to grow their own rice, and 5 households, who rely on farming for a living, all other villagers have chosen to rent their land to the Hailifeng company. After over a week of negotiations, contract signing, and demarcation, a total of 372 mu, approximately 166 acres, of paddy fields, and 133 mu, approximately 166 acres, of dry land were acquired. These farmlands were all contiguous. Liu Weibin naturally disregarded fragmented plots. The lease terms for these newly leased farmlands were all 15 years. However, since some of the farmland was already planted with rice, Liu Weibin, with Jiang Miao's consent, allowed the villagers to harvest the rice this season before renovating the land. Renovation of some unplanted farmland will begin soon. Currently, the total arable area of Nanhu Farm has expanded to approximately 600 mu, approximately 166 acres. These farmlands are planned to be equipped with greenhouses and related supporting facilities. Inside the farm's container building, Li Wei sorted through the recently signed land lease contracts. These contracts were in triplicate. One copy was given to the farmers, one was kept in the Nanhu Farm archives, and one was returned to the company headquarters archives for record keeping. LV Weibin took a sip of tea and said, "Wei Na, please sort out the contracts later. When you return to headquarters this afternoon, bring the portion you need to keep for archiving." "No problem." Putting down his teacup, LV Weibin returned to the experimental greenhouse with some documents. At this moment, Jiang Miao was also cross-pollinating tomatoes. After a while, he spotted LV Weibin not far away. "Old Lu, what's up?" "Boss, I need to report a few things to you." "I can't make a decision." "Speak," Jiang Miao said, removing his plastic gloves and mask as he walked outside. Lu Weibin flipped open a document. "Boss, some villagers want to work, but they're relatively old, mostly in their 40s and 50s. I registered them, and there are about 57 of them." Leaving the greenhouse, Jiang Miao took a deep breath. "Let's put it this way. We definitely need a lot of packers in the future. We keep some of the less skilled jobs and hire them as temporary workers. However, we must ensure the necessary induction training and pre-employment physicals. After all, we're in the food industry, and if there's an infectious disease, it's going to be terrible." "I understand." It's not that Jiang Miao is mean, but it's just the reality. These middle-aged farmers in their 40s and 50s generally have limited education, and coupled with other commitments, hiring them as regular employees is definitely impossible. The better companies require even security guards and cleaners to be under 40 years old and have at least a high school diploma. Lu Weibin continued. "Secondly, several of the leaders in Nanhu village asked me about the theatrical performance." "The theatrical performance?" "The temple at the entrance to the village has been renovated, and it's going to be enshrined next month." Jiang Miao thought for a moment and agreed. "Then let's write one. After all, we see each other soon." "Third, the owner of the cardboard factory we previously worked with has passed away. His sons are now fighting over the inheritance, and his eldest son wants to sell the factory. Could we consider it?" Jiang Miao raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment. "The owner of the cardboard factory? Oh, it's old Lin. Didn't I warn him before? To get to the hospital immediately, his aortic dissection is already very serious." It seems he didn't go. LV Weibin also looked helpless. It's really hard to persuade that damned person. Although they were only acquaintances, Jiang Miao still told him about his health problems, hoping to establish a good relationship. Unfortunately, many people are incredibly stubborn and won't cry until they see the coffin. Jiang Miao shook his head regretfully, then added, "These cardboard factories are everywhere. They're now enemies, so there's no need for us to get involved. We might end up losing more than we gain." "What about the cardboard order?" "Find another factory to place the order." LV Weibin nodded. "I understand." At the faucet, Jiang Miao washed his hands and said, "By the way, it's great that you're here. Let me tell you about the crops we're going to plant next." Chapter 54. Jiang Miao spoke as he led Lu Weibin toward one of the experimental greenhouses. Arriving at the large iron gate, he quickly entered his password, and after a facial recognition scan, the greenhouse's iron gate automatically swung inward. Stepping inside, the farmland within the half-acre greenhouse was now densely planted with melon and eggplants, also known as ginseng fruit from the nightshade family. Jiang Miao pointed to the ginseng fruit on his left. The one on the left is a heat-resistant, early-maturing variety. It can withstand temperatures below 35 degrees Celsius and maintain normal growth, flowering, and fruiting. The one on the right is a cold-resistant, early-maturing variety. It can withstand temperatures above 5 degrees Celsius and maintain normal growth, flowering, and fruiting. Jiang Miao then squatted down, plucked a ripe ginseng fruit, washed it with mineral water, broke it in half, and handed one half to LV Weibin. "Try it. This variety is called amethyst." LV Weibin quickly took it, took a bite, and savored it carefully. After a moment he said, "This variety has moderate sweetness, but excellent flavor." Jiang Miao nodded. That's the advantage of the amethyst variety. When it matures naturally, the skin turns completely light purple. In other words, if it doesn't change color, it's not ripe yet. Pick any purple one, and it will meet the required flavor and sweetness. "Oh!" LV Weibin heard this, and walked into the field. He randomly picked 3 purple-skinned ginseng fruits, washed them, and tasted each one. They're really pretty much the same. Both are good fruit. Of course they are good fruit. These are two varieties that Jiang Miao carefully selected from hundreds of thousands of mutant cantaloupe and eggplant seeds, naturally taking every aspect into consideration. The quality of ginseng fruit currently on the market varies significantly. Good ones are excellent, and not too bland in sweetness. Bad ones are not only hard but also taste like plain water, even possessing a strange, nightshade-like odor. This blind box quality often deters customers from purchasing ginseng fruit. That's why Jiang Miao specifically selected these two varieties. When ripe, the amethyst ginseng fruit has a pale purple skin, while unripe ones have a mutton fat jade color, making them easy to distinguish. Another similar variety is also in the amethyst series, but this one is smaller. The large amethyst ginseng fruit is similar in shape to a regular apple, typically weighing 150 to 200 grams. When ripe, it's 8% to 9% sweet. Compared to current varieties, the flavor has hints of cucumber and honeydew melon. The fruit of the small purple crystal ginseng fruit resembles a regular large tomato, typically weighing around 80 to 120 grams. When ripe, it has a sweetness level of 7% to 8%. Its flavor is traditional, but richer. Both varieties are high-yielding, grown in greenhouses, with yields of approximately 6 to 7 tons per mu. It takes about 35 days to grow seedlings from cuttings. After planting, it takes only about 80 days for the cuttings to flower. From flowering to fruiting, and then to fruit maturity, it takes about 100 days, allowing for a harvest period of about 4 months. In other words, the growth cycle of these two new varieties, before fruit maturity, is approximately 215 days. This is because both varieties are early maturing. Traditional varieties take 120 days from planting to flowering, another 120 days from flowering to fruit maturity, plus about 35 days for cuttings, for a total of about 275 days, and the fruit is only available for harvest for about 3 months. The new variety shortens its initial growth period by 60 days compared to traditional varieties, and the harvest period is extended by a month. This shortened initial growth period is due to its genetics, making it more efficient at utilizing fertilizer, resulting in larger leaves and taller plants. Therefore, the new variety requires a trellis for the plant to cling to, similar to some tomato varieties. After listening to Jiang Miao's introduction, LV Weibin had a certain expectation of the commercial value of these two varieties and immediately said, "Boss, I think these two varieties are very commercially valuable and can be our main plantings going forward." Yes, they have good commercial potential. Jiang Miao pointed to the half-acre of ginseng fruit in front of him. Starting tomorrow, arrange for an agricultural technician to come over and lead the workers in taking branches, cuttings, and raising seedlings. LV Weibin nodded. I made a note. Strawberries and ginseng fruit alone aren't enough for the farm and online store. Hearing his boss's words, LV Weibin quickly suggested, "Boss, why don't we grow some other fruits? Like the popular sunshine rose grapes? Or the netted melon number 8? Jiang Miao shook his head. "Come with me." "What?" LV Weibin scratched his head in confusion. Soon, the two of them arrived at another experimental greenhouse next door, where the farmland also covered half an acre. The interior was still lush and green. On the stands, flourishing tomato plants grew thickly, their branches already laden with fruit. "Are these tomatoes?" LV Weibin squatted down, examining the clusters of small tomatoes, resembling grapes, each black with a hint of red. Jiang Miao introduced them to him. "This is a new tomato variety called Black Pearl. On the other side is another variety called Red Heart." LV Weibin picked a few and tasted them, finding them delicious. The sweet-sour ratio and flavor were particularly similar to the varieties grown in the local countryside when he was a child, somewhat similar to the old local varieties. Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. One of the parent plants of this variety is an old variety. The tomatoes have a very rich flavor, a moderate sweet-sour ratio, and a crisp and sweet texture. However, the old variety was not suitable for transportation and was gradually phased out. This new variety has improved on those shortcomings and is more durable in transportation. LV Weibin then broke off a red hard tomato. This tomato variety's flavor and sweet-sour ratio were similar to those of the traditional old varieties, and its improved advantages were also its storage and transportation durability. Black Pearl tomatoes have small bunches. Red hard tomatoes have large bunches. Jiang Miao's research on these two varieties was very rapid, as he only needed to mutate many delicious old varieties to develop traits that would improve their storage and transportation durability. "Boss, I think these two tomato varieties have great potential. If the price is right, they could even outperform the current vegetable tomatoes on the market." Forget about outperforming vegetable tomatoes. Let's focus on the premium product line first, and then sell seeds directly. LV Weibin suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "Boss, have we registered our new varieties?" "Yes, I commissioned a professional vegetable and fruit variety registration company a few months ago to register many of our new varieties and their specific gene sequences." Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't be careless about such matters. If the variety and its genes aren't registered, professional breeding companies, both domestic and international, could register Heliafing's new varieties and then turn the tables. There's already a case in China where a breeding company from Lifeng preemptively registered domestic wild soybean varieties and their genes. With registered varieties, if you plant them without the other party's consent, or if you didn't purchase the seeds from the original company, the other party can simply verify the genetics of the crops you produce. The verification will be accurate, and the grower will almost certainly lose the lawsuit. Of course, if you're a small farmer, a large company might turn a blind eye. If you're a large grower or a company, expect to receive a court summons. Thus, the purpose of Heliafing's registered varieties isn't to protect against small farmers, but rather to protect against other breeding companies. After inspecting the tomatoes, LV Weibin continued to follow Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao turned and spotted LV Weibin still behind him. He realized he misunderstood and immediately reminded him, "There are no new varieties suitable for release. Go ahead and get busy." "Huh? Haha. I thought there were new varieties." LV Weibin gave an awkward laugh. "No, the others are still under testing." Jiang Miao shook his head. After LV Weibin left, Jiang Miao didn't return to his own experimental greenhouse, but instead headed toward Shiya's edible fungus greenhouse. In fact, he still had over a dozen high-value new varieties in his greenhouse, but Jiang Miao wasn't carried away by his immediate success. The speed at which Heliafing Company was releasing new varieties could be described as rocket-like. If they continued to release new varieties, it would be quite eye-catching. Chapter 55. Arriving at the temporary edible fungus laboratory. In order to maintain a controlled temperature in the greenhouse, the temporary laboratory had to cover the outside with insulation and install several large industrial air conditioners. Inside the experimental greenhouse, which had been divided into smaller rooms, Shiya, wearing a full-body protective suit and a filter helmet, observed the condition of each bag, taking samples and recording them from time to time. Although she was cultivating edible fungi, Shiya did not take it lightly. After all, edible fungi are fungi, and if inhaled into the lungs in large quantities, they could still cause respiratory fungal infections. Many farmers and workers who have been engaged in the edible fungus cultivation industry for a long time have suffered from fungal infections to varying degrees due to neglecting protective measures. In fact, this is a common problem among many low-level workers in China. For example, air conditioner installers working at height do not use safety ropes, and stone cutters do not wear dust masks. Situations like these are very common. Many people can't afford labor protection equipment, not because they think they're skilled and daring, but because they're experienced. Little do they realize that if you walk by the river often, you inevitably get your feet wet. As the saying goes, those who drown are often good swimmers. This is what Jiang Miao repeatedly tells Shiya. Nothing else matters. Health is the most important thing. Thus, ever since she began researching edible fungi at Nanhu Farm, Shiya has always worn protective clothing and a helmet while conducting her research in the greenhouse. Just as Shiya was concentrating on observing the bags, the intercom on her belt rang. "Aya, which greenhouse are you in?" Shiya picked up the intercom and pressed the talk button. "In White Truffle Greenhouse number 1. "Can I come in?" "Sure, come on." After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Miao also entered, wearing protective clothing and a helmet. Shiya was still observing a row of bags. Jiang Miao didn't bother her, instead concentrating on the other bags. He scanned each small room, until he reached room 17. After opening the door, he used the identification panel as usual and began to examine it carefully. Status: bud stage, fruiting bodies have formed. Expected to enter the growth stage after 86 solar days. Jiang Miao's eyes fixed. It's already entered the bud stage. This means success is just one step away. Generally speaking, the life cycle of large fungi can be divided into 5 stages: mycelium stage, primordium stage, bud stage, growth stage, and maturity stage. Although Shiya had successfully progressed white truffles through the mycelial and primordium stages during her previous research, she had yet to see any success in the bud stage. Entering the bud stage is a crucial milestone in the artificial cultivation of edible fungi, as once achieved, it signifies that success is only a step away. Jiang Miao observed carefully again. he discovered that not all of the control group in this room had reached the bud stage. Out of 30 bags, only 7 had. Clearly, the ingredient formula for this bag wasn't optimal and still needed improvement. After observing for a while, he didn't immediately notify Shuya, but instead inspected the remaining 3 rooms. Among the bags in the remaining 3 small rooms, he discovered 4 more control groups also reaching the bud stage. Clearly, the ingredients in these 4 control groups contained similar ingredients to the previous control group. The results of these 4 control groups showing bud formation were 5 bags out of 30 bags, 6 bags out of 30 bags, 13 bags out of 30 bags, and 1 bag out of 30 bags. The control group that produced 13 bags out of 30 bags was the most valuable formula. After recording the data for these control groups and collecting samples, Jiang Miao came to Shuya. "Aya, good news." Shuya pressed the internal defogger button on her helmet, and the fog on the transparent plastic panel quickly dissipated. She could finally see Jiang Miao clearly and asked casually, "What good news?" "Take a look and you see." Jiang Miao flipped to the data page recording the 5 control groups that had reached the bud stage, circling them in red. She took the notebook and looked at it for a moment. Her eyes widened, and her breathing quickened. "We actually found white truffles in the bud stage, and 5 of them. Great, Miao. I feel like we're close to success." Shuya was so excited she almost jumped up and down. After a moment, she hurried to room 17. "No, I have to see it with my own eyes." Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head, but didn't say anything. It was a normal thing to do. After arriving in room 17, Shuya's excitement finally calmed down a bit. She carefully examined the bag of materials that Jiang Miao had marked with a marker. Sure enough, on one part of the material, she found a small bulge. She pried it apart with tweezers, and revealed a white fungus, smaller than a little finger. It was a white truffle bud. Hoo-hoo. There really is. She quickly covered the soil back up, then carefully examined the other bags, all revealing mushroom buds. Shuya, diligent, continued to examine the remaining 4 control groups without stopping. Then, carrying Jiang Miao's collected samples, she rushed back to the makeshift laboratory in the container house. Seeing her energetic expression, Jiang Miao treated it as a short break, helping her with some experimental preparations. Before she knew it, the sun had set outside the window. The sunset reflected on Shuya's face, revealing the fine hairs and beads of sweat. He took out a wet tissue and wiped her clean. Shuya didn't react much, perhaps because she was used to their relationship. Jiang Miao leaned close to her ear and gently reminded her, "Aya, it's time to get off work. You won't get overtime pay for illegal overtime." "I'm happy to." Shuya rolled her eyes at him, but she quickly concluded her observation, sorting the lab supplies back into the cabinet and placing the samples in a dedicated freezer. After they finished packing, they walked out arm in arm. The late April evening breeze was cool yet tinged with warmth. "And Ning, you drive back to headquarters with Wen Na." "Okay, boss." Jiang Miao drove the electric scooter, with Shuya sitting in the back, her arm around his waist. Kuyong and another bodyguard followed closely behind in a pickup truck. Nanhu Farm was actually less than 5 minutes away from the company headquarters. The 2 places were very close, right at the end of the village. A short while later, Jiang Miao and the others rode their electric scooters back to the company headquarters. After parking the car, he glanced at the newly renovated laboratory. The contractor for the lab equipment had been shipping in large quantities of equipment over the past few days. Manager Du, the project manager for the contractor, saw him and hurried over to greet him. "Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang." "Manager Du, have you had dinner yet?" "Not yet, but it's here." Jiang Miao glanced at the large and small boxes piled in the laboratory parking lot. He also saw a dozen workers from the contractor covering them with tarpaulins. A dozen high-intensity headlights were deployed, illuminating the area around the boxes of equipment like daylight. On the other side of the highway, several pickup trucks, vans, and an RV were parked. Clearly, many employees from the contractor would be staying here tonight. This was perfectly normal. After all, these instruments and equipment cost over 40 million yuan. If they were stolen, or if a passing child stole 1 or 2 items, or if they damaged parts, it would be a huge loss. To prevent any accidents, the lab's contractor even blocked the road with their cars, avoiding being hit by passing vehicles. Jiang Miao chatted with Manager Du for a while, inquiring about the progress of the equipment installation. Learning that installation and commissioning would be completed by early June, he said goodbye and took Shuya to the company cafeteria for lunch. Chapter 56. End of April. The sun shone brightly outside the window, and birds chirped incessantly. A ray of slanting sunlight filtered through the window pane, illuminating the green ivy beside the table. Air particles swirled in the Tyndall effect. The air conditioner worked tirelessly, creating a chilly contrast in the conference room. In the small conference room at the company headquarters, Jiang Miao gathered a group of executives for a month-end meeting. "Boss, these are the income and expenditure figures for April," Yi Meijing said, and sat down. Jiang Miao gently flipped through the financial statements. Hailifeng Company's core businesses saw a surge in revenue in April. Eel fry sales generated 145.88 million yuan. Eel product sales generated 2.77 million yuan. Technology licensing fees generated 143.67 million yuan. Strawberry sales generated 730,000 yuan. Direct product stores generated a gross profit of 40,000 yuan. Gold shop sales generated a gross profit of 60,000 yuan. A total of 293.15 million yuan. This is nearly double the revenue from the 4 months of last year combined. Of course, this is because technology licensing fees account for the majority of this revenue. The rebound in eel fry prices in April was also a significant factor. While the average price increase was only 20 cents per glass eel, this 20 cents actually increased Hailifeng Company's revenue by nearly 12 million yuan. Jiang Miao continued to review the financial statements, looking at this month's expenses. Aside from the relatively fixed salaries, performance bonuses, social insurances, rent, utilities, gas, and office supplies, the company's largest expense in April was actually the purchase of gold raw materials, totaling 30 million yuan. At the same time, they spent 4.5 million yuan to acquire a gold jewelry processing factory in the neighboring town of Meilong, Haifeng County, further improving the company's industrial chain. The purchase of mature eels, which previously accounted for the bulk of their expenditure, has gradually been replaced by mature eels raised in-house, reducing monthly expenses by several million yuan. As for the cannery, does it purchase mature eels from other eel farms? The answer is no. Because the eels raised in open ponds at other eel farms have a distinct earthy odor, and the eels raised indoors are more expensive, which affects the cannery's product quality and production costs, they do not purchase eels from other farms as raw materials. Currently, Hailifeng Company's Kabayaki canned eels are in short supply. This is because the company's culled female eels have almost no earthy odor, and their reasonable price has attracted many Japanese restaurants and sushi shops. Just as Jiang Miao was flipping through the financial statements, my brother-in-law spoke up, "Chairman, I have something to say. The price of ordinary fish feed has increased significantly this year. High-quality fish feed is now around 17,000 yuan per ton. Generally, we need 2.2 tons of fish feed per ton of mature eels, from leaf eels to mature eels. This brings our feed cost per ton to around 36,000 yuan. This year, the wholesale price of mature eels is generally between 90,000 and 120,000 yuan per ton, and larger eels are around 80,000 yuan per ton. The cannery purchases eels internally, so the cost can be kept down to around 50,000 yuan per ton, but this isn't a sustainable option." Hearing what his brother-in-law said, Jiang Miao shook his head helplessly. Fish feed requires imported fish meal as a raw material, and domestic feed mills are helpless. Fish feed's raw materials make its price difficult to control. After all, the price of imported fish meal rises year by year. If it's high-quality cod meal, the import price is generally between 80,000 and 90,000 yuan per ton, while other ordinary fish meal costs as much as 17,000 yuan per ton. Even if fish meal only accounts for about 1/10 of the total fish feed, it still accounts for a significant portion of the cost. Unless high-protein fish meal can be replaced with plant-based sources, like soy or corn, the price of fish feed will be difficult to reduce. Suddenly, Jiang Miao's eyebrows raised, and he had an idea. "Manager Zhang, I come up with a solution to the fish feed price issue." "Oh, Chairman, what's your solution?" His brother-in-law immediately piqued his interest. "Catfish. Egyptian catfish." "Egyptian catfish?" My brother-in-law was stunned. "Using Egyptian catfish as fish feed? Is that feasible?" "Yes. The only problem is that Egyptian catfish has a very high content of geosin. If used as a raw material for fish meal, it will give the eels an earthy smell." My brother-in-law immediately realized, "Don't we have a special feed that removes the earthy smell?" Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. "That's right. The eels we use for breeding need to be raised indoors for over a month anyway. During this time, the geosin in the eels' bodies can be metabolized. Therefore, using Egyptian catfish as a raw material for fish meal is not a problem. Does the chairman want us to raise our own Egyptian catfish for feed?" Zhang Xinchen guessed what he was thinking. Upon hearing this, Jiang Miao shook his head. That's not necessary. We need to further expand our influence locally, and Egyptian catfish are a cheap, economical species. Let other farmers raise them. Yes, Jiang Miao instructed. Manager Zhang Jiala, form a temporary working group. Focusing on Magong Town, Hanqiao Town, and Meilong Town, find farmers in the surrounding areas and sign contracts. The purchase price for Egyptian catfish is 4 yuan per kilogram. Deputy Purchasing Manager Chen Jialan nodded. No problem. How many acres do you need to sign a contract for? My brother-in-law asked cautiously. Jiang Miao reviewed the gross cycle and per acre yield of Egyptian catfish, then gave a rough guideline. After more than 3 months of Egyptian catfish farming, the yield per acre can reach approximately 5 tons. We need to sign a contract for at least 1,000 acres, and we can increase or decrease it later depending on the situation. 1,000 acres? Sure, my brother-in-law nodded. After all, Egyptian catfish were once widely farmed in the Hailufeng area. However, due to the taste and the ancient rumor that they were fed with feces, their reputation plummeted. However, the taste of pond-raised Egyptian catfish is truly difficult to describe, especially the earthy smell, which is so strong that it can only be barely eaten by masking it with heavy feed. He then instructed the purchasing manager, Wang Feng, take your team to investigate nearby factories and secure a feed mill. It needs to be able to produce at least 200,000 tons of feed annually, and the equipment should be purchased as soon as possible. Yes, Wang Feng quickly agreed. The reason for the 200,000-ton facility was to prepare for future expansion. With such a large planned production capacity, Hailufeng's own farms would undoubtedly be unable to handle it, so exporting it would be a necessity. While Egyptian catfish meal is inexpensive, its downside is that it can add an earthy odor to the fish. This is why many feed mills avoid using freshwater fish as raw materials. Many cheap freshwater fish have a certain earthy odor, and the cheaper the freshwater fish, the stronger the earthy smell. Marine fish, in particular, have very little earthy odor, especially cod fish meal, which contains almost no geosin. Combined with its high protein content, its price naturally rises. Currently, the most taboo for high-value commercial fish species is the presence of an earthy odor, which can significantly reduce the selling price and even damage reputation. For this reason, Hailufeng Company's catfish feed must be mixed with a specially formulated de-earthy feed. Farmers are required to use this de-earthy feed 1 month before selling eels and to transfer the eels to small, flowing water ponds. This quickly reduces the accumulation of geosin in the eels' bodies. If there were a cheaper feed, many farmers would certainly be willing to try it. Otherwise, breeding costs would remain high, and farmers' net profits would be too low, which would dampen their enthusiasm for breeding, which in turn would affect the demand for eel fry. Every production link has an impact on the overall profitability of the product. Thankfully, Hailufeng Company has lowered the price of eel fry, reducing the cost per mua pond to around 5,000 yuan. Previously, the cost of eel fry per mua pond would have remained around 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. This extra 1,000 yuan represents the profit margin created. Profit margins will keep farmers raising eels, otherwise, they would undoubtedly turn to other aquaculture options. Chapter 57. After discussing feed-related matters, Jiang Miao put down the financial statements and looked up at LV Weibin. Old LV, take some time out these days to talk to the Nanhu Village Committee and see if there's a large tract of unused sloping land we could rent for 100 mu. If not, ask around in other nearby villages. No problem. I talked to Village Chief Ku tomorrow. LV Weibin didn't know what his boss wanted the sloping land for, but he knew he definitely needed it. Also, contact the company that previously built the farm greenhouses and invite them to discuss a 100-acre mushroom greenhouse. We want a smart greenhouse with temperature, humidity, and light control. Hearing this, LV Weibin already guessed what the 100 acres of sloping land would be used for, but he still reminded him, "Boss, when we built the solar greenhouse, that company gave us a quote. The price for this steel-structured, fully smart greenhouse was 120,000 yuan per acre." Jiang Miao, of course, knew the quote. After a moment's thought, he added, "I know. By the way, when we discussed the partnership, ask them to add an automatic disinfection system. Each greenhouse must be equipped with an automatic disinfection chamber and a changing room for protective clothing and helmets. Furthermore, the structure must be strengthened to withstand a 417 typhoon." LV Weibin wrote these things down in his notebook. I explained your requirements to them. If it were an ordinary solar greenhouse, Jiang Miao wouldn't specifically request typhoon protection. But smart greenhouses are more expensive. If they were destroyed by a typhoon, the loss would be significant. Jiang Miao then mentioned an important matter related to the company's development. The company is developing rapidly, and some of the previous management systems also need to keep pace with the times. Upon hearing this, everyone sat up straight and listened quietly to what was about to happen. After all, this mattered to their future. As you all know, the company is divided into 5 major levels and 20 minor levels. Currently, only the salary and benefits for level D have been established. Next, I will briefly explain the salaries and benefits for the other levels, as well as the specific promotion methods. Li Zixuan, standing nearby, quickly turned on the projector. The employee level classification and corresponding benefits appeared on the projection screen. Level D, D1 base salary 3,500 yuan, D2 4,500 yuan, D3 5,500 yuan, D4 6,500 yuan. Level C, C1 8,500 yuan, C2 10,500 yuan, C3 12,500 yuan, C4 14,500 yuan. Level B, B1 18,500 yuan, B2 22,500 yuan, B3 26,500 yuan, B4 30,500 yuan. A level, A1 38,500, A2 46,500, A3 54,500, A4 62,500. S level, S1 78,500, S2 94,500, S3 110,500, S4 126,500. The above are the company's employee tier benefits. In addition, performance, social insurances, and housing fund contributions are also tied to employees' base salaries. Jiang Miao paused, took a sip of tea, and said, regarding the Housing Provident Fund, the company doesn't plan to follow the practices of mainstream companies. Instead, it will commission a real estate company to build the properties, and then sell them to employees according to certain standards. Employees will make monthly payments to the real estate company, and this repayment amount will be used as their Provident Fund contribution. Your Provident Fund contribution rate is 12% of your base salary. 12%? That's not bad. But if we entrust a real estate company to build a building, the price should be cheaper, right? Jiang Miao nodded. Yes, it's like employee housing. To reduce everyone's burden, the company is also planning to launch a seniority program. Seniority program? Li Zhou wasn't quite sure. Boss, what is a seniority program? Li Wenna asked curiously. Jiang Miao then gave everyone a concise explanation. The seniority program subsidizes individual Provident Fund contributions based on employees' length of service. As a law major, Jiang Haibao understood immediately, but he remained silent, waiting for the boss to continue. Jiang Miao continued, according to the law, the Provident Fund contribution rate for individuals and companies is the same. If you choose 12% of your base salary, you pay 12%, and the company will pay another 12%, with the total going into your individual Provident Fund account. The seniority plan is a supplement. The company plans to use 2 years of service as the benchmark. For every additional 2 years of service, the individual's contribution rate will decrease by 1%, while the company's contribution rate will increase by 1%. This is the company's way of subsidizing employees. He then added, there are a few other things to note. Before the loan is fully repaid, the property cannot be used for sub-loans or sold. It can only be used for personal use or rental. If an employee leaves the company without paying off the loan, they must cover the remaining balance in full. If they are unable to repay the loan or wish to sell the property, the company can take over the property, and the transfer price will be the portion of the Provident Fund they have already paid. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that this was intended to avoid property rights and loan disputes after someone resigned, and it also served to bind employees. But this was understandable. After all, Heliafeng's individual housing Provident Fund contribution rate was the highest at 12%, while other companies generally paid 8%, some 5%, and some even had no housing Provident Fund at all. They also seemed to discern some of the boss's intentions. The so-called outsourcing of construction and sales to a real estate company was probably a one-handed to right-hand operation. Jiang Miao established a real estate company and then used it to undertake Heliafeng's commissions. The advantage of this approach was that it minimized intermediary costs and avoided the housing authority's market guidance price. Jiang Miao planned to provide employees with a down payment bonus. This down payment could be paid to the real estate company by Heliafeng as a bonus on behalf of the employees. It would appear that the property price remained close to the market price, but in reality, there was a missing down payment. Of course, to prevent employees from receiving the company's down payment bonus by resigning, the down payment bonus would be determined based on employee level and years of service. Employees with higher ranks and longer service are less likely to choose to resign to obtain a down payment. What's more, Jiang Miao's design allows for a down payment in installments, not a lump sum payment, but a certain percentage each year. This way, the longer you work for the company, the more advantageous it becomes. It's like paying a small monthly fee to own a house. After discussing the Provident Fund, Jiang Miao turned to employee promotions. Regarding employee promotions, I tentatively established two paths: seniority-based and performance-based. Promotions based on seniority are very simple. D-level employees automatically advance one level every 5 years. C-level employees automatically advance one level every 10 years. And B-level employees automatically advance one level every 20 years. As for why there's no mention of seniority-based promotions for AS-level employees, it's because there's no need for these two levels to have such promotions. After all, a person's life is limited. If an employee joins a company at 20 and chooses to work steadily, they could be promoted to D4 after 20 years and to C4 after 40 years. The question is, how could an employee possibly work for a company for 60 years? Even if retirement is further delayed, they can only work until age 70 at most, which would only mean 50 years of service, making it impossible to reach C4. The reason for the B-level seniority promotion is that some employees start at a higher level. For example, technicians start at D3. Middle and lower level management also start at D3, and some even start directly at C1 or C2. This requires considering that some management with mediocre abilities may not be able to advance through performance-based promotions for a long time, and can only rely on seniority to advance. If someone can work at the company for 50 years, they may be able to reach B1 level. When the performance-based promotions are implemented, I will discuss them with each department and develop a reasonable performance promotion plan. After taking another sip of tea, Jiang Miao finally moved on to the final topic of the day. As I'm sure everyone knows, our company is a sole proprietorship. Therefore, to motivate all employees, I plan to establish a virtual stock bonus pool. I will allocate 5% of my shares as a virtual stock bonus pool for the next 2 years. When the gross profit is released at the end of the year, all employees will receive a bonus of 5% of the gross profit based on the amount of virtual shares they hold. Clapping. The crowd immediately applauded excitedly. This is real profit. Remember, the company's gross profit last year reached over 60 million yuan, and this year's is bound to be even higher. 5% is at least several million yuan. Jiang Miao added, going forward, the proportion of the virtual stock bonus pool will be adjusted in tandem with the company's growth. This is an inevitable choice. After all, the company's scale is constantly expanding, the number of employees is constantly increasing, and at the same time, profits are fluctuating. It is definitely necessary to adjust the proportion of virtual shares every once in a while. Chapter 58. Zixuan distributes some documents to the managers. Li Zixuan quickly pulled out a stack of photocopied documents and distributed them to the department managers. In fact, the system building documents for this meeting had already been prepared in advance. Jiang Miao then stood up. That concludes today's meeting. Happy May Day to everyone in advance. Adjourned. Clapping. The crowd applauded again. After Jiang Miao left, his sister followed him, a troubled expression on her face. Feeling someone following him, Jiang Miao turned and saw it was his sister. He smiled and asked, "Sister, what's up?" His sister, realizing what she was thinking, expressed some hesitation. "Miao, do you think the jewelry store should expand its product range? For example, diamonds, gemstones, jade, and other jewelry? Diamonds are unnecessary. It would damage our reputation." Jiang Miao shook his head. When he and Shuya got married, they hadn't purchased a diamond ring, but a gold one. However, Jiang Miao did have some ideas about jadeite. Since he was going to Guangzhou soon, he said, "Sister, you might consider jadeite. I'm going to Guangzhou for a symposium in a few days. Can you come with me? We can stop by Pingzhou while we're there." Pingzhou? Isn't the public auction over? You don't have to go to the public auction to look at the materials. You can also look at private auctions. Jiang Miao turned to Shuya and said, "Aya, let's go to Guangzhou together in a few days. I pick out a good jadeite bracelet for you." A jadeite bracelet? It's just a broken piece of stone, isn't it? Shuya didn't seem too interested in jadeite, but she felt that it was Jiang Miao's thoughtful gesture and agreed. "It's nice to go and take a look. I haven't been to Pingzhou yet." "It's settled then. We take the high-speed train the day after tomorrow." Jiang Miao then glanced at Kuyong behind him and casually instructed, Ion, have someone drive to Pingzhou ahead of time to meet us. I arrange it right away. Kuyong nodded, then ran off to make the itinerary. As for why they didn't drive to Yancheng, it was mainly because it was unsafe. Jiang Miao didn't like the highway, even if it was his own company car. Having made the decision, his sister hurriedly took a taxi back to the gold shop in the city to make arrangements for the next few days' business trip. As soon as Jiang Miao reached the door, he saw his brother-in-law coming out of the bathroom. Brother-in-law, are you going to the farm? Yes. You're going too? His brother-in-law said, pulling out a tissue and wiping his hands as he walked over. Then let's go together. After arranging for his bodyguards to scout the area in Pingzhou ahead of time, Kuyong drove his pickup truck to the door. Li Zixuan ran down and opened the door for the two of them. In the back seat, Jiang Miao and his brother-in-law discussed their plans for the next few days' business trip. The pickup truck passed through Magong town and soon approached the Yincheng farm. Kuyong suddenly slowed down. He frowned, then looked at the roadside with a look of uncertainty. What's wrong? Boss, I seen the guy on a motorcycle fishing on the roadside at least 10 times in the past 2 weeks. I drove by before and didn't see him. My brother-in-law raised his head slightly and looked at the man. Isn't this Big Bird from the next village? This guy can fish? Brother-in-law, do you know him? Yeah, he's a scoundrel from the next village. He spends his days drinking, whoring, and gambling in town. I never heard of him having a fishing hobby. A Miao, call the police. This guy definitely has bad intentions. Jiang Miao took a closer look. Although through the car window, Jiang Miao could still see Big Bird's condition, like his heart rate of 133 and his surging hormones, all of which revealed his inner unease. Ion, keep driving. Are you going to call the police? Kuyong asked, puzzled, as he picked up the speed again. My brother-in-law quickly advised, Miao, that guy is definitely not a good person. With our companies standing in town, we can. Brother-in-law, it's best not to use our company's influence on something like this without any evidence. It will have a negative impact. Jiang Miao glanced at the ditch on the side of the road and the farm where the pond water was being replaced. He immediately understood the intentions of the person behind the scenes. What should we do? We can't just stand by and watch, can we? His brother-in-law said anxiously. If I'm not mistaken, they're targeting the farm's wastewater, which is discharged every 2 weeks. My brother-in-law quickly realized, wastewater? Are they planning to use wastewater testing to deduce our feed formula? It's truly impossible to guard against it. Okay, immediately arrange for a few people to clean the drainage ditch. Don't have anyone take samples. We checked the surveillance footage. Okay. The pickup truck drove into the farm. My brother-in-law hurriedly summoned a few people, armed with tools, like rakes and sand shovels, to clear the weeds and mud from the drain. Not far away, a large bird was pretending to fish near the ditch. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw several farm workers emerge, carrying rakes and sand shovels. He was so frightened he almost peed himself and quickly pulled out his phone, intending to call the police. However, he had only dialed 2 numbers before stopping, because the workers weren't coming toward him. Instead, they were clearing weeds and mud from the ditch. Scared to death, Big Bird quickly shoved his phone back into his pocket and pretended to continue fishing, but a sense of anxiety welled up inside. With these guys here, I can't get close to the drain. What should I do? Should I wait a little longer? Never mind, I'd better wait a little longer. If I get caught, my small body won't be able to handle it. Clearly, Big Bird knew the power of the Heliafang company in Magong town. If this were to become public, he'd be in big trouble. But Big Bird couldn't resist the temptation. Just collecting a few bottles of water would earn him 100,000 yuan. The other party also wanted him to collect at least 5 times in a row, which would earn him 500,000 yuan. And the risk was relatively low. As long as he stayed inside the farm and stayed in the public drain outside, there wouldn't be any major problems. However, this time, facing an unexpected situation, he decided to give up for now. He had already figured out the farm's drainage pattern. It drained on average every 2 weeks. If he couldn't collect water this time, he'd try again next time. Inside the farm, Jiang Miao and his brother-in-law also reviewed the surveillance footage from several surveillance cameras at the entrance. As expected, the large bird had frequently appeared near the nearby highway ditch this month, but it hadn't made any move to go down to collect the wastewater. It seems we haven't succeeded yet, but we need to remedy the situation. Meow, what do you want to do? We can only sacrifice the fish pond near the drain. I prepare a special feed. Brother-in-law, please feed it to the eels in that pond the day before each train. Okay, his brother-in-law nodded. Jiang Miao reviewed the eel's genetic defects, searching for target genes that could be exploited. The poison bait scheme used to target Shihai Company would definitely not work now. After all, any shrewd opponent would conduct a small-scale test to verify the formula. But this wasn't a problem for Jiang Miao. He quickly identified several target genes and wrote down a new formula with added ingredients. This formula added several nutrients that could deplete the denaturing ingredients, as well as 2 ingredients that would cause the eel's earthy odor to increase dramatically. As long as the other party followed this formula, the eels would never reach the critical point of denaturation, and the earthy odor of the fish meat would increase dramatically. Of course, Jiang Miao didn't think they would be fooled. After all, with the precedent set by the West Sea Company, they would definitely conduct a small-scale experiment first, and wouldn't rush into it like the West Sea Company did, risking their entire fortune. But that didn't matter. His purpose was to buy time, preventing the other party from replicating the problem quickly. However, regarding the farm's drainage loophole, Jiang Miao still had someone email the Kagoshima Eel Company and the Brown Company to prevent their secrets from being leaked. Chapter 59. May 2nd. The clear sky allowed the sun to penetrate deep into the earth, especially in the densely populated Pearl River Delta region, where the heat island effect was even more pronounced. The temperature in Pingzhou was significantly higher than in Magong town. Jiang Miao and his group, having arrived in Guangzhou by high-speed rail this morning, checked into the Fui Business Hotel. In his room, he casually drew aside the curtains and gazed out the window. Across Yong'an Road lay the Central Park, and diagonally across lay the Pingzhou Community Police Squadron. He sat down and took a sip of his bottled green tea. Shuya, who was in the same room, put her suitcase away and reapplied her lipstick. Meow, let's go downstairs. Don't keep me waiting. Are you really not planning on going back to Panyu? What's there to see? Shuya didn't want to go back and see her 2 brothers' faces. Whatever. Jiang Miao smoothed her hair, then linked arms, and walked out of the room together. This time, the bodyguards who arrived early drove 2 pickup trucks. For safety reasons, Jiang Miao, Shuya, Li Zixuan, and Kuyong were in one, while my sister, and Ning, and the other 2 bodyguards were in another. Turning west on Yong'an Road, they turned south onto Xinsuan Avenue East, and then continued onto Pingdong Avenue, entering Pingzhou's Jade Street, surrounded by hundreds of jade-related shops and businesses. The group did not head to Jade Street, but instead took Kongong South Road. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the Pingzhou Rough Jade Market. Jiang Miao, Shuya, my sister, Li Zixuan, and Ning, and Kuyong all got out and walked, while the 2 bodyguards continued driving. There are a lot of jade-related shops around here. Let's take a look. Jiang Miao took Shuya's hand, and the 2 walked towards what looked to be a fairly large jade shop. After entering, his sister took a quick look around, then came over to his side and whispered, "Ah Miao, the jade in this shop is so expensive." Jiang Miao was looking at a piece of jade he had provided with a flashlight. He had opened a window, revealing a large piece of jade. You get what you pay for. The quality of the jade in this shop is pretty good. Boss Jiang, you have good taste, the jade shop owner nearby complimented with a smile. Jiang Miao shook his head. Boss Huang's stuff is really good. Despite saying that, Jiang Miao still looked at the next piece of jade he had just examined. The only part of the window where the window had been opened had a slight color banding on the surface, while the rest was marble-like. Clearly, the person who opened the window was an expert. This piece has so many cracks, and it's still worth 80,000? His sister shook her head as she examined it. Ms. Jiang, although this piece has many cracks, the water quality is excellent. It's spring-colored glutinous ice, perfect for small pieces like pendants. Haha, who knows what's underneath? What if it's all marble? The sister continued with a look of disdain. Boss Huang chuckled, haha, gambling on stones is all about the unknown, otherwise it wouldn't be called gambling on stones. Jiang Miao also looked at the half-bet piece. His sister was right, underneath, it was indeed pitch-black marble. He shone his flashlight on the 3rd half-bet piece. This one is quite interesting. Boss Huang, standing by, warned, Boss Jiang, this piece needs to have color underneath, but this crack is very obvious, so it's probably not going to make a bracelet. The piece was not small, weighing over 10 kilograms. It had a black crust on the surface, and through the cut window, 2 pea-green spots appeared on the grayish-white surface, one the size of a fingernail, the other the size of a soybean. Boss Huang wasn't optimistic about the piece, and had marked it for just 17,000 yuan. However, Jiang Miao's keen eyes gradually uncovered the piece's true nature. The two bean-green spots at the window opening were actually small portions of a larger mass of jade underneath. The jade itself was a cerulean green glassy jade. The bean-green tint on the window surface was due to contamination from other components of the jade skin. A centimeter deeper cut would reveal the cerulean green glassy jade. The crack ran through the entire piece, but fortunately, it was a large one, with few smaller cracks radiating from either side. Furthermore, the piece was relatively large and thick, so even after splitting, it could still be pressed into bracelets, potentially yielding at least 6. Boss Huang, how about 15,000 yuan? Are you really going for it? Boss Huang quickly confirmed. Jiang Miao smiled and asked, Boss Huang, of course I'm serious. Let's be friends. Okay, I think we're good friends, so I give it 15,000. Iong, take this piece. We check out later. Seeing her brother buy a humble piece of lumber, Jiang Xia quickly persuaded him, Miao, I think this piece isn't as good as the ice shards you just bought. That one could at least make some pendants and cabochons. Don't worry, sister. It's just for fun. It's only 15,000 anyway. Okay then. The sister had no choice but to give in. Shuya didn't say anything. She was looking at a piece of semi-lumber with violet bands on its surface. Unknowingly, about half an hour had passed. After a round of shopping, Jiang Miao had selected 5 semi-lumber pieces, totaling 340,000. After swiping the card, Boss Huang said with a smile, Brother, if you want to buy jadeite in the future, you can come to me. By the way, there will be another public auction in Pingzhou in October. I wonder if you are interested. I come and see you when I have time. Jiang Miao returned the flashlight and took a sip of water. It's almost noon, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. How about having dinner together? Jiang Miao shook his head. No, I got a friend. Is that so? The next time you come to Pingzhou, just call me and let me be your host. Haha, sure. They put the gambling stones in the back of the pickup truck and locked it. The group then found a Chaos Han beef hot pot restaurant nearby and booked a private room. Sister, after you return to Haifeng and Lufeng tomorrow, go to Jieyang and hire a few jade craftsmen to integrate the processing plant into the jewelry shop. Sister, holding a slice of beef shank and scalding the meat, pause for a moment. Is it necessary to hire a jade craftsman? We only have a few pieces of stone. We could expand the jewelry shop's business. Every year, you can come to Pingzhou to buy some semi-transparent stones, then go back and make jewelry and bracelets. Then you could open branches in Haifeng, Lufeng, Luhe, and so on. Jiang Miao picked up a beef meatball. Is that so? That's fine. Actually, you can outsource the processing to a shop in Jieyang, her sister reminded him. Jiang Miao smiled but said nothing. He knew that Jieyang, as the capital of jade, had a very complete and extensive jade processing industry. But he didn't want to attract attention, it was easier to operate within his own company. For example, if all the 5 pieces of stone he had just acquired were processed, they would be worth at least 20 million yuan. That's why he didn't cut the stones in Pingzhou. After all, there are many people with many opinions, and with the prevalence of the internet and mobile phones, it is easy for people to take pictures and post them online. He doesn't want to become famous for gambling on stones. After lunch, they found a coffee shop and spent over an hour enjoying the air conditioning while sipping coffee. In the afternoon, Jiang Miao and the others continued their shopping at a nearby jade shop. From 8 larger jade shops, they purchased 39 semi-bed stones, 12 full-bed stones, and 5 tons of leftover junk, spending a total of 3.76 million yuan. Boss Yi, who had sold the 5 tons of junk to Jiang Miao, was watching the workers load the stones onto a truck with a smile. Boss Jiang, even though this batch of material is leftover, there's still a chance of finding something good. Jiang Miao smiled and picked up a full-bed stone with a pitch-black outer shell. I'm not planning on cutting it myself. I'm going to sell it online. I'm going to make a profit on these 5 tons. It seems you understand the market. There's a lot of good stuff online. But you better arrange some shills and find a few good stones to cut before you can proceed, Boss Yi advised with a smile. That's right, Jiang Miao said, playing along. He casually placed the inky black stone in Kuyong's hand. I have someone cut this later. Okay, boss. Kuyong quickly took the stone back to the pickup truck. Boss Yi didn't care. After all, he and several skilled craftsmen had been polishing this batch of stone for over 6 months, and it was almost polished to a patina. He didn't believe the black material had any value. The black material previously sold from this batch, when cut, was a true gem among junk, even considered unlucky for paving. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Jiang Miao had spent 500,000 yuan on these 5 tons of junk just for this stone. Of course, Jiang Miao also bought these 5 tons of junk to cover up the more than 50 pieces of fine material. If he didn't explain, the factory craftsman would definitely not know where these materials came from. Jiang Miao could then simply be ambiguous and say that these high-quality jade and the 5 tons of junk were purchased from the same batch, which wouldn't seem too out of place. After all, there are some jade companies in the market that specialize in high-quality and premium products. Chapter 60. Jiang Miao Shiya and the others rested for the night in Pingzhou. My sister, having to go back to work, took the high-speed rail back to Shanmei City. A silent night followed. The next morning, early in the morning, just as dawn broke, the alarm on his cell phone rang. Jiang Miao woke up, pulled out his phone, flicked the alarm, stretched, wiped his sleepy eyes, and patted Shiya's arm. Aya, wake up. I see. Soon, the two of them washed up. 20 minutes later, after tidying themselves in front of the mirror, Jiang Miao opened the door. Kuyong, Li Zixuan, and Ning were waiting not far from the door. The group drove to Tianhe district in Guangzhou. Jiang Miao had come to Guangzhou specifically to attend a symposium organized by the Fisheries Research Institute of the Lingnan Agricultural Research Institute, focusing on aquatic industry technology and related issues. The symposium was held at the Ocean College of South China Agricultural University on Wushan Road in Tianhe district. As the pickup truck arrived at the gate, volunteers from the university were seen at the entrance, guiding attendees with parking arrangements. After quickly parking the car under the guidance of the volunteers, Jiang Miao led the group, following the map provided by the volunteers. Huh? Isn't that Mr. Jiang? Long time no see. A somewhat surprised voice sounded from behind. Jiang Miao turned and saw Gu Haijing, his youngest son, Gu Yiming, and several employees from Haijing Company. He stopped and greeted with a smile. Mr. Gu, are you also attending this symposium? Yes. Let's go together. Mr. Gu, do you know the specific content of this symposium? Jiang Miao asked curiously. Gu Haijing didn't hold back and explained the details of the symposium. I heard from a few friends that this symposium has 4 topics. Oh, I'd love to hear more. The first is to discuss the addition and removal of rare marine species from the protected list. Mr. Jiang has developed artificially bred eel fry, so you might be asked to speak at that time to discuss some issues concerning wild eels. Jiang Miao suddenly realized, I see. The conference organizers did send us an email asking us to prepare some information about artificial eel breeding in advance. The second topic is to discuss the current status and future of the aquaculture industry. The third topic is to discuss how to use aquaculture to support impoverished areas. The fourth topic is to present awards for technological breakthroughs, technological innovations, and emerging enterprises. The Lingnan Fisheries Association is responsible for these awards, and your company is likely to win. At the end, Gu Haijing couldn't help but let a hint of envy cross his face. Although his company had won relevant awards, it had never won a technological breakthrough award. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for clearing up my confusion. Haha, you're welcome. We all know soon anyway. The group chatted and laughed as they strolled along the forested path of the Ocean University. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the auditorium where the symposium was being held. As soon as they entered, Gu Haijing brought Jiang Miao along and introduced him to some old friends. A pot-bellied boss smiled and said, So, Mr. Jiang founded Heliafing Company. Nice to meet you. Here's my business card. We'd love to work together. Hello. Jiang Miao also smiled and nodded. The other middle-aged boss had a complex expression, and with a wry smile he said, Mr. Jiang, I long heard of you. We worked together before. Who are you? Jiang Miao couldn't remember the other person's name for a moment. It's normal that Mr. Jiang doesn't recognize me. I'm Zhang Ximing from a Qingzhang's company. I purchased a lot of eel fry from your company before, Zhang Ximing explained. At the mention of a Qingzhang's company, Jiang Miao immediately remembered, Mr. Zhang, it's nice to meet you. However, Zhang Ximing's expression remained complex. Mr. Jiang is truly impressive. Your company's eel fry sales this year are likely to exceed 1 billion yuan. Thank you for your kind words. Jiang Miao wasn't overly modest. After all, those present were all leaders in Lingnan aquaculture. Everyone had a rough idea of the price of eel fry and how much Heliafing Company had shipped in the past few months. The president of another aquaculture company in Zhangjiang asked with a smile, Mr. Jiang, I heard that the Kagoshima Eel Company is already selling eel fry. I wonder if they be selling them domestically. Jiang Miao shook his head. Our contract stipulates that the Kagoshima Eel Company's eel fry are only sold within Japan. Of course, this doesn't restrict resellers, but I doubt anyone will go to Japan to import eel fry, right? Everyone smiled knowingly at this, understanding Jiang Miao's meaning. The Kagoshima Eel Company paid a one-time $30 million technology licensing fee. Add to that the relatively high labor, water, electricity, and feed costs in Japan, and the overall cost of the eel fry is bound to be high, and the price won't be much cheaper. Jiang Miao then complained, profits from eel farming have plummeted in the past 2 years, and feed costs remain high. For many farmers, feed has eaten up a significant portion of their profits, significantly reducing their enthusiasm for farming. Gu Haijing nodded, yes. Even ordinary fish feed has increased in price by 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per ton. Those cheap, economical aquatic products simply can't make much money. We work so hard for the feed mills. The feed mills can't help it either. I've spoken with the CEOs of several feed mills I worked with before, and they learned that the price of imported fish meal has been rising over the past 2 years, and their profits aren't high. Jiang Miao took the opportunity to say, I recently invested in a feed mill to produce fish feed. I'm going to see if I can lower costs a bit. Oh, Mr. Jiang, you should think twice. Zhang Xinming kindly reminded him. Mr. Jiang, are you planning to produce and sell your own feed? Gu Haijing asked curiously. Jiang Miao casually explained, I'm planning to invest in a fish feed factory with an annual production capacity of 50,000 tons, and I'm definitely going to sell it. 50,000 tons? That's a big deal, Mr. Jiang. If Mr. Jiang's fish feed is good and inexpensive, I definitely order a batch. Several other CEOs also expressed their interest in purchasing fish feed from Hailifeng in the future. Of course, Jiang Miao knew these CEOs were just being polite. If Hailifeng's feed price were close to the market price, they probably wouldn't buy. So just listen to these words. If you take them seriously, you lose. One of the bespectacled owners of an aquaculture company asked with a smile, by the way, would you like to farm prawns? My company has a batch of prawn fry. Lobster Rosenbergii? This shrimp is really good and has been very popular in recent years. I wonder how profitable it is. Old Ma, you should have a market assessment and aquaculture output value assessment, right? Yes, I send you a copy later. If you're interested, please contact me. Some people started talking business. Some people complained bitterly. Some people were calling friends. After Gu Haijing introduced him to a few friends, he also chatted with them. Jiang Miao was just about to find a seat when he was surrounded by several middle-aged men who looked like researchers. You're Mr. Jiang from Hailifeng Company, right? Hello. I'm Hu Fei from the Fisheries Research Institute, specializing in eel artificial breeding research. Hello. Researcher Hu Fei. Mr. Jiang, would you mind discussing some issues regarding eel artificial breeding? Researcher Hu Fei added, if it involves commercial confidentiality, Mr. Jiang can decline to answer. Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. Sure, let's exchange ideas. As attendees gradually arrived, the auditorium felt like it was filled with thousands of ducks, a cacophony of sounds. Time slipped by, and less than 20 minutes had passed since the symposium began. The organizers began ushering attendees to their seats. Through introductions from Gu Haijing, Hu Fei, and others, Jiang Miao also made some initial acquaintances with people involved in the aquatic industry throughout Lingnan. After all, everyone worked in the same industry, entrepreneurs, researchers, officials, and knew one another to some degree. With introductions from one CEO and recommendations from another, in less than an hour, he had become familiar with most of the attendees. Chapter 61. The symposium officially began soon. Dong Baiqing, president of the Lingnan Aquatic Products Association, took the stage to speak. I declare the Lingnan Aquatic Products Industry Symposium officially open. Clap, clapping. Everyone applauded in unison. Now, please welcome Li Haiyang, director of the Fisheries Research Institute of the Lingnan Agricultural Research Institute, to the stage to moderate this symposium. Let's welcome him with applause. Clap, clapping. Warm applause rang out again. After Li Haiyang, with his Mediterranean hairstyle, took the stage, he spoke for over 10 minutes about the procedural details before getting to the point. Now, let's discuss the additions and deletions to the Lingnan region's protected marine life list this year. First, the 3 marine species newly added to the National Protected List last year will no longer require discussion, and will be directly added to the Lingnan region's protected marine life list. He had already been speaking for over 10 minutes. Hu Fei, sitting next to Jiang Miao in the audience, quietly reminded him, Mr. Jiang, you're going to speak later. Because of the breakthrough in artificial eel breeding technology, we need to discuss whether wild eels should continue to be protected. Please welcome Mr. Jiang Miao, founder of Heliafeng Agricultural Technology Company and inventor of artificial eel breeding technology, to give his speech. Applause! Pa pa pa. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Jiang Miao took the podium. Jiang Miao approached the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Miao. Now, let me explain the state of artificial eel breeding technology. Our company's artificial eel breeding technology has already reached a monthly production of approximately 60 million eels, which translates to approximately 6 tons of glass eels per month and 72 tons per year. Combined with the Japanese Kagoshima Eel Company and Gull Brown Company, which have already obtained the technology license, we anticipate that annual glass eel production will soon exceed 200 tons. Therefore, artificially bred eel fry can already essentially replace wild eel fry. This is a virtually certain trend. However, Jiang Miao changed the subject, but I personally am not optimistic about the recovery rate of wild eel populations. This is based on the current level of fishing activity around the world. In particular, the habit of cooking glass eels directly in Western Europe has kept local glass eel prices high. Even if our company, along with the other two companies, fully supply glass eels, there would still be no way to reduce prices in Western Europe to a low profit level. Since there is such a high profit margin, the fishing of wild eel fry will not be curbed unless it becomes unprofitable. Everyone in the audience nodded involuntarily. All the hustle and bustle of the world is driven by profit, and all the hustle and bustle of the world is driven by profit. This is an eternal truth. Therefore, I personally believe that removing wild eels from the protected list requires observation time, at least 10 years. If, after 10 years, the wild eel population has recovered significantly, then we can consider removing them from the protected list. This concludes my speech. Thank you. Pa pa pa. The crowd applauded again. Soon, Li Haiyang returned to the stage. Mr. Zhang's remarks just now were very insightful. Our institute's overall opinion is to keep wild eels on the protected list for observation for about 10 years. Apparently, Jiang Miao had already discussed some details with the people at the Fisheries Research Institute before he spoke. Soon after, several other relevant individuals took the stage, and their opinions largely converged: maintain the status quo and continue observation. After over an hour, the discussion on additions and deletions to the protected list concluded. The symposium moved on to the next topic: the current state and future of the aquatic industry. Jiang Miao was invited up again. This time, however, 10 industry-related entrepreneurs and 5 aquaculture experts were invited to the stage for the discussion. The host was Dong Baicheng, president of the Fisheries Association. Dong Baicheng took the microphone and said, although the overall aquaculture industry in Lingnan, and indeed across China, has seen steady growth and improvement in recent years, many problems still exist. For example, fish feed prices remain high, leading to a decline in overall net profits for fish farmers and a decline in their enthusiasm for farming. The problem of veterinary drug residues in aquatic products is particularly evident in the non-standard use of veterinary drugs by some small farmers, resulting in excessive residues in aquatic products. Due to extreme weather conditions, some farms experienced significant production reductions last year due to high temperatures. The quality of aquatic products sold online is generally inconsistent, negatively impacting the reputation of some aquatic products. Everyone also expressed their opinions and suggestions. Since the atmosphere at this symposium was quite serious, there was naturally no room for slapstick, sarcastic remarks, or other such talk show comments. Jiang Miao also shared some of his own thoughts and suggestions. I believe that among the current challenges facing the aquaculture industry, the impact of rising fish feed prices is particularly significant. Farmers are essentially operating at minimal profit, or even at a loss, which is extremely detrimental to the healthy development of the aquaculture industry. Dong Baicheng asked with a smile, I heard that Mr. Jiang is planning to build his own feed factory to cope with rising fish feed prices? Jiang Miao nodded. Yes, I recently been researching how to produce fish feed at low cost. This topic is crucial and impacts our company's future development strategy. Building your own feed factory has its pros and cons, but given the current market conditions, it's a necessary evil, another industry executive echoed. Others, to varying degrees, showed signs of considering building their own feed factories. Of course, Jiang Miao knew these people were just playing along. It was more likely that they were using this forum to deliberately spread false information, putting pressure on several large domestic feed factories, and securing lower-priced fish feed. Dong Baicheng chuckled briefly, then changed the subject. What are your thoughts on the future of aquaculture? Feel free to speak up. Our company is optimistic about the integration of wind power and aquaculture, Gu Haijing said, sharing some of his thoughts. Specialized aquaculture, for example, has great potential, like crocodile farming, osmanthus cicada farming, and horseshoe crab farming. Jiang Miao listened to the opinions of various industry leaders, but he didn't continue speaking. After all, it wouldn't be good to be too prominent. Of course, if he was occasionally asked, he would respond with a few words. Unnoticed, the morning had passed. Dong Baicheng adjourned the meeting for 3 hours, with the second half resuming at 2:30 p.m. Jiang Miao was about to leave when he was stopped by a CEO. Mr. Jiang, how about lunch? Mr. Du, is there anything? Mr. Du smiled helplessly. I won't hide it from you, Mr. Jiang. I just heard you're interested in building your own feed mill. I have a business deal I need to discuss with you. Oh, then let's find a restaurant nearby. We can eat and chat. Okay. Mr. Du turned and instructed his secretary. Go to the Jinhe Peninsula Garden restaurant and book a private room. His secretary picked up her phone and started to reserve a room. Okay, Mr. Du. Mr. Du looked at Jiang Miao again. Is Mr. Jiang driving? My driver is coming. Then let's meet at the Jinhe Peninsula in the Yangcheng International Financial City. Okay. Jiang Miao, holding Shuya's hand, and Li Zixuan following behind, walked towards the college entrance. Kuyong and Ning had already gone to drive. As Jiang Miao and the others exited the Ocean College gate, they saw Kuyong waving. Soon, 2 pickup trucks drove off towards the financial city. Chapter 62. International Financial City. Jinhe Peninsula Garden Restaurant. In the private room, President Du had arrived early and had already ordered his dishes. He sent a secretary to bring Jiang Miao and the others up. Entering the private room, President Du quickly greeted everyone with a smile. Brother Jiang, sister-in-law, let's sit down. I already ordered the dishes. After Jiang Miao took a seat, he got straight to the point. President Du, what's the deal you're taking care of? Ah. Actually, this is a long story that's been bothering me, brother. It's a long story. President Du quickly shared his thoughts. In 2018, I saw the market was promising, so I invested in a feed factory. It would be convenient for me to supply feed to my own farm, and I also thought I could make some money on the side. Jiang Miao suddenly understood, and then asked, isn't that great? But the market conditions were so severe in the past few years. My feed factory, which just started production in 2019, has been operating at a half-operational level ever since. Furthermore, the cost of feed raw materials has been rising over the past 2 years. If the price of fish feed is too high, no one wants it. If the price is too low, I can't even break even. It's really tough, President Du lamented. Mr. Du, are you planning to sell the feed mill to me? Mr. Du nodded quickly. Yes, Brother Jiang, I won't lie. Since I bought the equipment, I haven't used it for more than 2 years. And I have professionals perform maintenance every year. It's practically like new. The whole package is only 5 million. Interested? What's the annual output? Jiang Miao took a sip of tea. At full capacity, 40 TPH, that's around 100,000 to 200,000 tons. 40 TPH means 40 tons per hour. The price was indeed reasonable, but Jiang Miao didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked, is the production line fully equipped? Don't worry, this production line is fully equipped. Akang, show Mr. Jiang our equipment. Mr. Du turned and instructed another secretary. Secretary Akang quickly turned the laptop screen around and said, Mr. Jiang, this is our company's equipment. Take a look. If you want a live video or something, I can arrange for someone to film it on site. You arrange it. Jiang Miao looked at the equipment list on the laptop screen, which included detailed quantities, specifications, and more. Raw material receiving, floor scales, 2 independent pulse dust collectors, 20 TPH. Raw material cleaning, conveyor, feeder, drum primary screen, independent pulse dust collector, permanent magnet drum. Raw material grinding, water droplet grinder, independent pulse dust collector. Ingredient mixing, batching system, rotary distributor, single shaft paddle mixer, ribbon paddle mixer. Granulation system, steam boiler, conditioner, aquatic product extruder, pelletizer, dryer, liquid spray system. Cooling system, countercurrent cooler. The remaining systems are 3-roll crusher, rotary grading screen, quantitative packaging scale, sealer, and automated control system. After reviewing the equipment list, Jiang Miao looked up and asked, Mr. Du, don't you have exhaust gas purification equipment? Huh? Mr. Du was confused for a moment, and quickly turned to look at his secretary, Akong. Akong reacted quickly, replying, Mr. Jiang, our production line is indeed not equipped with exhaust gas purification equipment. This is mainly because our factory is located in the suburbs, with no residential areas within a kilometer. Jiang Miao smiled, but he knew full well that the other party probably didn't want to buy the exhaust gas purification equipment. If it's true as Mr. Du describes, 5 million is indeed acceptable. However, I haven't seen it in person. So let me arrange for someone from my company to inspect it. If there aren't any major issues, I'd be very happy to work with Mr. Du. Mr. Du nodded. I have my secretary cooperate. Akang, please leave your contact information for Mr. Jiang. Jiang Miao turned and instructed Li Zixuan. The two secretaries exchanged contact information. Although the contract wasn't signed immediately, Mr. Du still smiled broadly. After all, this kind of thing is perfectly normal in business negotiations. Even if the two parties are close friends, they wouldn't agree to purchase these used production lines without first inspecting the equipment. Besides, he and Jiang Miao were just acquaintances, so being able to reach an agreement was already quite impressive. After a while, two waiters arrived with a food delivery cart. As the dishes arrived, President Du said apologetically, Brother Jiang, I'm hosting you today, so I have to have a couple of drinks. But I have a symposium this afternoon, so we have to have tea instead of wine. You're welcome, I don't drink. Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. I see, so not drinking is better. President Du immediately responded, Brother, you've been having social events every now and then for years, and you had to drink a lot. Your health isn't what it used to be. Jiang Miao took a look and found President Du quite interesting. He was remarkably fit, even sporting 8-pack abs, clearly a regular gym rat. Mr. Du, you have such muscular muscles. I'm ashamed of myself. Ha ha ha, that's a good habit from my time in the army. Mr. Du was very proud of his physique. Jiang Miao smiled and picked up a piece of boiled chicken. My driver, Iong, is also a veteran, but I guess he's not from the same unit as Mr. Du. Oh, so you're a veteran too, young man. Which unit? Kuyong replied calmly, I'm from the 76th Group Army. My unit is the 41st Group Army. It was my father who sent me there. He even hunted monkeys, so I didn't have that chance. Mr. Du smiled and shook his head. Grandpa, you should be in your 60s this year, right? Jiang Miao asked, picking up another piece of grouper for Shuya. Yes. He's 68 this year. With Mr. Du here, the old man can enjoy his life. Mr. Du picked up a piece of fish and said helplessly, Don't mention it. The old man is too stubborn. He still lives in his hometown in the countryside and grows his own vegetables, but he's still in good health. The countryside is nice too. The air is good. Growing vegetables is exercise, as long as you don't overwork yourself. My father used to farm and sell vegetables, and now he grows some at home when he has free time. That's what all the old people do. Mr. Du sympathized. Yes. That's what all the old people do. Come on, don't be polite. It won't taste good if it gets cold. After some small talk, the two sides became more familiar with each other. Mr. Du's hometown is in Jiangmen, and he runs a large aquaculture company specializing in shrimp, grouper, and oysters. Your oysters in Heliafeng are delicious. Qinzhou oysters are a famous Lingnan specialty. The oysters there are indeed good. Qinzhou is right next door to my hometown. If Mr. Du comes to visit Heliafeng, I definitely invite you to try the Qinzhou oysters and our company's specialty, the earth-free eel. Eel-free eel? Mr. Du was stunned for a moment, then asked uncertainly, Brother Jiang, those earth-free eels that are selling so well online, aren't they from your company? Jiang Miao casually explained, Yes, they're made by our company. We make them from spawning eels that have been eliminated. We have a special formula that removes the earthy smell during the breeding process. Brother Jiang, you're such a hidden talent. I'm so jealous. The two chatted and laughed about everything under the sun, and before they knew it, the whole table was almost empty. It was almost 2 o'clock. Jiang Miao suggested, Mr. Du, it's almost time. Don't be late. We almost finished eating. Why don't we go together? Okay. Soon, the group left the international financial city and drove back to the Ocean University. Chapter 63. It was the same auditorium from the morning. The afternoon symposium had 2 topics. One was to support the development of underdeveloped areas and contribute to poverty alleviation efforts. The other was to present awards for technological breakthroughs, technological innovations, and emerging enterprises. The chairperson was once again Dong Baiqing, president of the Aquatic Products Association. After taking the stage, Dong Baicheng didn't drag his feet. After more than 10 minutes of procedural banter, he got straight to the point. This year, the provincial government has assigned our Aquatic Products Association a mission to focus on supporting the southern Jiangxi region. Everyone, please feel free to express your opinions. Many CEOs on the stage also offered suggestions. However, this matter had little to do with Jiangmiao, as the overall cost of eel farming is relatively high. Southern Jiangxi isn't a traditional eel farming area, and locals don't have a traditional eel diet. Thus, even if Hailifeng Company were to offer assistance, it would be a struggle without resources. Of course, in recent years, a number of farmers in northern Jiangxi have indeed begun raising eels, primarily due to the region's superior water quality, which is conducive to raising high-quality eels. However, southern Jiangxi lacks this foundation. Without any foundation, asking impoverished households to raise eels would be prohibitively expensive and risky. Thus, Jiangmiao hesitated to make any promises rashly. This high-risk aquaculture industry is unsuitable for supporting impoverished households. If not handled properly, it could backfire. Researcher Hu Fei, standing nearby, quietly warned, "Mr. Jiang, your company's eel fry aren't suitable for supporting impoverished households." "I know. This high-cost, high-risk industry isn't suitable. Mr. Jiang, I'm glad you understand." Hu Fei nodded slightly. He was worried that Jiang Miao, young and impulsive, would go to Ganin to support eel farming. After a while, researcher Hu Fei whispered again, "Mr. Jiang, have you thought of your acceptance speech?" "Yes," Jiang Miao replied with a smile. In fact, the Fisheries Association had informed him of Hailifeng's award this morning. After all, they would have to give a speech on stage, so they would have informed the winning company in advance. Hailifeng won 2 awards: the Technological Breakthrough Award and the Industry's Emerging Enterprise Award. The Technological Breakthrough Award was naturally for its eel artificial breeding technology. The Industry's Emerging Enterprise Award primarily considered factors such as the company's founding time, regional influence, revenue, and employee size. Hailifeng was well-deserved of both awards. Jiang Miao didn't really care. After all, these small regional awards were just a title, and unless they were national awards, they were of little value. Many companies, if they wanted to, could usually get one by investing some money and working on it, as long as the company wasn't too bad. For example, awards like XX City's Outstanding Enterprise or XX Industries Top 10 Enterprises. Any even moderately reputable company would have at least 2 or 3 of these. Hu Fei continued quietly, "Mr. Jiang, your company has promising prospects. I'm very optimistic about its future. Does researcher who want to join our company? If so, I welcome him." Jiang Miao replied half-jokingly. Hu Fei shook his head. "My whole family has settled in Guangzhou, so it's not convenient for me to work elsewhere. Besides, the work of a researcher is actually quite good. As long as you don't want to get promoted, you don't have to worry too much. Of course, it's a stable job after all." But Hu Fei changed the subject. "A relative's kid is looking for a job recently, but his major isn't quite right for your company. Otherwise, I would have shamelessly recommended him to Mr. Jiang. He's my wife's brother's son, and I've been helping him find a job lately." "Oh! What major?" "Environmental engineering." "That's right. That's a good major for the civil service exam." Hu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. "That's what I suggested too, but unfortunately, the kid doesn't like the atmosphere within the system. Actually, our company could also hire him, but the salary at Hailifeng is relatively low. As an environmental engineer, if he joined our company, his base salary would be around 5,500 yuan. Hu Fei declined Jiang Miao's offer. "Mr. Jiang, don't force it. You don't need to hire a dedicated environmental engineer. It's not that we're creating this position specifically, but our company has been expanding rapidly recently, and we do need a professional environmental engineer." Jiang Miao wasn't lying. While discussing the production line with Mr. Du this afternoon, he was already thinking about environmental issues. Feed mills inevitably generate waste gas and wastewater during production. For small factories, or those located far from residential areas, not treating waste gas and wastewater is a common practice. However, Jiang Miao wasn't prepared to let this go. While companies can rely on their influence in the local area to persuade environmental protection departments to turn a blind eye, nearby residents will undoubtedly complain and become dissatisfied. For example, Xiangjiang Avenue in Shanmei City is home to several aquatic product processing and freezing plants. During production hours, a pungent stench can be smelled by those passing by the roadside. Those factories are surrounded by residential areas, and especially in the summer, the stench of rancid fish and shrimp offal is perceptible even a kilometer away. Jiang Miao knew that He Yifeng's influence in Magong Town could effectively obscure these issues from the local Environmental Protection Department. However, he also knew that such activities were sapping the company's vitality and potential, while also creating a stigma for both him and the company. Thus, he planned to establish a dedicated environmental protection office to oversee environmental planning and projects across the company's various industries. At this stage, He Yifeng truly needed to pay more attention to environmental protection. For example, canneries, farms, and feed mills all generate significant amounts of waste gas and wastewater. With the company's current profitability, there was no need to save millions on environmental protection equipment. Is Mr. Zhang's company really hiring an environmental engineer? Hu Fei asked skeptically. Of course, our company is planning to upgrade some of its industries and add some environmental protection equipment. Hu Fei expressed deep admiration. It's rare to find a company like Mr. Jiang that proactively engages in environmentally friendly production. I give researcher Hu my secretary's number. If your relative's child is interested, they can come to Magong Town in He Yifeng to apply. Hu Fei quickly thanked him. Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang. However, if he doesn't meet your company's hiring standards, there's no need to force him. As the two chatted quietly, the assistance issue finally passed. The award ceremony began. Soon, Jiang Miao accepted the Industry Emerging Enterprise Award on behalf of He Yifeng Company. 10 companies in total received this award, seemingly in a wholesale format. Next came the Technology Innovation Award, also awarded to 10 companies, including Haijing Company, owned by Jiang Miao's old acquaintance, Gu Haijing. Finally, Dong Baicheng solemnly announced, "Now, the winner of the 2025 Annual Technology Breakthrough Award is announced. It is He Yifeng Agricultural Technology Company from Xiamen City. Mr. Jiang Miao, please come to the stage on behalf of He Yifeng Company to accept the award and deliver his acceptance speech." Papa. This applause is for the strong. Jiang Miao took the stage and accepted the medal. I thank the Association and the Agricultural and Forestry Research Institute for their recognition, and thank our country for its strong support for scientific and technological development. My company and I are deeply honored to receive this award. This award is the greatest reward for all my efforts over the past 3 years. I will continue to work hard, leading He Yifeng Company to focus on the present, deepen its technological development, and provide the people with affordable and high-quality agricultural products. Thank you. Papa. The applause rang out again. Chapter 64. The speeding train passed through towering mountains and flowing rivers. Watching the scenery recede outside the window, the high-speed train's business class cabin was quite comfortable. After attending the symposium in Yancheng, Jiang Miao immediately took Shuya and the others on the high-speed train to Jiancheng, Hubei province. Leaning back in his seat, Jiang Miao dozed off. Time flowed like the Xiangjiang River, flowing north, never to return. It wasn't until someone shook his arm that Jiang Miao regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked, realizing it was Shuya. Aya, are we there yet? Almost there, just a few minutes. Jiang Miao turned his head and looked out the window. The mighty Yangtze River flowed endlessly eastward. Clearly, the train was near the Tangxinghao Yangtze River Bridge in Jiancheng. At that moment, the train's voice announcement began, alerting passengers to their impending arrival at Jiancheng Station. The buildings outside the window slowed down. The train slowly pulled into the station. Li Zixuan and Ning and Kuyong quickly gathered their suitcases. They got off the train and emerged from the platform. They hailed 2 random taxis. They departed from Jiancheng Station and only needed to follow the 3rd ring road all the way to Jiangmiao and Shuya's alma mater. They rolled down the window. The midday breeze wasn't too hot, as the 3rd ring road passed through East Lake, and it wasn't even the hottest months of June, July, or August. Time flies. The image of us cycling together at East Lake seems like it was just yesterday. Shuya, gazing at the nearby East Lake, was involuntarily moved by the scene. Whether it was yesterday, today, or tomorrow, we will spend every spring, summer, autumn, and winter of our lives together. Jiang Miao stroked Shuya's hair as she leaned gently against his shoulder. The taxi turned a corner, crossed the Wenhua Avenue overpass, and then crossed the Yeji Lake Bridge, quickly arriving at the west gate of my alma mater. Upon arrival, I saw several boys standing at the gate holding signs, seemingly waiting for someone. I saw a group of people getting out of the car. One of the boys raised his glasses, glanced at the photos on WeChat, and hurried over. "Excuse me, are you Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya?" Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. "Hello, classmate. I'm Jiang Miao. Did Teacher Li ask you to come here?" The boy with glasses quickly replied, Yes, welcome, seniors. I'm Zhang Chengdong, graduating this year. Teacher Li and the others are waiting for you at the School of Engineering. Several other junior students gathered around, introducing themselves and leading the way. We strolled along the campus path under the shade of the trees. Everyone was chatting and laughing. Senior, you're truly amazing. You actually developed artificial eel breeding technology and successfully commercialized it. Zhang Chengdong looked at Jiang Miao with admiration. Maybe I'm just lucky. By the way, Junior, are you going to get a PhD after graduation? Or are you going to find a job? Zhang Chengdong gave a helpless smile. I don't have the skills for a PhD. I'm looking for a job right now. Want to join my company? I just invested in a high-standard seed lab and an edible fungus lab, and we're short on staff. Is your company in Ling'an? Jiang Miao didn't hide anything. Specifically, it's in a small town in Shanmei City, my hometown. You can take a look at the compensation. Li Zixuan, standing nearby, was already prepared. He pulled out a large bag of company profiles and employee compensation sheets from his backpack. Classmates, you can all take a look. Thank you. Zhang Chengdong also took one, but he didn't look at it right away. He continued to lead the group. It took over half an hour to reach the engineering college building. Jiang Miao turned to look at Shuya. Let's go up. Okay. Soon, they arrived at the door of an office. Knock, knock, knock. Knock on the door. Zhang Chengdong went in first. Teacher Li, senior brother Jiang, senior sister Lin are here. Teacher, how are you? Jiang Miao smiled and extended his hand. Teacher Li was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and a strong haircut, only a few strands still stubbornly growing on top. You're quite good, kid. Why didn't I see your talent back then? I should have recommended you for a doctorate. Teacher Li shook his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Another female teacher in the office looked at Shuya with a complicated expression. Xiaolin, what a shame. Du Buluan from Handong University has done so much harm. You just didn't listen to my advice. Teacher Wang, it's okay. A diploma doesn't mean everything. A Miao built me a mushroom lab, Shuya said with a nonchalant smile. Teacher Wang pulled Shuya to sit nearby and teased, Oh? Looks like Xiao Zhang's made a lot of money. He can invest in a lab. Teacher Li also smiled and said, We received the canned eels and strawberries you mailed a while ago. They're fantastic. Professor Zhang from the Aquatic Research Center and Professor Kong from the Crop Research Center are so envious. It's an honor to be in your good graces. Jiang Miao checked the time again and saw it was almost midnight. He quickly said, Teacher, why don't we eat and chat? Okay, but we don't have to go outside. Let's just go to the school cafeteria. Jiang Miao had no objection. I miss the food at my alma mater. I wonder if the taste has changed. Hearing this, Teacher Li immediately complained. Since you graduated, the school cafeterias have become so terrible. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lin, let's go to the third floor of Huiyuan for lunch. Teacher Wang suggested. The other teachers are also at the school, so we can have lunch together. Okay, Shuya nodded. Then let's go. As for Zhang Chengdong and the others, they took the large stack of company profiles and employee salary schedules that Li Zixuan had given them back home. They planned to recommend the company to other students. Since the school's internal shared bikes had been cleared out in recent years, everyone had to take the school bus. After all, the school was quite large, covering over 7,000 acres. They took the school bus to Huiyuan. At the entrance, they met several other teachers. Two of them were unfamiliar to Jiang Miao. Old Li, is this the student Jiang Miao you were talking about? The teacher who spoke was a bit thin, with a neatly slicked back hair. Teacher Li introduced, Jiang Miao, this is Professor Zheng Weiman from the Aquatic Products Center, who has studied wuchang fish. Old Zheng, this is my student Jiang Miao, the founder of Heliafeng Agricultural Technology Company. Professor Zheng Weiman looked at Jiang Miao with admiration. I know that artificial breeding technology for eels is a global challenge in our aquaculture industry. You're quite good, young man. We have a chance to exchange ideas someday. Thank you, Professor Zheng, for the compliment. I still have a lot to learn from you all, Jiang Miao replied modestly. Okay, don't block the door. Let's go upstairs and eat and chat, Teacher Wang reminded. Yes, yes. The group went upstairs and found a quiet corner seat by the window. After sitting down, Teacher Wang took Shuya to get her food in order. Jiang Miao also inquired about the health of several teachers, especially one of the older teachers, Teacher Zhang. He checked the diagnostic panel and determined that he was at risk for aortic dissection, which, combined with atherosclerosis, could put him at risk at any moment. Teacher Zhang, You look a little unwell. Are you having heart problems? Teacher Zhang was a little surprised, but nodded. I've been feeling chest tightness and difficulty breathing lately. Don't we have a hospital on campus? Teacher Zhang, you should go see a doctor. Heart problems need to be taken seriously, Jiang Miao urged earnestly. Teacher Li followed suit, saying, Teacher Zhang, you really should take this seriously. Take advantage of the summer vacation and go see a doctor. Okay then. I go see you soon. Chapter 65. Over the course of the meal, Jiang Miao and the teachers engaged in lively conversation, further strengthening their relationships. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Teacher Li gathered a group of students nearing graduation this year into a large lecture hall. There were quite a few recent graduates present, not just from the Department of Bioengineering, but also from a wide range of majors within the College of Agriculture. For example, Shiya's undergraduate program was Applied Biological Sciences. Then, there were students from Agronomy, Seed Science and Engineering, Facility Agriculture Science and Engineering, Plant Science and Technology, Aquaculture Science and Technology, Aquaculture, Food Engineering, and so on. Jiang Miao had informed Teacher Li of all these in advance, asking him to help notify them. At the podium, Teacher Li said with a smile, Dear students, today we have an outstanding alumnus, Jiang Miao, visiting us. Jiang Miao is the founder of Heliafeng Agricultural Technology Company and the developer of commercial eel artificial breeding technology. I'd like to take this opportunity to have him give us his graduation speech. Please give him a round of applause. Pa pa pa. Jiang Miao waved to the crowd with a smile as he walked toward the stage and took the microphone from Teacher Li. Today, I'm grateful to my alma mater and all the teachers for their guidance. I also want to thank you for your support of our company. My fellow students, graduation is approaching, and as someone who has been through this, let me say a few words. For those of us in the agricultural industry, finding jobs is relatively easy, but finding easy, lucrative work is much more difficult. You must not miss this year's summer recruitment. I missed the summer recruitment and had to return home to work as a food delivery driver while researching eels. My success was partly due to luck. Without perseverance, patience, the support of family, and a sufficient amount of capital, it's best not to pursue a startup on your own. The junior and senior students in the lecture hall had varying expressions. Some looked thoughtful, some dismissive, some exuded confidence. Others wore worried scowls. Everyone has chosen an agriculture-related major. If you plan to continue in this field, you must be prepared for more than a decade of consistent work. Many of the teachers here have extensive experience in breeding and raising seedlings, and they all understand that sometimes, finding a superior variety suitable for commercialization requires long-term experimentation and a bit of luck, making it difficult to achieve results. Jiang Miao took a sip of mineral water and continued, My research on artificial propagation technology for eels took nearly 4 years, even though I had a very clear idea. So if you want to pursue agricultural research, be prepared. I also like to wish all of you a bright future and a long journey. May you all find your ideal jobs, develop excellent agricultural products, and successfully start your own businesses. Finally, I'm also shamelessly advertising my own company. Although our Heliafeng company is a private enterprise, its annual revenue is expected to exceed 1 billion yuan this year. We have also established a seed laboratory and an edible fungus laboratory. Our main businesses are eel fry breeding, fruit cultivation, and canned eels. We will soon enter the feed industry. I sincerely invite all interested juniors to join us. Thank you. Pa pa pa. Thunderous applause broke out. At the same time, many juniors and juniors chatted among themselves, and it was clear that some of them did have ideas. After all, this is a company with annual revenue exceeding 1 billion yuan, and it's been established for less than 2 years. Furthermore, the career path is well suited to their majors. Seeing Jiang Miao coming down, Teacher Li also came over. Jiang Miao, let me introduce you to some of the more outstanding students from this year's graduating class. This is Zhang Chengdong, also majoring in bioengineering. This is Jiang Xinhe, your cousin, also majoring in bioengineering. Jiang Miao nodded and said with a smile, Juniors, if you're interested, please hand your resumes directly to my secretary later. The interviews will begin in an hour. Okay, senior. Senior, let's take a group photo. No problem. Surrounded by his juniors, Jiang Miao posed for photos with them or signed autographs for them. Li Zixuan, Shuya, and Ning, and Kuyong received a large stack of resumes. In fact, Teacher Li had already sent a message to the class group before May Day, instructing interested students to prepare their resumes in advance. Thus, The resumes received now were mostly from those interested in joining Haliafing. Those who weren't interested had already considered it over the past few days. An hour passed quickly. Teacher Lee had specially arranged a small classroom next to the lecture hall as a makeshift interview room. Jiang Miao and Shuya served as interviewers. Li Zixuan was the secretary, Kuyong helped maintain order, and Ning was in charge of calling people. The first student to come in for the interview was Zhang Chengdong. Jiang Miao smiled and asked, "Junior Zhang, please tell us why you want to join our company. Just be honest, don't be nervous." "Okay, my reasons are very simple. It's close to home, the salary is decent, and there are good career prospects." Jiang Miao already knew from his resume that Zhang Chengdong was from Zijin County, which was indeed very close to Haliafing. Shuya asked, "Student Zhang is applying for a GMO technician position. Do you have any experience operating instruments?" "I done some experiments in the school lab, but they weren't GMOs, but traditional drug mutation breeding experiments." Zhang Chengdong recounted his situation truthfully. Shuya nodded. Jiang Miao then asked, "Tell me about the chemicals used in drug breeding, their advantages and disadvantages, and what precautions should be taken during the experiment." Drug breeding. Although Zhang Chengdong was nervous, his basic skills were passable. He couldn't answer fluently, but he was close enough. Jiang Miao and Shuya then asked about career plans and the company's confidentiality requirements. "Okay, junior brother Zhang, you may leave now. If your application is accepted, we notify you by email before noon tomorrow. Please ask Li Bo to come in." "Okay." Zhang Chengdong smiled and nodded. After he left the room, Jiang Miao wrote pending on his resume. He had just observed him through the identification panel and found that Zhang Chengdong was not lying. Especially when Jiang Miao asked about his criminal record or involvement in shady activities, he behaved very normally. Unless someone had undergone extensive professional agent training, it would be difficult to escape Jiang Miao's sharp eyes. An afternoon passed. A total of 15 people were interviewed, and 7 were tentatively confirmed. The next day, recruitment continued. This campus recruitment lasted 3 days, interviewing a total of 124 people and confirming 32 positions. Among them, 8 were seed laboratory research assistants, 5 were edible fungi laboratory research assistants, 8 were tissue culture workshop technicians, 3 were feed factory affiliated laboratory research assistants, 3 were farm breeding experimental station research assistants, 2 were farm technicians, 2 were eel farm technicians, and 1 was a cannery food engineering technician. All of these people were technicians, starting at the D3 level. Many students who had already settled their school affairs packed their luggage and belongings, preparing to join Jiang Miao and the others on their journey south to Lingnan. Jiang Miao also instructed the remaining students to quickly settle their school affairs and report to the company before June. The campus job fair concluded successfully. That evening, the teachers were invited out for dinner. Early on the 4th morning, after bidding farewell to the teachers, Jiang Miao and his group boarded the high-speed rail back to Yancheng, then transferred to another train back to Haliafing. Chapter 66. Time flew by in a flash, and May 8th arrived silently. After getting off the bus in Yancheng, they transferred to Shamei City without stopping. Soon, Jiang Miao and his group, carrying their bags, returned to their headquarters in Magong Town. Thankfully, Jiang Miao had made preparations before his business trip. Jiang Miao had purchased more than a dozen self-built houses in Nanhu village in his father's name. Although each of these self-built houses was 2 or 3 stories high and covered an area of approximately 40 to 100 square meters, they provided ample rooms and were within easy reach of the company's headquarters, Nanhu Farm, and the Nanhu Laboratory area. These self-built houses were all registered under Jiang Miao's father's name, so the company had to pay him monthly rent. The rent naturally followed the local market rate, 10 yuan per square meter per month. The purpose of this was to facilitate tax reductions. If you purchase a self-built house directly and register it under the company's name, the annual fixed asset investment deduction limit must be within 5 million yuan, which is the full deduction allowed. Any amount exceeding this limit must be deducted against tax annually on a pro rata basis. Thus, Jiang Miao purchased both the self-built house in the countryside and the shop in the city using his own legal income after paying taxes. He then registered the property under his parents' names, who then sublet it to the company. The self-built house currently used by the company as employee dormitories covers an area of approximately 5,800 square meters, with an annual rent of 120 yuan per square meter. The shop in the city covers an area of 1,750 square meters, with an annual rent of 720 yuan per square meter. The combined rent expenses for these two items amount to approximately 1.95 million yuan. Of course, this method of tax avoidance is only a minor part of the problem. The company's real tax avoidance comes from purchasing gold raw materials through gold shops. The gold shops purchase large quantities of gold every month, and have currently purchased gold raw materials worth 65 million yuan. However, Jiang Miao won't squeeze profits too much. The required taxes must still be paid. But for the company's development, the annual tax amount must be rationally controlled. Li Zixuan took Zhang Chengdong and a dozen other new employees to the Human Resources Department on the second floor of headquarters to complete their onboarding procedures. Having already completed his onboarding procedures, Zhang Chengdong glanced at the surrounding offices, which were already fully occupied. He then quietly asked, "Secretary Li, aren't there enough offices in the company?" Li Zixuan folded his arms, smiled, and nodded, adding, "Your offices are across the street." "Across the street?" Li Zixuan pointed out the window. "That stretch of steel buildings houses the laboratory and your research department's offices." Following Li Zixuan's directions, Zhang Chengdong surveyed the area and realized the steel buildings were quite large, which immediately reassured him. After observing for a while, Li Zixuan confirmed that everyone was alright and left the Human Resources office. Almost an hour later, the 15 new employees completed their onboarding procedures. Shering Saw, the somewhat manly deputy manager of the Human Resources Department, clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention, then said with a smile, "First of all, welcome everyone to the company. Your initial grade is D3, the starting level for technicians. For details on how to advance, please refer to the company employee promotion handbook." She handed each person a booklet. In fact, Zhang Chengdong and the others had already heard Li Zixuan's explanation on the way here on the high-speed train, but they still accepted the booklet for easy reference later. Shering Saw then pulled out another large stack of documents, the pre-employment physical exam application forms, and ID card copies signed by Zhang Chengdong and the others. "You will first adapt to the company for a week while undergoing on-the-job training. After a week, the company will arrange for you to go to the hospital for a pre-employment physical exam. Come with me, I take you to the logistics department. Your work cards and employee uniforms will be ready the day after tomorrow, and the logistics department will notify you to pick them up then." "Understood. Let's go!" Shering Saw picked up the phone again and called Kong Guokai, the logistics manager. "Hello, Manager Kong?" "Manager Sure, what's going on?" "A group of new employees have completed their on-the-job training. Manager Kong, please send someone to take them to the dormitory." "Oh, no problem. Where are they?" "I take them to the first floor lobby." "Wait a moment, I'll be there shortly." A moment later, Kong Guokai arrived with 2 staff members from the logistics department. He looked at the group and asked, "Are these the new employees?" "Yes, Manager Kong. It's my job." Kong Guokai turned and ordered, "Akai, drive the minibus." "Okay." Everyone arrived at the door. Akai had already arrived in a minibus, which the company had purchased some time ago to provide commuting for some employees. Soon, Zhang Chengdong and the others boarded the minibus, carrying their suitcases. "Manager Kong, is the dormitory far away?" a short-haired girl asked curiously. Kong Guokai shook his head. "Less than a kilometer away, in the village to the east." "In the village?" "Don't worry, the company farm is nearby, and many villagers in Nanhu village are also company employees." After hearing Kong Guokai's words, everyone's worries were slightly alleviated. The minibus drove out of the headquarters gate and stopped after just a few minutes. "We're here." "We're already here?" "It's really close." Kong Guokai pointed to a row of small villas on the south side of the village road. "These are where the boss and his relatives live." Then he pointed northeast, near the reservoir. "See that large greenhouse? That's the company's farm." Then Kong Guokai pointed to the self-built houses on the north side of the village road. "The ones with the ocean blue exterior walls are company dormitories. I live here too." As he spoke, he led the newcomers toward the nearest self-built house. This one had a small courtyard at the entrance, where the previous owner had planted many flowers and plants, and there was also a well. "Let me take a look at this dormitory." Kong Guokai flipped through the records on the file. This building has 4 floors. Aside from the first floor, which houses the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, the remaining 3 floors have 9 rooms. 1 room has already been assigned, so the remaining 8 will be assigned to you male employees. Arrange them according to your work numbers. After comparing their work numbers, Zhang Chengdong and 8 others were quickly assigned here. Just then, a young man wearing glasses came down from the 2nd floor. "Manager Kong, are there new employees?" Oh, it's Mingyuan. How are you? I'm on in 4 drip, and feeling much better. Lu Mingyuan's face was pale. He was the young man recommended by researcher Hu Fei of the Lingnan Agricultural and Forestry Research Institute. He majored in environmental engineering. Kong Guokai turned to look at the other new employees, then, with a stifled smile, warned, "You just arrived a few days ago. Don't try to eat anything raw or pickled. Look at this guy." Gulp. Is it really that scary? A food engineering student raised her glasses. Outsiders shouldn't try chaos on pickled vegetables. They really can cause diarrhea. Back in my hometown of Chaozhou, they used to be family-made. Only in recent years have shops started selling ready-made products. They're all made in small workshops, so the quality varies. Besides, since you're not from here, your gastrointestinal flora won't adapt quickly. Wait until you lived here for a year or 2 before you can try it. Yes. I've been practically collapsing from diarrhea these past few days. Don't eat them, Lu Mingyuan said, a look of lingering fear on his face. Kong Guokai added, speaking of food, you can eat all 3 meals a day at the company, all for free. Of course, if you want to cook your own meals, that's fine too, but be mindful of electrical and fire safety. The company's eel rice and barbecued pork rice are pretty good, Lu Mingyuan added. Kong Guokai smiled meaningfully. It's good, but you can't eat it every day. Kong Guokai quickly led the remaining 8 new employees to other dormitories, taking into account the need for separate housing for men and women. The 5 female employees were assigned to Zhang Sini's dormitory. The remaining 3 male employees were assigned to Li Zixuan's building. Even then, Jiang Miao, having just returned, immediately rushed to the laboratory area across from headquarters to prepare for the takeover. The third-party company responsible for the inspection briefed him on the inspection, including the operational status of the equipment. Mr. Jiang, after a week-long inspection, these are the issues we discovered. The sales manager of the third-party inspection company handed him a 280-page inspection report. Jiang Miao took it and, instead of setting it aside, began to peruse it. He flipped to the first page. There's a problem with the seal on the negative pressure door in the first disinfection room of the edible fungus laboratory. 8 leaks were detected during 100 consecutive tests. Jiang Miao looked up and said, "Let's examine each one." Manager Du of the laboratory's contracting company, standing nearby, was sweating profusely. Every time he faced the client's inspection, it was a daunting task. After arriving at the first disinfection room of the edible fungus laboratory and opening the negative pressure door, Jiang Miao quickly identified the problem by looking at the inspection panel. He raised his brow and turned to Manager Du. It's probably the seal that's not properly installed. Perhaps the inner screws aren't fully tightened, causing them to press against a portion of the seal. Manager Du of the contracting company, regardless of the situation, quickly called out to several engineers, "Open it up and take a look." The engineers reluctantly opened the casing. Although they didn't trust Jiang Miao, an outsider, they knew he was the client's boss. After a short while, after unscrewing the outer casing screws with a hand drill, he removed the 3 sealing rings and carefully inspected their slots. Soon, several engineers looked at each other in bewilderment. "What's wrong? What's the situation?" Manager Du asked anxiously. One of the middle-aged engineers replied awkwardly, "It's true that a few screws weren't tightened completely, causing the nuts to press against the sealing rings. What are you standing there for? Fix it now." Manager Du was a little angry, secretly cursing his subordinates for their sloppy work. They were laboratory engineers. How could they make such a basic mistake? Jiang Miao turned to the next page. There was a problem with the disinfectant mist spray in the second disinfection room. In 23 out of 100 tests, the atomization was insufficient. He went straight to the second disinfection room and turned on the 8 sets of atomizing nozzles. There's nothing wrong with the nozzles. It's probably insufficient pressure. Perhaps there's a problem with the control circuit voltage. Let's have an electrician check it. Yes, Manager Du said, pecking at rice. After troubleshooting the circuit, he found that one of the wires was indeed loose. Manager Du wiped his sweat and flattered him. "Mr. Jiang, you're amazing. You have a keen eye." Several engineers also put aside their previous contempt and, like obedient children, followed Jiang Miao's instructions to troubleshoot the problem. There were over 180 problems in total. While most were minor, Jiang Miao didn't want any problems to arise during his own experiments. The engineers were exhausted from checking and troubleshooting all the way through. Of course, in addition to minor issues, there were also major problems that even the third-party inspection company hadn't discovered. After entering the lab, Jiang Miao briefly glanced around before pointing at the 2 gas chromatography mass spectrometers and ordering, "Have your boss return those 2 Shimanzi gas chromatography mass spectrometers." Huh? Why? Why, Mr. Jiang? Manager Du was bewildered. These are refurbished units, at least 3 years old. If you don't believe me, open the cases and take a look inside. Manager Du was startled, then laughed dryly and argued, "This might be an oversight by our purchasing department." Jiang Miao didn't care whether the other party knew or not. He continued, 3 of those 6 Olympus 9 electron microscopes are second-hand. You can handle them yourselves. Yes, yes. Manager Du was already sweating profusely. Nearly a quarter of the lab's equipment was second-hand. Although refurbished and relatively well-maintained, Jiang Miao saw that they were clearly defective. After completing the inspection, Jiang Miao led his team away. Manager Du, still in the lab, sensed something was amiss. He secretly retreated to the restroom and quickly called headquarters. "Hello, boss. Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" The voice on the other end of the line was startled. "Some of the equipment in the 2 laboratories we built for Heliafeng Company is second-hand, and Mr. Jiang from Heliafeng is already aware of this." "What? How is that possible?" Manager Du, unwilling to take the blame, quickly explained, "It's true. I just had the instrument installation engineer disassemble the computer that came with one of the devices, and discovered that some of the parts are indeed showing obvious signs of aging." After a while, a tired voice came from the other end of the line. "I understand. Please register all the second-hand equipment and send me a list. I handle this personally." "Okay, but it's best if the new equipment arrives as soon as possible. Our contract with Heliafeng Company expires at the end of June. If we exceed the deadline, we deduct 1/10,000th of the balance every day," Manager Du quickly reminded him. "I handle it." Manager Du hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. While if Heliafeng Company discovered this after acceptance, the 2 sides could still argue and sue. For Manager Du, it was definitely bad news, as he would definitely be the one to take the blame. You see, the person in charge of purchasing instruments and equipment at NGA Company's purchasing department is the boss's brother-in-law. He actually caught them engaging in some underhanded tactics before, but it was just secretly replacing 1 or 2 small pieces of equipment, or using refurbished office computers as new ones, not serious matters. But this time, the boss's brother-in-law was truly too bold. Many instruments cost hundreds of thousands of yuan each, and the price difference between used and brand new genuine goods is enormous. They probably assumed Heliafeng Company was just a small startup, and the boss must be a complete novice, so they could fool Jiang Miao with used goods. But they didn't expect it to be so sudden. It was late at night, and the world was still. Pengcheng. NGA Laboratory Engineering and Instrument Contracting Company, Limited S headquarters. In the brightly lit chairman's office. "Zimming, submit your resignation to the Human Resources Department tomorrow, and hand over your work to Zhang Wenbin." "What? Is there some misunderstanding, brother-in-law?" Zhu Zimming's eyes widened. Du Jiada said coldly, "The matter of the laboratory instruments from Heliafeng Company is over now. Consider that money as your severance pay." "Need I say more?" Zhu Zimming then realized his mistake and pleaded guiltily, "Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. It was Deputy Manager Chen who instigated me. I thought he was just a bumpkin." "All right." Du Jiada's temper exploded. "No need to explain. Let's part ways amicably. I won't hold you accountable, and don't make things difficult for me. Do you know why I waited until everyone else got off work before telling you this? Just say you're starting your own business tomorrow, and go through the resignation procedures." Zhu Zimming wiped his tears, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, and then he left without looking back. Watching his brother-in-law's back, Du Jiada's eyes darkened. Zhu Zimming thought he had hidden it well, but he hadn't realized he already noticed the change in his expression. What an ungrateful person! He immediately picked up his phone and called, "Hello, Brother Luo, it's me. It's Jiada. What brings you calling so late? Brother Luo, I need your help with something. I'd like you to secretly shorten Jiada's stock." "Oh, what happened?" Du Jiada briefly explained the situation. The voice on the other end of the line tinged with excitement. "No problem. Also, I'd like to ask Brother Luo to take advantage of this opportunity, and use a shell company to help me acquire Zhu Tingting's shares." "Okay." After hanging up, Du Jiada's gaze grew even colder. Zhu Tingting was his first wife. 5 years ago, to avoid risk, he had a fake divorce with her, so she still held a 3.5% stake in the company. In recent years, their relationship had also experienced some problems, primarily because he was managing the company in Pingcheng, while she ran a shop in Hong Kong. With such long-term separation, a breakup was inevitable. This time, he intended to completely expel Zhu Tingting from the company. Du Jiada knew his first wife all too well. She was a Voldemort, having profited greatly from her family over the years. As long as Zhu Ziming returned to stir up trouble, Zhu Tingting would surely return to cause trouble. Chapter 67. The intrigue with an Angiate company. Jiang Miao had no interest. As long as the lab equipment issue was handled on time, he wouldn't care even if Du Jiada was killed by his brother-in-law Zhu Ziming. On the grassy rural road, 2 pickup trucks drove smoothly through Qingchao town. After turning a corner, they entered Meilong town, a subdivision of Haifeng County. Meilong town is actually very close to Magdong town, separated by a river. The river's estuary is near Changsha Bay. The area around Changsha Bay is also the core aquaculture area of the Shantaomeijo region, where the famous Jinzhou oysters are produced. After driving for another 20 minutes, Jiang Miao saw several gold and silver processing factories on both sides of the road. He knew he was almost there. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the gold and silver processing factory acquired by the company. This factory used to be a gold and silver electroplating business. After several years of local environmental crackdowns, nearly 90% of the electroplating factories and small gold and silver processing workshops in Meilong town were wiped out, leaving only a few purely gold and silver processing factories struggling to survive. The original owner of this factory, after the electroplating business failed, switched to gold and silver processing. Unfortunately, misfortunes never come singly. The owner of this factory has had a difficult life. Last year, he suffered a stroke from stock speculation, leaving him paralyzed and currently hospitalized. His eldest son, who had originally intended to take over the factory, discovered that his father had mortgaged over 20 million yuan of the factory's gold and silver reserves to a bank. The money was now trapped in the stock market, and the bank was demanding repayment as soon as possible. Frustrated, he sold the factory to Hailifeng Company. The security guard immediately opened the gate upon seeing Jiang Xia. A pickup truck drove into the factory grounds. Jiang Miao got out and took a look around the factory. It was quite large, covering 12 mu, approximately 16 acres. The main gate was on the south side, close to the highway. To the north was a river. When it was a former electroplating plant, wastewater was discharged directly into the river behind. The factory was divided into 3 parts. A 7 mu, approximately 16 acres, steel structure building, a 1 mu, approximately 16 acres, 4-story building, and 4 mu, approximately 16 acres, of open space. Because it was industrial land, even including the building and the factory, the purchase price at the time was only 18.6 million yuan. Originally, this price wasn't quite what it had been, but Jiang Miao refused some potentially problematic transactions and raised the price to 18.6 million yuan. The advantage of this approach was that all the necessary procedures and property rights for the factory were legal. Jiang Miao required that all property and factory purchases be legal and compliant, leaving no hidden dangers. While it might seem like it could save millions, such an approach often carries potential risks and hidden dangers. If the company's growth is booming, these hidden dangers can naturally be masked. However, if a crisis arises, these hidden dangers could become the straw that breaks the camel's back. Thus, Jiang Miao would rather spend millions more to complete the legal and compliant procedures. Shady dealings are doomed to fail. Only by being upright can one stand firm. As soon as he got out of the car, Lu Mingyuan got out of another. Mingyuan, please take a look at the equipment this factory needs. My requirements are very simple. Reduce noise, eliminate exhaust gases, and prevent wastewater from discharging into the river. As the company's dedicated environmental engineer, Lu Mingyuan understood his job and replied, I need to spend a week here to observe the situation before making further plans. Okay, just treat it as a business trip here. Zixuan will arrange a week's travel allowance for Mingyuan. No problem. Li Zixuan picked up his phone and sent a business trip request to the attendance department. He sent it because Hailifeng Company handled requests for travel allowances and other such requests. Lu Mingyuan, accompanied by an assistant, began to inspect the small factory. After arranging Lu Mingyuan's affairs, Jiang Miao, Li Zixuan, and the others headed towards the factory building. The first and second floors of this building were the factory's former safe. After all, a safe is standard for a gold and silver processing factory. My sister had already gone in. When Jiang Miao reached the warehouse door, my sister approached with Lin Yonghua, the factory's deputy manager. Ah Miao. Sister, deputy manager Lin, let's go check out the safe. I lead the way, boss. Lin Yonghua said with a perceptive look. He quickly opened the heavy iron door. Lin Yonghua is also a local, and the brother-in-law of the previous factory owner. Jiang Miao originally didn't want to keep him, but after a meeting, he changed his mind. It's not that the factory couldn't survive without Lin Yonghua, but rather that he's a relatively honest and responsible person. Although he's his brother-in-law, he didn't covet anything from the previous owner and always received his regular salary. After the previous owner suffered a stroke and became paralyzed, he didn't cause any trouble. Instead, he cooperated with the previous owner's relatives and ensured the smooth operation of the factory. He's a typical honest person. And the gold and silver processing factory truly needs this kind of management. Otherwise, the gold and silver dust produced during the cutting process would be a perfect opportunity for embezzlement. In truth, Lin Yonghua hadn't expected to stay. After all, the new boss would undoubtedly promote one of his own to manage the factory. Appointed deputy factory manager, Lin Yonghua not only received a promotion, but also a pay raise. Previously, he was solely responsible for warehouse management, earning just over 4,000 yuan a month. Now, he's effectively managing the entire factory, and his salary has been raised to 5,500 yuan, a D3 level salary, with further promotions possible. He entered the vault. There are 4 safe rooms, 2 on the first floor. Previously, the first floor stored finished and semi-finished gold and silver items, while the second floor held raw gold and silver. Now, one safe room on the first floor stores jadeite gambling stones. Another temporarily stores finished and semi-finished jadeite and gold and silver items, and the second floor stores raw gold and silver. This temporary storage is because the company also has a safe room in its gold shop in the city, specifically for storing gold and silver items and finished jadeite. After all, it's best not to store such valuables in the same place. The vault also has 2 other warehouse keepers, both of whom were assigned by Jiang Xia from the city. Every time the safe was opened and closed, whether for inflows or outflows, at least 2 people were required to be present, one of the warehouse keepers, plus either Lin Yonghua or Jiang Xia. After all, as the company's gold and silver reserves grew, there was no guarantee they would be targeted. Under Jiang Miao's watchful eye, Lin Yonghua and one of the warehouse keepers, armed with a key, opened the door to the safe room where the jadeite raw materials were stored. This safe room contained more than a dozen large cast iron safes, each equipped with a key and a mechanical combination lock. Old Lin, open this one. Jiang Xia instructed, looking at the inventory record sheet in her hand. Okay. Lin Yonghua inserted the key and turned it to the designated position. Then, with his back to the safe, the warehouse keeper stepped forward to turn the mechanical combination dial. Click! The iron door of the safe swung open. The 2 of them quickly counted the contents of the safe. Each piece of jadeite gambling stone had a photo, dimensions, and weight documented, and there were triplicate copies, leaving no room for theft. After Lin Yonghua confirmed everything, he turned and said, Boss. Manager Jiang, the quantity is correct, and there's nothing unusual about the items. Excellent. Jiang Miao pointed to 10 of the jadeite stones and said, We cut these 10 today. Everyone helped lift the jadeite stones from the safe and placed them on a cart. After completing the warehouse registration, the safe was closed again, 1 level at a time. Then, they took the jadeite stones to the factory's stone-cutting workshop to prepare for cutting. Chapter 68. On the way to the stone-cutting workshop, Lin Yonghua briefed Jiang Miao on the gold and silver processing plant. Boss, we currently have 27 people working in the processing plant, 6 goldsmiths, 1 stone cutter, 2 jade carvers, 1 equipment maintainer, 2 warehouse clerks, 1 finance officer, 2 purchasing agents, for logistics staff, for security guards, 2 sales representatives, and myself and manager Jiang. Lin Yonghua then described the plant's equipment. This includes electric melting furnaces, heating furnaces, various machine tools, and heat treatment equipment. Lin Yonghua detailed the details. With such a dedicated and responsible deputy manager Lin managing the plant, I feel relieved, Jiang Miao said with a smile. This is all part of my job. Lin Yonghua remained calm. A few minutes later, they arrived at the jade processing area that had been newly separated a few days ago. Several craftsmen were busy inside. Jiang Xia had recently visited Jieyang and not only recruited several new craftsmen, but also purchased a batch of semi-finished bracelet materials, bracelet cores, and plaque materials. So, these craftsmen were finishing these semi-finished products. On seeing Lin Yonghua, Jiang Xia, and the others, the craftsmen paused. The air conditioning in this cubicle was turned up just right, and the craftsmen removed their professional noise-isolating earmuffs and goggles. Despite being in their 20s, they had already been working in the Zhejiang jade processing industry for over 5 or 6 years. Master Zhang, Master Huang, Master Han, this is Mr. Jiang, the company's boss. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Lin Yonghua pointed at the young man with a missing index finger and said, Boss, this is Master Zhang Mingyan. He started as a jade carving apprentice at the age of 16 and completed his mastership 3 years ago. Jiang Miao glanced at Master Zhang. Judging from his stern expression, he seemed to have a story to tell, though he wasn't one for gossip. He smiled and said, I've taken 10 pieces of stone from the safe today. I need to cut them. If you have any good material, I trouble you, Master Zhang. No problem. I definitely carve something that will please the boss. Jiang Miao treated these skilled workers very well. For example, jade carvers receive a commission of 1% of the sale price for each piece they carve. If the piece is truly exquisite, this commission can reach 2% or 3%. Therefore, for both jade carvers, the quality of each piece is crucial to their income. They chatted for a while. Master Han, who was in charge of cutting the stone, had already set up the cutting machine. Jiang Miao pointed to the first gambling stone he purchased and drew a line with chalk along the large crack. I'm quite optimistic about this one. Let's cut it first, right along the crack in two. This stone is worth tens of thousands. I hope it's a good start. Jiang Xiao was nervous, her palms sweating. Even though she knew her brother was worth over 100 million, Jiang Xiao still cared about a few thousand yuan. After all, she had never gambled since she was a child. Betting tens of thousands of yuan on gambling stones was actually quite nerve-wracking for her. Okay. Master Han wasn't much of a stone gambler, his eye for stones was average, so he couldn't tell the quality of this one. But Zhang Mingyan had noticed something about the gambling stone. He suspected his boss had been scammed. If the stone weren't so large, this kind of window-cut being green material wouldn't even be worth a few thousand yuan. Zhang Mingyan's stern expression didn't mean he was ignorant of social conventions. Furthermore, he wasn't sure of his boss's personality, so he remained silent, watching silently. Master Han quickly secured the over 10-kilogram gambling stone, turned on the drain pipe, replaced the protective cover on the cutter, and pressed the start button. Zzz is easy. Even with the cover on, the cutter's noise was still piercing. Everyone went to the lounge nearby. In the lounge, through the soundproof glass windows, they could keep an eye on the cutter while avoiding the noise. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Miao asked Master Han to mark the remaining stone for easier cutting. Boss, what should I be aware of? Master Han, somewhat timid, spoke cautiously. Jiang Miao shook his head. No need. Just cut it in half. If the material is valuable, we can proceed with further processing based on the material. Is that so? That's easy. Jiang Miao turned to Lin Yonghua. Deputy Manager Lin, please take me to the gold and silver processing area. Okay. Boss, this way, please. Lin Yonghua led the way, and Jiang Miao and his group arrived at the gold and silver processing area. The area was quite large, with numerous equipment. 6 gold and silver craftsmen were busy at work. Currently, in addition to processing our own gold and silver pieces, the factory also accepts contract manufacturing work. We have mastered the 3D gold and rose gold processes, and several of our craftsmen are experts, Lin Yonghua explained with impressive devotion. Jiang Miao picked up a finished gold necklace, examined it carefully for a moment, and returned it to its box. After a while, Lin Yonghua called all 6 masters over. After checking the health of several gold and silversmiths, Jiang Miao suddenly frowned and called one of them over. Master Chen, I see you don't look well. Give me your hand. Master Chen, looking bewildered, held out his hand stiffly and asked nervously, Boss, I just have some back pain. Shouldn't it be anything serious? Lin Yonghua seemed to have heard something about Jiang Miao and quickly advised, Master Chen, your medical skills are astute. A section chief at the city tax office was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and you diagnosed it instantly. You have to trust your skills. Gulp. Master Chen suddenly became nervous. Jiang Miao felt the pulse for a moment, then instructed, open your mouth and stick out your tongue. After a moment, he solemnly warned, Master Chen, has your urine been very yellow lately and smelled like rotten eggs? And you're experiencing persistent pain and swelling in your left lower back? Yes. Yes. Boss, what's wrong with me? Master Chen's face paled, and his body trembled slightly. Your left kidney is nearly dead, but your right is fine. Go to the hospital for surgery as soon as possible. Don't take any Chinese medicine prescribed by others. Quit smoking and drinking, eat less seafood, and eat a low-salt diet, or you won't be able to save your remaining kidney. Hoo-hoo. Boss, are you really going to have surgery? Master Chen was practically staggering. The quick-witted Lin Yonghua quickly supported him. Okay. Don't put it off. Let's put work aside for now. Deputy Manager Lin, please grant Master Chen a long-term sick leave. During the layoff, he be paid the minimum wage. Also, please help Master Chen write an application for critical illness assistance to the attendance department. Lin Yonghua nodded. Leave it to me. Thank you, boss. Master Chen was so frightened that his words were slurred. Jiang Miao soothed him. Don't worry. As long as you manage your life well, it won't be a big problem. The so-called Employee Critical Illness Assistance Program is actually a system specifically designed by the company to reduce the burden on employees. Employees classified by Jiang Miao as critically ill receive a subsidy equal to 50% of their medical insurance reimbursement. For example, if, after medical insurance reimbursement, they still need to pay 50,000 yuan, the company will subsidize 50% of that 50,000 yuan, or 25,000 yuan. The critical illness requirement is that the total medical expenses exceed 30,000 yuan, and Jiang Miao's personal signature is required for confirmation. Chapter 69. After inspecting the gold and silver processing area and treating a few employees, Jiang Miao returned to the jade processing area's lounge. Boss, the cutting is done. It's time to open the lid. Master Han looked a little nervous. Then let's all join in. I hope for a successful start. Jiang Miao smiled and walked into the cutting room. The others filed in. Master Han quickly opened the lid, then took out his wrench. He took a deep breath and silently prayed, Buddha, please don't ruin this. Suddenly getting a little nervous, Li Zixuan muttered. Jiang Xia stared intently at the cut stone, rubbing her fingers together, her heart pounding with anxiety. Jiang Miao and Zhang Mingyan, on the other hand, were the calmest. One knew what was inside the stone, the other hadn't held out any hope, so they naturally appeared unfazed. Master Huang, another jade carver, scratched his cheek from time to time. Just then, Master Han unscrewed the fixing screws and, with a slightly trembling hand, picked up one half of the stone. Master Huang quickly took out a bottle of water and poured it over the cut surface, rinsing away the stone slurry. As the stone slurry was rinsed away, the stone's true appearance was revealed. Huh? This kind of water. Master Huang's eyes widened. Master Han was equally stunned. Zhang Mingyan, who had been nonchalant, took a closer look and blurted out, Holy crap! Sky blue icy. Ignoring the others, he squeezed over and carefully examined the cut surface, muttering to himself, I can't believe it. It's actually sky blue icy. No, it's almost glass-like, and there's no obvious cracks. This could be a bracelet. It can definitely be pressed into a bracelet. If the underlying flesh is thick enough and there are no cracks, you can even press 4 or 5. Master Huang was also excited. Jiang Xia realized it later and quickly asked, Masters, how are things going? At this moment, Zhang Mingyan remembered that his boss was still nearby and quickly turned away, saying embarrassedly, Sorry, I was too excited just now. Boss, it's gone up in value. If this half of the stone were sold in Jieyang, Sihui, or Pingzhou now, it would fetch at least 3 million yuan. No rush. Let's take a look at the remaining half. Jiang Miao was very calm. The others were immediately impressed by Jiang Miao's composure, but after some reflection, they felt it was perfectly normal. After all, he was worth over 100 million yuan at such a young age. A few million yuan was really nothing. Master Han quickly cleaned the remaining half of the stone and carefully took it out. Big increase. This half isn't bad either. A good start. Boss, do you want to buy some firecrackers? Open the lottery? Jiang Miao shook his head. No, don't be so arrogant. Since the boss has spoken, naturally, no one else will act on their own. Zhang Mingyan carefully examined the other half again, then looked up at Jiang Miao. Boss, we have 2 options. One is to sell it directly, with a guaranteed minimum of 6 million. The other is to cut it ourselves and make it into the finished product. Hearing this, Jiang Miao thought for a moment and offered his own idea. Master Zhang, start by slicing all the pieces and see how many bracelets we can make. I plan to keep 3 bracelets for my family first, then make 3 nothing plaques, and we see how the rest go. Master Han examined the stone. 2 pieces should yield about 10 pieces, so 3 bracelets shouldn't be difficult. Zhang Mingyan suggested, This arrangement is fine, boss. The sizes of these 2 bracelets can be slightly larger. It would be best if you could provide wrist measurements. Before arriving, Jiang Miao had already prepared, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket. Here are 3 measurements. Just make them according to these. As soon as Jiang Xia saw the paper, she realized, Meow, these are too expensive. Just make 1 bracelet for Mom and Shuya. Sister, don't be so polite. We're family. Jiang Miao didn't give his sister a chance to refuse. My brother-in-law helps me manage the farm. He gets up early and works late every day to feed the eels. I see it all. Don't be so polite. Well then. Jiang Xia looked at her brother's eyes, deeply moved. With Jiang Miao's decision, Master Han skillfully reattached 1/2 of the stone, adjusted the slice size, closed the protective cover, and turned on the cutting machine. Zzz easy. He then opened the protective cover of another cutting machine, secured the remaining half of the stone, and began cutting. Everyone exited the cutting room. Zhang Mingyan took the opportunity to inquire about the Wuxia pie and confirm the relevant specifications. After Jiang Miao explained his situation, he didn't stay long and quickly led his men back to Magong Town. However, he didn't return to headquarters, but instead went to the intersection of the village next to Yanqing village. In fact, Magong Town has only one highway, and the villages are located on both sides of it, making transportation very convenient. As soon as the pickup truck stopped, Deputy General Manager Jiang Haibo waved from a distance. Boss! This way. After getting out of the car, Jiang Miao walked across the road. Is this the factory? He glanced around. It was also a factory at the foot of the mountain, with vast farmland and villagers' houses across the road. Jiang Haibo explained, Boss, it's here. I already had someone check the situation. The site is fine, but the supporting facilities are all dilapidated. That's okay. We dismantle the obsolete equipment as soon as possible and sell it for scrap metal, and then have someone renovate the factory. Jiang Miao walked inside. The factory's parking lot and loading and unloading area were overgrown with weeds, and many of the concrete floors were potholed, clearly showing signs of disrepair. Jiang Haibo explained the factory's situation. This factory used to make plastic toys, but they stopped production 5 years ago. They also did scrap recycling for a while, but they completely stopped production 2 years ago. Entering the steel structure building. This factory has 4 buildings, a semi-open building covering 2 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, 3 sealed buildings covering 9 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, and a 5-story reinforced concrete building covering 1 mu, approximately 1.5 acres. There's also 8 mu of vacant land within the property. Jiang Miao frowned and turned. So, is there still vacant land outside the property? Yes, Jiang Haibo nodded. There are 5 mu of forest land behind the mountain, enclosed by the factory wall. That's the orchard contracted by the previous owner. What did they say? Jiang Haibo quickly explained. They said, we can transfer the land for an 800,000 yuan contract fee. The contract for this forest land still has 20 years left. What does the owner mean? That's too high. Reduce it to 500,000 yuan. We also consult with the local village committee and villagers to see if there are any other orchards nearby. If you're interested in transferring the orchard, we're looking to subcontract approximately 100 mu, approximately 100 acres. The company needs to establish a fruit tree experimental base. I try to close the deal as quickly as possible. Jiang Miao added another instruction. If the contract is signed, reposition the factory perimeter. Don't be too fussy. Agricultural land is agricultural land, after all. Jiang Haibo nodded. Boss, you're absolutely right. Changing the land use does pose risks. Haibo, how's Mr. Du's feed equipment? The purchasing department has already had a third-party inspection. There aren't any major issues with the equipment. The company has maintained it well. I think 5 million is an acceptable price. Jiang Miao didn't hesitate, then arranged for the purchasing department to sign the contract and get the equipment back as soon as possible. No problem. As the two were talking, the factory owner arrived. Chapter 70. Boss Jiang, I heard a lot about you. The factory owner was a plump, dark-skinned man, so fat that his eyes were barely open. Jiang Haibo, standing nearby, introduced Jiang Miao. Boss, this is Boss Lin from the Jinhong Toy Factory. Jiang Miao extended his hand and shook Boss Lin's. Hello, Boss Lin. Suddenly, Boss Lin took Jiang Miao's hand and stepped aside, away from the others. He whispered, Brother Jiang, I heard you're a skilled doctor. Can you help me? Jiang Miao paused for a moment, then looked him over again. Boss Lin is fine. He just has a fatty liver. He needs to lose weight and exercise more. But Boss Lin shook his head. It's not me, it's my aunt's son. Oh! What's his problem? Infertility, and he can't get up, Boss Lin explained quietly. Jiang Miao was even more surprised, and then quietly suggested, if you're infertile, you can go to the hospital and try IVF. If you can't get up, why not see a men's doctor? His status is somewhat sensitive, and he doesn't want to be in the public eye. Plus, his wife doesn't want IVF. Boss Lin's face was filled with resignation. Sensitive status? Boss Lin lowered his voice again. He has connections in the city. This? Jiang Miao's eyes were a little strange. Isn't his wife quite old? Older mothers are not safe. Mr. Jiang misunderstood. He doesn't hold any position himself. He's his father. My cousin isn't too old, only 31, and his wife is 28. 28. That's not bad. Jiang Miao continued, whether you can see him or not, you have to meet me. I can't guarantee it. Don't let your hopes get too high and your disappointment grow. I understand. He's secretly seen several renowned doctors before, but to no avail. I invite him to dinner in Magong Town tonight. Boss Jiang, please do us a favor. Whether it works or not, we won't make things difficult for you. Jiang Miao nodded. Okay. After negotiating this unexpected matter, Boss Lin directly agreed to subcontract the 5 acres of forest land at the back to Heliafeng Company for 500,000 yuan. He even offered to help broker deals for the surrounding orchards. This is the power of connections. It can invisibly reduce a lot of trouble and even unnecessary costs. After the two sides reached a preliminary agreement, Boss Lin hurried away. Jiang Haibo watched the other man's Mercedes-Benz drive away. Then, turning back, a hint of worry on his face, he whispered, Boss, if you're unsure about that cousin of Boss Lin's, just find a way to refuse him. At worst, you can find another factory. There are a lot of small, closed factories nearby. There's no need to take risks. Jiang Miao and Boss Lin's conversation had clearly been overheard by Jiang Haibo, who was quick to listen. It doesn't matter. If it were any other condition, I wouldn't be so sure, but infertility and erectile dysfunction are my specialties. Jiang Haibo was confused, his mind full of questions. Boss, aren't you a bioengineer? I can make eels change their sex and reproduce. At this explanation, Jiang Haibo's eyes widened. Can this person be the same as an eel? Jiang Miao wasn't too worried. Almost, but I adapt to the situation. As long as the condition isn't caused by a mental illness, I can recover. For Jiang Miao, conditions like infertility and erectile dysfunction are relatively easy to treat. This is because these conditions share certain basic characteristics: endocrine disorders, unbalanced nutrition, lack of exercise, or even direct psychological issues. As long as they aren't simply psychological, they can generally be resolved with increased exercise and targeted nutrient supplementation. However, while this treatment may seem simple, it's actually very difficult, at least for ordinary doctors, and it's virtually impossible to replicate. This is because the prerequisite for performing this treatment is a thorough understanding of the patient's physical condition, specifically their entire genetic sequence and the functions represented by each gene. This is something ordinary doctors simply cannot do. Current medical methods require a full genome scan of a patient, while also determining the corresponding effects of each gene, which is incredibly difficult. And even if it were possible, the cost would be prohibitive for most people. Jiang Miao calls this treatment approach whole genome targeted therapy. Everyone's genes are significantly different, resulting in varying bioavailability of food and medication. A very common example is that many people wake up midway through anesthesia because their bodies are insensitive to the anesthetic. The same phenomenon occurs with food and medications. For example, some diabetics experience a spike in blood sugar when eating taro, while others experience no significant increase. Jiang Miao can use the identification panel to view each person's entire genetic makeup and the effects of these genes. This is like a programmer who can see the entire software code and understand its corresponding functions. In this case, software vulnerabilities can be quickly fixed. Evening. The sea, caressed by the evening breeze, shimmered in a golden, bizarre light. Jiang Miao was invited to a food stall in Shengang, Magong Town. Huh? Isn't this Mr. Jiang? How many are you? The stall owner recognized Jiang Miao immediately and approached enthusiastically. I already booked room 307, Jiang Miao replied with a smile. Hearing this, the owner quickly pointed to the stairs nearby. Mr. Jiang, take the stairs on the left. Just go up. Jiang Miao led Keyong and Li Zixuan up. They arrived at room 306 on the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. The door opened immediately, and it was Boss Lin. He smiled and came over, his arm around his shoulder. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your courtesy. Jiang Miao turned and ordered, Ion, Zixuan, go eat next door. Okay, boss. The two of them were very tactful, and quickly entered the next room. Boss Lin was very pleased with Jiang Miao's caution. After all, the fewer people who knew about this kind of thing, the better. When they entered the room, a young man wearing glasses was already sitting at the dining table. His expression was a little embarrassed and surprised, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he poured a cup of tea and said, Boss Jiang, have some tea. Jiang Miao recognized the man immediately. After all, the father and son looked very similar. However, he didn't say anything. After taking a seat, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Mr. Li and Boss Lin sincerely invite you. I do my best. It's okay. It's an old problem. I've been to many clinics, but to no avail. If Boss Jiang can't help, I don't blame you. Li Jiaming came this time, just to try his luck, not holding out much hope. Jiang Miao nodded, put down his teacup, and got straight to the point. Without further delay, let's take a look. Then I trouble you, Boss Jiang. Li Jiaming held out his hand. After taking his pulse, Jiang Miao peered at the man's body, then asked him to stick out his tongue and examine the coating for a moment. After a while, Jiang Miao took out his notebook and ballpoint pen, reading and making notes. Li Jiaming couldn't help but ask, Boss Jiang, how am I doing? It's not bad. I won't use the technical terms, but in plain language, there are 4 main reasons for Mr. Li's condition: malnutrition, chronic anxiety, smoking, and lack of exercise. Oh! Can it be cured? Li Jiaming frowned, a hint of doubt. Let's go through them one by one. Li Jiaming also suppressed his inner thoughts. Go ahead. Mr. Li, can you quit smoking? That? Okay, I can quit smoking. Li Jiaming steeled his resolve and agreed. Jiang Miao continued, second, walk for an hour every day, and you can walk home in the evening. Is that okay? I try my best. Third, follow my diet plan. If you can stick with it for 3 months, the problem will be solved. However, considering that regular adjustments are needed, I suggest you come in once a month. I will adjust the diet plan accordingly. Li Jiaming took the notebook Jiang Miao handed him. It was filled with several pages, almost containing a week's worth of recipes. After studying it for a while, Li Jiaming looked up and asked with some confusion, No medication? I have vitamin C tablets and selenium yeast tablets, with the dosages written on them. 5,000 units of vitamin C aren't produced domestically, so you can buy imported versions. Jiang Miao then added, My treatment plan is a relatively safe dietary therapy, specifically tailored to your physical condition. It's for your personal use only. It won't be effective for anyone else, or it might even backfire. Although Li Jiaming wasn't entirely convinced, he felt compelled to give it a try. I try it for a month. Jiang Miao then solemnly reminded him, Remember, don't arbitrarily reduce or increase the recommended dosage. During the dietary therapy period, try not to drink alcohol, take any other supplements, or take any medications. I follow the dosage. In reality, Li Jiaming didn't know that as long as he followed this diet, the results would begin in just 20 days. This is because the selenium yeast tablets and an ingredient in goat's milk stimulate 3 specific genes in his body, thereby increasing his testosterone production. Other foods will also stimulate corresponding genes, thereby regulating his endocrine system, allowing him to easily enter deep sleep and relieve the psychological stress caused by chronic anxiety. At the same time, the foods in this diet will provide him with specific nutrients, which will enhance the vitality of several specific organs and make his sperm more vibrant, rather than the previously sluggish state. This is the power of whole gene therapy. Even without the use of drugs, specific nutrients in food can be used to stimulate specific gene targets, thereby quickly demonstrating therapeutic effects. Although Boss Lin was somewhat skeptical, remembering Jiang Miao's local legend, he quickly offered some advice. Cousin, since Boss Jiang has prescribed this, you should try it. It's a dietary therapy, after all, with no side effects. Of course, I believe Boss Jiang wouldn't harm me, but I just don't have much confidence in myself after all this long-standing illness. Li Jiaming shook his head helplessly. Boss Lin consoled him. Cousin, relax. We know whether it works or not when the time comes. It's getting late. Why don't you have the kitchen serve the food? It's indeed late. Serve the food. While waiting for the food, the 3 of them chatted about local anecdotes and, naturally, about Jiang Miao's Heliofeng company. The meal lasted over an hour, and afterward, the other party hurried away. Chapter 71. Across the distant ocean. On a calm sea, a research vessel sailed slowly. A few seagulls circled behind the ship, picking up fish killed by the propellers. Oh ho ho! A young man with curly brown hair stood on the deck, chanting like a monkey. Suddenly, he felt a tap on the shoulder. "Mr. Hook, please fasten your safety line." The person who spoke was the same one who had tapped Curly Hook. Hook shrugged and casually fastened the safety line buckle to his belt. Then, with a playful smile, he said, "Ellie, how about a drink tonight? My parents went on a trip to New Zealand yesterday. You think you're handsome?" Ellie glared at this scumbag colleague with disdain, then said expressionlessly, "Mr. Hook, please don't talk about non-work matters during work hours, or I sue you for sexual harassment." "Ha ha ha, Hook, your expression is really wonderful. Just like the flowers in the flower shop next to the institute, colorful." Another bearded male colleague joked, steering the boat. "Shut up, Antonio, and watch your boat." Curly Hook picked up a probe and casually threw it into the sea. Meanwhile, bearded Antonio was braking the research vessel. Ellie bent down and entered the cabin. A bespectacled, white-bearded, Mediterranean-style man was concentrating intently on his laptop. "Dr. Andrew, we arrived at the designated area. Hooker just dropped the probe into the sea, and it's now on the surface." Without looking up, the doctor opened the software on his laptop and checked the data the probe had just transmitted. After a while, Dr. Andrews suddenly looked up and said, "Ellie, have Hook drop another probe." "Doctor, is there something wrong with the data?" "Yes, the data from the previous probe shows the sea surface temperature has reached 23 degrees Celsius. "What?" Ellie was shocked and ran out, shouting to Hook, "Hook, drop a new probe immediately." Hook casually and skillfully opened the protective shell and dropped a cylinder as thick as his arm into the sea, still connected to the cable. He glanced at the sea and muttered quietly, "What's there to test? These days are so boring. I miss Maria at the bar." But Ellie had no interest in paying attention and returned to the cabin. By then, Dr. Andrew had received the data from another probe, and his face was grave. From his expression, Ellie knew that the data from the second probe would be the same as the first. "Doctor, is it still 23 degrees Celsius?" "Yes, that's very bad. It's already May, and the sea surface temperature can still reach 23 degrees Celsius. So, the winter temperatures in June, July, and August certainly won't be too low." Dr. Andrew, a researcher at the Peruvian Institute of Oceanography, has long studied the Peruvian cold current. The moment he saw the sea surface temperature, he knew something was amiss. Ellie suggested, "Doctor, why don't you try a different location and do a few more measurements?" "Sure, go ahead." Dr. Andrew didn't hold out much hope, as he knew the Peruvian cold current all too well. The area where the research vessel was currently docked was at the junction of the exclusive economic zones of Peru and Chile, the epicenter of the Peruvian cold current. The sea surface temperature here was already between 21 and 23 degrees Celsius. The Peruvian cold current, closer to the equator, was bound to be even hotter. As expected, they conducted 5 consecutive tests after entering Chile's exclusive economic zone, and the results remained above the annual average. It's important to note that the sea temperature of the Peru current remains between 14 and 16 degrees Celsius year-round, 7 to 10 degrees Celsius cooler than the surrounding air temperature. This cold ocean current frequently causes fog on the west coast of South America and leads to perennial droughts in northern Chile, Peru, and southern Ecuador. However, this cold ocean current has also created the world's largest fishing ground, the Peruvian fishing ground. As the saying goes, success depends on Xiaohe, and failure depends on Xiaohe. This cold ocean current can create the Peruvian fishing ground, but it can also destroy it. As long as the water temperature of the Peru current exceeds 16 degrees Celsius, the catch in the Peruvian fishing ground will decrease. If the water temperature exceeds 20 degrees Celsius, widespread fish loss is almost inevitable. The sea temperature is still this high in May, and it's unlikely to drop. And just as the research vessel was returning to Lima, the capital of Peru, Hook on the deck cried out, "Oh my God! So many dead fish." The doctor and Ellie rushed out, and also saw the dead fish floating on the surface. Hook scooped up a net, and scooped up the dead fish. The doctor squatted down and examined them. "They're all sardines. It's over. The catch in the Peruvian fishery will definitely drop significantly this year." As the research vessel approached the port of Lima, the dead fish piled up on the surface, evidently carried ashore by the waves. As soon as the research vessel docked, the sailors and owners of the fishing boats at the fishing port, as well as the buyers for the fish meal production company who had long-term operations there, all wore expressions of worry and helplessness. "Andrew, how's it going?" An old acquaintance handed him a bottle of Coke. Andrew took the Coke. "The sea temperature is too high. This year's sardine catch may be significantly reduced. Puff. He popped the cap and took a sip. The man looked troubled. Wasn't there anything unusual just 2 weeks ago? Why is this happening? Global sea temperatures have been rising in recent years. You can only ask God about this. My friend, are you playing with fraudulent futures again? Andrew stared at the man. Okay. I admit it. This time I'm screwed. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are going to be lost. Shit! The man angrily smashed the bottle on the dock. Bang! Just then. From a nearby building, several people jumped one after another. Oh my God! Someone jumped? Call an ambulance. It must be the unlucky guy who bought fraudulent futures. On the dock, sailors and fishermen were talking among themselves. Andrew patted his old friend on the shoulder. I accept the loss. May God bless you, my friend. Don't worry. I only lost once, I wouldn't put all my money down. The widespread fish die-offs along the Peruvian coast couldn't be concealed. Not only were local media reporting extensively, but the global internet allowed this information to appear almost simultaneously on news websites around the world. Across the Pacific Ocean, Jiang Miao, at the Magong town headquarters, also saw the relevant news reports on his phone. With these water temperatures, Peruvian fisheries are going to see a significant drop in production this year. It's truly a double whammy. Peruvian fishmeal accounts for 70% of global fishmeal production. It looks like imported fishmeal prices are about to skyrocket again. He immediately called the purchasing department. A moment later, Wang Feng, the purchasing manager, called back, saying that several feed mills that had previously ordered fish feed had announced price increases of around 10 to 15% for next month. Jiang Miao was well aware that if a significant drop in production at the Peruvian fish farms became inevitable, fish feed prices would undoubtedly see an even more dramatic surge. This situation had both advantages and disadvantages for Haileyfeng Company. The disadvantage was that the cost of eel farming would rise. The upside, however, was that the upcoming feed mill could capitalize on the surge in fish feed prices and capture the market with its cost effectiveness. Thus, Jiang Miao quickly made arrangements to expedite the construction of the feed mill and, at the same time, secure the 1,000 mu, approximately 1,000 mu, of contracted ponds for the Egyptian catfish. Chapter 72. The boss's word sends the employees scurrying. As Jiang Miao issued the order, the purchasing department was bustling with activity. Thankfully, due to transportation costs, the target group of Egyptian catfish farmers was limited to the area surrounding Magong town, meaning the buyers at least didn't have to travel far. 2 buyers drove the company's pickup truck along the tree-lined township road to Nanfen village in the neighboring Hongqiao town. Before arriving, thanks to the connections of Lao Zhao, the farm's electrician, the two had already identified several target farmers and planned to visit each one door to door. On the south side of Nanfen village, they parked their car in a vacant lot on the roadside and walked. A sharp-eyed girl with buck teeth, carrying a briefcase, pointed to a nearby fish pond. Big eyes, this pond is quite large, but judging by the weeds growing on the dam, it's probably abandoned. Hee, what's written over here? The male buyer with big eyes pointed to a sign hanging on the iron gate. Turning around, the girl with buck teeth looked embarrassed. This fish pond is for rent. If you're interested, please call 133. Big Eyes picked up her phone and immediately made a call. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? It's me. Who are you looking for? I'm here to discuss the fish pond. I'm standing by your pond entrance. Interested? Of course I am. Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. After more than 10 minutes, a rickety motorcycle, belching black smoke, rushed out of Nanfen village. On board was a middle-aged man wearing rain boots, a cigarette in his mouth, his hair a mess. Big Eyes and the girl with tiger teeth also spotted each other. Puff, puff, puff. A beat-up motorcycle, belching black smoke, stopped at the entrance of the fish pond. The middle-aged man removed his cigarette butt, casually tossed it on the ground, and stomped on it. He looked at the 2 men suspiciously, then asked in broken Mandarin, Are you guys here to see the fish pond? Big Eyes, a local, spoke the local dialect. It's us. This is my business card. We're buyers from Magong Haileyfeng Company. Magong? Oh, the company whose secret formula was stolen, right? Old Yi also realized what was happening. He glanced at the description on the business card and looked puzzled again. I don't have any fish in my pond. What are you buying? Or are you renting a pond? But there are so many fish ponds in Magong town and Changsha Bay. There's no need to come to Nanfen, right? Big Eyes quickly explained. Mr. Yi, we're here to partner with farmers to raise Egyptian fish. What? Old Yi thought he had misheard. What do you mean by raising? Raising Egyptian fish, Big Eyes said seriously. Are you kidding? Who are you selling the Egyptian fish to? Will you buy them? Old Yi was getting a little angry. De Yen quickly explained, we want to buy Egyptian fish, that's why we hired someone to raise them. Once you sign the contract, our company will take all the Egyptian fish in your pond. Really? Your boss has too much money to spend, right? Old Yi was skeptical. It's true. Once the contract is signed, our company will take all the Egyptian fish from your pond. Seeing Big Yan's confident expression, Old Yi asked again, are you sure? What if I raise them, and you run away? Who would I turn to then? We're such a big company, why would we want to cheat a farmer like you? Don't worry. We give you a good price. Our standard purchase price is 3 yuan per kilogram. 3 yuan? Old Yi immediately became suspicious of the two men's identities and motives, and quickly picked up the phone. I call and ask. Do you mind? Whatever. Big Eyes knew the other party was going to ask someone they knew. Old Yi quickly ran to the nearby grove and called electrician Lao Zhao. After a while, he came over with a smile on his face. Misunderstanding? It was all a misunderstanding. I thought you were a scammer. Come on, come inside and sit down, Old Yi said, as he used his key to unlock the iron gate. Big Eyes said nothing. Entering the iron hut by the pond, Big Eyes didn't waste time, but went straight to the point, explaining the terms of the contract to Old Yi. This contract is for 3 years, but let's make it clear up front that to prevent you from purchasing Egyptian fish from others, we set a quarterly purchase quantity based on the size of your pond. Old Yi had indeed been thinking this before, but after Big Eyes exposed his subtle thought, he reluctantly asked, they're all Egyptian fish anyway, so why are you setting a fixed quantity? Big Eyes smiled and shook his head. The fixed quantity is for the benefit of you contracted farmers. Otherwise, other farmers who haven't signed on will soon be raising large quantities of Egyptian fish, and our company won't be able to handle them all. You be the ones who suffer. That's the truth. This is something Helyafeng Company considered when drafting the contract. If there were no purchase limits on contracted farmers, some would undoubtedly purchase Egyptian catfish from those who haven't signed on. This would leave Helyafeng's feed mills unable to handle the volume, leading to a refusal to accept the catfish, ultimately causing the entire market to collapse. Therefore, purchase limits must be placed on each contracted farmer. The company has set a quarterly purchase quota of 5,000 to 10,000 kilograms per mu per quarter, a reasonable amount. With good management, Egyptian catfish can be harvested in 3 months, yielding around 5,000 kilograms per mu per quarter. With good management techniques and sufficient feed, the yield can reach tens of thousands of kilograms per mu per quarter. This is human greed. Originally, Helyafeng could have simply not imposed any restrictions, allowing farmers to compete with each other and drive prices down. The problem is that doing so would cause many farmers to lose interest in farming again, making it a one-time business. Helyafeng's feed mills, however, require a steady supply of Egyptian catfish as raw material, and must not let farmers lose their enthusiasm. To maintain farmers' enthusiasm, a reasonable profit margin is essential. If an acre of fish pond yields 5,000 kilograms of Egyptian catfish in 3 months, at a purchase price of 3 yuan per kilogram, 5,000 kilograms would be 15,000 yuan, or around 60,000 yuan per year. Considering the relatively low management and feed costs of Egyptian catfish, a gross profit of around 10,000 yuan per acre can be achieved. Eel farming, on the other hand, can generate profits of around 10,000 to 20,000 yuan per acre. Eels are expensive, but have low profits because all the profits are eaten up by feed and supporting facilities. Eels are cheap, but their feed, supporting facilities, and management costs are relatively low. This explains why farmers are so eager to cultivate various aquaculture products. High-priced aquatic products are not necessarily suitable for farming. High-priced finished aquatic products often come with technical difficulties, high supporting facilities, and high feed costs. Many ordinary farmers simply don't have the capital to cultivate these complex and expensive aquatic products. For example, a farmer like Lao Yi, with only 2.5 acres of ponds and very rudimentary supporting facilities, no technical skills, and little education, would be doing him a disservice by asking him to cultivate eels. After Big Eye's explanation, Lao Yi realized that even if he tried to source Egyptian catfish from outside, he would have to keep it within a limited range. Old Yi quickly signed the contract and took his fingerprints. The girl with tiger teeth beside him wasn't idle either. She asked Old Yi to show her contract and ID card, explaining that she had signed the contract voluntarily. This contract included a penalty for breach of contract. Unless it was due to force majeure, if the buyer failed to sell the Egyptian catfish to Helyafeng Company on time without reason, he would have to pay Heliafeng 90,000 yuan in compensation, or 1.5 times the penalty. At the same time, the contractual cooperation agreement would be terminated, and the buyer would be blacklisted by Heliafeng, with no future cooperation. The penalty for breach of contract was primarily intended to prevent others from rushing to buy the fish feed. Once Heliafeng's fish feed was on the market, domestic feed companies would quickly discover the problem and imitate the model. Perhaps even nearby feed mills would rush in to buy the Egyptian catfish. Chapter 73. Meanwhile, even on the other side, Wang Feng, the company's purchasing manager, and his colleagues were not idle either. He personally arrived at the Magong town government building with his assistant. Mr. Luo Huguang, who was reviewing documents in his office, came out to greet them upon hearing they were from Heliafeng Company. Mr. Luo, hello. Wang Feng smiled and extended his hand. Luo Huguang shook hands and asked, "Welcome to the town government. What are your names?" Wang Feng introduced himself as he walked. Arriving at the mayor's office on the second floor, Luo Huguang picked up the tea can, scooped a handful of tea leaves into the teapot, and asked with a smile, "Manager Wang, is there anything I can do for you? We will do our best to help you, as long as we can." The reason for his politeness was simple. Luo Huguang was no fool. He was only 39 years old this year, so he had the opportunity to advance further. To advance, besides networking and finding connections, having a report card was crucial. He had also witnessed the expansion of Heliafeng Company this year. The company could generate at least 1 billion yuan in revenue this year. Taking into account some of Heliafeng Company's unique characteristics, Luo Huguang roughly estimated the company's contribution to regional GDP this year. According to the commonly used GDP calculation model, value added equals taxes plus wages plus depreciation plus operating surplus, it is estimated that Heliafeng Company's direct contribution to Magong Town's GDP is approximately 500 million yuan, with an indirect contribution of approximately 200 to 300 million yuan. It should be noted that Xiamen City's urban GDP last year was only over 30 billion yuan. Among the various sub-districts and towns in the urban area, Magong Town's GDP is the lowest, at a measly 800 million yuan, including the nearly 100 million yuan contributed by Heliafeng Company. Therefore, this year, Heliafeng Company will likely account for 2% of the city's GDP, a significant proportion. Specifically, in Magong Town, the proportion is around 60%. In other words, Heliafeng Company has already, unknowingly, become half of Magong Town's GDP. Any sane Luo Huguang would have known this was a prize that had been delivered to his doorstep. He would have to find a way to retain such a company, and prevent it from being snatched away by others. On the other hand, the connections Jiang Miao forged through his medical skills also contributed to Luo Huguang's politeness towards Heliafeng Company. No one can guarantee eternal health. If Jiang Miao fails to maintain good relationships, he could simply turn a blind eye. By the time the disease becomes terminal, it will be too late. Seeing Luo Huguang's polite manner, Wang Feng didn't get carried away. He knew it was his boss's achievement, and he was just taking advantage of it. He quickly explained his purpose. "Mayor Luo, I'm here to visit you this time because I hope the town government can help us connect. Our company plans to sign contracts with some fish farmers and purchase Egyptian fish from them." "Oh, Egyptian fish? No one in our town has been raising these fish for years, right?" Luo Huguang was a little surprised. He poured another cup of hot tea for everyone. "Have some tea." Wang Feng explained the specifics to Luo Huguang. After hearing the explanation, Luo Huguang realized that Heliafeng Company was planning to open a feed mill and needed Egyptian catfish as raw material. Therefore, our company hopes to achieve a win-win cooperation with the town government. The town government will select some impoverished households in each village as contracted fish farmers for our company, under the guise of targeted assistance. Although Luo Huguang was tempted, he still inquired about some details of the contract. The contract for targeted breeding is for 3 years. If there's a breach of contract, are there any penalties? Yes, 90,000 yuan per acre, Wang Feng said without hiding anything. Hearing this amount, Luo Huguang felt a bit apprehensive. Will this cause concern for the farmers? Can it be reduced to 10,000 or 20,000 yuan? Mayor Luo, to be honest, this penalty is for the farmers' benefit. Otherwise, they'd be more likely to waver, and our support won't be effective. Our company won't be able to maintain a stable supply of raw materials. According to the contract, as long as they manage the pond well, they can earn at least 60,000 yuan per acre per year. With some effort, even over 100,000 yuan is possible. Is it really that high? Luo Huguang was even tempted by this. After all, he had friends and family in the area. Wang Feng smiled and shook his head. It's not that high, just hard-earned money. If you don't manage and feed the fish after stocking them, an acre of fish pond will only yield 1,000 or 2,000 kilograms in 6 months. You'd be worse off working. That's true. Luo Huguang had some knowledge of aquaculture. After a detailed discussion, Wang Feng explained everything clearly, and the plan truly impressed Luo Huguang. Luo Huguang quickly convened the town government team and briefly outlined Heliafeng Company's plan. The town government members discussed it for an entire afternoon and, unanimously, agreed that this was a good opportunity. They voted unanimously to approve the targeted assistance plan. The next day, Luo Huguang notified Wang Feng to come over. The two sides began formal and detailed discussions. The purchasing department had already signed contracts for over 300 acres of fish ponds. Considering the limited number of fish ponds in Magong Town, many of which were still used for aquaculture, Wang Feng only allocated 400 acres. After all, the local impoverished households have limited per capita arable land. A family, after scraping together, probably only owns 1 or 2 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, or even less than 1 mu, approximately 1.5 acres. Furthermore, not all impoverished households are willing to work. Many are impoverished not because of a lack of labor, but because of laziness and gambling addiction. Wang Chengong, director of the town government's Poverty Alleviation Office, presented data on impoverished households in the 6 natural villages under his jurisdiction. We reviewed this morning and eliminated some impoverished households without the ability to work. This leaves 173 households. After a moment's thought, Luo Huguang instructed, call the village heads and village party secretaries of the 6 villages for a meeting. After all, they're the ones who understand the specific circumstances of these impoverished households. Okay. Over an hour passed. The village heads and village party secretaries of the 6 administrative villages arrived at the town government. Luo Huguang cut to the chase, saying, the town government and Heliafeng Company have reached a partnership to secure a targeted assistance program for impoverished households in each village. The plan has been sent to you all. Please take a look. Xinsuan village mayor Jiang Daolong was from the same clan as Jiang Miao. According to seniority, Jiang Miao should call him his uncle. Jiang Daolong glanced at the plan and realized it was something his cousin Jiang Dahai had called him about a few days ago. As fellow villagers and clan members, he naturally had no objections and quickly stated, Luozhen, we in Xinjiang naturally support this plan. The heads of Nanhu village and Yinqing village also expressed their support. The remaining 3 administrative villages, knowing this was a major trend, also expressed their full support. Luo Huguang nodded. Since no one objects, after you return, go door to door with these impoverished households, but don't force them. Take this plan home, make copies, and give each household a copy. Explain it clearly. Understood? Don't worry, Luozhen. This is a good thing. I'm sure those impoverished households won't refuse. After hearing the responses from the village heads and party secretaries, Luo Huguang narrowed his eyes. You have to be careful about some things. After all, we're all from the same village, so we see each other every day. This time, I have only one request, that the assistance plan be truly implemented. I repeat, truly implemented. Several village heads then laughed dryly. Yes, yes. We will definitely implement the town government's instructions. After all, who among these local tyrants truly belonged to the impoverished households? While Luo Huguang didn't know the specific circumstances of each village, he knew full well that something was fishy going on. Because he had no clue what to do, he naturally didn't dwell on it too much. He just had to avoid going too far. Now that he was using the assistance plan as a leverage, he naturally had to warn these people. After all, this matter was related to his promotion, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Chapter 74. Jincheng Village Committee. After returning by car, Village Chief Wang Jianxin and Party Secretary Fang Yong gathered the rest of the committee for a small meeting overnight. Fang Yong handed out cigarettes to the people present, and then turned to Wang Jianxin. Old Wang, what are you going to do? What? Just do it. Wang Jianxin lit his cigarette, and took a slow puff. Huh? Luo Xin's intentions are very clear. And you don't want to interfere with this assistance program, do you? You can also prioritize taking care of yourself. Okay. Yong, does anyone in your family raise fish? Why don't you have them raise Egyptian fish instead? That's not what I meant. Fang Yong whispered. The town government should be subsidizing this, right? We can. Wang Jianxin took another drag on his cigarette. Huh? Forget it. The town government does plan to subsidize this. It's not a direct subsidy, but rather the plan to hire excavators to help impoverished households dig ponds free of charge. You could also register and import Egyptian fish from other places. Ion, don't go too far. And you think you can keep this a secret? If those people start making a scene, it'd be tough on everyone, and Luo Town won't have an explanation either. If you really want a quota, you might as well go directly to Heliafing Company. Anyone with a fish pond can sign a contract anyway. But my family's fish pond has been requisitioned. So what do you want? Each village has 70 mu of quota, so if we squeeze in, we should be able to squeeze in some. Fang Yong's eyes flickered with greed. Wang Jianqin stared at him with a half smile. Haha, if you can't deliver the fish to Heliafing Company, what do you want? The penalty is 90,000 yuan per mu. How many mu do you want? Or maybe we give it all to you. Egyptian fish are everywhere. You can think of that, but others can't? Someone will surely think of buying Egyptian fish cheaply. If you all buy from them, won't you consider the shipping costs? In other words, you only be able to buy locally in Shanmei. Besides the farmers contracted by Heliafing, who else in the area is farming Egyptian fish on a large scale? If you all go buy them, everyone else will be a fool to sell them cheaply to you. Once the costs go up, can you really make money? Wang Jianqin looked at Fang Yong as if he were a fool. Fang Yong, frightened by these words, broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly took a drag on his cigarette to calm himself. After a while, Fang Yong recovered, realizing that Wang Jianqin was saving him. He quickly thanked him. Thank you, old Wang. Wang Jianqin thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that you're such an easy idiot to control and use as a pawn, I wouldn't have bothered to remind you. But he maintained a superficial smile. That's good to know. If you can get this done, these people will be indebted to you and me. Consider it a vote-buying exercise for the next election. If anyone wants to contact you, just have them contact Heliafing Company to sign a contract. I understand. After Fang Yong put aside his various ulterior motives, he naturally became selfless. In fact, Jiang Miao had already considered the possibility of outsourcing at low prices. The fixed quantity purchase contract was designed to prevent this kind of behavior, and the high penalty for breach of contract was also a deterrent. The fixed quantity purchase contract was able to curb the practice of profiting from purchasing large quantities at low prices. It was because Heliafing Company would issue a public notice listing the scale of the contracted farmers and capping the total purchase amount. As a result, farmers without contracts naturally won't readily pursue Egyptian catfish farming. Given the notoriety of Egyptian catfish in the Lingnan region, the scale of Egyptian catfish farming is very limited, especially in Shantao and Meizhou. Apart from wild Egyptian catfish, few farmers actually cultivate them. To profit from the middleman's profits, these contracted farmers must purchase large quantities of Egyptian catfish, and at a low price. However, the scale of local non-contracted farming is limited. Any large-scale purchase would inevitably drive up the market price and quickly sell out the local Egyptian catfish. The increased purchase price, combined with transportation costs, would reduce the profit margin. As for purchasing from other regions, this is even more unfeasible. For one thing, Egyptian catfish farming in other parts of Lingnan is also very small, and for another, transportation costs would skyrocket. Furthermore, Jiang Miao had another trick up his sleeve, suddenly issuing temporary licenses. Those holding these licenses could sell Egyptian catfish to Heliafing Company within the license limit. As Wang Jianqin said, don't assume others are fools. As soon as Heliafing Company issued a temporary license, any Egyptian catfish not covered by the contract would quickly be snapped up by Heliafing. The original purchase price of 3 yuan per kilogram was based on the low local transportation costs. If transported from other places, the cost would be enough to make the deal worthless. The quoted freight rate for a regular truck is around 1 yuan per ton per kilometer. Heliafing Company required that the Egyptian catfish be purchased alive, meaning that regular trucks could not be used, only specialized trucks for transporting aquatic products were available, with a quoted rate of around 3 yuan per ton per kilometer. Assuming the catfish were transported from Huangbu town, the nearest town in Iqing, to Magong town, a distance of over 50 kilometers, the freight cost per ton, including the starting price, would be around 300 yuan. The purchase price of catfish from other regions is around 2 or 3 yuan per kilogram. This means that even if catfish are transported to Magong town from a distance of more than 200 kilometers, there's virtually no profit. Jiang Miao had the company perform professional calculations for all of this during the cost accounting process. If someone gets greedy and deliberately signs a large number of contracts, intending to buy low and sell high, the company will periodically issue temporary licenses to buy catfish from the surrounding areas, preventing them from purchasing them in close proximity and thus causing a breach of contract. True impoverished households certainly wouldn't be able to engage in such a low-cost, high-sale strategy. Even if they did, they would only purchase small quantities within a few villages. Only large households could afford this. Jiang Miao felt no pressure to fleece these people. After all, if you're willing to gamble, you have to accept the loss. After being tricked once or twice, these people probably won't bother with the Egyptian catfish anymore. In fact, if those big players really invested in Egyptian catfish farming, they could also make money with Hailufeng. What Jiang Miao hated were those greedy individuals who exploited Hailufeng's assistance program to profit. It wasn't that Jiang Miao was overly righteous, but rather that the assistance program could bind a large number of impoverished households, thereby increasing Hailufeng's voice and influence in the local area. Sometimes, when a company reaches a certain size, it needs to create a talisman to ensure it remains invincible. This is one such talisman. Look at Kangaroo Takeout, which exploits its riders relentlessly, yet remains unscathed. It's because Kangaroo Takeout controls a vast workforce, reaching a point where it can't easily move. For many companies with large employee counts, stability is crucial. The assistance program is Jiang Miao's second talisman for Hailufeng. As for the first talisman, it's naturally his unique medical skills. Anyone who dared to disrupt his plans would be his target. Thus, those who sought to exploit loopholes were not only stealing resources meant for the needy, but were also sabotaging Jiang Miao's plans. Naturally, Jiang Miao would find ways to deal with them. Chapter 75. With the full cooperation of the town government and village committees, the number of fish farmers contracted by Hailufeng Company in the local area skyrocketed. In less than 5 days, the 400 mu, approximately 160 acres, of fish ponds allocated for the assistance program were filled by the 6 administrative villages under Magong Town. A total of 316 impoverished households signed fixed-quantity fish farming contracts, and the town government allocated 1.5 million yuan in special funds to help some of those without fish ponds dig them. Some of those with fish ponds have already begun preparing for the farming process, ordering Egyptian catfish fry and contacting friends and family for their leftovers. This trend also affected ordinary villagers, and the remaining 200 mu, approximately 160 acres, of fish ponds were quickly snapped up by surrounding villagers. Considering a stable supply of raw materials, Jiang Miao, his brother-in-law, and others discussed and approved an additional 500 mu, approximately 160 acres, of fish ponds. This effectively absorbed all the local fish farmers interested in signing contracts. On the other hand, the second-hand feed production line purchased from Mr. Du in Yangjiang was also transported back to Magong Town via more than a dozen trucks. Mr. Du was a kind man, introducing the supplier of the production line equipment to the Hailufeng Company personnel, who were supposed to receive the equipment. He also transferred the maintenance and overhaul contract he had signed with the supplier to Hailufeng. Concerned about the equipment installation, Jiang Miao didn't look for another company to install it. Instead, he had the supplier send someone to install it, and requested a comprehensive overhaul and maintenance of the equipment as soon as possible. However, Jiang Miao didn't need to follow up on these matters himself, he just signed his name. The actual follow-up work was definitely carried out by the lower-level employees. Likewise, back at the company's Environmental Protection Office, Lu Mingyuan and his team had completed their inspection of the gold and silver processing plant in Mailong Town and returned with a preliminary environmental improvement plan. Inside the office, Jiang Miao poured Lu Mingyuan a cup of Phoenix Dansong tea. "Boss, this is my environmental improvement plan." Lu Mingyuan handed him the proposal before taking a sip. Jiang Miao glanced over the document. The environmental improvement plan for the gold and silver processing plant focused on noise isolation, airborne powder settling, gold and silver powder recovery, and wastewater recycling. The total cost of the equipment and construction renovations was approximately 600,000 yuan. He took out his ballpoint pen and signed, approving the plan. "Mingyuan, you're back just in time. I have a new assignment for you." Lu Mingyuan put down his teacup. "Boss, please give me your instructions." Some of the feed factory's production equipment has returned, and the site is under renovation. Before the factory opens, plan the feed factory's environmental protection project as soon as possible. Lu Mingyuan naturally didn't put off such a task, which was part of his responsibilities. "No problem. I have my team at the feed factory tomorrow." Jiang Miao then gave him some instructions for the upcoming tasks, asking him to continue monitoring the progress of the gold and silver processing plant's environmental protection project. He also began arranging inspections of the feed factory, canning plant, laboratory, and farm, and planning and designing supporting environmental protection projects for these plants and facilities. After arranging the environmental protection project, Jiang Miao handed other matters over to Deputy General Manager Jiang Haiba and focused his attention on the experimental work. Regarding the experimental area, although there were many changes within Angiate Company, its stock price on the Hong Kong stock market fluctuated for several days, during which time there were several verbal and physical infighting incidents. However, these matters had little to do with Haliafeng Company, as they had already rectified the issues on time, including replacing the second-hand instruments that had been substituted for genuine ones. Since the relevant issues had been corrected, Jiang Miao, after confirming that there were no issues, readily signed the project acceptance document. Over the past few days, he had been familiarizing himself with the laboratory instruments, especially the most important transgenic instruments, with Shuya, Zhang Chengdong, and others. Because the application of transgenic technology was a key future direction for the company, he and Shuya and the others needed to familiarize themselves with them as quickly as possible. Thankfully, they had the identification panel. While it couldn't deduce unknown technologies, it displayed every detail of existing items. This allowed him to become completely familiar with the equipment, making it easy to operate them. After all, the identification panel displayed all the instrument information. If he still couldn't learn this, he would be hopeless. Presenting the computer that came with a transgenic machine, Jiang Miao's eyes grew serious. The problem with the computer was quite serious. It wasn't that Angiate had given them counterfeit goods, nor was it that the equipment was malfunctioning. The computer before him was entirely imported, including the software, and it ran in excellent condition. What truly unnerved him were the underlying issues. Jiang Miao had discovered numerous hidden issues within the computer after inspecting the panel. While the software appeared to be fine on the surface, the CPU contained 387 hidden instructions. These hidden deep commands couldn't be hidden from the information displayed on the identification panel. The effect of these 387 deep commands was to regularly collect experimental data, and then record it onto a portion of the dead circuit in the storage chip. As long as the computer used WLAN, Bluetooth, USB, or the Internet, the corresponding deep commands would activate and begin transmitting the data stored on the storage chip through various means. They were truly pervasive. These commands couldn't be modified through software, as they were physically set at the factory. Only by destroying the circuitry of that portion of the chip could these deep commands be erased. Some might think Jiang Miao was worrying unnecessarily, believing that the equipment supplier wouldn't steal Haliafeng's experimental information. But this assumption of not stealing information only applies to the currently unknown Haliafeng Company. If Haliafeng grew in the future and threatened Western interests, they would not let go of such espionage tactics. Jiang Miao looked at the information recorded on the identification panel and pondered how to address these potential risks. If there were completely domestically produced precision instruments, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Unfortunately, the domestic precision instrument industry isn't very strong. Chips, in particular, are largely imported. Even for precision instruments claimed to be domestically produced, the chips and core components used are likely manufactured by Western companies. After pondering for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Miao's eyes suddenly darkened. He approached a computer that came with an electron microscope, deftly disassembled the case, and removed the motherboard containing the CPU chip. He then unfolded the identification panel and examined the 3D model of the chip. As expected, for ease of concealment, the circuitry storing the deep instructions was concentrated in a discarded circuit in the corner of the chip. Unfortunately, the chip was already encapsulated. To damage that portion of the circuitry, he would have to remove the epoxy resin layer, which could affect other chip functions. After all, he wasn't a professional chip repair technician. But that didn't mean he had no other options. He retrieved a large collection of tools and materials from the lab's tool room. First, he used aluminum foil and glue to wrap all the parts that didn't need to be damaged. Then, Jiang Miao took the motherboard to the seed physical mutagenesis room. He activated one of the high-powered UV irradiators and expertly manipulated the accompanying computer software to re-enable some of the system's disabled functions. He placed the motherboard on the UV irradiator's irradiation area, securing it in the designated position, and then pressed the start button. A targeted purple light shone on the chip, its center point being the only spot not covered with aluminum foil. After completing the calibration, Jiang Miao pressed the start button without hesitation. An invisible beam of ultraviolet light penetrated the epoxy resin. The epoxy resin used to encapsulate the chip actually had some UV protection, but unfortunately, it encountered a formidable opponent, Jiang Miao. The UV resistance of anything is often partial, that is, There are certain UV frequency bands that can be shielded from this resistance. Jiang Miao had selected a frequency band that was most easily penetrated by this type of epoxy resin, so the encapsulating epoxy resin was completely incapable of blocking the UV radiation in that specific frequency band. The ultraviolet rays quickly penetrated the epoxy resin and reached the core chip circuit layer. High-power ultraviolet rays continuously shone on the chip's nanocircuits, pulsing with each passing second. Jiang Miao, looking through the inspection panel, could see that the circuit was gradually aging and failing. After only about 8 minutes, Jiang Miao hit the pause button, because the dead circuit on the CPU chip was truly dead. He reinstalled the motherboard. After restarting the computer, the system's surface functions remained normal. Clearly, those deep instructions were like a certain country's shadow cabinet. While they existed, their disappearance wouldn't affect the system's normal operation. Since it didn't affect normal operation, Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't miss the deep instruction circuits on other supporting computers. It took over 5 hours to dismantle the CPU chips and motherboards of 43 supporting computers and render them harmless. The equipment manufacturer likely hadn't anticipated that someone would use this method to destroy their deeply hidden deep instruction circuits. Without these deep command circuits, the supporting programs hidden within the software and hardware naturally could not be activated. After all, the deep command circuits are like the brain. Now that they are brain dead, the supporting programs are like a vegetative state. However, there is still a hidden danger. Forces familiar with these hidden programs could reactivate these hidden backdoors by implanting Trojans. Thankfully, Jiang Miao had a solution: to destroy these hidden programs through secondary programming. If Jiang Miao were to program a useful program, it would be extremely difficult. After all, he was not a professional programmer. But if he were to sabotage and disable a portion of the program, it would be extremely simple. All he had to do was open the underlying code of these programs and insert some gibberish into the part he wanted to disable, turning them into a pile of dead code. So, he disabled the corresponding programs for the computer's Bluetooth, infrared transmission, wireless network, wired network, and USB interfaces. These supporting computers were physically disconnected from the internet. Even if someone plugs a data cable into the interface, no data can be read unless the computer storage chip and motherboard are stolen. Chapter 76. It was late at night and quiet. At the foot of the mountain in the experimental area, there stood a 5-story building covering over 1,000 square meters. It served as a multi-purpose building for reception, dining, and study. On the second floor of the multi-purpose building, on the large balcony facing the back mountain, Jiang Miao lay on a beach chair, listening to the crisp chirping of cicadas outside the screened window. The suburbs of Magong Town, a sparsely populated area, were very quiet late at night, so the cicadas' chirping could be clearly heard. A cup of hot milk was gently placed on the table beside him. "Ah Miao, are you tired? Let me give you a massage." Shuya sat on a small stool nearby, gently massaging his shoulders with both hands. "Have all the computers from the temporary lab been moved here?" "Yes, we've done it." "What about you?" "I disabled the backdoor programs on the accompanying computers." Hearing this, Shuya raised a brow and asked with some concern, "Will this affect the use of the instruments?" "It won't affect the scientific functions of the instruments. It just won't work with Bluetooth and wireless networks, and it won't be able to read data via the USB port." Shuya felt relieved when she heard that it wouldn't affect the scientific functions. As long as it doesn't affect the basic functions of the instruments, that's good. If I can't read the data, I can just write it down by hand or use the included printer to print it out. Jiang Miao sat up, took a sip of the hot milk, and then looked Shuya in the eye. "Aya, how are you feeling lately?" "Very well, better than ever. I'm very curious about your Chinese medicine master. If he sells this formula to research institutions or commercial companies, he'd probably become a billionaire very quickly." Shuya finished, her face full of curiosity. Jiang Miao shook his head, a hint of resignation on his face, then sighed. "He passed away 23 years ago. Even with such medical skills, sometimes it's hard to escape the shackles of life." "That's a shame. I was thinking about learning Chinese medicine from your master." Shuya's face flickered with regret. No wonder she never met Jiang Miao's master. Jiang Miao's face was filled with regret and resignation, but inwardly she chuckled. "Can I tell you that my master is a completely fictitious figure?" However, he explained again, dispelling Shuya's desire to learn Chinese medicine, lest she be led astray. "Even if my master were still alive, I doubt you would be able to learn his signature skills. He had several apprentices before, but none of them learned them. I'm the only one who has mastered some of them." Shuya didn't have much doubt about this, because in her impression, Jiang Miao's discernment in treating patients was truly a unique skill that she could neither learn nor understand. The profound changes in Shuya at this moment were truly profound. This change was exactly what Jiang Miao had asked her about earlier. For several months, in addition to conducting research and managing his company, Jiang Miao had also customized a very specific dietary and medicinal enhancement program based on his body and genetics. By regularly consuming specialized nutrients, he not only improved his health, but also strengthened certain aspects of his brain. Indeed, Jiang Miao could stimulate certain genes in his body and, in turn, strengthen certain aspects of his brain by adjusting his nutrient intake. His current changes primarily include improved memory, almost reaching the point of photographic memory, enhanced neural response speed, which has helped to enhance thinking speed and activated previously inactive neurons in the cerebral cortex. In reality, the human brain is highly developed. There's no such thing as a 90% undeveloped brain. However, this doesn't mean that everyone has fully developed their brain. The reason for this is very simple. Every person's genes, living environment, dietary habits, medications, and viral infections are not exactly the same. No two leaves are identical. Naturally, no two people have exactly the same level of brain development. This is also why some people develop Alzheimer's disease in their 50s and 60s, while others in their 80s and 90s still have crystal clear memories and logical thinking. Because everyone's brain usage, aging, and pathology vary greatly, these differences can lead to various changes in the brain. For example, some neurons in the cerebral cortex, due to prolonged periods of inactivity, naturally become inactive and even experience functional degeneration. For another example, long-term use of medications and foods that are mildly damaging to the brain can, over time, lead to the development of pathological changes and dysfunction in some neurons. Jiang Miao analyzed his genetics and brain health using a diagnostic panel, then took specific nutrients and medications to activate some of his abandoned neurons, significantly improving his thinking ability. At the same time, he appropriately activated or deactivated gene sequences associated with the brain, reducing internal friction in brain cells and enhancing their performance. Over the past few months of experimentation, he had noticed significant changes in his body and brain. Most of these changes were positive, while some negative ones were eliminated through repeated refinement. After demonstrating the effectiveness in himself, Jiang Miao customized a brain-boosting dietary regimen for Shuya. After just over a month of using this dietary regimen, Shuya felt noticeable changes in her brain. These changes manifested in enhanced memory, faster neural responses, and heightened thinking abilities, providing a significant boost to Shuya's daily research. Meow, I feel like I've been given a boost. Since returning from Jiancheng, Shuya, whose brainpower had been enhanced, had been busy in the makeshift laboratory. After all, that feeling of exceptional mental clarity can be truly addictive during research, a fact Jiang Miao had personally experienced. A wide range of knowledge collided in his mind, as if opening up his Ren and Du meridians, with inspiration constantly flowing. A little over a week after returning, Shuya optimized her previous experimental data and planned for a second time. This time, after reviewing her plan, Jiang Miao discovered that her white truffle cultivation technique was relatively mature. While not optimal, it could still produce white truffles, though the yield per acre might be lower, around 500 to 600 kilograms per acre. If Jiang Miao's optimal plan were the best, the yield per acre could reach 700 to 800 kilograms. However, Jiang Miao didn't continue with the technical instructions, instead intending to let Shuya research and improve on her own. After all, only when she achieved something herself could she feel a sense of accomplishment, and she could gradually break free from her dependence on Jiang Miao and become a leading scientific researcher. Jiang Miao smiled and said, "Don't you like this feeling?" "Of course not. It's a wonderful feeling, but I think this shouldn't be made public. It's fine between the two of us. After all, possessing a treasure is a crime." Shuya's tone grew serious and solemn as she spoke. Jiang Miao nodded, clearly aware of the stakes. "I know. It's just the two of us. I haven't even told my parents or my sister and brother-in-law. But don't worry. Even if others follow our dietary regimen, there won't be much noticeable effect." "That's good. Then we keep this a secret from now on." Shuya wasn't the type to be foolish. She fully understood the dire consequences of exposing this matter. "Don't worry, I take care of everything." Jiang Miao patted her shoulder and pulled her into a hug. This dietary therapy plan is so detailed and customized that it even involves genetic targets. Therefore, to be effective, it must be tailored to each individual's genetic makeup and current conditions. This means that even if someone follows Jiang Miao and Shuya's dietary and medicinal plan, the results may not be as pronounced, or even counterproductive. Because this plan is tailored to individual conditions and genetics, it's essentially tailored to each individual and can't be applied on a large scale. Even if it's tailored to each individual, Jiang Miao doesn't intend to share it with others. The reason is that humans are incredibly jealous creatures. Why are the new humans in Gundam hostile to the natural humans? Isn't it because the new humans can, through genetic modification, allow their offspring to completely dominate the natural humans? In this scenario, the natural humans would undoubtedly be resentful and might even blame their current predicament on the existence of the new humans. If Jiang Miao's ability to create artificial genius were exposed, he could almost foresee certain future events, which would inevitably erupt. Of course, Jiang Miao wasn't so selfless. He enhanced Xuya's brainpower because she was his wife. After all, the other researchers in the company had different relationships, and Jiang Miao couldn't trust them completely. Furthermore, if a researcher with enhanced brainpower defected, it would be a devastating loss for Haliafeng Company. After all, Jiang Miao and Xuya had almost photographic memories, which meant that others with enhanced brainpower could also have such memories. A researcher with such a photographic memory could easily memorize laboratory data. If they betrayed the company, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, Jiang Miao had no plans to customize this solution for anyone else, nor did he intend to disclose his existence to anyone else. This was a matter known only to him and Xuya. After all, the occasional appearance of one or two geniuses was understandable. But if a large number of geniuses appeared, especially at the Haliafeng Company, even the most clueless would sense something fishy was going on. And this kind of technology for artificially creating geniuses would surely tempt not only the Purple Light Pavilion, but also other countries. With the Western mindset of predators, if the other party couldn't obtain this technology, they would undoubtedly go to extremes, believing that if they couldn't obtain it, no one else would either. It's even possible that the West would initiate a war. Therefore, for the short term, Jiang Miao must keep this technology a secret and block it off, limiting its use to only him and Xuya. This was for his own safety and that of his family, as well as to avoid prematurely escalating the current tense world situation. The fact that the couple were scientific geniuses wasn't impossible, but others would likely dismiss it as a coincidence or simply a case of birds of a feather flocking together. Chapter 77. The first laboratory in the experimental area is Jiang Miao's own exclusive laboratory, specifically for genetic engineering. He doesn't allow others to interfere with his research, primarily because his research methods are unusual and collaborating with others can easily lead to problems. Currently, Zhang Chengdong and others are working on tissue culture propagation of strawberry seedlings. Tissue culture propagation is similar to seedling cultivation through cuttings, except that it can't be performed in greenhouses or open fields. It must be done in a specialized sterile laboratory. For this reason, tissue culture seedlings are also called virus-free seedlings. In fact, the jasmine strawberries, vanilla strawberries, and cheese strawberries that Jiang Miao carefully selected are all highly disease-resistant varieties. Even without tissue culture, they can be grown continuously in a single field for about 4 or 5 years before the presence of targeted bacteria and viruses is possible. At this stage, the primary purpose of tissue culture seedling production isn't virus removal, but rather rapid expansion of production capacity. After all, seedling cultivation through runner cuttings and seeds is too slow, making it unsuitable for large-scale production. Currently, a 15-acre laboratory within the entire experimental area is specifically designed for tissue culture seedling production. Using tissue culture seedling technology, once the first 4 generations of cultivation are completed, each acre of laboratory space can produce over 200,000 strawberry seedlings every 45 days. Typically, strawberry tissue culture seedlings are grown in a generation of approximately 45 days, with each generation increasing 6 to 7 times the number of the previous one. Using the current 100 seedlings as the first generation, after 45 days, the second generation will be 700 seedlings. After another 45 days, the third generation will be 4,900 seedlings. After another 45 days, the fourth generation will be 34,300 seedlings. And so on, the fifth generation will reach approximately 240,000 seedlings. If the 15 approximately 15-acre, seedling laboratory is fully operational, it could produce 3.6 million strawberry seedlings every 45 days in about 6 months. In reality, 3.6 million seedlings isn't a large number for Haliafeng Company, as Nanhu Farm's greenhouses utilize a combination of ground and elevated planting, requiring 12,000 seedlings per acre. Currently, 3.6 million seedlings are planted on only 300 approximately 600 Considering the current size of Nanhu Farm, which only cover 600 mu, approximately 200 mu. Strawberry cultivation accounts for only 400 mu, approximately 50 mu, of experimental fields, 150 mu, approximately 200 mu, of ginseng fruit, and 200 mu, approximately 150 mu, of tomato cultivation. Thus, the laboratory's tissue culture seedling production cannot be excessive, otherwise it will have to resort to selling seedlings. Although Helyafeng Company has applied for a seed production and sales license and has registered patents for the 3 strawberry varieties, Jiangmiao currently has no plans to sell seedlings. For one thing, the 3 new strawberry varieties are not yet fully market acquainted, and proactive marketing efforts would be ineffective. On the other hand, as a high value-added product, it's currently still highly profitable, so there's no need to sell seedlings and create competition. Jiangmiao also understands the mentality of some domestic growers all too well. China's scattered growers often rush into any crop they see as having high market prices, expanding their operations without planning or risk management. When agricultural products hit the market in large quantities, they're choked by buyers, and then growers compete with each other on price, ultimately driving their own profits ever lower while retail prices remain virtually unchanged. From tangerines to sunshine rose grapes to kiwis, tragic examples are all there for the taking. Thus, even if Jiangmiao plans to sell seedlings in the future, he won't sell them nationwide without restraint. He designate 1 or 2 counties as the exclusive variety for that region and prohibit its cultivation elsewhere. Otherwise, if growers across the country become competitive, they could drive Helyafeng's 3 strawberry varieties down to rock-bottom prices. At that point, growers, driven by profit, will choose to lower quality control to reduce costs, creating a vicious cycle. Where do the sunshine rose grapes currently selling for 6 or 7 yuan per pound come from? It's this rampant competition that leads to lower quality control, which in turn makes buyers unwilling to buy, forcing growers to sell at low prices. These low-quality sunshine rose grapes, sold at low prices, further create a bad money driving out good money effect, forcing growers who maintain quality to lower their prices, thus gradually reducing their profits. Therefore, to ensure reasonable profits for new varieties, appropriately controlling the planting area and scale is a vital measure. At the same time, we can't give growers too much laissez-faire, otherwise they quickly be outmaneuvered by buyers. For example, last year's Suixiang kiwi fruit market caused quite a stir. The cause was that some e-commerce sellers demanded that growers pick and ship the fruit early. The fruit, which was originally suitable for picking at the end of September, was picked in August. Kiwi fruit picked early won't soften even after being stored for a long time, and even if they do soften, the quality is very poor. In an environment where growers operate independently, it's natural that some will compromise with e-commerce sellers for the sake of immediate profits. At the same time, some unscrupulous e-commerce sellers rush shipments for short-term profits, completely disregarding product quality. This behavior damages the product's reputation. E-commerce companies can change their image, but you, as a farmer, can't, unless you switch to growing other fruits. The problem is the substantial initial investment. For non-herbal fruits, especially, it takes at least 1 or 2 years from planting to harvest. With such a high investment, you face obsolescence before even a few years of cultivation, and your investment will definitely not be recouped. Thus, farmers who prematurely harvest their fruit are either foolish or evil, and e-commerce companies that lure farmers into premature harvesting are downright nefarious. To a certain extent, the existence of industry associations is actually quite necessary. Although the Dongying Agricultural Cooperative and the Dhaka Agricultural Cooperative have been denigrated as a pile of shit by experts and scholars on the simplified Chinese internet, the existence of such agricultural associations, as long as the institutional design is relatively reasonable and official oversight is relatively strict, can protect the interests of some farmers. The key lies in how they are managed. In China, there are actually relatively simple local agricultural associations, such as the Xiqing Province Kiwi Fruit Association and the Dandong Strawberry Association in Liaoning Province. Therefore, Helyafeng will gradually establish regional private agricultural product associations in the future. This will allow them to promote their new agricultural product varieties, while also regulating planting scale through these associations to avoid excessive production. In fact, agricultural product industry associations are where agricultural seed companies should focus their efforts. Focusing solely on researching and developing high-quality varieties, while neglecting other fundamental aspects of the industry, is a common problem among domestic seed breeding companies. Thinking that simply by releasing superior crop varieties, farmers will become wealthy and continue to purchase their seedlings is simply wishful thinking. Failure to thoroughly control seedlings will result in growers operating independently, and with the added fuel of unscrupulous e-commerce companies, the reputation of the varieties will be eroded. Many seed companies are understandably indifferent to varieties not originally developed domestically. But to adopt this same attitude towards new varieties they have painstakingly developed is a classic example of a lack of ambition. For domestically developed varieties, like Suixiang kiwifruit and Dandong strawberries, local governments and seed breeding companies should proactively protect the brand value of these varieties. As a result, they're playing dead, leaving growers in disarray and their new varieties languishing. This is nothing but their own fault. After all, as a seedling research and development company, as long as they registered a patented variety, they can crack down on growers who illegally plant seeds and directly use the law to curb this abuse. Jiang Miao couldn't understand the thinking behind these seedling breeding companies. They could legally protect their own interests, but they chose to stand idly by. This lesson is truly tragic. Chapter 78. Jiang Miao manipulated the instruments in the transgenic laboratory, using CRISPR-Cas9 technology to modify an adenovirus. CRISPR-Cas9 is a gene editing technique that can artificially remove specific gene fragments within a target gene sequence, thereby achieving the purpose of genetic modification. CRISPR-Cas9 doesn't cut gene sequences directly, it requires the creation of tools first. The adenovirus he was currently modifying was such a tool. Using instruments and auxiliary drugs, a specific nuclease was inserted into the CRISPR-Cas9 protein, which was then implanted into the adenovirus. After the adenovirus had been modified, cultivation of the modified adenovirus could begin. To begin his research, Jiang Miao had already instructed the purchasing department to purchase a dozen or so silk cotton trees. These 5 or 6 meter tall silk cotton trees cost 1,200 yuan each and were purchased from a nursery company in the neighboring Yuta area. They were currently planted on a slope at Nanhu Farm. Once the land behind the feed factory was contracted, they would all be moved there. Over the past few days, he'd taken time to collect some buds and leaves of the silk cotton plant to use as raw materials for tissue culture. He also carefully examined the genetic sequences of these silk cotton plants using the identification panel. While the custom adenovirus was still replicating and multiplying, he re-examined the silk cotton plant's genetic sequence data, quickly scribbling on a notebook with the title Silver Cotton on the cover. The contents, however, were like inscrutable inscriptions, a private code that only Jiang Miao could understand, primarily to prevent theft of the paperwork. In his notebook, he wrote with divine inspiration, "First, we must knock out the gene fragments related to reproduction. These 7 gene fragments are all related to reproduction." Jiang Miao wrote in his notebook, "Knockout gene, YMN 2536, YMN 2544. He made up these numbers himself, and others would be confused if they read them, because he didn't describe the characteristics of each gene fragment or indicate its function. Simply knocking out the gene fragments for reproduction is unsafe. Others can still cultivate them through tissue culture. Therefore, a gene fragment with a timed death cycle must be implanted. Once the timer expires, it will automatically activate, causing these genetically modified kapok trees to die on their own. This design is to control growers. Without a timed death cycle, given the longevity of trees, after grafting durian, a tree could produce fruit for decades, which is obviously not conducive to control. This is like the planned obsolescence of modern industrial products. Without this method, growers planting grafted durian will sooner or later take matters into their own hands and ruin the entire market. This isn't Jiang Miao's alarmist rhetoric, it's simply human nature. Last year, the Durian Association and local officials in Siam issued repeated warnings to local durian growers, yet some still succumbed to the temptation and, driven by the allure of money, harvested their fruit prematurely for sale. There are indeed some simple, good people among farmers. But don't lump all farmers into the trap of being good and honest. No group is entirely made up of good people. On the other hand, a group of villains might exist. Jiang Miao scrapped his genetically modified version of the plan just in case, so he could punish farmers who didn't follow the rules. Although farmers had to sign a contract before Helyafeng Company would sell them seedlings, the contract would certainly include a penalty clause for breach of contract. But Jiang Miao was well aware of the situation in China. Some rural areas were deeply corrupt, often favoring relatives over others, or pushing elderly people to take the lead. If all farmers in a village breached their contract, the other party could resort to rogue behavior, and even taking the case to court would likely have little effect. So Jiang Miao planned a backup plan. He capped the lifespan of the genetically modified kapok at 3 years. Once that period expired, the plants would automatically wither. This way, Yifeng Company could settle accounts with the farmers who breached the contract. As long as they didn't replace the plants with new genetically modified kapok or provide other technical services, the grafted durians would quickly wither. After a few attempts to scare the monkeys, those farmers will understand the consequences of violating the rules. However, trees and perennial herbs certainly don't have genes related to time apoptosis. They can only be found in some annual herbaceous plants. Jiang Miao didn't immediately begin research in this area, but instead continued to study genetic modification strategies for the kapok plant. The contents of his notebook continued to grow. To increase the success rate of grafting, it was necessary to knock out the immunity genes within the kapok plant that specifically target foreign substances. At the same time, it was also necessary to enhance the kapok plant's resistance genes to specific fungi and bacteria, to avoid the genetically modified kapok plant becoming susceptible to disease due to the knockout of certain immunity gene fragments. Also, it was necessary to enhance the nutrient transport efficiency of the top branches. This way, through topping, nutrients could be supplied to the grafted lateral branches, increasing the number of fruits. It was also necessary to knock out the leaf-shedding gene fragment in the kapok plant, allowing it to photosynthesize efficiently in autumn and winter, accumulating sufficient nutrients for flowering and fruiting the following year. Before he knew it, Jiang Miao's notebook had already filled over 20 pages. He planned to knock out 34 gene segments from the kapok plant, and simultaneously insert 86 new ones. Knocking out the kapok plant's genes wasn't particularly difficult, but inserting new ones was more complex and involved, as these genes were undoubtedly from other organisms, presenting numerous challenges. However, this was only a preliminary genetic modification plan. Even if he knew the complete genetic sequence of the kapok plant and its corresponding functions, it wouldn't be a one-shot deal. Whether knocking out or inserting genes would trigger other chain reactions or lead to genetic collapse remained unknown. The identification panel couldn't simulate these unknowns. He would need to produce the transgenic kapok plant before he could assess its genetic stability, functional expression, and the compatibility between its gene sequences. Even so, it was already quite impressive. This could reduce research time by at least 99%, allowing experimental results to be seen within a few days, rather than requiring actual planting. This was also a significant advantage of the identification panel in biotechnology. The second largest application area for the identification panel was in the synthesis of new materials. If Jiang Miao wanted to, he could easily mix a hodgepodge of chemicals, performing hundreds of synthesized reactions simultaneously, and then use the identification panel to verify the effects of these synthesized substances. This would be like taking a chance. However, at this stage of human civilization, a large portion of the achievements in the field of new materials are indeed achieved through repeated attempts of luck. If others can take chances, then so can he. With enough experiments, in the process of large-scale, random synthesis, there will always be a chance of a lucky break. The existence of the identification panel allows Jiang Miao to skip the complex experimental testing, verification, and reproducibility stages and directly observe the various properties of the new material. This saves a lot of inefficient time. As for why he hasn't entered the new materials field yet, it's mainly because Jiang Miao lacks the confidence and background. His major is bioengineering, and he's currently working on eel artificial breeding and genetic modification technologies, which are extensions of bioengineering and not a huge leap. But jumping from bioengineering to the new materials field all at once is somewhat illogical. Even if he were to launch a research project on new materials, Jiang Miao planned to begin with a transitional approach, using biosynthesis as a means to alleviate external suspicions. Furthermore, to some extent, biomaterials are also a major future direction, such as genetically modified spider silk. Chapter 79. Jiang Miao immersed himself in scientific research. Yifeng Company also developed smoothly. Nanhu Farm's 100 acres of strawberry greenhouses were fully planted, with 68 acres of them gradually entering peak fruit-bearing season. Many local women, armed with electric strawberry harvesters specifically designed for harvesting strawberries, quickly plucked each mouth-watering berry. However, as the clock approached 10 o'clock, even without the plastic film covering the greenhouses, the temperature continued to rise, so the harvesting stopped. In the manager's office on the third floor of the farm's office building, LV Weibin examined the recently installed smart agricultural management system, which allowed him to monitor the status of each greenhouse through a computer. Xiao Wang, the back-end administrator, retrieved some data. While staring at the data on the computer screen, he reported to LV Weibin, "Judging from the time distribution, our farm's strawberry production capacity has increased significantly since mid-April." LV Weibin had worked on agricultural projects at a major internet company, and was quite familiar with this data. In March, the farm began production on 12 mu, approximately 16 acres, of land, producing a total of 3,336 kilograms of strawberries. In April, the farm expanded to 32 mu, approximately 16 acres, of land, producing a total of 15,367 kilograms of strawberries. In May, the farm expanded further to 68 mu, approximately 16 acres, of land, producing a total of 28,309 kilograms of strawberries. LV Weiban reviewed the first half of June and found that a total of 20,341 kilograms of strawberries have been produced. According to sales feedback from the online store, the current unit price is 83 yuan per kilogram for vanilla strawberries, 81 yuan per kilogram for cheese strawberries, and 58 yuan per kilogram for jasmine strawberries. The overall unit price is 75 yuan per kilogram. In other words, in just the past 2 weeks, the online store department has sold approximately 1.4 million yuan worth of strawberries. LV Weiban then inquired about the production capacity of the greenhouses that have entered peak fruit-bearing season. Xiao Wang, can you please check the data for the 32 mu of greenhouses that have entered peak fruit-bearing season? Okay, Xiao Wang quickly retrieved the data. After consulting the data, Xiao Wang replied without looking up, "Manager, when jasmine strawberries enter peak fruit-bearing season, the daily yield per mu can reach 30 to 33 kilograms, cheese strawberries 21 to 24 kilograms, and vanilla strawberries 18 to 20 kilograms. The average daily yield per mu is around 25 kilograms. After a moment's thought, LV Weiban instructed, using the peak fruit-bearing season data, and assuming 1 week of rest per mu each month, simulate the total production capacity for next month. Xiao Wang tapped away. Soon, the simulation results appeared. Next month, we estimate we can reach around 52,500 kilograms. LV Weiban then stroked his stubble, silently noting the figure. He then picked up the phone and called Zhang Sini, the online store manager. Beep. Hello, is this Manager Liu? It's me, Manager Zhang. How are your strawberry orders going? LV Weiban got straight to the point. Let me check the back end. After a moment, Zhang Sini's voice came through the phone again. There are still 1,736 orders outstanding. What's the average daily order volume? Is it showing an upward trend, or are there fluctuations? Let me check. Currently, we're averaging around 800 to 1,000 orders per day. The growth was noticeable in the first 2 months, but this month, we maintained a range of 800 to 1,000 orders per day. Is that so? LV Weiban pondered. He knew that the majority of the online store's current orders were small, 1 kilogram orders, with 2 kilogram and 5 kilogram orders being relatively rare. Based on this, the online store department's monthly strawberry orders would be between 24,000 and 30,000, which would only allow them to handle approximately 40,000 kilograms of strawberries. But next month, all greenhouses will enter peak fruit-bearing season, and the total output will surely exceed 50,000 kilograms. Although specialty stores in the city can still sell around 1,000 kilograms of strawberries each month, this still represents tens of thousands of kilograms more than necessary. Even though the company's new strawberry varieties are more durable in transportation and storage, it's still not advisable to stock too much. He discussed this issue with Zhang Sini. After listening, Zhang Sini proposed a promotional solution, guaranteeing that 5,000 kilograms of strawberries would be sold next month. Over at the online store department. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Sini hurried to the marketing planning office. Aubin, Sufang, get ready. While we're still a few days away from June 18th, quickly launch some promotions. Oh, and while you're at it, let's fix the tin canned eel inventory problem. Aubin and Sufang from the marketing planning office exchanged glances, hesitant to agree outright. Aubin, wearing glasses, raised his glasses and quickly inquired about the specific request. Manager, do you have any specific requests? Just one request, no overt price cuts. We need to maintain the brand value of the strawberries. Let's say the discount is around 10 yuan per kilogram. The three of them began to discuss. They quickly came up with a few preliminary plans. For example, a two-way gift plan. If a customer ordered 1 kilogram of strawberries, they would receive either 100 grams of jasmine strawberries or a can of tin canned eels. Obviously, considering the value, 100 grams of jasmine strawberries only cost about 6 yuan, while a can of tinplate eel cans is worth 14 yuan. Looking at her inventory of over 80,000 tinplate eel cans, Zhang Sini had no other choice but to sell them this way. Another promotional plan was combining forces. Customers could place an order with other people. For each additional person, The overall price would drop by 3%, up to a maximum of 5 people, for a maximum price reduction of 15%. After thinking for a while, Zhang Sini made a decision. Let's implement the first plan first. The farm strawberry production capacity this month is still sufficient, so we reduce our canned eel inventory first. We see how things go next month, and then use the second promotional plan. By the way, Aubin, please go to the network technology office later and have them develop a supporting mini-program based on the second promotional plan. No problem, Aubin nodded. After Zhang Sini finished giving these instructions, she checked her watch and saw it was almost midnight. She returned to her office, gulped down the remaining black coffee in her cup, and quickly tidied up the documents on her desk. It was exactly noon. In the lobby on the first floor, everyone was lining up to clock out and get their lunch from the cafeteria. To facilitate employee dining, a new steel frame tin structure had recently been built in the small seaside plaza behind, which could accommodate hundreds of people. The old cafeteria hall could accommodate 50 or 60 people at a time, and there was also a staff restaurant in the experimental area that could accommodate hundreds more. Together, they could accommodate nearly 300 people dining at once. As the clock struck, a steady stream of electric scooters and motorcycles arrived at the company's parking lot. The number of workers at Nanhu Farm had increased significantly, reaching nearly 40. These workers were all from Nanhu Village or the town, so they didn't go home for lunch, but instead came to the company headquarters for lunch. Meals for the cannery and eel farm were delivered directly by delivery staff from the headquarters cafeteria. Zhang Sini clocked in and took a 3-pack of lunches for clerks from the table where the lunch boxes were sorted. Wang Qiuyue, who was watching over the lunch boxes, enthusiastically stopped her. "Xiao Zhang, come here, company assignment." Looking at the small food container and form Wang Qiuyue handed her, she was confused. "Auntie, what is this?" "A new product from the cannery. Manager Li wants everyone to try it and write a review." Zhang Sini finally realized and quickly took it. "No problem." Wang Qiuyue picked up another box and handed it to the next employee. In reality, Jiang Miao didn't know about this matter. Li Xinhua had privately asked Wang Qiuyue for help. After all, if the boss's mother personally sent you the test product, how could you dare not accept it and not fill in the form? Wang Qiuyue was in a semi-retired position at the company, usually supervising hygiene and the cafeteria. Everyone in the company had to give her face. Soon, all the employees who came to the cafeteria to eat received the test product and a review form. Chapter 80. Zhang Sini took 2 boxes and approached a table next to several colleagues from the online store department. "Manager. Sister E. Don't be polite. Let's eat first." Zhang Sini smiled and shook her head as she opened the lunch box, set the review form aside, and then opened the plastic container. "So it's fish balls? Could it be eel fish balls?" There were 3 kinds of fish balls in the plastic container: fish tofu cubes, curry fish balls, and seaweed fish balls. She picked up a curry fish ball that wasn't dipped in curry sauce, took a bite, and chewed it for a while. It had no distinct earthy smell, just a slight fishy odor. It seemed firmer than the usual curry fish balls, with a texture more like pork. What kind of fish was it made of? Did eel fish balls taste like this? She then picked up another piece of fish tofu cube, this time soaked in curry sauce and tomato sauce. After taking a bite, Zhang Sini felt that it was softer and more tender than the previous fish balls, and again, she didn't find anything wrong. Finally, it was the seaweed fish balls. After trying all 3 test products, she pulled a ballpoint pen from her pocket, ticked off the boxes on the evaluation form, and finally wrote down some suggestions. "Sister E, can you lend me your pen?" A female employee nearby was also eating fish balls and preparing to fill out the evaluation form. Bin, sitting across from her, asked curiously, "What kind of fish are these made of? Could they be eel?" Another colleague picked up a boiled chicken drumstick and shook his head. "Probably not. Our company already has eels in cans and tinplate cans. There's no need to use such an expensive fish for fish balls. We usually use cheaper, more abundant fish. Who cares? It tastes pretty good anyway. I wonder what the retail price is," a female colleague said as she ate curry fish balls. Aubin took a sip of the kelp and pork rib soup and said, "Why do you care about the retail price? The company gives them out every holiday anyway. You'd be sick of them by then." Several other employees also realized what was happening. Thinking of the canned eels the company gave out during last year's Lunar New Year, they couldn't help but smile helplessly. The boss really did like giving employees company-made products. In fact, Jiang Miao had another hidden purpose for doing this: to encourage employees to maintain proper hygiene during the production process. After all, these products would be distributed to all employees. And to prevent employees from playing tricks and discriminating between products based on production date, the canned fish distributed by the company were randomly selected from products produced in the past 2 months. The company cafeteria had already done this many times, asking employees to help evaluate fish balls during lunch or dinner. For example, the company cafeteria recently tested dishes like beggar's chicken, barbecued pork, poached chicken, and roast goose for over a month. And now, the company cafeteria isn't just staffed by a few, but over 20. This was orchestrated by Jiang Haiba, a man of meticulous and interconnected approach, who likes to fully utilize the resources at hand. He single-handedly spearheaded the reforms to the headquarters cafeteria. After all, as the company's employee count grows, the company cafeteria faces a challenge: the increasing number of kitchen staff, which in turn leads to a waste of labor due to improper resource allocation. You have to remember that the company's 5 chefs all start at D3 salary, plus 10 kitchen helpers, 5 kitchen cleaners, a cafeteria manager, and Jiang Miao's mother, totaling 22 people. With so many people preparing just 3 meals a day for over 200 employees, it's clear that some resources are being wasted. After all, the company headquarters cafeteria is equipped with a large number of equipment. Tasks like cutting and washing vegetables are actually done by machines, or with the assistance of machines, reducing labor intensity. After researching the cafeteria's operations, Jiang Haiba discovered that it operates on a 2-shift system. The chef's morning shift runs from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., and from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., a total of 4 hours. The evening shift runs from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., plus a late-night snack from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m., also a total of 4 hours. This situation creates a lot of fragmented time. Thus, Jiang Haiba promoted cafeteria reforms to fully utilize this fragmented time. Currently, the Unagi restaurant's roast goose, poached chicken, barbecued pork, grilled eel, braised pork knuckle, and curry fried rice are all prepared in the company cafeteria and then delivered to the Unagi restaurant via refrigerated pickup trucks and tricycles. This way, the company headquarters cafeteria functions as a central kitchen, allowing the Unagi restaurant to reduce its kitchen size. As for whether the chefs are willing to work an extra 2 hours, the answer is 100%. For one thing, the chefs in the company cafeteria are mostly individual chefs, unlike some restaurant kitchens, which are staffed by entire teams. These cooking teams often work very closely together, and some powerful teams even ask the restaurant for a share of the profits. On the other hand, Jiang Haiba is well aware that if you want a horse to run, you must feed it. Although those 2 hours are within working hours, some incentive is essential to ensure the chefs are fully committed. Thus, the canteen receives a 5% commission on the dishes sold by the eel restaurant. This commission is pooled at the end of the month and distributed to each person in the kitchen based on their performance. Through this reform, the headquarters canteen has transformed from an employee welfare department into a production department. In the future, it is entirely possible to open branches of the eel restaurant in high-traffic areas such as the urban area and Haifeng County, with the canteen providing centralized production and delivery. Furthermore, the Hailifeng Company's canteen has another characteristic that sets it apart from typical restaurants: its strong emphasis on data recording and recipe management. The company has signed a contract with all new chefs, requiring them to maintain detailed production process documentation for all dishes prepared in the canteen kitchen, and prohibiting any unauthorized use of the recipes. This was clearly spelled out in black and white in the employment contract. If you couldn't accept it, you wouldn't be a canteen chef at Hailifeng. The company is also utilizing machines whenever possible to replace tedious, repetitive tasks. For example, cutting and washing vegetables is clearly more efficient, and ultrasonic washing machines can outperform manual labor. The only areas where manual labor is truly needed are identifying rotten leaves, insects, and the like. Jiang Haiba plans to transform the company's canteen kitchen into a more research-oriented central kitchen. He won't pursue high-end technology, but rather mechanization, intelligence, and simplicity to ensure consistent food quality, a requirement common in many central kitchens. The company cafeteria chefs were fully involved in the development of the cannery's new fish balls. However, the raw material for these fish balls wasn't eel, as Zhang Sini and others had speculated, but Egyptian catfish. That's right, these fish balls and fish tofu are all made with Egyptian catfish as the core raw material. The reason for choosing Egyptian catfish as a raw material is simple: cheap and plentiful. The cost difference between Egyptian catfish, which costs 4 yuan per kilogram, and Spanish mackerel, which starts at just over 10 yuan per kilogram, is enormous. So why don't fish ball processing factories use Egyptian catfish as a raw material? The reason is that Egyptian catfish raised in large-scale ponds have a strong earthy smell, which is difficult to completely mask even with heavy ingredients. Customers can easily detect the earthy smell of ordinary Egyptian catfish fish balls, and naturally won't buy them. And if customers don't buy them, fish ball processing factories naturally won't use Egyptian catfish as a raw material. The company's cannery chooses Egyptian catfish as a raw material because Jiangmiao has the technology to solve this problem. By feeding them with a specific diet, using specialized plastic tanks and continuously flowing water, it only takes about 24 days to remove 99% of the geosin in pond-raised catfish. Those who have eaten wild catfish from reservoirs know that their flavor is quite good, rivaling that of eel in texture and making them a perfect substitute. Some small Japanese restaurants actually use catfish as a substitute for eel. Thus, the company plans to develop catfish as a feed ingredient while also using technology to remove most of the geosin from them, allowing them to be used as a raw material for fish balls. The cafeteria staff couldn't detect the earthy, fishy smell, which meant the new fish balls were already halfway to success. Li Xinhua had calculated the comprehensive cost of the new fish balls and found that, if mass-produced, the average cost per kilogram would be only 3.76 yuan. Guotai Food Factory, another local aquatic product processing company in Shanmei City, produces golden fish balls and fish tofu at a wholesale price of 53 yuan per kilogram. Li Xinhua had researched their production costs. Although he didn't know the exact details, Guotai Food Factory's costs were certainly not low, as they use marine fish as raw material. Even if they purchased in bulk at the port, the price of marine fish would not be less than 10 yuan per kilogram. Even if Heliafeng didn't engage in a price war and sold at a similar price to Heliafeng, their gross profit per kilogram would still reach 49.24 yuan. This is the benefit of mastering technology. Li Xinhua also discovered another advantage of Heliafeng. The Cathay Food Factory's raw material supply is extremely unstable. After all, there's an annual fishing ban, and as a large factory, it needs to purchase large quantities. The small fishing boats that sneak out to sea during the ban simply can't meet Cathay Food Factory's raw material needs. Li Xinhua knew this because Cathay Food Factory recruits large numbers of rural women from villages throughout the city as temporary workers every year during the fishing season. This information was easily discovered by local inquiries. This situation only indicates one thing: the factory's raw material supply is extremely unstable. Heliafeng Company uses Egyptian catfish as its raw material, which effectively circumvents this problem. This raises another question: why do many food factories have such poor profitability or weak risk tolerance? It's because many food factories lack control over a stable raw material supply. Once a supply problem or a price spike occurs, profits can plummet. Li Xinhua strongly agrees with Jiang Miao's idea. Raw materials are the lifeblood of food processing companies. By mastering raw material production and building upon this foundation, the resulting industrial chain will become extremely solid. For example, why have some large domestic feed mills thrived in pig farming and meat processing? It's because they're already at the upstream end of the supply chain, extending downstream, like swimming downstream. Of course, these large feed mill supply chains aren't just upstream. The true upstream lies in grain production, deep-sea fishing, edible oil processing, and only then feed processing. Jiang Miao's Heliafeng Company is quietly extending its reach upstream.